Chapter 3174. The sacred body mountain was on fire. All kinds of things. Selling spots, taking in disciples, anything that you could think of would happen here. All the forces in the saint spirit realm, regardless of whether they were big or small, or even itinerant cultivators, would come to the sacred body mountain immediately to obtain a piece of enchanted equipment. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the sagely damage-immune battle armor or the sagely damage-immune battle shield. That would be very worthwhile. 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. That was a huge sum of resources. At the very least, it was definitely a huge sum among enchanted equipment. 100,000 tons of ores could be obtained. Was there anything cheaper than that? Hence, everyone went crazy. The sacred body mountain was filled with people who came for the enchanted equipment. Those who were lucky enough to exchange for the enchanted equipment would immediately be bought at a high price. Any cultivation technique or treasure could be exchanged for it. The population of the sacred body mountain was also breaking new records. It was really overcrowded. On the first day, Lin Fei gained 1.2 billion prestige points. This was the second day after the enchanted equipment was exchanged. With 1.2 billion prestige points in hand, Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. Those lucky heavenly gods who obtained the enchanted equipment immediately told their friends and family about it. Everyone wanted nothing more than to grow 7 or 8 pairs of wings and fly to the sacred body mountain. It only took 2 days for 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment to be exchanged. Even so, it was still overcrowded outside. Everyone wanted to get a piece of enchanted equipment. What? It's gone. No. We want enchanted equipment too. Holy Leader Lin Fei, we want enchanted equipment. On account that we came all the way here, please give us an enchanted equipment. Hearing that it was gone, the heavenly gods who came later were all dumbfounded. They were all very unhappy. As for fighting, they didn't dare to. Some people caused trouble during this period, but they were all killed by the guards in a very violent manner. No one wanted to do that. After the first person made a request, a second one appeared, and then a third one. A single spark could start a prairie fire. All the heavenly gods of the sacred body mountain joined in. Their voices joined together. Everyone on the sacred body mountain heard it. Everyone hoped that Holy Lord Lin Fei could take out another batch. Such cheap enchanted equipment should benefit the Saint Spirit domain. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Fei was a peerlessly good person. After many calls, Lin Fei finally came out. They're out. Great. I really hope I can still buy enchanted equipment. Everyone became excited when they saw Sacred Lord Lin Fei walk out in a black robe. No one would have thought that Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain was such a cute person. Selling enchanted equipment at such a low price allowed many people to see an opportunity to increase their strength. Lin Fei had a solemn expression on his face as he gestured for everyone to quiet down. Everyone obediently quietened down. I am very happy that so many people have come today. Lin Fei said loudly, his voice reverberating in the sky above the Sacred Body Mountain. I know what everyone is thinking. Our sacred body mountain wanted to benefit everyone. Everyone should know that enchanted equipment is very expensive. Our sacred body mountain also spent a lot of effort to research it. That's how we got what we got today. Everyone agreed with this statement. Enchanted equipment was too expensive. That was a well-known fact. Without certain connections, it was impossible to buy one. Even if one managed to buy one, it would be flawed. But not long ago, some people joined forces and threatened our sacred body mountain. If we dare to sell enchanted equipment again, they will completely seal off the sacred body mountain. Everyone's lives will be in danger. Lin Fei's face was filled with indignation. Those people are very powerful. I also know that once they get their hands on the items, they will definitely split them up. Therefore, I do not wish for that to happen. That's why we have a limited number of enchanted equipment. This event is also to give everyone a chance to see the future. Lin Fei's affectionate words fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was furious. So someone had threatened the sacred body mountain. No wonder the enchanted equipment would be sold so cheaply. It was all for everyone's good future. Everyone was moved. Especially those who had enchanted equipment. At this moment, they were truly grateful and respectful. Just as he had said, if an enchanted equipment fell into the hands of a major power, it definitely wouldn't fall into their hands. It would fetch an extremely high price, so high that everyone would tremble in fear at the sight of it. After being moved, everyone was furious. The sacred body mountain was working for everyone's benefit. In the end, it was being suppressed by other factions. This was destroying their hope. Ever since the sacred body mountain launched the welfare event, everyone who had enchanted equipment would be extremely grateful to sacred leader Lin Fei. Many heavenly gods relied on enchanted equipment to avoid danger. All of this came from the sacred body mountain. You say that the sacred body mountain has a motive? Everyone really could not say it. With such a price, the sacred body mountain was completely exhausting their own wealth. What a good person. After today, everyone must come to the sacred body mountain. Those people will seal off the sacred body mountain's periphery. Lin Fei said with grief and indignation. However, this sacred leader will not yield. Men, bring them all here. The guards brought a group of people. All of these people's strength had been sealed. Lin Fei, we are from the temporal temple. Release us immediately. Our divine sword sect is not someone you can afford to offend. Those who were brought here shouted out their backers. This undoubtedly stimulated the hundreds of millions of heavenly gods present. The current sacred body mountain had hundreds of millions of people inside and outside. So it's them. What shameless methods. The temporal temple, the heavenly feather race, the imperial treasure gate, the black domain mountain, the primordial beings, how terrifying. No wonder sacred leader Lin decided to cut off his losses. If we give them the treasures, we can forget about it. Shameless fellow. Sacred leader Lin is such a good person. Everyone finally understood why sacred leader Lin Fei couldn't hold on. All of these powers were peak existences with as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. With them working together to seal off the sacred body mountain, no one present dared to enter. They began to hate these powers. Cutting off one's wealth was akin to killing one's parents. Preventing them from becoming stronger was also akin to killing one's parents. From this moment onwards, countless people began to hate these powers. Kill. Lin Fei stood ramrod straight. This sacred leader knows that there are many spies here. Go back and tell them that this sacred leader would rather die than submit. If they have the ability, then destroy the sacred body mountain. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop the sacred body mountain from benefiting everyone. Lin Fei felt like vomiting after hearing those impassioned words. Too hypocritical. However, if he wanted to gain more prestige, he had to incite more emotions. There was only one such opportunity, and he would only be able to gain as much prestige as he could. Lin Fei believed that after today's matter, these powers would definitely make a trip to the battlefield. The experts that were brought here were all killed in front of everyone. Chapter 3175. The hundreds of millions of heavenly gods on the sacred body mountain were seething. For the first time, they hated these factions. For their own selfish desires, they forced the sacred body mountain to hand over the enchanted equipment. They were too shameless and narrow-minded. They were all very grateful to sacred Lord Lin Fei and immediately sent the news to their friends. 2 hours later, the entire Saint Spirit domain, from top to bottom, inside and outside, knew about it. The temporal temple and the other factions were also scolded like dogs. They didn't dare to do anything, but that didn't mean they couldn't scold others. As long as they could scold others, everyone would use it. If not for them, the expensive enchanted equipment would not have been a dream. Now, it had been destroyed. This made countless people feel indignant. Lin Fei once again gained 1 billion reputation. This made Lin Fei extremely happy. I still underestimated the reputation. In less than 3 days, I gained 3 billion reputation. As this matter continues to grow, I might even gain 5 billion reputation. This is so exciting. In the reputation support, 1 billion reputation was a level below. After that, 1 billion reputation to 10 billion reputation was a level. The skills that could be exchanged for were different. Lin Fei had always coveted the skills at this level. Some of the skills were permanent, and they were all good stuff. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it would be difficult to cultivate after reaching the godly venerable realm. Now, it seemed that it was easier than he had imagined. The reputation support came at the right time. Lin Fei even wanted to thank the few experts from the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. If not for them, the system wouldn't be so excited about such a branch. Just as Lin Fei was happily gaining prestige, something happened. This matter was also brewing. For a time, the Saint Spirit domain was in a state of condemnation. The target was naturally the Temporal Temple and the others. Everyone collectively protested against this shameless behavior and used it to vent their anger. Some heavenly gods also secretly carried out sabotage actions. For example, they targeted the subsidiary factions of these factions and caught them off guard. They also used one-time large-scale treasures. For a time, everyone was panicking. The Temporal Temple, Primal Ancient Sect, and other forces all hated Lin Fei to the core. Spreading the news in public and slandering them had greatly affected their influence. Apart from that, the 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had also thoroughly shocked them. Just what kind of secret technique did the Sacred Body Mountain possess? Could it be that they had discovered a place with enchanted equipment? Every piece of equipment required a certain amount of time to be enchanted. They knew better than anyone else how long it would take to enchant 250,000 pieces of equipment. But now, 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had been sold out just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. These items were originally theirs. Was Lin Fei planning to kill them all? As such, the Temporal Temple and the other powers issued a joint statement, angrily rebuking the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei for spouting nonsense. They did not coerce the Sacred Body Mountain to do anything, nor did they plot against the Sacred Body Mountain. In summary, the meaning was very simple. This matter wasn't done by them. Someone had impersonated them, and the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was lying. As for whether people believed him or not, that was another matter. Apart from that, they also issued a statement to the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei. Lin Fei had to provide an explanation for this matter. The Temporal Temple, Primal Ancient Sect, and other forces would not allow anyone to slander them. In the following period of time, no forces or individuals were allowed to go to the Sacred Body Mountain. This was their goal. Even if they couldn't obtain enchanted equipment, they could still use the enchanted technique as a reference. They didn't believe that Lin Fei had the ability to obtain a large amount of enchanted equipment. There was only one explanation. They had obtained the enchanted technique. Some powerful enchanted techniques could indeed be mass-produced to a certain extent. The Sacred Body Mountain's ability to produce a large amount of enchanted equipment might have something to do with their enchanted technique. Sealing the Sacred Body Mountain was the first step. Since they had given the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei a chance, but he refused to come to his senses, they wouldn't be polite. Who asked the Sacred Body Mountain to touch everyone's bottom line? If they knew that the Sacred Body Mountain had so many enchanted equipment, they would definitely have made a move. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with hatred. They would rather help others than give them a chance. The Sacred Body Mountain had to be suppressed. The moment the news of the alliance spread, the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was instantly pushed into the teeth of the storm. Shameless behavior. They are trying to snatch the enchanted technique. Despicable and shameless. This was the thought in everyone's mind. But in this situation, apart from being angry, they couldn't do anything to help. To Lin Fei, after the Temporal Temple and the other forces spread the news, he gained a lot of prestige the next day. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lin Fei also spread the news. This sacred leader fears nothing. If you have the ability, come and seal the sacred body mountain. Let's see who is stronger. If this sacred leader is afraid, his surname isn't Lin. Lin Fei's words were filled with domineering determination. The seal soon began. Last time, it was done sneakily. This time, the entire region was sealed. To facilitate the construction of the blockade, a huge array formation was built in 8 directions. The 8 array formations were connected to form a huge barrier. They were determined to teach the sacred body mountain's Lin Fei a lesson. Under such a blockade, outsiders couldn't enter. Every formation was guarded by an ultimate god. It could be said that they had placed a heavy bet on it. They were certain that Lin Fei would not dare to attack alone. As time went on, they did not believe that the sacred body mountain would be able to hold on. As for Lin Fei, he would be able to deal with him however he wanted. At this time, Lin Fei was secretly laughing. Under everyone's gaze, his prestige was increasing rapidly. He gained 300 to 400 million prestige points every day, which exceeded Little Devil's expectations. Lin Fei didn't forget to come out and provoke the 8 forces. It's meaningless to just seal the place. Just attack. This sacred leader is waiting for you. Since when did ultimate gods become so timid? This is so disappointing. Are you all dogs? It just so happens that I have 8 watchdogs at my door. Ha ha ha. You guys are really teenage mutant ninja turtles. If this sacred leader was you, I would have already attacked. Ha ha ha, are you afraid that this sacred leader will squeeze you dry? Don't worry, I will be merciful. Don't worry. It was a similar situation. Lin Fei came 7 to 8 times a day. These ultimate gods could sit still. No matter how they provoked him, they didn't make a move. Of course, they were also afraid of Lin Fei's means. So far, there was nothing they could break. Chapter 3176. On the first day, he gained 300 million prestige points. On the second day, he gained 400 million prestige points. On the third day, he gained 500 million prestige points. After the top-tier forces sealed off the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain was extremely happy. He came out every day to provoke the ultimate gods and gained a steady stream of prestige points. The situation lasted for a whole year. In that 1 year, the Sacred Body Mountain was sealed off from the inside out. No one could enter or leave as the ultimate gods were not to be trifled with. Everyone was furious but dared not say anything. All eyes were focused on the Sacred Body Mountain, creating a steady stream of prestige points for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's refusal to take action was misunderstood by everyone as he was afraid of the ultimate gods. Even if he was known to be invincible in close combat and the strongest person below the ultimate gods, he had no chance of winning against 8 ultimate gods. It was a long war of attrition. The interior of the Sacred Body Mountain would also collapse because of the 8 ultimate gods. At that time, the Sacred Body Mountain would fall apart even without the ultimate gods doing anything. No one could withstand the terrifying pressure from the ultimate gods. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, and the terror of a divine venerable god, everyone knew about it. Everyone was worried for Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. How long could he last under such circumstances? Just thinking about it was stressful. The Jianghu clan. Jin Bubao had been paying attention to the Sacred Body Mountain situation every day. Brother Lin, what are you planning to do? The Jianghu clan was very grateful to Lin Fei. The Jianghu clan had built an elite army with over 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. The thought of being armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment sent chills down one's spine. The 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had scared indestructible gold quite a bit. Cheap. Too cheap. What happened next was beyond Jin Bubao's expectations. He did not know what Lin Fei was trying to do or why he would go against the top-tier forces. Now, the mountain was sealed off by the ultimate gods and no one could enter. Jin Bubao wanted to help, but he was afraid that he would drag the Jianghu clan down. Dark Shadow Palace. Hierarch Dark Shadow couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was up to. Divinity Dark Shadow couldn't think of any way that Lin Fei could make a comeback at the risk of being sealed. These peak powers had all analyzed Lin Fei. If Lin Fei really went all out, they basically had no chance of winning. Whoever lost their composure first would be the first to suffer. Hierarch Dark Shadow had his own ideas. Turn the tables? It was easier said than done. Sacred Body Mountain. Ha ha ha, my prestige has finally broken through 20 billion. Lin Fei cried tears of joy. 20 billion prestige points. This was far beyond her expectations, and it also exceeded the little devil's calculations. Paying attention to the Saint Body Mountain, paying attention to her, would allow her to gain prestige every day. 20 billion reputation points was actually not a lot. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Tens of millions of prestige points were coming in every day. Where else could he find such a good deal? Master, do you want to give them 20 billion reputation points now? The little devil egged him on. I guarantee that they won't forget it for the rest of their lives. For example, focus on attacking them. Only 2 billion reputation points. If that's not suitable, I guarantee that Absolute Chill can do it. 4.5 billion reputation points, one skill after another came out of the little devil's mouth, filled with endless temptation. Lin Fei was tempted. As long as he tapped lightly, he would be able to see an exciting scene. But thinking about it, it was only 20 billion reputation points. If he used a few skills, it would probably be used up. B****, don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei said in a low voice. Using skills to attack them would feel good, but it would only feel good for a while. It wouldn't be of much help to Lin Fei. But if he learned those skills, it would be a different story. This was a more cost-effective deal. Activate the Prestige Assist. The Prestige Assist appeared in front of Lin Fei, and the pages of skills appeared in front of him again. One skill after another began to stimulate Lin Fei. I want to learn the perfect divine body. This was a type of physical body. Looking at the introduction, it was even stronger than the proud heaven that he cultivated. It was one of the strongest physical bodies in the world. To cultivate such a physical body, one would need to rely on reputation. Master has a good eye. The little devil said proudly, the perfect divine body can repair all kinds of flaws and injuries in the body, allowing the body to maintain a perfect state. I want to learn the first 3 levels. The perfect divine body was separated into a few levels. The price of each level was different. The first level of the perfect divine body required 500 million reputation, the second one 5 billion reputation, and the third 3 billion reputation. For the third level, it would require 5 billion reputation. This wasn't a small amount. If Lin Fei hadn't taken out 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment to motivate everyone, he wouldn't have been able to gain so much reputation in such a short period of time. If one wanted to live longer, one's physical body had to be strong. This was something that Lin Fei had always kept in mind. Without a strong physical body, he would die in a single move at a crucial moment. He wouldn't be able to use any trump cards. Ding. Confirm to consume 5 billion reputation to learn the perfect divine body? Confirm. Ding. Successfully consumed 5 billion reputation to obtain the perfect divine body. Ding. Perfect divine body level 1 successfully cultivated. Ding. Perfect divine body level 2 successfully cultivated. Ding. Perfect divine body level 3 successfully cultivated. Lin Fei suddenly felt refreshed as he fell into a very pleasant atmosphere. That's it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei's body made a series of crackling sounds as the surrounding space exploded on the spot. There was no control this time as it was purely physical strength. Lin Fei hurriedly controlled his physical strength as the entire palace would collapse if it continued. The perfect divine body level 3 is already so powerful? Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Master, your perfect divine body level 3 has repaired all your flaws and strengthened them at the same time. Your physical strength is now comparable to a 5th-class ultimate god. The little devil was quite proud. Are you happy? Are you excited? Are you happy? 5th-class ultimate god? Lin Fei took a deep breath as he was really shocked. I thought a 3rd-class ultimate god would be enough. Hee, the reputation assistance system is not as simple as you think. The 5 billion reputation was not spent in vain. Master, are you satisfied? Yes, I'm very satisfied. His 20 billion reputation was reduced to 15 billion in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei did not feel any pain as it was totally worth it. Master, do you need any other skills? Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to use them for the time being. As long as his reputation was there, any skill was just a matter of a word. With his powerful physical body and his Elysian divine weapon, Lin Fei would be able to chase them down 18 streets. I don't need any more skills, but it's time for me to hit them. Humph, how dare they block the sacred body mountain? I'll make them regret it. Lin Fei activated a skill. Meteor Shower. There were 9 levels of such skills. For example, the first level of Meteor Shower only required 300 million reputation while the second level required 1 billion reputation. Hee, Heavenly Feather Clan, have a taste. Ding, 1 billion reputation consumed. Chapter 3177. Heavenly Feather Clan. Ever since they were attacked by the mysterious white light, the upper echelons had been massacred. Even now, the Heavenly Feather Clan had yet to find out who did it. The white light came too suddenly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Feather Clan had many experts and countless treasures. They could not find out who did it. This made the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan very angry. They had thought that it was Lin Fei, but they ruled out that possibility later. Such a powerful move was definitely not something that Lin Fei could grasp. They had always scoffed at Lin Fei's claim that the heavens were angry. Recently, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan were in a good mood. That damned Lin Fei and that damned Sacred Body Mountain had finally been sealed by them. It was only a matter of time before they eliminated Lin Fei. 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. They really admired Lin Fei for daring to do such a thing. Those weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. As a result, the number of heavenly god powerhouses who came to purchase enchanted equipment in the past year was few and far between. All of them had been harmed by Lin Fei. Who would be interested in expensive enchanted equipment now? Every time Lin Fei was mentioned, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan would gnash their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Fei and chop him into pieces. The weather in the sky above the Heavenly Feather Clan was very good. The upper echelons decided to enjoy themselves. They drank wine and enjoyed beautiful dances. Everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest, especially since the suppression of the Sacred Body Mountain was progressing smoothly. Whenever they were happy, they would drink together. Boom! After a loud explosion, the entire Heavenly Feather Clan shook violently. Raging flames rose and quickly spread out, turning the place into a sea of fire. The blazing flames swept across. The disciples of the Heavenly Feather Clan were instantly burned into nothingness. Huge drops of fire rained down, and the ground shook violently every time. The huge territory controlled by the Heavenly Feather Clan turned into a sea of fire. The huge drops of fire rained down like a beautiful meteor shower. When they landed on the territory of the Heavenly Feather Clan, they took the lives of a group of disciples. Run! The mysterious attack is coming again. What the hell? The flames are too terrifying. I can't take it anymore. The meteor shower lasted for a full 30 breaths of time. It wasn't a very long time. But to the Heavenly Feather race, this was a nightmare. In 30 breaths of time, countless people had died. The upper echelons were once again massacred. This time, there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Everything in his path was reduced to nothingness. The defensive treasures he had on him instantly lost their effect. The Heavenly Feather race suffered heavy losses once more. Even the heavenly god of the Heavenly Feather clan wore a solemn expression. Impose martial law immediately. The divine venerables were no longer calm. This attack was even more terrifying than the last one. They all felt a terrible sense of danger. Lin Fei used 100 million reputation points to exchange for Farsight. The Heavenly Feather race could clearly see this scene. The range of the meteor fire rain wasn't very large, but it was extremely powerful. No matter which heavenly god it was, almost all of them were annihilated under this kind of attack. That area was also enveloped by the sea of fire. By the time the fire eye was done burning, the entire place had turned into a charred ruin. The huge palace and the huge city had completely disappeared. It's a pity that I didn't hit the divine venerables. Lin Fei laughed proudly. That's what you get for sealing my sacred body mountain. A meteor fire rain is truly spectacular and beautiful. Lin Fei felt that it was completely worth it to use 11 reputation points to exchange for a skill attack. One is not enough. I need a few more. Lin Fei wasn't that kind of good person. Although he couldn't gain a lot of reputation from this, he could still secretly be happy. After the Heavenly Feather race was mysteriously attacked by the white light previously, the Saint Spirit Domain's forces felt a trace of unease. In less than a year, the Heavenly Feather race suffered another mysterious attack. This shocked everyone once again. Just like the previous time, this attack came without any warning and caught the Heavenly Feather race off guard. They lost a large number of experts. This was a heavy blow to the proud Heavenly Feather race. Before anyone could react, a voice rang out. The mysterious attack descended once again. This time, it landed on the primordial sect. How could it be us? The entire primordial sect exclaimed. They were also caught off guard. The meteor fire rain descended and instantly killed a large number of heavenly god experts. That scene was something that no heavenly god would dare to forget. The hierarch experts of the primordial sect were all furious. The attack did not stop. After the primordial ones were the Black Domain Mountain, the Immortal Sword Sect, the Glory Sect, and the Imperial Treasure Sect. Without exception, they all wanted to attack. It was an attack that could not be blocked. Even with the activation of a formation, it was still penetrated, and a large number of experts fell. These top-notch forces wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even the hierarch experts couldn't find a trace of the other party. In a single day, 6 top-notch forces suffered a terrifying attack. That scene was indescribably bitter. Just when everyone thought that the temporal temple would follow in their footsteps, the mysterious attack did not appear. It seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was speechless. It can't be the doing of the temporal temple, right? It was so silent and mysterious. How could it be related to the temporal temple? No one knew who mentioned it, but everyone agreed. Why didn't the temporal temple suffer from the mysterious attack? They had suffered heavy losses. His face was slapped so hard that it sounded like a slap. The temporal temple, which had been trembling in fear, activated all sorts of formations, but the mysterious attack did not appear. When the temporal temple master saw this, he cursed inwardly. Trouble is coming. As expected, the primordial sect and the other powers began to suspect the temporal temple. This mysterious attack was able to avoid the detection of the hierarch experts. The temporal temple was very suspicious. Was it revenge for their previous attack? It was quite possible that the temporal temple had suffered heavy losses and paid a huge price. Master, you are really bad. You deliberately didn't attack the temporal temple. The little devil laughed evilly. Lin Fei snorted. If I didn't cause some trouble for the temporal temple, wouldn't my efforts have been in vain? I spent a total of 5 billion reputation points. The temporal temple was the big brother. Once he was suspected, he would suffer unspeakably. As for finding him, there was no need to even think about it. The system's ability was top-notch. No one needed to think about it. Half a month later, the lockdown was lifted. The temporal temple became their biggest suspect. They had no choice but to call back their hierarch experts to prevent the temporal temple from attacking again. As for the lockdown of Lin Fei's Saint Body Mountain, it was a small matter. However, the temporal temple couldn't explain this matter clearly. Search? How could they be willing? Chapter 3178. The lockdown on the Sacred Body Mountain was lifted. The Saint Spirit domain was filled with cheers and excitement. The second and third-rate powers were the most unhappy about the top-tier powers sealing off the Sacred Body Mountain. After all, they had lost a place to obtain enchanted equipment. They did not have the courage to go against a top power. The only thing that they did not expect was that the lockdown would be so short. The top-notch forces had been attacked by a mysterious force from the outside, causing the entire Saint Spirit domain to explode. All the major forces and mysterious forces felt that they were in danger. Ever since the top-tier forces had suffered the calamity, they had started searching for the source of the mysterious attack. All sorts of treasures had appeared, all for the sake of finding the location of the mysterious attack. The entire Saint Spirit domain had been turned upside down, but they still could not find the source of the mysterious attack. As such, the suspicion of the temporal temple increased exponentially. Apart from the time school, there was no other school that could erase everything. What a pity. So much prestige. Lin Fei shook his head, his heart aching. That was a lot of reputation. How many skills could he exchange for? Now, he only had 10 billion reputation left, so he had to use it sparingly. 10 billion reputation points might seem like a lot, but it wasn't much when it came to actual use. I still have to rely on enchanted equipment to gain prestige. For now, Lin Fei could only use this method. The mysterious attack would become a curse over everyone's heads. The power of this meteor fire shower was extremely great. At the second layer, it had caused quite a bit of damage to these peak powers, causing them to suffer heavy losses. In the end, he couldn't find the person. There was nothing more devastating than this. The Sacred Body Mountain was freed. He continued to purchase ores. For a moment, the Sacred Body Mountain was packed with people. They were all merchants who wanted to buy all kinds of ores. The 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment made everyone understand one thing. The Sacred Body Mountain had mastered the shortcut to enchanting equipment. If you wanted to enchant equipment, go to the Sacred Body Mountain. No one knew how this phrase spread, but it became a classic catchphrase. The other one was, "Did you mine today?" Or, "Did you use the Holy Body Mountain to enchant your equipment?" That thing is great. That batch of enchanted equipment spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei gained a lot of prestige every day. When people mentioned enchantments, they couldn't help but give Lin Fei a good guy card, and his prestige increased accordingly. Boom! The primordial sect was still investigating the source of the mysterious attack. The meteor shower appeared again. Raging flames burned the sky. The primordial sect felt great once again. The primordial gods were furious. Search. We must find the source of this mysterious attack. Do you really think that our primordial sect has no experts? No one felt comfortable after being attacked twice in a row. It was the same for the primordial sect. Sir, I've found something. The mysterious attack seems to be coming from the direction of the temporal temple. The temporal temple is courting death. The primordial divine venerables were enraged. This was clearly revenge. He didn't learn his lesson from the previous beating. He had to teach the temporal temple a lesson. The primordial beings gathered their old friends and went to the temporal temple together. If they didn't fight for 3 days, they would tear the tiles off the roof. Master, you're really bad. The little devil chuckled. Now that the primordial sect and the others have determined that the temporal temple is behind this, they won't be able to wash themselves clean even if they jump into the Yellow River. Lin Fei had purposely used 100 million reputation points to exchange for a skill similar to teleportation. The meteor rain had also started from the direction of the temporal temple. There was no need to explain. The temporal temple was in big trouble. I'm really looking forward to the primordial sect and the other powers attacking the temporal temple. I've given them such a good opportunity. I believe they'll put in a lot of effort. I like Master's naughtiness. The primordial sect and the other peak powers came knocking once again. This time, it was extremely violent. Without saying a word, the godly venerable experts attacked together, demanding an explanation from the temporal temple. Otherwise, they would flatten the temporal temple. The temporal temple master was already furious. Now that the mysterious attack had appeared once again, especially from this direction, he knew that he was in big trouble. He didn't expect them to attack so quickly. Explanation? The other party wouldn't listen. They immediately determined that it was the doing of the temporal temple. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they could only fight. A large group of godly experts started fighting, causing the area where the temporal temple was located to collapse. Anyone who saw that scene would tremble in fear. This was a battle between godly experts. The temporal temple had used all three great treasures and barely managed to block the attacks of the primordial sect and the other peak powers. In the end, the Heavenly Feather clan joined the temporal temple's side and the battle barely ended. Neither side was able to gain any advantage. The space where the temporal temple was located was affected, and more than half of the temporal temple was completely destroyed. After the incident, countless people applauded and cheered. A battle between godly experts. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with this scene. He could give it 9 points. As for the last point, it was because no godly experts died. It was a little less interesting. This is just the beginning. Sealing the Sage Body Mountain was just the beginning. A peak power was powerful, right? As long as he had enough prestige, he would be able to deal with them however he wanted. It was just that simple. The temporal temple silently licked its wounds after suffering a blow. The primordial sect had temporarily left, but as long as they didn't find out who the culprit was, such a situation would continue. This was something the temporal temple couldn't bear. The temporal temple hated the people who tried to frame them to death. It was either a force or a person. A peak power was actually toyed with by a mysterious power. No matter how one looked at it, this matter was filled with grievance and unwillingness. Use time rewind. I want to know who did it. The temporal god lord gathered the godly venerables and worked together to use time rewind. Under normal circumstances, no one would use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It consumed too much energy. It required 8 godly venerables. With this move, he believed that any force or individual would be exposed. But when the time reversal was activated and the mysterious attack was about to appear, a majestic and vast power descended and forcibly blocked the light of reversal. No matter how hard they looked, they were always blocked by a layer of white fog, unable to see the crucial scene. Just a little bit more. The temporal temple lord and the other godly venerables almost vomited blood. How could this be? Again. In order to find out the origin of the mysterious attack, they used time rewind again. Just like before, it was blocked by the white fog. After 3 consecutive times, the godly venerables were so tired that they vomited blood. It was the same every time. It was blocked by that thing, and they couldn't use it for a short period of time. Time rewind is really not simple. Lin Fei was secretly shocked when he received Little Devil's reminder. They really do have this kind of secret technique. Master, don't worry. They won't be able to find out about it. Little Devil laughed evilly. It won't be that easy for them to break through the barrier I left behind. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. That means the temporal temple can take the blame. Chapter 3179. The peaceful relationship between the temporal temple and the primordial sect was completely broken with the appearance of the mysterious attack. Both sides were on guard against each other. They were secretly searching for the culprit behind the mysterious attack. An undercurrent was surging. None of this had any effect on the sacred body mountain. The mysterious attack had something to do with the temporal temple. However, no one was a fool. Someone had to take the blame, and everyone was secretly searching for the culprit. Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei? He had long been forgotten. No one would be able to rest easy against a mysterious existence who would launch a mysterious attack at any time. Furthermore, the mysterious existence had targeted the peak powers right from the start. This hidden danger had to be found out. Even though everyone wanted to take down the sacred body mountain, now was not the time. A few hundred years passed just like that. The peak powers had suffered from the mysterious attack, and it had become a pattern for them to attack once every few decades. Over the past few hundred years, the mysterious attack had appeared a total of 10 times. All of them had suffered greatly. Until now, they had yet to find the source of the mysterious attack. Instead, the temporal temple had always been a target. There was nothing they could do about it. The mysterious attack had always come from the direction of the temporal temple. All sorts of treasures had been used, but they were still unable to defend against the invasion of the mysterious attack. Everyone's hatred for the temporal temple deepened. There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was the doing of the temporal temple. Over the past few hundred years, they had not attacked the temporal temple even once. For example, recently, the top forces had all activated their spirit arrays, one after the other. The temporal temple had attacked one of their venerable gods. Coincidentally, that venerable god had just left the array when he was attacked by the mysterious attack. He had been beaten half to death on the spot. Even now, many people could not believe that it was real. The mysterious attack had once again refreshed everyone's understanding. Not only could it attack a large area of effect, but it could also attack a small area of effect. A few hundred years passed. The sacred body mountain did not display too much of a high profile. They continued to collect ores, hold auctions, and offer benefits. Even so, after 1,000 years, enchanted equipment had become common. It was not like the past, when enchanted equipment was rare. Now, any heavenly god they encountered would be wearing enchanted equipment. It was not impossible for a low-level heavenly god to kill a high-level heavenly god. Now, no matter if it was a low-level heavenly god or a high-level heavenly god, none of them dared to underestimate each other. No one could guarantee that the heavenly gods didn't have enchanted equipment on them, especially the kind with great destructive power. Many celestial gods had suffered greatly when it came to enchanting equipment. The Saint Body Mountain became a place that could not be ignored in the Saint Spirit domain. In just a few hundred years, a huge outer city appeared, with many buildings and mansions. Pieces of cheap enchanted equipment also stimulated the heavenly god powerhouse's motivation. No money? Don't worry, you can go mining. If you want enchanted equipment, you can go mining. If you want to become stronger, you can go mining. The sacred body mountains or mine had become extremely valuable, and various powers were fighting over the ore mine's resources. Whether it was ordinary ore or high-grade ore, as long as it was ore, it would become a hot commodity. With the help of the sacred body mountain, enchanted equipment became one of the mainstream items. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and other powers with enchanted equipment had almost no market. They were all suppressed by the Sacred Body Mountain. Now, the Sacred Body Mountain had become a synonym for enchanted equipment. At the mention of enchanted equipment, everyone would think of the Sacred Body Mountain. As for the Heavenly Feather Clan, they should just stand aside. Sacred Body Mountain, the 3 patriarchs were reporting the situation. Sacred Leader, now that our Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment covers the entire Saint Spirit domain, everyone knows that our Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment is the best. In just a few hundred years, with the help of enchanted equipment, the 3 patriarchs had the battle power of a godly venerable. The other 2 patriarchs were the same. The Sacred Body Mountain had 4 godly venerable experts. The auction is about to start. Are we going to release new enchanted equipment? Asked the second patriarch. In these few hundred years, Lin Fei had not really cared about the Sacred Body Mountain. Instead, he would come out to show off and refresh people's sense of existence, and his reputation would increase. Sure. These were all small matters. Lin Fei gave them full authority to handle them. The 3 patriarchs were even more excited. They knew how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was now. Once the guards were equipped with enchanted equipment, they would probably not be inferior to those top forces. They were just lacking in top-notch combat power. Are those top forces still allowing them to participate? Asked the Grand Patriarch. Ever since the lockdown was lifted, the Sacred Body Mountain resumed purchasing ores, holding auctions, and all sorts of benefits. Another situation followed. The top forces began to obtain enchanted equipment from the outside world, and at the same time, arranged for people to participate in the auctions. For the time being, they could not be locked down, but that did not mean that the enchanted equipment had to fall into the hands of those small celestial gods. What right did they have to obtain it? Such enchanted equipment had to be in the hands of the top forces. They should just forget about it. This situation had been going on until now. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not stop those top forces from taking action. In these few hundred years, they had either directly or indirectly obtained many enchanted equipment. The elders and patriarchs of the Sacred Body Mountain were very unhappy about this. If the sacred leader did not say anything, they could not do anything. The words, top forces, were still very intimidating. It's time for us to show our Sacred Body Mountain strength. Almost 1,000 years had passed. Lin Fei's personal prestige had broken through 200 billion. The number was not very high. The first few decades and 100 years had the most prestige. Every 100 years after that, he would only gain 20 to 30 billion prestige. It was not a very good result to accumulate 200 billion prestige. Lin Fei was satisfied. With 80 billion prestige, Lin Fei upgraded the perfect body level 3 to level 7 and spent 80 billion prestige on the level 4. Now, unless one was a peak ultimate god, no one could break through his physical body or kill him in an instant. Lin Fei did not feel distressed at all for 80 billion prestige. The remaining 120 billion reputation points were kept as a backup, just in case. Sacred Leader, can we really do it now? The three Grand Patriarchs were excited. They had waited for almost 1,000 years for this matter. Of course. Lin Fei smiled. Now it's our Sacred Body Mountain's turn to establish rules. From now on, anyone who wants to obtain enchanted equipment will have to follow our rules. If we say no, no one will dare to say no. At that moment, Lin Fei's words were full of dominance. With 120 billion prestige and a perfect body level 7, Lin Fei was very confident. Not to mention those enchanted equipment. Every piece of enchanted equipment had top-notch effects. Whoever encountered them would be unlucky. Chapter 3180. Sacred Body Mountain. The auction that was held once every 30 years had begun again. It was originally held once every 10 years, but it became once every 30 years. It wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. No one had any objections, because there would always be a chance for new enchanted equipment to appear in every auction. It was something that everyone looked forward to. The only thing that everyone was unhappy about was that the top forces would always snatch away the enchanted equipment at every auction. This problem had been going on for a long time, but no one dared to voice it out. Even the Sacred Body Mountain didn't dare to say anything, let alone the rest of them. They're here again. It's the same every time. They're using their names to oppress others. How disgusting. Yeah, right. That's all they're capable of. If they're capable, they should find out who's behind the mysterious attack. As the people from the top forces appeared, more and more people began to discuss among themselves. This happened every single time. Enchanted equipment was very cheap, but with their existence, 7 out of 10 enchanted equipment would fall into their hands at most. It was very unsightly for them to have such a good life. Hee, these people don't know what they're capable of. How dare they fight with us for enchanted equipment? The people from the Heavenly Feather clan ignored them. The more unhappy they were, the more smug they were. The Sacred Body Mountain was still behaving well. Even when enchanted equipment was in their hands, they still didn't dare to say a word. Guards? What the hell? That's because they don't have the right to have enchanted equipment in front of us. They're just a bunch of country bumpkins. Country bumpkins should just stand aside and cultivate. Don't even think about rising to the top in a single step. The people from the Heavenly Feather Clan's faction kept adding fuel to the fire. The auction that was held once every 30 years gradually became a gathering for the top forces to share. Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain didn't say anything, and they were happy to let this continue. Many people even said that Lin Fei was a smart person. Everyone treated the Sacred Body Mountain as free labor. It had to be said that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment was quite good. Until now, no one had figured out how the Sacred Body Mountain was enchanted. The most helpless were the enchanted forces like the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find anything. There was nothing more tragic than this. At the entrance of the auction venue, the Heavenly Feather race was the first to arrive. In the previous auction, their Heavenly Feather Clan had gained quite a lot. Although they had offended a faction from the Black Domain, so what? In any case, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. This time, it was the same for the Heavenly Feather race. Snatch as much as you can. I'm sorry, you don't have the invitation letter, so you're not qualified to enter the auction house. The leader of the Heavenly Feather race was a divine venerable. That's right, the ultimate gods. Ever since the Heavenly Feather Clan stood on the side of the Temporal Temple, the other forces in the Black Domain started to hate the Heavenly Feather Clan. A few times after they left the Sacred Body Mountain, the Hierarch experts had surrounded them and killed many of their experts. Ever since then, every time they came to the Sacred Body Mountain, it was the Hierarch experts who led the teams. The ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather Clan were stunned and suspected that they had heard wrongly. Since when did the Sacred Body Mountain dare to reject the Heavenly Feather Clan from participating in the auction? Were they kidding? Are you saying that our Heavenly Feather Clan is not qualified? This godly venerable of the Heavenly Feather race released his godly venerable aura and pressed down on the heavenly guards at the door. Who told you that? The Sacred Body Mountain was truly bold. They actually dared to reject the Heavenly Feather race? This is what our sacred leader said. The heavenly guards endured the godly venerable aura. Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy. At the entrance of the auction, a large number of heavenly gods were gathered there. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the commotion at the entrance. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Am I seeing things? The Sacred Body Mountain actually rejected the Heavenly Feather race's entry. Ha ha ha, is Sacred Leader Lin Fei going to make a move? This is the Sacred Body Mountain in my heart. They should have done this a long time ago. Every auction has been monopolized by them. The auction has become meaningless. The heavenly gods clapped and cheered. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Sacred Body Mountain's sacred leader Lin Fei had finally done something. The Heavenly Feather race's godly venerable was embarrassed. Scram! With a wave of his hand, a majestic and boundless energy surged over. A few puny ants dared to stop an ultimate god from entering the auction. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Everyone was looking forward to how the Sacred Body Mountain would face the ultimate gods from the top forces. They knew that apart from sacred leader Lin Fei, the Sacred Body Mountain did not have another ultimate god. That was also the reason why they had always been bullying the Sacred Body Mountain. Without an ultimate god, who else could they bully? As for sacred leader Lin Fei, he was just one person. As long as they did not get close, sacred leader Lin Fei's efforts would be in vain. That was a comprehensive plan. As long as they did not get close, their lives would not be in danger. The ultimate god's power did not even manage to blast away the heavenly guards at the entrance. Layers of energy appeared on their bodies. That was the sacred gravity helmet. Someone is trying to break into the auction. Come and help. The heavenly guards immediately called for help. Roger that, coming right away. A similarly loud voice came from an enchanted equipment that looked like a radio. The Heavenly Feather race's ultimate god was indifferent. You're quite arrogant. I'm standing here. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you're someone important. Boom. 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 3 groups of heavenly guards came down from the sacred body mountain. Each group consisted of 100 people and was armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment. From that moment on, they bared their sharp fangs. Ha ha ha, 300 heavenly guards. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god laughed and was secretly pleased. Humph, capture them and strip them of their enchanted equipment. Wouldn't that be a huge amount of enchanted equipment for nothing? He knew that the quality of the heavenly guard's enchanted equipment was excellent. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god did not intend to be courteous with the items that were delivered to his doorstep. He would make a fortune first. Even if Lin Fei came, he would not be able to take the enchanted equipment back from his hands. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was instantly electrified when he thought of that. The first group of heavenly guards raised their scepters. A large amount of gravity shrouded them and pressed down on them layer by layer, creating quite a bit of pressure. If it continued like that, there would not be much of a difference. As the second group of heavenly guards made their move, they also used scepters. However, when the enchanted power landed on them, their expressions changed drastically. That was a paralyzing enchantment. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was unable to move. The gravitational power seized the opportunity and completely imprisoned him. Paralyzing power. What the hell? How did they do that? The third group of heavenly guards made their move. They also attacked from a distance. Streaks of green wind that resembled sabers blasted the heavenly feather race's ultimate god, who was unable to move. Slash after slash, the ultimate god's protective barrier was easily broken. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was instantly turned into a bloody mess. Chapter 3181. As soon as the 3 divine guards moved, they instantly displayed their terrifying attacks. The heavenly gods who were watching were all stunned. What did I just see? An ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan was injured in just one move. What the hell, what's going on? That's an ultimate god. An ultimate god was injured. The divine guards are so powerful. No one could remain calm when the heavenly feather clan's ultimate god was injured. An ultimate god would not be easily injured. However, 3 divine guards were able to injure an ultimate god. Since when were the divine guards so powerful? They had never heard of an ultimate god expert in the divine guards. Enchanted equipment, it must be enchanted equipment. Someone exclaimed. To be able to injure an ultimate god, it must be enchanted equipment. What kind of enchanted equipment is that? It can injure an ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan. Unbelievable. This must be the real divine guards. I really want to be part of the divine guards. I wonder if they still recruit people. A heavenly god expert who was not an ultimate god could easily injure an ultimate god expert. Just the thought of it was terrifying. A chill spread endlessly. The heavenly feather clan experts were collectively dumbfounded. An ultimate god was injured. What kind of joke was this? The heavenly feather clan ultimate god was shrouded by the gravitational force and the paralyzing force. The blade-like wind landed on his body one after another, turning him into a bloody mess. My defense can't even take it. The heavenly feather clan ultimate god wanted to cry. The blades landed on his body one after another, and he was really annoyed. Until now, he still could not imagine how the sacred body mountain had mastered the paralyzing enchantment. That was an extremely rare enchantment technique in the Saint Spirit domain. The heavenly feather clan could only use the paralysis scepter at the moment. Paralysis enchantment and gravitational enchantment. They hit it too well. Under the double attack of gravity and paralysis, the heavenly feather clan ultimate god could not move at all. The scariest thing was that the blade-like wind could actually ignore his defense and hit him repeatedly. That was the hardest thing to accept. An ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan was actually injured by an ant. That was unacceptable. You're dead. The ultimate god expert from the heavenly feather clan glared at the expert who followed them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. As long as they could disrupt their rhythm, the heavenly feather race's divinity believed that they would be able to kill their way out. The paralysis enchanted equipment was too much of a pain in the ass. Kill. The experts from the Heavenly Feather clan had made their move. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that something was wrong. The Sacred Body Mountain seemed to have come up with something amazing that could target hierarch experts. It was a terrifying thing. As soon as they went up, one of the guards made a move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The green wind brushed past them. The power of gravity also descended. One by one, the celestial deity powerhouses fell from the sky, directly smashing onto the ground. The divine venerables could handle it, but they could not. Poo-pee-you. Blood splashed out. The heavenly deity powerhouse couldn't even withstand a single blow, falling to the ground in a single exchange, unable to move. Capture him. Soon, another wave of guards arrived and captured them one by one. They tied them up with enchanted equipment and pulled them together. The scene was indescribably exciting. This scene caused the forces from the Saint Spirit domain to inwardly gasp. The Sage Body Mountain had unleashed its might. The godly venerables were easily suppressed. The heavenly gods were finished in a single exchange. At that moment, they remembered something. The Sacred Body Mountain was auctioning off enchanted equipment. How could the guards not be armed? Looking at the current guards, they were extraordinarily strong. We'll help you. At that moment, an ultimate god from the temporal temple brazenly made his move. If the Sacred Body Mountain really displayed its might, how could they obtain enchanted equipment from the Sacred Body Mountain? They had to suppress it. Moreover, the enchanted equipment on the guards made them envious. The temporal temple's ultimate god has made his move. And the primordial sex ultimate god. The divine sword sex ultimate god. The three ultimate gods made their move. At that moment, they all had the same idea. They would first take care of the guards and then rob them of their treasures. That was much more cost-effective than going to the auction. You three, this is the Sacred Body Mountain. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. A huge wave of gravity pressed down on them. The three ancestors appeared and each of them faced an ultimate god. I've long wanted to see your skills. I hope you won't disappoint us. The three ancestors laughed loudly. Battle armor appeared on their bodies and sacred divine weapons appeared in their hands. With a single slash, all sorts of enchanted attributes enveloped the temporal temple's ultimate god. The three ancestors were fully armed with top-notch enchanted equipment. As soon as they attacked, all sorts of enchanted attributes were thrown at the ultimate god. The temporal temple's ultimate god was caught off guard. The spatial energy around the temporal temple's ultimate god rippled and formed a special layer of spatial protection. It sounded very powerful. With the enchanted equipment, the attacks of the three ancestors easily penetrated the spatial protection. A defensive breaking substance was no joke. With a single slash, the ultimate god's battle armor was cut open. In order to increase the strength of the three ancestors, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Their enchanted equipment was definitely top-notch. Someone actually broke through my defense. The temporal temple's ultimate god was shocked. He looked at the wound in disbelief. The three ancestors attacked first, which infuriated the three ultimate gods. However, in the next second, they were collectively dumbfounded. They looked at the wounds on their bodies in disbelief. They were injured. They were injured in a single exchange. The Imperial Guards came out one after another. The second Imperial Guards came out. There were 3,000 of them. As soon as the Imperial Guards came out, they raised their scepters and attacked the ultimate gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! A paralyzing power spread out. The three ultimate gods were hit and could not move. The three ancestors were not affected at all. There was nothing sadder than the blades landing on the ultimate gods' bodies. They're injured. The ultimate gods are injured. Who knows what the last attack is? Could it be the gravity scepter? Just from looking at it, no one would know what it was. However, the three ultimate gods were completely shocked. Paralyzing scepters. 3,000 paralyzing scepters. What the hell? Usually, one or two pieces of enchanted equipment with paralyzing attributes would make people jealous. However, the 3,000 paralyzing scepters were definitely going to blow up the entire Saint Spirit world. The three ultimate gods were pitifully turned into punching bags. Attacks came from the left and right. Their strong bodies were gradually being cut open. Blood flowed freely, but they were unable to escape. This was the most unacceptable thing in their lives. When did the Sacred Body Mountain become so terrifying? The transformation of the Sacred Body Mountain's three ancestors was an eye-opener for everyone. They now had the strength to fight ultimate gods. Chapter 3182. In the sky above the Sacred Body Mountain. The guards waved their scepters and unleashed a series of large-scale paralysis attacks. It was a shocking scene. The divine venerable ones were like blocks of wood, unable to move at all. The three Sacred Body Mountain's grand ancestors were fighting fiercely, causing the divine venerable ones to vomit blood non-stop. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain felt their blood boil. All hail the great ancestors. All hail the Sacred Body Mountain. All hail the Sacred Body Mountain. At that moment, they could finally hold their heads high as they shouted in unison. The Sacred Body Mountain had the ability to fight ultimate gods head-on. The four ultimate gods could not resist the guards at all. It was too domineering. The ultimate gods were high and mighty. At that moment, they were no different from ordinary heavenly gods. Attacks rained down on them one after another. Paralysis and gravity alternated. The three ultimate gods had no other choice. They could not use their treasures, nor could they display their strength. Their strength was being suppressed and it was extremely frustrating. The scariest thing was the scepter activated by the 3,000 Imperial Guards. That was the scariest thing. 3,000 paralysis scepters, that was a huge number of enchanted equipment. Stop fighting, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The three ultimate gods could not do anything under such circumstances. Continue fighting? How could they fight? There was no chance for them to attack. Instead, they were losing their life energy. They could not afford to lose a clone. Now you know it's a misunderstanding. This is the Sacred Body Mountain. It's not a place for you to act presumptuously. You're just unlucky. The three great ancestors did not plan to let them go. They were ultimate gods. The three ultimate gods could not take it anymore. They did not even have the chance to self-destruct. The paralysis power was not something to be trifled with. The three ultimate gods died on the spot. The Heavenly Feather Clan's ultimate god also died. They're dead. Four ultimate gods. The Sacred Body Mountain is too cruel. The three great ancestors and the guards killed four ultimate gods. They won't dare to come here again. The shocking scene would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. The ultimate gods died just like that. Only now did they truly realize the power of the enchanted equipment. With the enchanted equipment worn by the Imperial Guards, the strong ones who could fight would not be able to resist. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Who can tell me what kind of enchanted equipment that is? It looks like a long-range attack equipment. I want to buy the enchanted equipment from the guards at a high price. It's too domineering. Even a hierarch can't handle it. Everyone looked at the Imperial Guards in the sky, full of envy and fear. The factions that had thought that they wouldn't be able to obtain any enchanted equipment became excited. The Holy Body Mountain had finally shown its might, and top factions would no longer be able to obtain enchanted equipment with cheap ore. The three great ancestors absorbed the life energy and improved their defiance of the heavens to a certain extent. They were in a good mood after killing an ultimate god. If it were not for the Sacred Lord, the three of them together would not be a match for an ultimate god expert. However, they were able to easily kill three ultimate gods in a one-on-one battle with the help of 3,000 Imperial Guards. That was the most exciting thing in their lives. They knew that from that moment on, the Divine Lord was no longer a superior existence. This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Now, they could easily do it. It's alright. As long as you follow the rules of the Holy Body Mountain, even an ultimate god will have to pay the price if he doesn't follow the rules. The Grand Great Ancestor's voice spread throughout the Holy Body Mountain. From now on, the Holy Body Mountain will enter a state of martial law. All acts of sabotage against the Holy Body Mountain will be severely suppressed. The three great ancestors took the ultimate god's treasures and left. The Holy Body Mountain's formation was also activated, and the 3,000 Imperial Guards also disappeared. No one dared to underestimate the power of the Holy Body Mountain at that moment. The four ultimate gods were the best proof of that. At the same time, the Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups also received the news. The Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups were dumbfounded by the 3,000 paralyzing scepters. It's impossible. We still haven't mastered the paralysis attribute. It's impossible for the Holy Body Mountain to do that. 3,000 paralyzing scepters isn't something the Holy Body Mountain can produce. The Heavenly Feather Clan's ultimate god personally told them about the Holy Body Mountain. Even if everyone was skeptical, they had to reevaluate the Holy Body Mountain's strength. Everyone knew that the Holy Body Mountain had no experts apart from Sacred Lord Lin Fei. However, they had killed an ultimate god clone of the Heavenly Feather Clan. How could that be? I just received news that the Holy Body Mountain's three great ancestors killed 3 ultimate gods in a one-on-one battle. A heavenly god reported the shocking news. Another 3 ultimate gods? This time, they really could not remain indifferent. Let's go to the Holy Body Mountain. The Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups could no longer sit still. The Holy Body Mountain seemed to be out of their control. If they were to become a top-tier force, the Holy Body Mountain would really open up a new era for them. If the Heavenly Feather Clan did not stop them, the ultimate gods would fall from their pedestal and would no longer be feared by the heavenly gods. Killing ultimate gods with enchanted equipment. This news would immediately spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. The Space-Time Temple also had the same expression. Our ultimate gods died on the Holy Body Mountain. Who said that? The Space-Time Temple Master had been under a lot of pressure for the past 1,000 years. First, there had been no progress on the mysterious attack. After trying a few times, he was so tired that he vomited blood. Still, there were no results. The only good thing was that he had obtained many good things from the Holy Body Mountain. Everyone had temporarily reached a tacit understanding. They would talk about the benefits from the Holy Body Mountain first. In the face of benefits, they could put their enemies aside. They had been living comfortably for the past few years. A piece of bad news completely destroyed the Space-Time Temple Master's good mood. The ultimate god that he had sent to the auction had died? And he had been killed by the Holy Body Mountain? It sounded like a joke no matter how one listened to it. Temple Master, it's true. It's not just our Space-Time Temple. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Primordial Sect, and the Divine Sword Sect also lost an ultimate god. Immediately, someone reported the details. The Space-Time Temple Master fell silent. Go to the Holy Body Mountain immediately. They were in big trouble. The top-tier forces that had lost ultimate gods were the first to know about the situation. They rushed to the Holy Body Mountain immediately. Even though they were shocked, they had to go and see for themselves to confirm if it was true. If it was true, the Saint Spirit domain's power structure would change drastically. Another top-tier force had risen. The Holy Body Mountain could kill 4 ultimate gods in one go. It was completely qualified to become a top-tier force and change the current power structure. From then on, no one would dare to underestimate the Holy Body Mountain's influence. The Holy Body Mountain has produced high-level enchanted equipment. It's suspected to be a paralysis scepter. There's a huge number of them. News began to spread in the circle. One by one, the ultimate gods were in an uproar. The Saint Spirit domain had not seen such a big thing in a long time. 4 ultimate gods had fallen. Even if they were only clones, it was not a small matter. The important thing was that they were all killed by heavenly gods who were not ultimate gods. Chapter 3183. The auction had yet to begin. The Sacred Body Mountain had once again done something earth-shattering. A heavenly god had killed a high and mighty ultimate god expert. If that wasn't earth-shattering, what else could it be? In order to prevent the Heavenly Feather clan from participating in the auction, they had killed 4 ultimate gods in one go. The ultimate gods from 4 top-notch forces had really played a big joke on everyone. However, the joke was not funny at all. With the disappearance of the 3,000 guards and the activation of the Sacred Body Mountain's formation, everyone knew a fierce battle was about to begin. The 4 top forces would definitely not ignore the matter. They would definitely join forces with other top forces to attack the Sacred Body Mountain and destroy it once and for all. No one wanted to see the Sacred Body Mountain that had enchanted equipment grow. The Sacred Body Mountain's strength had grown to such an extent in 1,000 years. If another 1,000 years were to pass, would they not be on equal footing and above their heads? The Sacred Body Mountain must be destroyed this time. The 3 great ancestors stood on the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain. This is the first time I'm so excited. The 3rd great ancestor said, so the ultimate gods aren't as powerful as we thought. They can really kill them. Of course. Look at the enchanted equipment the Sacred Lord made. Every piece is the best of the best. The 2nd great ancestor said, we can finally fight them. The grand great ancestor was also full of smiles. The grand great ancestor did not even dare to dream of killing an ultimate god when he was not an ultimate god. If they want to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, they must ask for our permission first. The 3 great ancestors were in high spirits. This was the most exciting moment of all. The 3 ultimate gods were just the beginning. Their gazes were exceptionally determined. With the guards, them, and the Sacred Lord, even if they came, they would not be able to suppress the Sacred Body Mountain at that moment. The Blackfield Mountain and the other forces received the news. They were first shocked, then incredulous. The Sacred Body Mountain killed 4 ultimate gods? They thought it was a joke. How could the Sacred Body Mountain kill 4 ultimate gods? Was it Sacred Lord Lin Fei? No one was willing to fight him. As long as they were careful, Sacred Lord Lin Fei did not have the strength to do so. Although the Sacred Body Mountain had been unsealed, it did not seem to have the guts to kill the ultimate gods. Moreover, the ultimate gods were not stupid. But when the news was confirmed, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. The Sacred Body Mountain had really killed 4 ultimate gods. It wasn't Lin Fei who made the move, but the 3 patriarchs, as well as 3,000 guards, all of whom had enchanted staffs in their hands. And this was the result. The 4 ultimate gods were done for. They could no longer remain calm. The Sacred Body Mountain had stirred up something big again. The top forces immediately brought their ultimate god experts and rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain without stopping. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain were very obedient. Even the ultimate gods were dead. Who would dare to be disobedient? The auction was held as scheduled. Everyone was feeling very complicated. On one hand, they could still participate in the auction without the participation of the top forces. On the other hand, they were worried about whether the Sacred Body Mountain could withstand the pressure. Lin Fei had been paying close attention to the battle. At least I don't have to do it myself. He felt very uncomfortable every time he had to go to the battlefield himself. After all, he was a Sacred Lord, the leader of the Physique Cultivation sect. How could he go there personally? All these years, he had made enchanted equipment for the 3 patriarchs, and those were not ordinary ones. The effect seemed to be very good. The 3 ultimate gods were no match for the 3 patriarchs with the help of the guards and were killed one by one. Bullying the few with numbers? Lin Fei didn't care at all. In this era, who didn't want to fight one-on-one? Lin Fei wants to create an era of enchantment by relying on external forces to enhance his strength. This will be the main event. There's still more to come. I'm really looking forward to it. The auction was very successful. Whether it was the previous enchanted equipment or the new enchanted equipment, they were sold at a very high price. The Sacred Body Mountain would obtain some special ores in every auction. Even if it was only a few hundred or 1,000 tons, they could provide special substances for Lin Fei. Over 1,000 years, Lin Fei obtained all kinds of substances. With the help of Little Devil, he combined them one after another. Unfortunately, most of them were ordinary substances. Even so, every auction was an opportunity for the Sacred Body Mountain. After 1,000 years of mining, all kinds of ores became the mainstream. At the same time, many professions were born. For example, mineral prospecting deity, who would be rewarded with enchanted equipment for finding any ore vein. Unfortunately, there are no special ores. Lin Fei looked through all the ores and shook his head. He was quite disappointed. This wasn't the first time such a situation happened. After a long time, he got used to it. I want some special ores. I have to go somewhere else to find them. Lin Fei frowned. Either the scattered star sea or the continent that is about to open, or enter the elemental destruction world. The elemental destruction world, as the name suggested, was a place enveloped by the elemental destruction power. Since the last time he went in, Lin Fei was very wary of the elemental destruction world. Those huge meta beasts were terrifying. Anyone who encountered them would be unlucky. All this while, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the elemental destruction world. From some channels, he learned some secrets. The elemental destruction world would produce many special ores. However, one had to be alive to get them. I should be able to go after this matter is settled. Lin Fei was looking forward to those top-notch enchantments. It wasn't his style to rely on prestige. Outside the Sacred Body Mountain. With the Temporal Temple as the coachman, the top forces quickly arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. They all knew the cause and effect. All eyes were on the 3,000 personal guards and the enchanted equipment. The 3,000 Paralysis Scepter had an enchantment that had a certain chance of breaking through an ultimate god's defense. It was all a mystery. Although they knew that Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had the means and ability to equip the personal guards, it was beyond their expectations to equip such a level of enchanted equipment. It was no longer an ordinary enchanted equipment. If the 3,000 personal guards were equipped like that, they wouldn't be afraid. Didn't they see that 3 ancestors who weren't ultimate gods easily killed an ultimate god? This was the best proof. They've activated the formation. The Temporal Temple Master came in person. The Spacetime Divine Will appeared behind him. Absolute gravity has been activated. The Sacred Body Mountain was famous for its absolute gravity. Even ultimate gods couldn't handle it. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate gods present wouldn't need to be afraid. However, it was different now. The 3,000 personal guards of the Sacred Body Mountain were not to be trifled with. Chapter 3184. This time, almost all the top forces had come and gathered outside the Sacred Body Mountain. 4 ultimate gods had been killed. It was not a small matter. It was a huge matter that involved the entire sacred spirit domain. They had to take it seriously. The Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei had the most advanced enchantments. That was the most terrifying thing. Paralysis Scepter. Enchantment equipment that could break through defenses. That was not including the Gravity Scepter. The first 2 enchantments were already too much for them. If there were more, they would not be able to survive. From then on, the ultimate gods would have to restrain themselves. If they were ambushed by a large number of heavenly gods, they would become a laughing stock. Fight. All the top forces had the same goal. They would attack the Sacred Body Mountain first. Talk. There was no need for that. They would fight on their own. They wanted to defeat the Sacred Body Mountain with their strength and force Lin Fei to hand over the advanced enchantment technique and the method to mass-produce enchantment equipment. But, the ultimate gods made their move. The Spacetime Temple Master had also put aside his grudge with the Primordial Sect and decided to take care of the Sacred Body Mountain first. The Spacetime Divine Will appeared and controlled the flow of time in that area. Under the influence of the Spacetime Divine Will, all heavenly gods, regardless of their cultivation level, would be affected. Their movements would become slow and sluggish. The Spacetime Divine Will had just been activated. The 3,000 personal guards also made their move. The paralysis and gravitational enchantments attacked. All the ultimate gods were immediately affected. One by one, the ultimate gods appeared with enchantment armor. However, they were also affected by the gravitational and paralysis powers. It's the paralysis powers. Damn it. We, the Heavenly Feather Clan, haven't figured it out yet. Lin Fei is a few steps ahead of us. We must take down the Sacred Body Mountain. With so many paralysis enchanted scepters and the gravity scepter, not just anyone would be able to survive. They didn't die in vain. The ultimate gods were secretly shocked. It had only been 1,000 years or so, but the Sacred Body Mountain had already reached this stage without anyone noticing. It was too sinister. Brother Spacetime, the paralysis and gravitational shroud can threaten our ultimate gods. We must destroy their personal guards. We'll have to trouble you. The godly venerable ones reacted quickly and broke free from the enchantment. They all knew that the Sacred Body Mountain's Imperial Guards had grasped another type of attack. If they were to be paralyzed by it, it would not end well for them, especially in front of so many people. The group of ultimate gods broke free. The hierarch of the primordial sect sent out a message. Deities of the Sacred Body Mountain, listen up. Anyone who attacks the Imperial Guard army will be a registered disciple of the primordial sect. Cultivation techniques, divine weapons, whatever you want will be given to you. It's the same for Black Domain Mountain. Kill a guard and you'll be rewarded handsomely. There's only one chance. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. The Divine Lord was smart. After leaving the attack range, the godly venerable expert threw out a huge temptation. The opportunity to join a top force and become a nominal disciple was not something anyone could get. Inside the Saint Body Mountain, there were as many heavenly god powerhouses as there were clouds. In the past few hundred years, the number of heaven gods in the vicinity of the Saint Body Mountain had exceeded 800 million. It was a majestic sight, and all the merchants in the Saint Spirit domain had gathered here. Many people were tempted. A top force's nominal disciple. Some supremacies were tempted. There were indeed not many opportunities like this. If they missed it, they wouldn't get another chance. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, this was their chance. The Sacred Body Mountain brought this upon itself. The opportunity is right in front of us. Everyone, let's go. A great venerable expert took the lead. Heavenly gods immediately responded to the great venerable. Who asked the godly venerable expert's words to be so tempting? No matter how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, there was no way it could withstand so many godly venerables outside. There were more than 10 godly venerables and nearly 20 godly venerables. Who could withstand such overwhelming power? The great venerable expert was delighted. With their participation, they would definitely be able to complete the mission. Bastards, how dare they betray the Sacred Body Mountain after taking the benefits here? Brothers, who will kill them with me? I haven't killed a great venerable yet. A heavenly god expert flew out. Count me in. Me too. These guys deserve to die. Without the Sacred Body Mountain, where are we going to get enchanted equipment? Everyone, let's go and kill these shameless bastards. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of heavenly gods attacked angrily. More and more heavenly gods attacked. They had all obtained enchanted equipment. Previously, they did not have a chance to attack. Now that they were equipped with enchanted equipment, their strength had greatly increased. After someone took the lead, the heavenly gods also stood out and surrounded the supremacies and great venerables. The scene was completely one-sided. The enchanted equipment's attacks crushed down one after another. Although the great venerables were powerful, they could not withstand the attacks coming from all directions and were beaten to death. Escape? There was nowhere to escape. Ha ha ha, we killed a great venerable. Awesome. These shameless bastards must die. There are more over there. Let's go and kill them all. Many heavenly gods were persuaded by the godly venerable experts. However, they could not withstand the attacks of countless heavenly gods. All kinds of enchanted equipment appeared on the scene. A single person's strength seemed extremely insignificant in this situation. One by one, the supremacies and great venerables were killed, and so were the heavenly gods who were causing trouble. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Spare me. The heavenly gods who relied on the enchanted equipment were completely dumbfounded. This was different from what they had imagined. The sacred body mountain was surrounded by godly venerables. Why couldn't they see the situation clearly? They wanted to cry but had no tears. If they had known this would happen, they would not have made a move. They were just courting death. The heavenly gods who were about to attack felt guilty and hurriedly switched sides. What a joke. If they showed their heads now, they would definitely die. Didn't they see that even the great venerables could not withstand the attacks of these heavenly gods? What the hell were the great venerables? Little did they know that this was the change brought about by the enchanted equipment in the past few hundred years. With enchanted equipment, there was a certain difference in strength. What was there to be afraid of? They could arm themselves with enchanted equipment. Low-level heavenly gods killing high-level heavenly gods had happened from time to time. For a long time, high-level heavenly gods did not dare to be so arrogant. Now that someone wanted to attack the sacred body mountain, they had undoubtedly touched their bottom line. They could not afford to offend godly venerables, but these supremacies and great supremacies could be easily dealt with. Under the godly venerables' bewitchment, the small disturbance on the sacred body mountain was quickly quelled. The group of godly venerables realized how terrifying the sacred body mountain was. Now, they had to attack from the outside. We really have to go all out. The Spacetime Temple Master controlled the Spacetime Divine Wheel. Everyone, follow me in. The Sword of Time was also in the hands of the Spacetime Temple Master. Whoosh! He swung the sword through the air. Endless time energy gathered and tore a hole in the Sacred Body Mountain's defensive array formation. Chapter 3185. The most powerful treasures of the Spacetime Temple were those three treasures. With the help of the Spacetime Wheel, one could travel a certain distance and ignore all formations. The prerequisite was to break a gap, which was what the Time Sword was used for. After the Spacetime Temple Master used the Time Sword to break the defense of the Sacred Body Mountain, the Spacetime Wheel took advantage of the gap and entered the mountain. The ultimate gods outside also entered the Spacetime Wheel and entered the Sacred Body Mountain. That was the power of two of the three great treasures. As soon as they appeared, the Sacred Body Mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity came crashing down. This time, everyone was prepared. The Spacetime Wheel spun rapidly and shrouded the area with traces of time energy, blocking the absolute gravity. The gravitational force that fell on the ultimate gods was negligible. Let's defeat the Imperial Guards first. There was no need for the ultimate gods to say anything. Everyone's target was the Imperial Guards. The treasures they had were too dazzling. They didn't even realize that the Sacred Body Mountain was under their control. Now, they had to snatch it. The 3,000 Imperial Guards divided the treasures evenly, and everyone received a large number of enchanted equipment. This was not a small harvest. It was not a waste to come all the way here. More than a dozen ultimate gods pounced on the Imperial Guards like hungry tigers, as if they were going to devour them. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were also affected by the Spacetime Wheel's power. However, another treasure they had started to work. Absolute space. The enchanted armor on their bodies all lit up. It was different from the sacred injury immunity armor that they usually saw. This time, the armor they wore was different. Instead, it was a special kind of armor. When each piece of armor lit up, a certain connection was formed. The 3,000 pieces of armor instantly connected, and a huge ice blue space appeared without warning. This was the enchanted treasure that Lin Fei had carefully made to resist the Spacetime Temple. Once the absolute space was formed, the Imperial Guards regained their normal movements. They activated their scepters, and the paralyzing power descended. At the same time, they took out black ball-like objects. Swoosh! An arc of light flashed and appeared in front of the Divine Lord. The paralyzing power followed closely. The ultimate gods thought that they were finished. However, when they turned around, they saw that they had changed. Within the blue shield, the paralyzing power and the arc of light alternated. The most surprising thing was that when the arc of light touched their bodies, they felt a sharp pain. The arc of light became extremely terrifying. The divine venerables could not get close, so they could only use their treasures to attack. In the face of the absolute space, their attacks were all bounced off. Yes, it was bounced off. Nothing could be more unacceptable than who he was. Hee, it's the absolute space. That's something that was exchanged for 1 billion prestige points. It's not something that you can easily break through. With 10 billion reputation points, Lin Fei was very calm. So what if the supreme divinity was here? They would still fall in love and do whatever they wanted. Absolute space was exchanged for prestige, and it blessed the Imperial Guards. In this space, no power could invade, and it could be maintained for a day. To a divine lord, a few hours was already unbearable, let alone a day. Master, why don't we just kill them all at once? We only need 3 billion prestige points. The little demoness asked. There's no point in killing them. It's better to keep them alive to build prestige for me. Lin Fei laughed. Besides, it's just a doppelganger. There's no point in killing them. If they had enough prestige, it would not be difficult to kill their clones. If they had enough prestige, they could kill both their main bodies and clones together. The heavenly gods in the sacred body mountain could not remain calm after seeing the divine will of time and space. Not everyone could withstand the destructive power of a dozen or so divine lords. That would really take his life. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were the first to bear the brunt. Everyone knew what that meant. Even the divine lords had greedy thoughts. That was a rare, high-end enchantment treasure in the sacred spirit domain. Where are the 3 great ancestors? Why aren't they showing themselves? And divine Lord Lin Fei, why isn't he showing himself? Many heavenly gods did not dare to watch anymore. Once the divine lords charged in, the 3,000 Imperial Guards would immediately collapse. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, when the gigantic blue shield appeared, its powerful defensive capabilities directly shocked everyone. What is that? What a strong defense. He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen divine lords. Divine Lord Lin Fei is too powerful. When will this kind of enchantment treasure become common? The huge blue shield blocked the attacks. Even the divine will of time and space could not affect the blue shield. That was the most shocking thing. If they had such enchantment treasures, they could go anywhere they wanted. This is a special space. It's an existence that has left this layer of space. The Time and Space Temple Master secretly took a deep breath and stared at the icy blue shield. In this space, the power of time cannot affect them at all. This is going to be difficult. The divine lords who were eager to fight could not remain calm at that moment. They were still hoping to divide up all the enchantment treasures on the 3,000 Imperial Guards, but now they were told that it was a special space. That was really a blow to the head. The arcs of light and the paralyzing power formed a barrier that could not be penetrated. The Imperial Guards can't handle it. We can go and capture Lin Fei. The Time and Space Temple Master reacted quickly. Once we capture him, everything will be solved. The Divine Lords thought about it and agreed. Capturing Divine Lord Lin Fei was also possible. The Imperial Guards were too difficult to deal with. Their powerful attacks were all blocked by the blue shield. They could not get close at all. The 3,000 Imperial Guards moved in unison and were really difficult to deal with. It was a big blow to the Divine Lords. It was the first time they could not deal with the 3,000 Imperial Guards. It was a great humiliation in their lives. There was nothing but helplessness. Even though the divine will of time had dissipated part of the paralyzing power attack from the paralyzing scepter, the remaining parts still made them very uncomfortable. Everyone changed their direction and went straight to the highest layer of the sacred body mountain. The time and space temple master slashed with his sword. The huge sacred body mountain was instantly enveloped by the time attack. No one could move under that sword attack. That was the power of the time sword. No one could escape from it. Even though it consumed a lot of energy, it was worth it to deal with Lin Fei. The sacred body mountain, which they did not pay much attention to, had displayed a terrifying high-end enchantment ability. None of the divine lords dared to underestimate it anymore. They had to take action to capture Lin Fei. At that moment, everyone else was not important. Only Lin Fei was the most important. The icy blue shield automatically thought it was a high-end enchantment. Even the divine lords could not do anything about it. Chapter 3186. The ultimate gods who had been charging forward bravely were now in the most difficult situation on the sacred body mountain. 3,000 divine guards were attacking from behind. Enchanted equipment kept emerging. Even his powerful protective emperor intent had been pierced through by the other party's enchanted treasure. At least 7 out of 10 attacks would land on his body. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. The sacred body mountain divine guards had the ability to break through an ultimate god's protective intent. Even with the help of external items, they were still a force to be reckoned with. The only thing they could do at that moment was to take down Lin Fei. Dealing with one was better than dealing with 3,000 divine guards. They had no way of dealing with the divine guards as the icy blue absolute space was a tough nut to crack. Who else could they deal with other than Lin Fei? On the highest level of the sacred body mountain, more than a dozen ultimate gods had arrived. Anyone who saw that scene would have their scalp tingling. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods with all kinds of treasures. The divine realm experts in the sacred body mountain were looking forward to Lin Fei's attack. The divine guards were already so powerful. Would the sacred lord be even more powerful? Lin Fei, come out. You can't hide. The godly venerables wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength and scare Lin Fei. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 divine weapons of massacre came out. They were no longer naked this time as they were equipped with battle armor and enchanted weapons. The ultimate gods were forced to retreat wherever the blades passed by. As soon as the blade appeared, the ultimate god experts felt a cold chill that silently passed through their body protection, causing their bodies to go numb. The 3 divine weapons of massacre went up against 6 ultimate gods. 1 divine weapon of massacre against 2 ultimate gods, firmly suppressing them. What the hell? Lin Fei is a bastard. How many enchanted equipment has he refined? The divine weapons of massacre are all equipped. Their strength is no less than ours. The ultimate gods cursed. Even an ultimate god expert would not dare to underestimate the terrifying blade, much less let his guard down. 6 of the dozen ultimate gods were pinned down. Before they could help, Little Black and Little Snake appeared out of thin air. They were also clad in battle armor and were armed to the teeth. A divine venerable level meta beast. The 2 elemental beasts dashed around wildly. The Spacetime Palace Master was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His spacetime divine will was constantly shaken. The meta beast that was wearing the enchanted armor was wreaking havoc. Every time it collided with the meta beast, it created a raging wave. After the divine honored god managed to withstand a few hits, he had no choice but to move around while cursing the shamelessness of the meta beast in his mind. Equipping a massacre divine weapon with magical enchantment equipment was truly extravagant. Not many people in the entire Saint Spirit domain would be willing to do that. The addition of the 2 meta beasts intercepted the 10 ultimate gods. There's still us. The 3 grand ancestors and 10 elders also appeared. Even we can't beat him. What qualifications do you have to fight with our holy lord? The 3 old ancestors raised their swords and attacked. Rays of sword light swept over and interweaved together. The 3 great ancestors worked together with the 10 elders supporting them from behind to suppress the remaining ultimate god experts. His strength wasn't high, but he could use enchanted equipment to raise it. Almost all of the ultimate gods were blocked. The 3,000 Imperial Guards attacked from the back while the experts in front were comparable to them. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. If one were to observe carefully, the ultimate gods from the top forces were at a slight disadvantage. Under the absolute gravity and paralysis attacks, their ultimate god strength was greatly suppressed. Most importantly, the 3,000 Imperial Guards were firmly suppressing them. The moment they could move, they would immediately attack. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I didn't expect our sacred body mountain to be so powerful. Now our physique tempering school is not inferior to them. Even the ultimate gods are defeated. This is so exciting. The heavenly gods from the sacred body mountain cheered excitedly. From that moment onward, the sacred body mountain had truly become a top force. No one dared to say anything. More than 10 ultimate gods were blocked and had no advantage at all. As for their treasures, they couldn't use them at all. The Imperial Guards were constantly suppressing them. The ultimate god strength was infinitely suppressed. This result was beyond many people's imagination. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that the enchanted equipment could be so powerful that even the ultimate gods would have to suffer. Those heavenly gods who were destined to be unable to improve their strength all lit up. This was a path to the heavens. This battle was of great significance to the sacred body mountain and all the heavenly gods in the saint spirit domain. On the sacred body mountain, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Everyone, are you satisfied with my gift? Lin Fei finally appeared. The Spacetime Temple Master and the others were not any better at that moment. They were the focus of attention and could not help but feel helpless. The power of time was extremely powerful, but its power was also being suppressed at that moment. If he could even research a special space, what couldn't he do? Lin Fei, if you know what's good for you, hand over the high-end enchantment you have. Otherwise, you will be the common enemy of all the forces. Don't think that the sacred body mountain can stand above us just because you blocked us today. The primordial sect's ultimate god shouted. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson today, he would not be able to take it lying down. A dignified godly venerable expert was humiliated. He felt embarrassed. I know you're an ultimate god from the primordial sect, so I've decided to give you a gift because of what you said. Lin Fei laughed. I hope you like it. A gift? The primordial sect's ultimate god was shocked. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and pointed at the primordial sect's expert. Second-class fatal strike activated. Successfully consumed 500 million reputation points. If Lin Fei did not perform well in front of so many people, he would not be Lin Fei. A burst of energy shot out. When the energy fluctuation appeared, all the ultimate gods present felt a terrifying chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of their souls. It was dangerous and terrifying. The primordial sect's ultimate god did not take Lin Fei's words seriously. This is a gift? It's going to kill me. The primordial sect's ultimate god was shocked. Where did Lin Fei get such a killer move? Did he have to use it on himself? Puff. As soon as he thought of that, the attack instantly landed on his body. The various attributes of the enchanted battle armor on his body were useless as the attack pierced through him, leaving a terrible bloody hole. The primordial sect's ultimate god lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole. Your gift. No, crack. 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 Cracks instantly spread from the edge of the bloody hole. The primordial sect's ultimate god's body was covered in dense cracks. After a loud bang, the primordial sect's ultimate god turned into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What shocked everyone the most was that when the fragments fell down, they instantly turned into solid rocks without a trace of life aura. This transformation was too frightening. I'm buying the pieces at a high price. I'm also buying the ultimate god's pieces. Grab them. Chapter 3187. The ultimate gods who were fighting stopped what they were doing. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Lin Fei had killed an ultimate god expert with a single finger and turned his opponent's flesh and blood into a stone. It was too scary. An ultimate god's strength was undeniable. Lin Fei's methods were extremely domineering. No one would believe that a flesh and blood body could be turned into a lifeless stone if they did not see it with their own eyes. It was too ridiculous. The ultimate god experts were stunned. Killing an ultimate god with a single finger was too unrealistic. Could Lin Fei be a second-class ultimate god or even a third-class ultimate god? The primordial sect ultimate god expert was a first-class ultimate god and was at the bottom of the ultimate gods. However, that ultimate god would not be able to kill him so easily. Furthermore, Lin Fei had refined a powerful enchantment treasure. The ultimate god's mentality changed. The heavenly gods below the sacred body mountain were excited, especially those heavenly gods who joined in the fight for the ultimate god's stone. It was something evolved from an ultimate god's flesh and blood body. If they did not get a piece as a souvenir, they would be too embarrassed to say that they had been to the sacred body mountain and witnessed the power of that finger. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The second-class deadly strike is really powerful. The 500 million reputation points were well spent. It brought me hundreds of millions of reputation points in an instant. It's so cool. The heavenly gods of the sacred body mountain were contributing to Lin Fei's reputation. That was just the beginning. The heavenly gods who saw it with their own eyes contributed the fastest. An ultimate god was killed with a single finger. Just the thought of it was exciting and shocking. What? What kind of technique is that? The ultimate god experts could not remain calm. That finger was really terrifying as it instantly turned his opponent's life force into nothing. It was too much of a bully for Lin Fei to master such a terrifying attack. Lin Fei smiled. Of course it's a killing technique. All of you are ultimate gods. Can't you tell? Who couldn't tell? The ultimate gods would not say that they had never seen such a technique. That's right, what do you think of my gift? Lin Fei asked with a serious expression. If it's all right, then this holy lord will give gifts. One for each person. What does everyone think? What, they have it too? The ultimate gods were a little dumbfounded. Was there a need to be so generous? There were more than a dozen ultimate gods at the scene. If one of them attacked, they would all die. It was not easy for them to cultivate to their current level. Any of the ultimate gods or avatars had paid a huge price. Among the dozen or so ultimate gods, 8 of them came in person. The sacred body mountain would not be able to do anything to them. There were no experts here, so there was no need to worry about their lives. In the end, God played a huge joke on them. Unfortunately, this joke was not funny at all. Sacred Lord Lin, wait. The ultimate god from Black Domain Mountain said anxiously, I think this is a misunderstanding. Black Domain Mountain has no interest in Sacred Body Mountain. The other top forces' ultimate gods were immediately unhappy when they heard that. The same goes for our Glory sect. The Glory sect's ultimate god said, Sacred Lord Lin, as long as you let me leave, this will never happen again. With that unlucky guy from Primordial sect around, none of the remaining ultimate gods dared to accept Lin Fei's gift. That was a gift that could kill them. Until now, they could not think of a way to resist it. They knew that they could not forget the domineering power of that finger. They were temporarily defenseless in front of that finger and would definitely die. Black Domain Mountain and Glory sect did not want to fight with Lin Fei anymore. How could they fight? It would be suicide. They finally understood why Lin Fei was so calm. It turned out that he had a trump card. They thought Lin Fei was easy to deal with. Who would have thought that he already had the capital to fight against them? Killing an ultimate god had also become Lin Fei's capital. From now on, no one would dare to look down on Lin Fei and the Sacred Body Mountain. A top force had appeared. The other ultimate gods secretly cursed them for being shameless. Who said they would get rid of the Sacred Body Mountain? The situation was completely different now. Misunderstanding? Lin Fei smiled. That's right. Misunderstanding is actually quite easy to resolve. Leave everything you have on you and send me 100 mines. Then you can leave. This sacred lord is still very merciful. Leave everything and 100 mines. The latter was easy to deal with, but the former? It seemed like he was going to strip them of everything they had. Both Glory Sect and Black Domain Mountain had sent 2 ultimate gods, making a total of 4 ultimate gods. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei smiled. If you don't like this sacred lord's kindness, then you can accept my gift. I believe you will be satisfied. Thank you, Sacred Lord Lin, for your kindness. We agree. The Glory Sect and Black Domain Mountain's ultimate gods did not dare to fight. It was too risky. Don't listen to Lin Fei's nonsense. How many times can he use this kind of attack? Maybe he's just trying to scare us. An ultimate god from the temporal temple stood up. If they were fooled by Lin Fei and everyone ran away, then their attack on the Sacred Body Mountain would be a joke. They were betting that Lin Fei could only use this attack once. It would be difficult for him to use it a second time in a short period of time. The power was obvious to all. Looks like you want this sacred lord's gift. Lin Fei smiled. The temporal temple's ultimate god said disdainfully, Sacred Lord Lin, stop pretending. I'm afraid you've used up a lot of your energy for this attack. Do you really think we're all fools? You're so confident. Lin Fei laughed happily. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I'll kill 1 ultimate god or 2 ultimate gods. Ha ha ha. His 500 million reputation was instantly used up. Lin Fei pointed with his finger. It was the same simple action. A terrifying sense of danger swept through. The disdainful hierarch of the space-time temple widened his eyes and looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. You cheated, Pang. Another ultimate god turned into a rock and fell from the sky. Lin Fei looked at the remaining ultimate gods. Everyone, if anyone else is willing to try, this sacred lord will immediately fulfill his wish. A chill ran down the ultimate god's spines. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Fei actually had enough energy to use it a second time. The power was as strong as before. The invincible power told them that Sacred Lord Lin Fei was not joking. We're willing to hand over everything. The 4 ultimate gods from the Black Domain Mountain and Glory Sect did not care about the other ultimate gods' reaction. They handed over everything they had, signed a contract for 100 mines, and ran away with their tails between their legs. The loss was too great. Chapter 3188. The ultimate god experts from Heiyu Mountain and Glory Sect ran away without any guts. Yes, they had run away. The ultimate gods looked at each other in dismay. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. We're all here to deal with Lin Fei, alright? That high-end enchantment, that special enchantment equipment, none of them are what we want, but now they're actually running away. The ultimate gods felt a chill in their hearts. The ultimate god's thoughts were simple. If we don't run, we'll just wait for death. Who would dare to gamble with one finger? If we leave something behind, we'll have a chance to make a comeback. They were completely relieved after leaving the Sacred Body Mountain. Face? Was that useful now? It was completely useless. Only fools would not run away. With someone taking the lead, the other ultimate gods decisively chose to leave after staring at each other. Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. We're willing to leave everything behind. Even 100 mines won't be a problem. The ultimate gods did not want to stay any longer. They would feel uneasy if they stayed any longer. Who knew if Lin Fei would make another move? No one wanted to be the third unlucky one. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Sigh, if you had been more decisive just now, I would have definitely let you go. But now, my request has changed. Leave everything you have, increase the number of mines from 100 to 200, and kill any ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Spacetime Temple. The ultimate gods were shocked, and their expressions became even uglier. It had only been a blink of an eye, and the request had become so ridiculous. Lin Fei was forcing them to do something. The ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather clan and the Spacetime Temple turned as black as charcoal when they heard that. Why us? You have 10 breaths to consider. Lin Fei said seriously, if you're not willing, I'll immediately give you the third gift. I wonder who will be the lucky one. It's you, or you. Lin Fei glanced at them one by one. The ultimate gods who met Lin Fei's gaze felt helpless. If they had known that sacred leader Lin Fei was so terrifying, they would not have come out of their residence. What a scam. Do it. It's better for them to die than for us to die. The Primordial Sect, Immortal Sword Sect, and other top forces immediately joined forces to besiege the godly venerable experts of the Heavenly Feather clan. In any case, if a hierarch died, the Heavenly Feather race would be the first target. Who asked them to be so easily bullied? The 3 great treasures of the Temporal Temple were very frightening, so they decisively chose the Heavenly Feather race. The divine venerable of the Heavenly Feather race was dumbfounded. How should he choose them? Under the passive situation, a fierce battle began. The Heavenly Feather race's bodies were strong, but they were riddled with injuries. How could they withstand the attacks of the divine venerables? Spacetime Palace Master, please help us. We are in the same boat after all. The Spacetime Palace Master gritted his teeth and did not move. 2 killing moves in a row, especially the second one, which happened right beside him. That terrifying might surrounded him at all times. Regardless of whether it was space or time, nothing could stop this attack. Despite knowing that Lin Fei was targeting them, the Spacetime Hall Master didn't dare to do anything. Struggle? It was useless. Who knew if Lin Fei's third attack would land on him? The Spacetime Hall Master's face darkened. He didn't look or listen. One of the Heavenly Feather race's hierarch fell very quickly. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. They killed the remaining 3 hierarchs from the Heavenly Feather race. They also paid a huge price. Sacred Lord Lin, we can leave now, right? Lin Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Leave everything on you and you can leave. Under the pain of losing everything, they handed over their treasures in exchange for the chance to leave. Oh yes, let me tell you a piece of good news. If you still want to take back your treasures, remember to bring more ores over. 10 years later, this sacred lord will hold an auction. Whoever brings more ores will have the chance to redeem it. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. They could still bid for it. The eyes of the despairing hierarchs immediately lit up. What a good person. Wasn't it just ores? It was worth it to bid for the treasures. Most of the hierarchs had already left. No one dared to linger outside the Sacred Body Mountain. All of them silently went back to lick their wounds. Spacetime Temple Master, are you very disappointed? You must have suffered a huge blow. Lin Fei looked down at the Spacetime Temple Master. The Spacetime Temple Master suppressed his anger. Even though he had 2 treasures on him, he didn't have the confidence to resist against Lin Fei's mysterious technique. That hierarch was the best proof. You win. The Spacetime Temple Master said this in a sullen tone. All the hierarchs that had joined forces had fled. Only the Spacetime Temple was left. They couldn't do anything alone. They might as well just bow their heads. They could think about it after leaving the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei laughed. It's not easy for you to say something like that. It's not the first time that the Spacetime Temple has attacked the Sacred Body Mountain. Therefore, this matter tells us that if you do too many bad things, it's easy for you to fail. Since you are so straightforward, this Sacred Lord will also be straightforward. I will leave everything on me and send over 1,000 ores. Among them, there must be 50 high-grade ores. I believe the Temple Master won't have any objections, right? 1,000 ores. The Spacetime Temple Master wanted to curse. In the entire Saint Spirit world, the Spacetime Temple isn't the only one against you. Are you sure you will auction the treasures that I left behind? Of course I will auction them. As for whether you can get them back, that's up to you. Lin Fei laughed. All right. The space-time temple master left behind all the treasures and left decisively. So what if he was unwilling? The sacred body mountain is mighty. The sacred body mountain is mighty. The sacred Lord Lin is mighty. The sacred Lord Lin is mighty. The entire sacred body mountain was filled with cheers that reverberated throughout the saint spirit world. Those hierarchs who had left looked back in the direction of the sacred body mountain with sorrow and helplessness. They had actually lost to a junior. Wrong. From today onwards, the sacred body mountain would become a part of the top-notch forces. It was an existence that couldn't be ignored. The potential of the sacred body mountain was too great. A dozen or so hierarchs had besieged them, but they had suffered a huge loss at the sacred body mountain. It was a loss that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Now, they had to go all out to mine ores. Collecting a large number of ores and bidding for the treasures left behind was the most urgent matter. Ha ha ha, so many prestige points. Lin Fei looked at the prestige points he had collected and was extremely excited. 150 billion prestige points. This number really gave Lin Fei a fright. Previously, he had accumulated 20 billion prestige points by relying on enchanted equipment. However, this time, he had broken through the hierarch's encirclement and killed 2 hierarchs and gained 150 billion prestige points. That number was really terrifying. Chapter 3189. The Saint Spirit Domain was in an uproar. Another new top-tier force had appeared. That meant the Saint Spirit Domain's power structure was about to change. The rising top-tier force was a body-tempering cultivator who practiced the invincible devouring and powerful body-tempering techniques. It was bound to be a behemoth in the future. None of the divine gods from the sacred body mountain were idle. They went around bragging about the shocking scene of that day. In addition, the scenes recorded by the recording stones were also sold at high prices. The dead ultimate god's stones were also collected and a lifelike ultimate god was restored. It was said that the top-tier forces had bought it. Price? Who knew? The name, Sacred Body Mountain, became the most discussed topic among everyone. The scene of Sacred Lord Lin Fei easily killing 2 ultimate gods was also described in a vivid and lifelike manner. Everyone felt as though they were there when they heard it. Speculations about Holy Lord Lin Fei's strength spread like wildfire. Second-class ultimate god? Third-class ultimate god? There were all kinds of speculations. Holy Lord Lin Fei suddenly became one of the top experts in the Saint Spirit Domain. No ultimate god knew where his limit was and no ultimate god was willing to die. The 3,000 guards were also shining brightly. That was an existence that could suppress an ultimate god and break through an ultimate god's defense. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. If it could kill a divine realm expert who was below the ultimate god level, it would not be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Everyone was very interested in anything related to the Sacred Body Mountain. At the same time, an exciting news came out. Treasures left behind by ultimate gods would be auctioned in 10 years. Everyone acted as soon as the news spread. The price of ores rose again. The divine gods were busy mining and buying ores. Especially the spacetime sword and spacetime wool left behind by the spacetime temple. Those were top-tier treasures. Countless people were envious. At that moment, they knew their chance had come. The Heavenly Feather Clan's Paralysis Scepter. A series of treasures were tempting. Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei was excited about the sudden increase in prestige. That was 120 billion prestige points. He thought 20 billion prestige was a lot. 500 million prestige could easily kill an ultimate god. Now that he had 120 billion prestige, he could really kill all of them. Ding! Reputation has exceeded 100 billion. Do you want to activate upgrade mode? Upgrade mode? Lin Fei was quite curious. There was actually such a thing. Master, the prestige support system can be upgraded. The first upgrade only requires 100 billion prestige points. With every upgrade, the prestige support system store will add new support skills. Lin Fei slapped his forehead in realization. No wonder the back of the store was empty. It was to upgrade the system. His 120 billion prestige was going to disappear just like that? Apart from this, are there any others? Lin Fei asked. Apart from adding new skills to assist you, you can also activate prestige quests to help you gain more prestige. Little Devil replied. I guarantee that it will be worthwhile for you to level up. Prestige mission? That was doable. Lin Fei thought about it and decided not to level up for now. Although the crisis seemed to have been resolved, he did not dare to let his guard down. The experts of the Beast Alliance Holy Land had always made him apprehensive. He had to maintain his prestige. I'd better upgrade my perfect body. This was one of Lin Fei's trump cards. Perfect body level 7. He might as well use tens of billions of prestige points to upgrade his perfect body to level 8. With a perfect body level 8, Lin Fei did not dare to believe that his body could be so perfect. Other than strength, it was still strength. The strength of a single punch seemed to be able to penetrate a mountain or lake hundreds of millions of miles away. This feeling was too mysterious. Should I give it a try? Lin Fei had an urge to use his prestige to cultivate a perfect physical body. Just how much killing power would it have? He had never tried it with his full strength. After leaving the Saint Body Mountain, Lin Fei was really worried that his actions would be too big and people would find out. Who knew, he might really scare a lot of people. Absolute space. He exchanged for absolute space. Lin Fei circulated the strength of his body and punched a very simple and ordinary punch into the distance. The strength of the perfect body instantly surged out endlessly. A terrifying force swept through the air. Boom! A huge commotion instantly spread throughout the entire Saint Spirit domain. All the godly venerables turned their attention over. Then, they saw a surge of energy rushing past. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and the vital destruction energy surged. The barrier was broken. The space collapsed. It was too terrifying. In front of this force, everyone felt the aura of death. It was true death. As soon as the punch was thrown, Lin Fei knew the commotion was too big. He immediately activated absolute space and escaped. After he left, the ultimate god's divine senses swept over. After a loud bang, the space where the spacetime temple was blasted apart by the power of the punch, which affected the nearby spacetime temple. Who did this? The spacetime temple master came out of the absolute space and saw the space hundreds of millions of miles away had collapsed. A huge amount of primordial destruction energy surged in. The black and white energy scared him quite a bit. Everyone knew how terrifying the primordial destruction energy was. One punch had blasted apart the barrier. Such a huge area was too terrifying. If all the ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain witnessed the power of that punch and were all shocked. The mysterious attack that appeared previously. Now, there was another punch with terrifying power. They did not doubt it at all. They were about to be killed by one punch. Even the ultimate gods could not stay calm. Do you guys think that punch is the owner of the previous mysterious attack? If it's true, is there another supreme expert hidden in our Saint Spirit domain? Supreme expert? That's an 8th grade ultimate god or even a 9th grade ultimate god. That's really terrifying. Could the mysterious person be that Holy Lord Lin Fei? Impossible, he can't be an ultimate expert. We can feel it from his aura. The ultimate gods were all speculating. The power of that punch was so terrifying that the spacetime temple was almost destroyed. Just thinking about that scene made them feel good. No matter how they speculated, they did not suspect Lin Fei at all. That's possible. Looking at the tens of billions of reputation points he had just gained, Lin Fei really did not understand how it had increased so much. The more high profile I am, the more people will know about me and the more reputation I'll gain. Lin Fei was deep in thought. He looked at his reputation points of more than 70 billion. With this reputation, I can also go to the chaotic star sea to see what good stuff there is. It'll be great if I find some special ores. Lin Fei still had a special liking for some special enchantment treasures. Lin Fei knew how powerful he was after that punch with his perfect physical body. Chapter 3190. Lin Fei went to the disarray star seas. This place was still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. For example, there was a powerhouse in the Vajra sect who could kill a child with one slash. He had seen it with his own eyes. Coming to the disarray star seas again, Lin Fei relied on his perfect physical body to go anywhere he wanted. He also wanted to know what was good in the disarray star seas. Lin Fei first went to the Vajra sect in the disarray star seas. The Vajra sect was just like the last time. It was quiet, but the dangers hidden in the void still existed. Lin Fei was now as familiar with the place as if he was going home. He easily entered the palace of the Vajra sect. The Vajra sect elder was still there. When Lin Fei stepped in, he woke up and slashed at him. Good. Lin Fei was no longer the Amon of the past. Although the other party was strong, he now had absolute confidence. Xiao Chen was the first to react, so he threw a punch at the incoming saber light. With a cracking sound, the saber light shattered into pieces. It's my turn. In the Vajra sect, Lin Fei could attack without restraint. He directly threw a punch. Boom. Boom. Everywhere it passed, the white bone mountain turned into dust. Everything that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was empty. The power of a perfect physical body level 8. It was a simple punch, but the huge palace shook a few times. The Vajra sect elder who had attacked him was also smashed into pieces by the fist wind. Too weak. Previously, he could kill a child with one slash. This time, Lin Fei killed the other party with one punch. He did not want to get any treasures. After all, he was dead, and the rest would be his. No, how can there be such a powerful existence in the Saint Spirit domain? The Vajra sect elder who had been killed appeared again. His eyes were filled with fear. He had killed him with one punch. This power should not exist. He's not dead. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Vajra sect is quite capable. Should I kill him again? The Vajra faction elder seemed to sense Lin Fei's killing intent. Wait, don't kill me. I can tell you a shocking secret, and I can also give you all the Vajra faction's treasures. The Saint Spirit domain still had a shocking secret? Lin Fei was suspicious. You're quite a coward. Last time, you killed a kid with a single slash. Why don't you continue? I still want to fight with you for 300 rounds. The elder of the Vajra sect broke out in cold sweat. Who would dare to take a second punch? You're a senior. I'm definitely no match for you. The Vajra sect elder lowered his head and said. I'm very interested in what you said just now. You said that the Saint Spirit realm can't possibly have such a powerful existence. Could it be that you really know something? This question had always been in Lin Fei's mind. So far, the most powerful ones were those from the Beast Alliance's sacred lands. Their ultimate gods' physical bodies could not even withstand a glance from the other party. One could imagine how powerful they were. Anyone with the strength of a level 7 ultimate god and above has been sealed in the new continents. Back then, our Vajra faction's experts were also sealed in the new continents. It's about time for the new continents to be unsealed. The Vajra faction elder said, there are a total of 4 such new continents. These are the real 5 continents of the Saint Spirit domain. The current Saint Spirit domain is just one of the continents in the past. Lin Fei was very clear about how big the Saint Spirit domain was. It would take a very long time to travel across the entire Saint Spirit domain without treasures similar to the Space-Time Temple. However, someone said that the Saint Spirit domain was just one of the continents in the past. This made Lin Fei even more shocked. The 5 continents were the real Saint Spirit domain. This was ridiculously huge. Very few people know about this secret. It's been so long that it's almost been forgotten. The Vajra faction elder said, if I hadn't transformed into a special existence, I wouldn't have known about this secret. For you, the appearance of the new continents isn't a good thing. In fact, it's a bad thing. A bad thing? Lin Fei frowned slightly. Why do you say that? There are many experts in the sealed continents. Once they come out, your continent's strength will become the weakest. Every time a new continent appears, the Saint Spirit domain's heaven and earth powers will change. At that time, ultimate gods will be everywhere. Currently, there are less than 100 ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain. Do you think you can compete with them? Lin Fei had only come to the Vajra faction to vent his anger. How would he know such a secret? The sealing power of the new continent's array formation seal was getting weaker and weaker. If it was really as they said, it would not be a good thing. Your Vajra faction is an outsider and you know about this. Are you trying to fool me? Lin Fei smiled. I hate it when people try to fool me. How would I dare to fool you in front of Senior? The Vajra faction elder was afraid. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can go to the Black Domain. There are a few elemental beasts there. They were left outside by a certain force to develop their strength. I estimate that they have the strength of rank 7 or rank 7 ultimate gods by now. Elemental beasts in the Black Domain? Lin Fei immediately thought of those from the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. They were extremely powerful. They could determine life and death with just a glance. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you're all pawns in someone else's eyes. The Vajra faction elder gritted his teeth. Senior, you should go and prepare. Lin Fei secretly thought about it. He had punched the other party to death only to receive such words. Really? It was still fake. Pawns? Could it be that the Saint Spirit domain still had some top-notch experts hidden? Lin Fei could not stay calm. Lin Fei left the Vajra faction after collecting a large number of things. They were all powerful physique cultivation techniques. They were useless to him, but they were still very useful for physique cultivation. After leaving the Vajra faction, Lin Fei was not in a good mood. This matter was too shocking. The sealed continent that everyone was looking forward to was actually part of it. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not know that the Saint Spirit domain was divided into 5 parts. The Vajra faction elder did not seem to know much. It was already commendable for him to say so much. I have to find out more. He might not take the Vajra faction elder's words seriously. Who knew if he was fooling him? Master, I think that fellow is telling the truth. No one can lie in front of the system. The little devil's voice was heard. This matter is actually beneficial to Lin Fei. Beneficial? It was not easy to suppress the top-notch forces. Once the seal on the new continent was unlocked and the experts returned, there would be a lot of trouble. That was what Lin Fei was not satisfied with. Even though he was very powerful now with a perfect 8th stage physique and a reputation of about 100 billion, he looked rich and overbearing. If he really had to use it, it would not be of much use. Lin Fei could not help but worry. Chapter 3191. The little devil's words had a huge impact on Lin Fei. Lin Fei pondered for a while and felt that the little devil was right. Why did he care so much? Wasn't it a good thing that the new continent was unsealed? The more people there were, the more prestige there was. That was a good thing. Lin Fei really wanted to slap himself in the face. Bad news might not always bring good news. At that moment, he really thought it through. Everyone else cultivated properly, but Lin Fei had been different from the start. He had taken a shortcut, which was something that no other cultivator could compare to. Master, what you should do now is to try to gain as much prestige as possible before the new continent seal is unsealed. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Then should I start to be high profile? For example, knocking on their doors one by one. With a perfect level 8 physical body, Lin Fei had the strength to beat up any family, even the top forces. That's a good idea. After thinking it through, Lin Fei no longer felt that much pressure. The Saint Spirit domain's population was limited. After the big thing, the prestige that he gained every day was starting to stabilize. If he wanted to continue gaining prestige, he had to do more big things. Before the new continent was unsealed, Lin Fei felt that he had to accumulate more prestige. If he could cultivate his perfect level 10 physical body to the peak, that would be the best. After leaving the Titan sect, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He began to enter mystic realms one by one. Some mystic realms did not have any special creatures, so he left after looting them. In these mystic realms, there was a large number of ores that satisfied Lin Fei. There were many types of ores. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and emptied them, packing them all up. The system space was very big. It had expanded a few times to meet Lin Fei's needs. Existences like the Titan sect elder did not appear in the disarray star seas. It seemed that this method was very rare. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. He wandered in the disarray star seas for more than 10 years. Lin Fei's harvest was full. Those dangers were no longer dangerous to him. Chase. He must be nearby. Lin Fei had just come out of a mystic realm when he heard a voice coming from afar. We can't let him escape. He has the key to the treasury. During his 10 years in the scattered star seas, Lin Fei hadn't encountered anyone. This place was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could die. The Divine Lord was not having a good time either. After all, not every ultimate god expert's physical body was at the ultimate god level. Once they encountered a space-time rift, they would die. That's strange. Why would someone come here? Lin Fei did not use his divine sense. Sometimes, divine sense would not be useful in this place. Thus, he used the system to check. Billions of kilometers away, there were 5 experts searching a pocket dimension nearby. 5 ultimate gods? Ever since the top forces besieged the sacred body mountain, ultimate god experts were no longer rare. What kind of place was the scattered star seas? It was a very dangerous place. It was best not to come if one wasn't an ultimate god expert. It was not unusual to see ultimate gods there. Lin Fei used the system to search again and found another ultimate god expert. He was wearing the Gale combat boots. No wonder he could get away from the 5 ultimate gods. Here. Stop him. He can't escape this time. The 5 ultimate gods quickly found him. After a round of attacks, the ultimate god was forced to retreat. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Don't even think about making me hand over the key. The ultimate god tried his best to resist, but he was still no match for the 5 ultimate gods. His anger was filled with despair. He was a rogue ultimate god who didn't belong to any sect. He came to the scattered star seas to try his luck. He did not expect to find a key in a mystic realm. Moreover, it was a key with a powerful background. Before he could celebrate, he was besieged by 5 ultimate gods from a big sect. He was surrounded by danger along the way, but he still could not escape death. You're dead today. How dare you snatch something from our primordial sect? You're really bold. One of the primordial sect's ultimate gods sneered. The primordial sect had no problem killing an ordinary rogue ultimate god. He could only blame his bad luck. In a place like the scattered star seas, it was either you die or I die. It was a common situation. Therefore, the ultimate gods who came here usually came in groups of 2 or 3. It was rare for them to come alone. The rogue ultimate god was in complete despair. Whether he handed over the key or not, he was going to die here today. It's quite lively here. Count me in. Lin Fei appeared not far from the scene of the battle. He smiled and looked at the 5 ultimate gods and the rogue ultimate god who was at a disadvantage. Sacred Lord Lin. The itinerant divine venerate recognized Lin Fei at first glance as a look of joy flashed across his eyes. This was the sacred Lord Lin Fei, who everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew about. The 5 ultimate gods from the primordial sect were also shocked. Why did this bastard appear in the scattered star seas? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Sacred Body Mountain? The primordial sect had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Fei from the Sacred Body Mountain. Especially at the recent auction, they had paid a great price. Killing an ultimate god with one finger was something that no one had forgotten, especially the ultimate god experts. There were also some ultimate gods who said that Lin Fei could not use this killer move continuously. They were just pretending to be mysterious. If they attacked together, Lin Fei would definitely not be their match. Although everyone said that, no one would dare to make a move when the time came. Sacred Lord Lin, this person is the one we want to capture. Please don't interfere. The leading ultimate god said in a deep voice. Even though Lin Fei was alone, they did not have the guts to make a move. They did not want to die yet. The rogue ultimate god fled behind Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin, this is the key I obtained by accident. I will now give it to you. The rogue ultimate god handed over the key without hesitation. The primordial sect's faces were very ugly. They were so close. If Lin Fei had come a moment later, they would have definitely killed him and successfully taken back the key. Once it fell into Lin Fei's hands, they could forget about it. Fight? Who would dare? What if they were killed? They did not want to be the third unlucky person. It was not that easy to cultivate back. Lin Fei took the key. It was a very ordinary silver key. There were many such keys. Since it could make 5 ultimate gods chase after it, it was naturally very important. Don't let me interfere. Lin Fei played with the key in his hand. It's you, it's still you. The primordial sect ultimate gods did not dare to say anything. Tell me honestly, where did this key come from? If you tell me well, you can leave. If not, I don't mind killing you. Lin Fei smiled. Under his smiling eyes, the primordial sect ultimate gods' hearts trembled as they felt a terrifying killing intent. The other party would really kill them. After an internal struggle, the primordial sect ultimate gods chose to tell him. Chapter 3192. Facing Sacred Lord Lin Fei, who had killed an ultimate god with a single finger, the 5 ultimate gods from the primordial sect did not dare to make a move. They chose to confess everything they knew. Sacred Leader Lin Fei, we've told you everything we know. We didn't hide anything. Can we leave now? Facing Sacred Lord Lin Fei, who could kill ultimate gods like ants, they did not dare to challenge the probability of killing an ultimate god. None of them wanted to be the unlucky one. Get lost. Lin Fei could not be bothered with them. Keeping the ultimate gods alive to contribute to his prestige was much more beneficial than killing them. Those ultimate gods did not know that they were spared from death because of their prestige. After all, the more powerful an expert was, the more prestige they would gain. There would be one less ultimate god to kill. Thank you, Sacred Lord Lin Fei, for saving my life. The rogue cultivator ultimate god said gratefully. The 5 ultimate gods who had been chasing him left just like that. Sacred Lord Lin Fei was mighty and domineering. The scattered star sea is very dangerous. It's better for you to leave. If you are willing, you can go to the Sacred Body Mountain. We need experts like you. Lin Fei did not mind recruiting a rogue cultivator ultimate god. I am willing to join the Sacred Body Mountain. The rogue cultivator ultimate god had suffered a lot. He agreed without hesitation after hearing Lin Fei's recruitment. He really needed a backer. As a newly promoted top force, the Sacred Body Mountain was the most willing to join. The rogue cultivator ultimate god thanked him profusely and left the scattered star sea. The key to the treasury left behind by the top force in the scattered star sea, the Heavenly Dao Union. No wonder they valued it so much. Lin Fei played with the key in his hand. Then I will go and take a look. The key in his hand was one of the keys to open the Heavenly Dao Union's treasury. There were a total of 6 such keys. With 6 keys, one could open the Heavenly Dao Union's treasury and obtain a series of treasures. After the primordial sect ultimate god left, he immediately reported the news. I have bad news for everyone. Sacred Lord Lin Fei has come to the Scattered Star Sea. We just bumped into him and he took the Heavenly Tao Union's key. The news quickly spread among the Ultimate God Circle. The top forces in the Scattered Star Sea were also the first to learn about this, and their expressions changed. The battle at the Sacred Body Mountain had left an indelible memory for the Ultimate God experts. Everyone could only grit their teeth when Holy Lord Lin Fei was mentioned. A top-notch force was suppressed, and they did not even dare to breathe after that incident. It was extremely uncomfortable. Why is he in the Scattered Star Seas? This is great. The Heavenly Law Union's key is in his hands. Who can snatch it back? The primordial sex hierarch is not doing his job well. If everyone wants the Heavenly Law Union's items, we must deal with that bastard Lin Fei. The ultimate gods did not look too good. This was not good. After all, the shadow of a tree, the name of a person. Lin Fei was like a tall mountain, an existence that could not be crossed. Lin Fei did not know that his arrival in the Scattered Star Seas had put a great deal of pressure on the godly venerables. A powerful ultimate god who could kill an ultimate god was not someone anyone was willing to offend. Lin Fei had plundered many mines and materials in the Scattered Star Seas. He had also entered a few top-notch secret realms, but his gains were average. He did not have anyone staying behind like the Vajra sect. He had originally planned to look for ultimate gods, but after searching for them, he did not know where they were. Lin Fei decided to leave the Scattered Star Seas. He was not interested in that place anymore. There were not many good things left in the Scattered Star Seas under the invasion of the primordial destruction energy. Lin Fei was even less interested in staying. If he had the time, he might as well go somewhere else. He's gone. He's really gone. After Lin Fei left the Scattered Star Seas, the ultimate gods in the Scattered Star Seas appeared and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It's too stressful to be in the same place as that guy. That's right. An ultimate god expert can be killed with a finger, and the guards are chasing after them. It's too terrifying. Try to avoid Holy Lord Lin Fei from now on. The ultimate gods felt that it made sense. For the time being, Lin Fei was not someone they could go against. After leaving the Scattered Star Seas, Lin Fei tore open the void and went straight to the edge of the primordial destruction world. He stood at the end of the Saint Spirit Domain's barrier. The mighty primordial destruction energy was like a boundless ocean that was filled with endless danger. To Lin Fei, the Scattered Star Seas was not the place he wanted to go. The primordial destruction world was the truly terrifying place in the entire Saint Spirit Domain. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei's body squirmed and transformed into another person. He looked ferocious and his aura had also changed. Even if an ultimate god was standing there, they would not be able to recognize him. Lin Fei did not want to expose his perfect level 8 physical body's strength so early. The primordial destruction world was a place where the truly terrifying things appeared. Coupled with the Vajra sex elder's words, Lin Fei deliberately restrained himself. A chess piece? It was still uncertain who would be whose chess piece. Once again, he entered the primordial destruction world. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all. The black and white primordial destruction energy surged over like a tidal wave. Before it could touch Lin Fei, ripples of energy spread out, and the primordial destruction energy collapsed. A vacuum zone formed around Lin Fei. The perfect physical body is indeed impressive. Previously, it was not so easy for me to resist the primordial destruction energy. This time, it's like eating and drinking. Lin Fei shook his head. This feeling was completely different. Let me see what kind of terrifying dangers there are in the primordial destruction world. The primordial destruction world was very empty. At a glance, there was only black and white primordial destruction energy everywhere. The surroundings were very quiet. Lin Fei began to wander around the primordial destruction world. Previously, he had encountered a huge essence beast life form. However, he was not so lucky this time. After wandering around the primordial destruction world for a few years, he did not see a single essence beast. What the hell? Lin Fei cursed softly. This was the 10th year in the primordial destruction world. Apart from a few mines, there was nothing else. Flying in such a quiet place was also not a comfortable thing. The power of the primordial destruction energy was gradually increasing, and its power had also increased by several times. If there is nothing else, I will return. He originally thought that there would be good things in the primordial destruction world. Now, it seemed that he needed some luck. Lin Fei's original intention was very simple. If he could find essence beasts, that would be the best. If not, moving a few more mines back was also a very good thing. But now, Lin Fei was really quite disappointed. Another 5 years passed. The power of the primordial destruction energy increased again. Lin Fei, who had a level 8 perfect physical body, felt a huge threat. He was about to reach his limit. This primordial destruction world is really huge. No wonder it can keep devouring all the living continents. Lin Fei did not plan to continue. It was too dangerous. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, probably not many people could compare to him. He had traveled such a long distance to come here. In the end, apart from the primordial destruction energy, there was more primordial destruction energy. Master, there is something ahead. Chapter 3193. Little Fiend's sudden reminder surprised Lin Fei. Had he discovered something? Master, someone is coming in this direction. You have to be prepared. If you're not prepared, you'll probably end up in a sorry state. Lin Fei was still in a state of disappointment when Little Fiend's unexpected words stunned him. Someone is coming? I'll end up in a sorry state? It can't be. I'm a true expert now. In the elemental destruction world, the boundless elemental destruction energy was destroying everything. Divine senses couldn't be used in this place. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to swagger around. After all, who knew when he would run into a terrifying danger? Therefore, if he didn't release his divine senses, Lin Fei really couldn't sense the movement in front of him. Let's see. In the next second, a three-dimensional image appeared. Lin Fei saw a shocking scene in the elemental destruction world. It was a golden war chariot. Jingguang shone brilliantly, illuminating half the area. It was very eye-catching in the black and white elemental destruction energy. The war chariot was eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching was that the golden war chariot was being pulled by a 10,000 feet long elemental beast that looked like a divine dragon. There were a total of 6 such elemental beasts galloping over. The 6 divine dragon elemental beasts were 10,000 feet long, and they were charging towards Lin Fei. Damn! This was the first time Lin Fei saw an expert in the elemental destruction world. The other party was definitely an expert. There was no doubt about it. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. Its background was also shocking. Just this power alone wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Boom boom boom. The 6 divine dragon elemental beasts were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the elemental destruction energy collapsed, and a powerful pressure crushed over. The huge impact was like a wave, wave after wave, sweeping everything away. The 6 divine dragon soul beasts raised their prideful heads and opened their mouths. Heavenly flames descended, covering the entire area. Brother Tian, what a joke. Whose family is this unlucky fellow? He doesn't even know how to dodge when he sees us. On the golden chariot stood a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. At this moment, the woman was giggling as if what was happening in front of her was insignificant. Yeah, he deserved to die. The golden chariot charged forward domineeringly, leaving behind a golden shadow. Ba ba ba. After the golden chariot left, Lin Fei's body shook and a layer of black substance fell off his body. Wow, this flame is so powerful. If it was me last time, I would have died for sure. Lin Fei secretly frowned. Where did this person come from? The Saint Spirit realm doesn't seem to have such an expert. Lin Fei secretly frowned. Exchange for a tracking spell. Being made uneasy by the other party, coupled with the fact that it was not easy for him to meet such an expert, how could Lin Fei miss this opportunity? 100 million reputation points had been spent to exchange for a tracking spell. The tracking spell was not something ordinary spells could compare to. As long as Lin Fei wanted to, he could keep tracking without anyone noticing. 100 million reputation points was not a small amount. Lin Fei followed at a steady pace. Subconsciously, Lin Fei told himself that there would be new discoveries this time. Who would have thought that there would be such experts in Yuanmia world? The 6 divine dragon-like elemental beasts were also ridiculously powerful with at least the strength of 5th-class ultimate gods. Master, they're starting to slow down. They seem to be getting close. I'll open up the 3D view for you. Under the tracking spell, Lin Fei could also view everything around the other party. That was one of the benefits of having 100 million reputation points. This is a city. No, it's a floating city. A huge city appeared in the 3D view. It was shrouded in Yuanmia energy and one could vaguely see elemental beasts flying and human figures moving in the big city. It's incredible. There's actually a city in Yuanmia world. Lin Fei would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter as they pleased. What shocked Lin Fei the most was that this floating city was able to withstand the invasion of the Origin Annihilation power. This was the most inconceivable thing, not even a continent could withstand it. Now, a floating city had actually blocked it. It was really shocking. They've gone in. Lin Fei saw a man and a woman in the golden chariot. They seemed to be of noble status as they easily entered the floating city and moved around inside. A floating city. I've come to the right place. A place unknown to Saint Spirit domain experts. Lin Fei continued to stare at the city gate. Soon, all kinds of experts arrived at the floating city. Every expert who arrived had a grand entrance. However, compared to the person driving the golden chariot, they were obviously inferior. Nevertheless, their auras were extremely strong. This should be a very important place in Yuanmia world. To be able to build such a floating city, the person in charge must be someone important. Lin Fei stared at the floating city. How can I get in? This floating city was obviously not an ordinary place. There was an elite guard at the city gate. They were all equipped with enchanted equipment that was even more advanced than what Lin Fei had. If they entered the Saint Spirit domain, they would definitely be able to wipe out all the major forces. However, Lin Fei observed for a long time. All the experts who entered the floating city seemed to have an identity. I have to get an identity. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I can only find someone who is alone and snatch an identity. Only then will I have a chance to enter this mysterious floating city. This was the most suitable method that Lin Fei could think of at the moment. Force his way in? It was not that it was impossible. It was just that the danger would be too great. Lin Fei did not think too much. A floating city might be guarded by a top-notch expert. He had a perfect level 8 body now, so there was nothing to fear. He did not want to reveal his strength so early. In a place far away from the floating city, Lin Fei started hunting. All he needed was a piece of identification. He did not know if he was unlucky or if there were not many people who went to the floating city, but Lin Fei did not meet any hunting targets. Until 2 years later. Little Devil hinted that someone was coming in this direction. They're finally here. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. He was not afraid of no one, but he was afraid that no one would come. That was the most helpless thing. Young master, we don't have to be so anxious. We still have time. A group of 5 people were driving a special chariot over. At the same time, they could hear the people behind them talking. We don't have much time. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to enter Luofu City. Chapter 3194. You don't mind bringing me along, do you? Without warning, Lin Fei's voice exploded in their minds. Who is it? The experts behind the young lord's expression changed. They did not know someone was lurking around them. Come out. They could not find any trace of the other party and suddenly felt a chill down their spine. As you wish. Lin Fei showed himself not far from them. You're courting death. One of the ultimate gods made a move and slashed 3 times. Each attack was fiercer than the one before as he slashed at 3 different spots on Lin Fei's body. As a result, Lin Fei waved his hand. Kacha kacha kacha, the blade light collapsed and disappeared. Young lord, be careful. This person is very strong. The ultimate god expert was not weak as he was a 3rd-class ultimate god. He tested the other party's strength with 1 slash and easily broke the attack. He's at least a 4th-class ultimate god, maybe even a 5th-class ultimate god. Sir, do you want to go in? The young lord used his eyes to stop them from continuing. The other party only broke the attack and did not use his full strength. It could be seen that the other party was being merciful. It would not be the same if they continued to fight. Yes, please bring me along. Lin Fei smiled. I think it's good for everyone, don't you think so? Sure, no problem. The young lord agreed with a smile. The other party did not show much killing intent, so they were safe for the time being. Young lord, this person is so strange. He actually came here with his physical body. One of the ultimate god subordinates transmitted his voice. All the experts who came to Luofu City did not use chariots to open the way. It seems like no one relied on their physical body. After all, this is Yuan Mia world. How he came here is a secret. We don't have to worry about it. The young lord said, no one who can come here is weak. Maybe we'll need to ask him for help next time. Ask him for help? The ultimate gods behind him did not believe the young lord. Although the ultimate gods were afraid of the other party's strength, they still believed that they could defeat the other party if they joined forces. Luofu City, City Gate. The group of elites exuded great pressure. Lin Fei had analyzed the strength of the elites from afar. When he faced them in person, he couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. They were stronger than he had imagined. This Luofu City is even more mysterious than I thought. The elite checked very carefully. Lin Fei temporarily became the bodyguard of the other party. The elites did not have any suspicions and let them pass. He passed the elite inspection. Lin Fei followed the young master into Luofu City. Brother, this is your first time here, right? The young master asked. You are quite amazing to be able to find this place in the elemental destruction world. I was just lucky. Lin Fei said with a smile. Luofu City is actually quite interesting, but you have to be careful, this place is quite chaotic, don't offend those divinities, or else you will be out of luck. The young master said, if something really happens, you can say my name, Luo Yang. After leaving behind these words, the young master of Luo Yang left with his subordinates. Scan Luofu City. Under Lin Fei's order, the system started operating. Casually walking on the streets of Luofu City, he would continuously encounter heavenly god experts. At the same time, there were also divinities. Divinities, which were rarely seen in the saint spirit world, seemed to have become a very common thing here. Scan complete, Master, do you want to check? Check. A 3D image appeared. In the tallest building in the innermost area, there is an incomparably powerful expert overseeing it. He should be the master of Luofu City. If Master were to fight with him, there is only a 50% chance of victory. With a perfect physical body level 8, there was no doubt about Lin Fei's strength. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to roam around the elemental destruction world. Now, the system actually told him that there was an opponent he could not defeat in Luofu City, and that there was only a 50% chance of victory. 50% refers to his own strength, or the support of the system's prestige. Master's own strength. Lin Fei thought, if he can still fight with the support of prestige, then this Luofu City Lord is too powerful. A 50% chance of victory could also be said that he might be defeated by the other party. This wasn't good news. Luofu City actually had such a powerful person overseeing it. Lin Fei thought that he was very awesome, but now it seemed that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Knowing that there was such an expert in Luofu City, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. His 50% chance of victory was only because he did not have the support of prestige. Once he had the support of prestige, he would be able to easily beat the other party. Now, Lin Fei decided to take a good look around this Luofu City. A Luofu City in the elemental destruction world definitely did not have a simple background. Lin Fei walked around for 3 days, and had a basic understanding of Luofu City. This Luofu City's origins were very mysterious, and when everyone knew about it, it already existed. After paying a huge price, Lin Fei only heard that Luofu City would hold an auction every 5,000 years. All the experts he saw before were all here for the auction. This auction would auction all sorts of mysterious treasures, as well as all sorts of high-grade enchanted equipment. Each time, the mysterious faction in the elemental destruction world would arrange for people to come. During these 3 days, apart from hearing about the auction, Lin Fei also found out that there were many hidden factions in the elemental destruction world who had opened up special spaces. These special spaces were not small, and they could be auctioned off in Luofu City. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked that there were hidden factions in the elemental destruction world. There really were all sorts of strange things in this world. There was still some time before the auction. Lin Fei decided to just stay in Luofu City. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lin Fei also understood the power structure in Luofu City. The strongest was the Luofu City Lord, the #1 expert. No one knew how strong he was, but everyone knew that anyone who went against him would be destroyed. This Luofu City Lord had a secret technique called Main Yuan Double Kill. Whether it was the main body or the clone, if one died, the other would definitely die. This was a peerless technique. When he heard this, even Lin Fei was shocked. He still couldn't kill both the main body and the clone at the same time, unless he used reputation. Even then, he needed 300 billion reputation to do it. Lin Fei couldn't bear to use it. However, he didn't have that much reputation right now. The Luofu City Lord's strength gave Lin Fei a big fright. Next were the 5 great clans of Luofu City. They split up most of the territory, and the Luofu City Lord didn't usually show himself. The 5 great clans were the biggest existences. Chapter 3195. 3 months later. Luofu City. The auction was about to begin. In those 3 months, Lin Fei had learned most of the situation in Luofu City, including the clan's experts and so on. The floating city built in Luofu City was not the first one. There were many in the Yuanmi world. To enter the floating city, one needed not only luck but also strength. If Lin Fei did not have the perfect level 8 physical body, he would not be able to travel through the Yuanmi world. Of course, Lin Fei's luck was not bad. It was said that there were many meta beasts in the Yuanmi world. Each of them was terrifyingly strong and could control the Yuanmi energy within a certain range to form attacks. If you were unlucky, a meta beast would be enough to kill you. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with his luck. He did not encounter any powerful meta beasts along the way. Apart from the floating abandoned continent, there was nothing else. Auction, hee hee. Standing at the entrance of the Luofu City's auction house, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was really looking forward to the auction. From the information he received, he knew a lot about the auction. The auction that was held once every 5,000 years would have all sorts of treasures, including some extremely high-grade treasures. Every time the auction was held, it would attract many experts who were attracted by its reputation. Those who could come to Luofu City were naturally from powerful factions. For example, many people from powerful clans entered the auction house one after another. They were all ultimate god experts. Compared to the saintly spirit domain's powerful factions, there was a huge gap. It was not as simple as just a little bit. Those who were not ultimate gods would be embarrassed to go out. Lin Fei immediately thought of the great continent that was about to be unsealed. Perhaps the saintly spirit domain would be bustling at that time. Those hidden factions would probably enter the saintly spirit domain. He would not know if he did not see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Those factions were all ridiculously strong. Lin Fei saw the man and woman who drove the golden chariot that day. They were surrounded by many people as they entered the auction house with pride. It's them. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter, 3 burly men with sharp auras appeared in front of Lin Fei. It's them. When the 3 burly figures walked into the auction hall, a scene appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He immediately knew who they were. Their auras were too familiar, at least to him. The 3 terrifying auras of the Beast Alliance Holy Land actually know this place. Lin Fei was secretly surprised by the 3 experts. If it wasn't for them, the prestige assist wouldn't have appeared, allowing his power to soar in such a short amount of time. He wouldn't have come to Luofu City in the depths of the elemental destruction world. Lin Fei would never misremember someone. Even the forces of the Black Domain had to treat these 3 people with respect. There were no restrictions on entering the auction house. Lin Fei easily entered the auction hall. Compared to the people sitting in the private rooms, he could only sit in the public seats, surrounded by private rooms on both sides. Lin Fei had no objections to this. Find those 3 fellows for me. Lin Fei ordered the system. Lin Fei was actually very petty towards those 3 fellows. He wanted to give them a proper gift, but he was wary of them after hearing what the guardian deity sect elder said. A 3-dimensional image appeared. They were the 3 experts from the Beast Alliance Holy Land. Right now, Lin Fei didn't feel much from their auras. Perhaps it was because they had restrained their auras and weren't as terrifying as before. Boss, I've asked around. There's a top-notch enchanted equipment in this auction. We must get it no matter what, said one of the burly figures. The middle-aged ultimate god with a lion's head who was addressed as boss had a pair of sharp and terrifying eyes. Where's that thing? It's also appeared, said the burly figure from before. All right, the continent is about to open. Once it does, our Saint Spirit domain will be bustling with activity. Currently, our Saint Spirit domain has almost all the good stuff. When the continent is unsealed, ultimate gods will gather. We must get that thing. That's right. Lin Fei listened in for a while but did not hear any useful information. They seemed to be talking in riddles. Whatever, they'll tell us when the thing appears. Half an hour later, the auction began. An ultimate god presided over that day's auction. The moment he came up, he started with a bunch of meaningless words. Fortunately, the ultimate god knew it was boring and quickly got to the main topic. Auctions were always the same. They started with some ordinary items and slowly stirred up everyone's emotions. In fact, the auction here was the same. Now, we're auctioning a high-end enchanted equipment, Dark Divine Armor. It can release a dark clone at a critical moment and deflect 90% of the damage. As soon as this high-end enchantment item appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The price went up quickly. It's really a high-end enchanted equipment. Lin Fei saw the Dark Divine Armor release a clone in front of him to resist 90% of the attacks while the remaining 10% landed on the ultimate god. It could withstand attacks below rank 5 ultimate god. It was quite a good item. Lin Feng had harvested a large number of ores and extracted a large number of materials. The art of enchantment was not as simple as he thought. Hence, he had yet to create it. Starting from the high-end enchanted equipment, the auction that night gradually reached its climax. One by one, high-end enchantments emerged one after another. For the ultimate gods in the private rooms, they did not seem to be that attractive. The ultimate gods who were sitting in the public seats kept bidding and repeatedly set new records. Now, we're auctioning a rank 3 ultimate god elixir. There's an 80% chance of breaking through to the rank 3 ultimate god realm after consuming it. This thing was very rare. At least, it was Lin Fei's first time hearing of such an item being auctioned. There were all kinds of items being auctioned in Luofu City, which was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. He did not know there were so many good things even though they were useless. As long as he had prestige, he could easily obtain powerful killing moves. Those treasures were not that attractive. Now, we're auctioning an element destruction space produced by a special space. There's only one chance, so don't miss it. I can't guarantee that there won't be another one in the next auction. Lin Fei, who had been listless, finally perked up when he heard about the element destruction space. That was a good thing. Luofu City was an element destruction space. Otherwise, how could mere building materials withstand the invasion of the element destruction space? The element destruction space had always been a hot item, as there was no safer place than building it in the element destruction world. The element destruction space alone was enough to make people suffer. Even an ultimate god would not be able to withstand it. It would be strange if such a space did not become a hot item. Chapter 3196. Once the yuan extinguishing space appeared, the atmosphere of the scene became lively. Although the item being auctioned was a medium-sized yuan extinguishing space, it was still a very good item. The starting price is 100,000 mid-grade primal stones. Primal stones were a special kind of stone that was born in the yuan extinguishing world. Luofu City used this kind of thing. Primal stones were divided into several grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and even supreme grade. 150,000 mid-grade primal stones. 180,000 mid-grade primal stones. 230,000 mid-grade primal stones. The price quickly rose. From 100,000 mid-grade primal stones to 500,000 mid-grade primal stones. Almost all the bidders came to their private rooms. No one in the auction house dared to make a bid. 500,000 mid-grade primal stones was equal to 50 million low-grade primal stones. The ratio between low-grade primal stones and mid-grade primal stones was 1 to 100. One could imagine how expensive and rare primal stones were. And yuan extinguishing space easily went up to 500,000 mid-grade primal stones. Hee, these fellows are really rich. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. He was still very interested in the yuan extinguishing space. Anyone would be interested in a city built in the yuan extinguishing world. Building a city in the yuan extinguishing world, establishing a clan, and living in seclusion was a very successful thing. 500,000, is there anyone higher than 500,000? The divinity host shouted. 550,000. A voice came from a private room. 600,000. A new round of bidding began. The yuan extinguishing space quickly broke through 820,000 primal stones. It was close to 100 million low-grade primal stones. It was a very large number. Lin Fei observed for a while. Currently, the competition for the origin extinguisher space was split among the 3 private rooms. Very quickly, the speed slowed down. It seemed like the price had reached its limit. Master, it's time to earn prestige. Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. Even without Little Evil Demon's reminder, Lin Fei would also make a move. As for primal stones, Lin Fei did not have many on him. It was not easy to obtain primal stones here. He had only sold a piece of enchanted equipment from a gang for several tens of thousands of low-grade primal stones. Hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primal stones could not be taken out at the moment. This time, Lin Fei decided to be domineering for once. Who asked him to need prestige? He should be able to gain some prestige here. With the Luofu City Lord's 50% fighting strength, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. Being able to earn some money here was not a bad thing. After all, he had changed his appearance. Wait a little longer, there's no rush. After 820,000 mid-grade primordial stones. One of the 3 private rooms retreated, no longer participating in the auction. The remaining 2 private rooms started a new round of bidding, starting from 820,000 and going all the way to 920,000. Lin Fei could clearly hear the discussions of the people around him. It was clear that this price was almost the limit. 920,000. Is there anyone higher than this? Lin Fei felt that it was time to act. 1 million. Lin Fei raised his hand and shouted an extremely high price. In the public seats, an ultimate god shouted out 1 million mid-grade primordial stones, which undoubtedly gave everyone quite a fright. One by one, they turned around to look. Who is that? I don't think I know him. It can't be 1 million, he's crazy. Doesn't he know that the people in the private rooms above are all from major factions? Everyone looked over and saw that it was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. There was actually someone who wanted to snatch food from a tiger's mouth from a major faction. The ultimate god host was also shocked. Could it be that this person had some sort of background? To the auction house, the higher the price, the better. As for just shouting out a price without taking out any primordial stones, up until now, no one had dared to do that in Luofu City. Those who had done so had all been sent to the mines, and if they were unlucky, they might even die in the mines. Therefore, there was almost no one who dared to randomly shout out a price in Luofu City. Luofu City, these 3 words were a deterrent. 1,030,000. That private room shouted out a price again. 1,300,000. Dilly-dallying like this is really too boring. Lin Fei ignored the gazes of the people around him and shouted out an extremely high price. The sudden increase of 270,000 shocked everyone once again. Lin Fei could clearly see that his prestige was increasing. Choosing to be high profile is the right choice. Lin Fei lazily leaned against the wall. The more indifferent he looked, the more mysterious it was to those people. This fellow might have some sort of background. Ordinary people would not dare to randomly shout out a price, and no one would dare to offend the major faction in the private room. Naturally, no one doubted Lin Fei's identity. How many ultimate gods who could come to Luofu City were simple? None of them had a powerful background. The private room fell silent. Congratulations to this cultivator for successfully bidding for the Yuan extinguished space. Everyone's gaze once again landed on Lin Fei. This fellow with a powerful background had really bid for the Yuan extinguished space from the mouth of a major faction. Who is that fellow? He's really brave, daring to snatch something from us. Let's go and find out who this fellow is. He doesn't seem to care about 1 million primordial stones. What an interesting fellow, daring to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. The people in the private room only paid attention to it for a while and did not pay much attention to it. It was not the first time they had seen something like this. There would always be some interesting things happening in the auction that was held once every 5,000 years. Such a small matter was really not a big deal. However, the people in the private room who were fighting for the Yuan extinguished space were now very unhappy. Brother Tian, that fellow is so annoying. He actually dared to snatch our Yuan extinguished space. We must kill him. The person in the private room was Brother Tian, who drove the 6-headed meta beast divine dragon chariot back then. Lin Fei did not go to check on the situation in the private room as he was not interested. Wasn't it more interesting to be unknown? The person called Brother Tian had a woman in palace attire in his arms and was emitting a cold killing intent. In front of them, an image appeared. It was the scene of the crowd below. I hate this fellow. Brother Tian laughed. All right, when the auction is over, I will personally kill him. He deserves to die for daring to snatch something from our beautiful fairy. At least I have saved 1,300,000 mid-grade primordial stones. After the Yuan extinguished space. There was nothing that attracted Lin Fei's attention for the time being. That was until another item appeared. The auction item now is the Yuan extinguished sacred lotus that can only be found in the depths of the Yuan extinguished realm. One flower can kill an ultimate god. A black and white Yuan extinguished sacred lotus was brought up. It was a very strange lotus that instantly gave off a fatal feeling of terror. Chapter 3197. The appearance of the origin extinguishing sacred lotus caused a great sensation. The people in the private room did not know. The experts in the public seats could not control the excitement on their faces. Luofu City is too amazing to be able to bring this thing out from inside. Yeah, the last time the origin extinguishing sacred lotus appeared, it killed a level 7 ultimate god. I didn't expect it to appear in the auction this time. Those big forces are probably here for this thing. This is going to be interesting. Everyone around them had heard about how powerful this thing was. Lin Fei was confused. However, he could make out one thing. This thing was a huge threat. Master, those 3 from the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground seem to be here for this thing too. Little Devil turned the image around. In the private room, the 3 Beast Alliance Sacred Ground experts had no idea they were being monitored by the system. The news was right. It really appeared. The Origin Extinguishing Sacred Lotus is a special existence that only grows in the depths of the Origin Extinguishing Realm. I didn't expect Luofu City to get their hands on it. One flower can kill a level 7 ultimate god and severely injure a level 8 ultimate god. We must get our hands on it no matter what. The tone of the 3 Beast Alliance Sacred Ground experts became very serious at that moment. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Are they going to kill some expert? Don't tell me they're going to use it to kill me in one shot. The Origin Extinguishing Realm is really a special existence. The Origin Extinguishing energy that could easily destroy a world could give birth to such a magical existence. Of course, such a good thing belongs to me. The starting price of 1 million mid-grade primordial stones was not very high. At least, it was for the time being. However, everyone knew that the temptation of this treasure could not be compared to the Yuan extinguished space from before. This was a true life-saving treasure. Any ultimate god expert would not easily make a move if they knew you had such a treasure. The final price of the Origin Extinguishing Sacred Lotus might even exceed 7 million mid-grade primordial stones. It all depended on how determined the people were to compete for it. Any ultimate god would not reject such a precious treasure. 5 million, I'll take it. The bidding price had just been announced. Lin Fei was the first to bid. 5 million mid-grade primordial stones was his first bid. He did not need to pay for it, so he could bid whatever he wanted. The gazes of the surrounding people changed. This person was really bold. He actually shouted such a high price as soon as he came up. Was he trying to scare everyone? The host, the divine venerable god, smiled brightly. Today's auction would probably fetch a high price. This cultivator has bid 5 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Lin Fei's 5 million was completely out of the ordinary. It was beyond everyone's expectations. With such a high price, how were they supposed to continue playing? The people in the private room were all cursing. They had never seen anyone bid like this. They were starting to doubt the integrity of Luofu City and whether they had arranged for someone to raise the price. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. The bidding price quickly reached 6 million mid-grade primal stones. Lin Fei raised his hand again. 8 million. Such a good thing is worth this price. This time, everyone was shocked into a complete mess. Suddenly raising the price by 2 million mid-grade primordial stones, where did this lunatic come from? He was simply too crazy. What is that bastard trying to do? He even dares to bid 8 million. I really want to go down and kill that bastard. He's doing it on purpose, he's definitely doing it. He's too much of a bastard, he's not letting us bid. The people in the private room all jumped up. They might not have felt anything last time, but now, they really hated this fellow. Others increased the price by tens of thousands at a time, yet he suddenly increased it by 2 million. This was a completely provocative act. 8 million mid-grade primordial stones made many people in the private room give up. Facing such a lunatic, who knew what price he would bid? If this wasn't Luofu City, they would definitely teach him a lesson. What a joke, this was Luofu City. Even if they were 100 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. 1 million. 2 million. There were still a few private rooms that bid. At the same time, on the highest floor of Luofu City's auction. Young master, there's a situation below. A trusted aide walked in and respectfully stood in front of a young master. What's the situation? Luo Lai stood up. A white-haired young man stood up. He was the person in charge of Luofu City's auction and also the third son of the city lord. He was in charge of this area. There's a mysterious person bidding for the origin extinguishing sacred lotus. His bidding is extremely crazy. We investigated and didn't find any information on him. We're worried that he's here to cause trouble. Luo Lai laughed. Hee, you're too nervous. Who would dare to cause trouble in Luofu City? Or are you worried that he's sent by the other cities? The trusted aide stopped talking. Don't worry, no one will dare to cause trouble here. Luo Lai wasn't worried. Over the years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble here. In the Beast Alliance Sacred Lands private room. Damn it, who is that guy? Another 2 million mid-grade primordial stones. Now it's already 10 million. Should we continue? The third brother's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and burst out with killing intent. It's too high, it's not worth it. The second brother shook his head. No one knows what price he'll bid. The 3 Beast Alliance sacred grounds brought a lot of primordial stones, but compared to that guy, they seem to be poor ghosts. 12 million. I'm taking this thing. Everyone, don't fight with me. You guys don't have as much money as I do. Ha 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 ha. Facing the box above, Lin Fei made a bold statement. Those words made everyone boil. Especially the surrounding people, each of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Who is this guy? Provoking all the hierarch experts in the box. Especially that last sentence, it wasn't a normal kind of disdain. You're quite arrogant. 13 million. A dissatisfied voice came from a box. I'd like to see how powerful you are compared to our Tian clan. The 2 words Tian clan immediately caused a commotion. In the origin destruction world, clans were almost all represented by cities. For example, the Tian clan was the clan that controlled Xianxia City and was considered one of the more powerful cities. Our Yellow Spring City is rich too. 14 million. Another city jumped out, this one with an illustrious reputation. They were all infuriated by Lin Fei's words. How dare he look down on them? Lin Fei saw that his prestige was increasing. Being high profile was still very useful. TSK, only 2. How boring. Lin Fei laughed. That's it? I still want to have some fun with you guys. By the way, let me tell you guys, as long as I like something in the auction today, no one can compete with me. You guys can't. Chapter 3198. This action was incomparably crazy. All the experts in the auction site were shocked. Terrifying might was released from each private room. Although it was not released, the formless pressure from the private rooms made it hard for the experts in the public seats to breathe. That fellow is too arrogant. He even dares to say such words. Crazy, he must be crazy. Doesn't he think about what will happen to him once he leaves Luofu City? All the experts sitting around ran away one by one. What a joke. If they didn't run now, they would be mistaken as accomplices. That would be courting death. Very quickly, Lin Fei's surroundings became empty. Those that could be avoided had all been avoided. Lin Fei lazily glanced and extended his hand. 20 million. Who told me to have money? Continue, I'm listening. Xianxia City and Yellow Spring City were both large cities. True experts were as common as clouds and they were famous in elemental destruction world. However, an unknown fellow had once again called out a high price and refreshed everyone's understanding. This was completely opposing them. Madman. 20 million, I don't believe he can take it out. The private room roared. Lin Fei shook his head and was very disappointed. Looks like you don't dare to speak. Then I'm sorry, this killing lotus belongs to me. The auctioneer started to worry. He didn't want to meet such an arrogant fellow. If he couldn't take out the money, then their Luofu City would truly become a joke. I want this one. This item is not bad, I want it too. Money is not a problem. Lin Fei continuously raised his hand and called out prices. The price was ridiculously high and he didn't give the people in the private room any chance. If they could see the situation in the private room, they would definitely be frightened by the killing intent. There had never been a person who could snatch something in front of them, yet he did it so calmly, not putting them in his eyes at all. There is no such person. How is this possible? Looks like this person isn't showing his true face. No matter where he came from, he can forget about leaving Luofu City today. Our items aren't that easy to snatch. Everyone in the private room was actually suppressing their anger with great difficulty. Here in Luofu City, the rules still had to be followed. One treasure after another, as long as Lin Fei took a liking to it, he would bid for them all. The auction house had become a chance for him to shine. Others were bidding for a few 100,000, and you were bidding for 1,000,000. How could he continue playing? Now, we will auction the last treasure of the day, a treasure from a secret realm in the depths of the Yuanmia world, the Origin Magnetic Divine Saber. According to our analysis, this saber is evaluated as a 7th-class divine weapon. As soon as the call ended, everyone was shocked by this divine weapon. However, with that unknown fellow present, it seemed impossible to see a huge battle. No matter how much the people in the private room bid, they couldn't beat that person. After a long time, everyone gave up. In a situation where they couldn't win, who would fight for it? What if he was tricked? They didn't have the confidence to be lazy. The starting price is 8 million primal stones. The venue was very quiet. Everyone looked in Lin Fei's direction. Such a good thing, why is no one bidding? Since no one is bidding, I will bid. Lin Fei said with a smile. 30 million primal stones, a divine venerable weapon of such quality is completely worth this price. Lin Fei smiled and shouted a price. 30 million primal stones. This price wasn't very high. Everyone in the private room was silent. Now they just wanted to see Lin Fei's misfortune. By then, the auction would be held again, so they didn't need to waste time here. They didn't believe that an unknown and mysterious person could take out a total of 100 million primal stones, and mid-grade primal stones at that. The production of primal stones was not much. Taking out tens of millions of primal stones at once was an astronomical figure. It wasn't something that any force could afford. Congratulations, you have successfully bid for the Origin Magnetic Divine Saber. At this point, the auction was considered to have ended. The big shots in the private room came out one by one. Their gazes automatically fell on Lin Fei. Their gazes seemed to see through Lin Fei from head to toe. A good auction was ruined by this bastard. Everyone was quite unhappy. If they could kill, this guy would have been killed many times over. Sir, have you thought about your fate? A white-haired young man came down with raging killing intent in his eyes. You want to kill me? Lin Fei laughed, as expected of a disciple of a big family. You can even say that you want to kill someone in such an open and above-board manner. The white-haired young man was Xianxia City's Tian family's disciple, Tian Zhu. He was a true divine venerable. To be able to become a divine venerable expert at this age, the Tian family's foundation was very terrifying. You aren't that stupid after all. Divine venerable Tian Zhu laughed. No one has ever dared to be unscrupulous in front of us. Our Yellow Spring City must kill this person. Yellow Spring City's Huang family's disciple, Divine Venerable Huang Li, also a Divine Venerable expert, came out with eyes full of killing intent. Before that, I want to see if he has the financial resources to pay. Another Divine Venerable walked out. It was a young master, Brother Tian. Everyone was certain that this person could not take out the primeval stones, which was why they spoke so unscrupulously. Tens of millions of mid-grade primeval stones. If it were them, they would also be under great pressure, not to mention the other party was a nobody. Lin Fei was still as lazy as ever. He slowly stood up. Are you sure you want to kill me? Lin Fei stared at them, instead of being killed by me. To be honest, you have no ability to resist me at all. All the forces present were infuriated. This guy was really arrogant. The people present were all ultimate gods from big cities. They had the support of a big city. They had all kinds of high-end enchantments and could easily deal with any ultimate god. For example, they could take out all kinds of good things in the auction today. Only after participating in the auction would one know that there were all kinds of powerful treasures in the Yuanmia world. Any one of them could kill a divine venerable expert. That was not said casually. It was the conclusion of countless divine venerable experts. Cultivator, do you want to pay the primeval stones here or somewhere else? And divine venerable expert from the auction venue came up and asked. Lin Fei had caused too much of a commotion. Therefore, the auction venue could not help but worry. It was not difficult to organize another auction, but it was a mess this time. It would have a great impact on Luofu City's reputation. I'll do it here. You can bring the item over now. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 3199. No matter if it was the big powers that came out from the private rooms or the other experts that participated in the auction, they were all looking forward to what was about to happen. Many people believed that this person would not be able to take out that many source stones. The most important thing was the middle-grade source stones. Normally, low-grade source stones were the most common, but middle-grade source stones were not normal. Carrying 100 or 200,000 on him was already considered a lot. Lin Fei would definitely not leave this place. He needed to continuously expose himself to gain prestige. If he went inside, what would he be able to do? It wasn't easy for him to anger everyone, was it easy for him? Lin Fei naturally chose to trade here and take a few good things along the way. For example, Yuan extinguishing space, Yuan magnetic divine blade and other treasures. As for offending Luofu City, so be it. There was no effect or threat anyway. Lin Fei's actions had undoubtedly caused many people to be secretly shocked. Could he really take out that many source stones? This was in front of everyone. At that time, without saying a word, they wouldn't mind taking down Lin Fei. They believed that the people in the auction house would be very happy to see it. The things were quickly delivered. The treasures were all placed on a tray, and on the tray was temporarily sealed an exclusive formation seal. Without someone to open it, it would not be easy to break it. This was a conservative seal. It seemed to have come in handy this time. No matter how powerful the other party was, they would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Cultivator, all the things you have bid for are here. You can check them one by one, or you can pay for them one by one. The auction house's divinity said. On the tray, there were many treasures. Among them, the most eye-catching was the Yuan magnetic divine blade, an unprecedented 7th-rank divine weapon. This was a rare good item, and the most special thing was that the Yuan magnetic divine blade could ignore 70 to 80% of the enchanted attribute's protection. With one slash, the enchanted treasure would lose its effect. This would be very powerful. 70 to 80% of the enchanted treasure's attributes could be ignored. This was very rare. Lin Fei arrived in front of the tray. He first stopped on the Yuan magnetic divine blade for a moment, then Yuan extinguishing space, and then a few good treasures. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Everything was here. The auction house's hierarch smiled and said, "It's good that you're satisfied. The items that our Luofu city is auctioning are all found in ruins in the depths of the Qi Yuan destruction world. They're all good items that can't be found outside." Hierarch Tianju could not wait for Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Then, he would be able to see his opponent's misfortune. This item is not bad, but it's a pity that you can't take out the primordial stones. Hierarch Tianju laughed. Don't let them wait too long. Hee, that's nearly 100 million primary stones. That's right. If you have the money, take it out. That way, we'll be convinced. Revered divinity Huangli also said. His voice was full of ridicule. Trying to act all high and mighty in front of people like them? Was there something wrong with his head? The ultimate gods at the auction were also looking forward to it. If the other party really took it out, he would definitely be a big customer. They liked such a big customer very much. Lin Fei turned around. From what you're saying, if I don't take it out, you'll attack me? Stop pretending. You can't take out the primary stones anyway. Since you can't take it out, then what's the point of pretending? You might as well be honest and be lenient. Maybe Luofu City will be merciful. The mining time might even be reduced from 100,000 years to 50,000 years. Hee hee. They were very happy to see Lin Fei unable to take out any primary stones. Lin Fei suddenly sighed. Sigh, you guys are really amazing. You guys guessed right. I really don't have a single primary stone, but you guys are still so stupid. How boring. Hearing Lin Fei admit it, everyone was speechless. He really came to cause trouble. You still dare to say it so confidently? You really don't regard Luofu City as anything at all. He did not respect the ultimate gods present at all. He really did not know what right he had to stand there. Ha ha ha, I already said that this guy has no money. Hierarch Tianju laughed loudly. Hierarch Fong, why aren't you immediately arresting him? This person came to cause trouble on purpose. We must thoroughly investigate this matter. Arrest him immediately. They still hoped that Lin Fei would be able to hold on. But after a few words, they immediately admitted it. It was like punching cotton, unable to exert any strength. The hierarch of the auction, Hierarch Fangzheng, was like his name, an extremely old-fashioned person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have presided over the auction. He didn't give face to anyone and was always merciless in doing things. You don't have enough primary stones to pay for these treasures? Hierarch Fangzheng stared at Lin Fei. Behind him, the experts of the auction quietly surrounded him. As long as they gave the order, they would immediately arrest him. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Luofu City. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, I wanted to give it to them, but since they wanted to see me make a fool of myself, I had to fulfill their wish no matter what. So, I had no choice but to grant their wish. The expressions of those hierarchs immediately changed. Hierarch Fong, don't listen to his nonsense. It's clear that he can't take out the primary stones and is deliberately framing us. He definitely can't take out the primary stones, that's why he said that. He's too despicable. We didn't want him to make a fool of himself. It's just that his behavior during the auction is very ugly, so we have to remind him. These hierarchs secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This bastard is too shameless. Take the blame? Who would dare? If they were to insist that they had forced him, no one would be willing to face the wrath of Luofu City. They wanted to draw a clear line to prevent Hierarch Fangzheng from suspecting them. They looked at Lin Fei with eyes filled with killing intent. Was he going to drag them down even if he died? They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. They were speechless. Cultivator, do you want these treasures or not? Hierarch Fangzheng's expression became serious. Please give me a clear answer. If this person gave an answer, Hierarch Fangzheng would immediately arrest him and give these people an explanation. What if I have the money? Lin Fei smiled. His expression seemed like a provocation no matter how one looked at it. Arrest him. Hierarch Fangzheng gave the order to arrest him first. As for whether he had any background or not, they would just apologize afterwards. Whoosh whoosh. 2 golden rays of light swept towards Lin Fei. This was an enchantment treasure. It could bind people and seal their energy in an instant. It was a very common item in the big cities of the elemental destruction realm. The enchantment treasure had a domineering name, Golden Sealing Chain, 100 million reputation points. Exchange for ignore all skills. Lin Fei took a step back and reached out to grab the tray. Chapter 3200. Divine Lord Fangzheng and everyone else were laughing at that guy's stupid behavior. Snatching the treasure on the tray? It was not that no one had ever done that before, but they all ended up badly. Besides, the power of the seal on the tray could easily hurt an ultimate god. No matter how strong that guy was, he would not be able to snatch the treasure. He's really fighting. That guy is done for. No one will have a good ending if he dares to behave atrociously here. That guy is really bold. I haven't seen him show any fear since the beginning. I really don't know where he came from. Lin Fei reached out to grab the thing on the tray. The power of the seal, which could hurt an ultimate god in an instant, seemed non-existent in front of Lin Fei. The metamagnet divine saber fell on Lin Fei. It was an item without an owner. Whoosh! He turned around and slashed at the golden seal chain. Jingguang was cut in half instantly. It's quite sharp. I like it. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed and slashed horizontally. A terrifying and dangerous aura swept across. Those ultimate gods who had been gossiping became the target of the attack. Come and have a try. Get out of the way. Lin Fei grabbed the metamagnet divine saber from the tray. It was beyond everyone's expectations. All of them froze, their faces stiffened, and their minds went blank. We can't stop him. Asshole. How did he get it? The power of the metamagnet divine saber was extremely terrifying. Everyone was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. When they came back to their senses, the terrifying power swept over them. Bang! 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 One by one, their bodies were cut in half. The ultimate gods were no exception. None of the experts who had mocked Fangzheng were spared. The entire auction venue fell into silence. You who exactly are you? Divine Lord Fangzheng was sweating all over. He was not hit. The power of the metamagnet divine saber crushed him. That feeling of despair and helplessness lingered in his heart, and he could not get rid of it in a short time. The seal on the tray was not broken, but it was not triggered either. That was the most terrifying thing. That meant his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just think of me as a passerby. Lin Fei killed those arrogant fellows with a single slash. Then, he turned around and reached for the tray again, taking away the treasures one by one. The seal on the tray had not been activated. Passing by? What kind of reason was that? The primordial destruction world was so huge. Why didn't you pass by Xianxia City or Netherworld City? Senior, don't you think this is going too far? Venerable Fangzheng gritted his teeth. There had never been a senior who didn't take Luofu City seriously. Going too far? Lin Fei laughed. If you like it, then take it. Catch me if you can. Divine Supremacy Fangzheng spat out a mouthful of blood. You will regret this. Lin Fei didn't mind. Really? I don't think so. After putting away the items and completing the mission, it was time to leave. His trip to the elemental destruction world had been more fruitful than he had imagined. All that was left was to gain prestige. By the way, my name is Outyan. I'll come to Luofu City again in the future if I have nothing to do. This place is really nice and I like it. Lin Fei swaggered as he prepared to leave. Space Seal. Without any warning, ripples appeared in the surrounding space as the auction hall's doors closed one after another. Aren't you looking down on us by causing trouble in Luofu City? As soon as the surrounding space fluctuated, a voice rang out. A young man in black armor arrived, escorted by several people. He's President Luo Lai. This is interesting. President Luo Lai can control the entire auction hall's building. That guy won't be able to escape even if he has wings. I heard President Luo Lai is a level 6 ultimate god with many high-end enchantments and a top-grade enchantment treasure. He'll definitely be able to suppress that arrogant guy. The heavenly gods in the auction hall also had their eyes glued to the scene. Today's scene was too unexpected, seeing such a big scene. President Luo Lai was also quite angry at that moment. That guy that he didn't care about had actually caused such a huge commotion. Xianxia City, Acheron City, and other ultimate gods were killed by the metamagnet divine saber. Their Luofu City was really suffering in silence. If not for the fact that the people in the auction hall were all Luo Lai's men, he would have suspected that they had been bribed by someone else. They could just take whatever they wanted as if it was their own home. It did not feel good at all. Lin Fei stopped and turned to look at the white-haired young man with a rare anger on his dignified face. Yeah, I really don't care about Luofu City. Why? Are you going to make a move too? Lin Fei swung the metamagnet divine saber in his hand. Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with your auction weapon. I believe it'll be very interesting. Endure, I must endure. The people Luo Lai usually met were all proper people and not someone like that guy. I haven't made a move in a long time. I hope your arrogance is worthy of your strength. Luo Lai was the president and the city lord's third son, so he rarely made a move. Wang. After a clear and crisp sound, a shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei. The surrounding space quickly twisted like a spiral. A spear with a black luster pierced towards him. So Luo Lai was a spear expert. Clang. Lin Fei slashed with his saber, but he was a step too slow. The opponent's spear pierced his chest. This was the first time he was slower than the opponent. A huge force surged forth. After a loud sound, Lin Fei was forced to take 3 steps back. Cracks covered his entire body, looking as though he would shatter with the slightest touch. This is third young master's self-created spear shock. How terrifying. One move and the opponent's body shattered. Third young master is mighty and domineering. Many gods present knew that young master Luo Lai was powerful. A simple spear had shattered the opponent's body. That was amazing. President Luo Lai pointed at the black spear. Luofu City isn't a place where you can be impudent. To be able to withstand my spear without your body shattering, you are indeed powerful. However, that's all. My spear is a high-end enchanted weapon. It has an illusion within it. The attack you saw was actually fake. Thus, no one has ever been able to block my spear. You have disappointed me. President Luo Lai shook his head. Tell me everything. Who ordered you to do that? Ha 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 ha, you are indeed powerful to be able to shatter my body. However, this kind of attack is still not enough. Crash. Chapter 3201. Luo Lai was very confident in his own strength. Many people had suffered greatly from his spear attack as it was impossible to defend against it. With the help of the illusion enchantment and his own powerful strength, the power of each spear attack was beyond its peak. Luo Lai did not take it seriously even though the opponent had the metamagnet divine saber. The grade 7 divine weapon depended on who the opponent was fighting against. One hit. Luo Lai had seriously injured his opponent with dense cracks all over his body. The opponent no longer had the strength to fight. He actually recovered. Lin Fei's instant recovery of his physical body undoubtedly caused Luo Lai to reveal a surprised expression. It was not easy for Lin Fei to recover so quickly after receiving a spear strike from him. Again, show me your full strength. Lin Fei's perfect body was at the 8th layer. The opponent's attack just now had only injured the outermost layer, which was like a tickle to him. He was completely fine. To be able to leave cracks on his body, the opponent was considered strong among the younger generation. Ordinary ultimate gods would not be able to withstand it at all. Interesting. Whoosh. Whoosh. Luo Lai attacked again as illusions appeared one after another. Those illusions were so lifelike that it was impossible to tell which was real or fake. Luo Lai was also certain that his opponent could not break through his illusions as it was not easy to deal with that kind of enchantment. He stabbed his opponent more than 10 times in a row. Unless his opponent had something like the Eye of Truth, he would not be able to defend against his attacks at all. A series of loud noises made everyone's heart go numb. President Luo Lai is too powerful. Even a strong body can't withstand this kind of attack. That guy still wants to fight President Luo Lai to the end. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. No one was optimistic about Lin Fei's chances. Lin Fei did not use his prestige and purely relied on the metamagnet divine saber. He kept attacking with his saber, but each time he missed, he was met with attacks on his body. He's really strong. An ordinary ultimate god spear attack can't even withstand 7 or 8 attacks. Under the perfect body state, Lin Fei's body was full of cracks. It was a tragic sight no matter how one looked at it. His spear technique also contains the power of the space sect. There are even several other kinds of enchantment hidden in it. Lin Fei was hit more than 20 times. There was another power seeping into his body, continuously accumulating, forming another terrifying power. This was a pincer attack. Lin Fei couldn't think of any way to solve it. Even with the metamagnet divine saber in his hands, it was all in vain. His opponent had used his techniques and enchanted treasures to forcibly suppress the power of the metamagnet divine saber. Lin Fei was fine, but for Luo Lai, it was not a good thing. What kind of body refining technique did he cultivate? His body actually didn't collapse under my attack. He, who had seen many things, was dumbfounded this time. Logically speaking, the other party's physical body should have long collapsed. There was no way he could have lasted until now. Even though his body was covered in cracks, it did not look like it was going to shatter. A shadow appeared in Luo Lai's heart. The situation did not seem good. 100 combo. Luo Lai shouted. Behind him, 100 phantoms appeared. Each of them had the same aura and shot out their spears in unison. The sky was filled with spear shadows that attacked like raindrops. The power of these spear shadows instantly increased. Hundreds of them gathered together, and with a whoosh, a thick spear shadow directly pierced Lin Fei's chest. The power in his body also detonated, and a huge black hole instantly appeared. Everyone could only hear the sound of the earth shaking. Under such an attack, the auction hall seemed to be unaffected. That person is done for. That's 100 combo, an internal and external attack. He's definitely finished. The battle was too shocking. Under that kind of attack, none of them present thought that they could withstand it. One spear attack was enough to let them experience despair. This guy who could last so long under Luo Lai's attack could be considered powerful. With such strength, which big city wouldn't welcome him, he just had to come here to cause trouble. Luo Lai's move had also consumed a lot of energy to break the other party's physical body. He did not believe that the other party's physical body could withstand his attack. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed in the auction hall. What a powerful killer move. Lin Fei's strong physical body was torn open at this time. It was the size of a fist, and his chest was slightly dented. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. With a thought, Lin Fei's physical body recovered to its original state. Your city lord might be able to injure me, but you can't. Lin Fei shook his head. Now, have a taste of my move. There was a loud crack. Lin Fei stepped on the stone floor beneath him, and with a crack, the floor began to crack. The crack spread all the way down, covering the entire auction hall in an instant. The floor of the auction hall, which had not been affected by such a big move just now, was shattered by Lin Fei's violent stomp. Crack, 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 crack. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. At the same time, the sealed space also began to collapse at this time. Loud cracking sounds continued to spread out. Not good, this place is going to collapse. No one knew which expert shouted, but everyone ran outside. The sealed space also lost its effect, and everyone rushed out like a swarm of bees. At the same time, a loud sound spread throughout Luofu City. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. The cracking sounds continued. Those who were paying attention saw an unbelievable scene. A crack appeared on the wall of the Luofu City's auction hall, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Many experts ran out. Hurry up and leave, this place is going to collapse. Too scary. The heavenly god experts who came out all had horrified expressions. It's President Luo Lai. Luo Lai also ran out with a trace of fear on his face. By the time he came out, this symbolic building had collapsed with a loud bang. Huge cracks spread out from the ground, forming a terrifying spiderweb. The surrounding buildings also suffered an unexpected disaster, collapsing one after another, turning into ruins. He actually turned the auction hall into ruins with a kick. Luo Lai's face instantly turned pale. No one knew the situation of the auction hall better than him. There were countless array formations set up here, and it was not something that could be destroyed with a single kick. But now, the scene in front of him, if this had happened to him, Luo Lai would have panicked. He was finally afraid. Where did this guy come from? He also understood the meaning of that sentence. Perhaps only his father could fight this guy. Chapter 3202. Luofu City. The area around the auction site had been reduced to ruins. The dust that filled the sky told everyone that this was not a joke, but something that really happened in front of them. Who knows what happened? How did the auction site turn into ruins? Who did this? This is too scary. Could it be that expert has come to Luofu City? Quick, look. President Luo Lai has come out. He doesn't look too good. Such a huge commotion caused the entire Luofu City to boil. It had been a long, long time since something like this had happened. This was the rhythm of someone causing trouble. The scariest thing was that the auction venue had been demolished and the surrounding area had been razed to the ground, turning it into ruins. Regardless of whether they were outsiders or Luofu City celestial gods, they were all shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the auction hall was in ruins, more than 10 figures appeared from the void. Third young master, what happened? Who did it? Third young master, did someone come to cause trouble again? Those people were all ultimate gods from Luofu City. Any one of them was very powerful and could dominate an area. Under normal circumstances, they would rarely show themselves. Wow, there are more than 10 ultimate gods at once. Isn't that demonic eye supremacy? There's also Divinity Colossal Eye and Divinity Myriad Devil. Something big has happened. All of them were greatly shocked. Any one of those ultimate gods could easily kill an ordinary ultimate god. They were all mid-level ultimate gods according to their strength. Luo Lai took a deep breath. Everyone, pay attention. There's a powerful ultimate god in the ruins. Once he appears, we'll immediately surround him and kill him. The ultimate gods' faces tensed up. It was the first time they heard the third master speak in such a serious tone. Someone is coming out. No way. He's actually fine despite being affected like this. As the dust settled, a figure walked out. How's the power of my kick? Lin Fei revealed himself. Kill. More than a dozen ultimate gods, including Luo Lai, attacked together. More than 10 powerful attacks were unleashed. In an instant, the sun and moon seemed to lose their luster. The attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the ruins. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Pieces of high-end enchanted equipment appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, that's the Paralysis Scepter. And the Divine Soul Storm Scepter. Gravity Scepter. Divine Strike Scepter. Many knowledgeable experts cried out in surprise. Any one of these treasures was worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones, and their power could not be ignored. There are so many high-end enchantment treasures. Just who is that person? He definitely won't be able to block it. Many people thought. Even a high-level ultimate god would not be able to withstand such an attack easily if they did not have a lot of treasures or a lot of treasures. I don't believe that he can withstand the attack of a high-end enchantment treasure. Luo Lai had also lost his temper. No matter what, he had to suppress this fellow. Lin Fei used the power of his perfect physical body and crushed the auction hall with a stomp. Actually, even he himself was surprised. This power seemed to be ridiculously strong. I told you, you can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head. Facing the power of the sun and moon collapsing, he stretched out his hand, as if he was fiddling with something. The terrifying attacks that filled the sky suddenly dispersed. Everything returned to normal. No matter how powerful their joint attack was, it was still very weak in front of Lin Fei. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Before the attacks could get close, He waved his hand and easily dissolved all the attacks. He was definitely a top-notch expert. I'm not seeing things, am I? He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen ultimate gods with just a wave of his hand. There's also a high-end enchantment treasure's attack. This is so scary. Where did he come from? The onlookers were so scared that their limbs turned to jelly. One person blocked more than a dozen ultimate gods from Luofu City. Even a high-level ultimate god would not be able to do that easily. Luo Lai took 3 steps back. High-end enchantment is useless against him. Luo Lai was very bitter and helpless as fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Why did he have to meet such an expert? The dozen ultimate gods' faces turned even paler. Needless to say, they knew the gap between them and that person. He could easily kill them. Even a high-level ultimate god might not be able to take him down. Do you still want to fight? Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lai did not know what to say. How dare you? This is Luofu City. A ball of lightning whizzed over along with the fury of thunder. Lightning flashed in the sky and turned into a lightning domain. A thick bolt of lightning fell. Elder Lei Mia is here. He's one of the top 3 experts in Luofu City. A high-level ultimate god. Many people cheered. Lin Fei saw a middle-aged godly venerable in the lightning. His face was devoid of dignity and the lightning around him was like a dragon circling around him. He snorted coldly. I hate it when people show off in front of me. One punch. It was just an ordinary punch. The middle-aged godly venerable Lei Mia was originally in closed-door training. When he noticed the changes in the city, he came out of closed-door training to see a burly man flaunting his prowess in Luofu City's territory. He immediately took action. Wherever Lin Fei's fist passed, the lightning collapsed. The lightning that could easily destroy one's body fell on Lin Fei's arm and bounced off. Bang! Lei Mia, who was in the lightning, screamed in pain as he was sent flying. The Thunder Dominion had completely vanished. Who else wants to have a taste of my fist? Lin Fei shook his retracted fist. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Lei Mia, one of the top 3 experts, was sent flying with a single punch. It was a huge visual shock to see it with their own eyes. What was an expert? This was a true expert. If even the top 3 experts could not withstand a single punch, who else in Luofu City could withstand a single punch? Luofu City Lord, I'm leaving. Do you want to come out and fight? Lin Fei smiled. If you don't dare to come out and fight, I'll be leaving. His voice reverberated throughout Luofu City. Silence. Once again, it was quiet. Looks like we'll have to wait until next time. Lin Fei shook his head with a regretful expression. He reached out and tore open the void. He walked in and left a majestic figure for everyone to see. He tore open Luofu City's space. Everyone was shocked once again. Luo Lai was speechless. This person was so strong that even Elder Lei Mia could not withstand a single punch. Was he attacking them? He did not dare to think about it anymore. Luofu City, in a secret room. A middle-aged ultimate god in green stood there. His deep gaze pierced through space and landed on the boundless Yuan Mia world. There was a person flying in the air. Who are you? A heavy voice reverberated. Were you sent by them to test my strength? Chapter 3203. After that, Lin Fei left Luofu City. He once again appeared in the boundless Yuanmi world with waves of mighty Yuanmi energy surging toward him. However, it was not a big threat to Lin Fei. Damn, he didn't make a move. What a surprise. In the entire Luofu City, only the Luofu City governor could pique Lin Fei's interest. As for the others, they were weak. In the end, the Luofu City governor did not make a move even after snatching a lot of things. Lin Fei was speechless. Did the Luofu City governor want to be a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Little devil, how much prestige did I gain just now? Temporarily, it's 100 million prestige. The little devil had a conclusion. 100 million? Lin Fei shook his head. That's too little. Master can't rush this matter. I believe as long as the news spreads, your prestige will increase. After all, Master has stepped into the top circle, said the little devil. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. It was not something that could be rushed. It was just as the little devil had said. Luofu City had a new expert. The news of ultimate god Lei Ming, who had sent 3 of the city's top experts flying with a single punch and snatching the treasures from the auction, spread like wildfire. Did you say another top-notch expert has appeared? Are you kidding me? A top-notch expert will snatch treasures? Wake up, maybe it's a high-level ultimate god in disguise. No matter what, he defeated ultimate god Lei Ming with a single punch. I heard he went easy on him. The news spread like wildfire in every big city. The Luofu city governor did not make a move. Many people shook their heads as they seemed to have missed a good show. The mysterious expert had also attracted many people's speculations. It did not last long. After all, a high-level ultimate god was not a top-notch expert and was not worthy of everyone's attention. At the same time, another piece of news spread. One of the sealed continents in the Saint Spirit domain was going to be opened soon. Father, should we issue a wanted order? Luofu City. Luo Lai did not understand why his father did not make a move. Even if the opponent was a high-level ultimate god, he would not be able to resist his father in Luofu City. Idiot, who said he's a high-level ultimate god? The green-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. Today, besides Luo Lai, second brother and big brother were also here. Father, did you say that person is a peak ultimate god? Luo Wen gasped. How is this possible? Everyone would know if any top-notch ultimate god appeared. It's impossible for a top-notch ultimate god to appear secretly. Second brother Luo Yao was in disbelief. Their Luofu city couldn't be compared to ordinary top powers. No one knew the secrets of this circle better than they did. There were only a handful of peak ultimate gods in that circle. Any peak ultimate god would have news about them. The birth of any peak ultimate god would cause a huge commotion. Due to that, everyone would know the moment a top-level ultimate god appeared. A top-level ultimate god had a terrifying influence in that circle. That was why everyone dared to say that the other party was a high-level ultimate god. Top-level ultimate gods were too rare. Once any one of them appeared, they would form a force of their own, and at the same time, they would affect the inherent changes in the situation. Therefore, it was difficult to become a peak ultimate god. Even if they had the potential, they might not be able to reach that stage. It was a well-known secret in the circle. Although the Luofu city governor was not a top-level ultimate god, he was one of the high-level ultimate gods. At the same time, there was a top-level ultimate god standing behind him, so he knew more than others. He's not a top-level ultimate god, but he's not far away. The Luofu city governor would not hide anything from his son. If I were to take action, the chances would be 50-50 at most. 50-50. It felt completely different to hear those words from his father. That's why I didn't take action. You should know that one of the sealed continents in the Saint Spirit domain is about to be opened. The Saint Spirit domain will become the center of the storm for a period of time as 4 continents will be unsealed. Father, will the Saint Spirit domain really be reorganized? Luo Lai asked. Doesn't that mean? Therefore, your mission is to enter the Saint Spirit domain, enter the sealed continents, and obtain the recognition of the new continents. When the new world appears in the future, you'll get unimaginable benefits. It's not impossible for you to step into the high-level ultimate god realm. Doesn't that mean Father has a chance? The Luofu city governor nodded. That's why I didn't take action to stop that person. It's not worth it. It's just a small thing. If it's gone, then it's gone. Maybe I can sell him a favor at a critical moment. Lin Fei did not find the second big city in the end. The origin destruction world was strange and ever-changing. Lin Fei returned to the Saint Spirit domain and no longer wandered around the origin destruction world. The harvest from this trip is quite good. The origin destruction space, the origin destruction sacred lotus, and so on were all good things. Those were secondary. The most important thing was knowing that there were hidden forces in the origin destruction world. Those big cities were wandering outside the Saint Spirit domain like tigers peeping at the side. Maybe the Saint Spirit domain will be lively soon. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The Saint Spirit domain still had 4 sealed continents which would probably attract a lot of people. Looks like my chance to earn prestige has come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. While earning prestige, I need to rearrange the Saint Body Mountain to prevent them from attacking. This is a way for me to earn prestige. After seeing the experts of those big cities, coupled with high-end enchantment treasures, Lin Fei's current enchantment equipment was obviously inferior to theirs, even though it was not bad. Lin Fei opened the prestige support and started to look at some related skills, planning to find some lasting skills. The prestige support did not disappoint Lin Fei. As expected, he found some passive skills. More importantly, the skill could last for a long time. True and false illusion, 3 billion prestige. Can create an illusion that no one can see through. Can last for 3,000 years. Divine protection, 5 billion prestige. Passive skill. Can block any attack. Can last for 2,000 years. 10,000-mile barrier, 10 billion prestige. Can prevent any object from entering within a range of 1 billion miles. Can last for 1,000 years. One passive skill after another dazzled Lin Fei's eyes. Although he still had 100 billion prestige, after looking at the passive skills, Lin Fei realized that he was still poor. He could not even buy the passive skills that easily cost tens of billions of prestige. True and false illusion, divine protection, 10,000-mile barrier. Lin Fei bought the cheapest 3 in one go, spending 18 billion reputation points in one go. Once the 3 passive skills were activated, a huge change happened within a range of 1 billion miles of the Saint Body Mountain. Those heavenly gods who were on their way to the Saint Body Mountain seemed to have bumped into something when they were within the range of 1 billion miles. They could not continue forward. What's happening? Why can't we go in? Chapter 3204. Saint Spirit Domain, the Sacred Body Mountain had unleashed its ultimate move. The 3 passive skills, True-False Illusion, Divine Guardian, and 10,000-mile barrier, were placed on the Sacred Body Mountain, and the visual impact they brought shocked the entire Saint Spirit Domain. From that day onward, no one could fly within 1 billion miles of the Sacred Body Mountain. Regardless of whether one was a heavenly god or a great venerable, no one could break through this mysterious power. They had to behave themselves in this place. Without a special pass, no one could pass through this area. The true-false illusion also shrouded the area. No matter who it was, no one could tell the difference between real and fake in this area of the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by sacred leader Lin Fei's generosity. The 3 passive skills were placed on the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei could rest easy. At least for a long time, he did not need to worry about anything. Even a godly venerable would not be able to break through easily. Tens of billions of reputation points were no joke. To the top forces in the Saint Spirit Domain, the commotion caused by the Sacred Body Mountain was too big. All the powerful figures who wanted to go to the Sacred Body Mountain were now obedient. The Sacred Body Mountain's level immediately rose. After those people saw how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, they would at most mock and ridicule it. Anyway, they would not go to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter how big the commotion was, they would not care. The Sacred Body Mountain's magic equipment business was getting better and better. The number of reputation points was maintained at a certain number every day. After a long time, it brought Lin Fei a considerable amount of reputation points. He maintained tens of millions of reputation points every day, sometimes exceeding 100 million reputation points. This was also the current limit of reputation Lin Fei could obtain. The powerful figures in the Saint Spirit Domain who did not know about Lin Fei had obtained about the same amount of reputation points. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied with this kind of reputation points. Don't be so demanding, okay? Earning more than 10 billion reputation points in a year was considered good enough. It had only been a year. What about 10 or 100 years? There was a loud boom. On this day, a huge tremor came from heaven and earth. The ordinary heavenly gods felt their hearts tremble. As for the high lords and great high lords, their expressions were filled with shock as they sent their divine senses towards the source of the voice. It was the same for ultimate god experts. What happened? Let's go and see what's going on. This movement doesn't seem normal. In the Saint Spirit domain, many figures passed through the void and arrived at the place where the incident had taken place. Isn't this the entrance to the black domain? That sound seems to be coming from here. Should we go in and take a look? Perhaps some kind of treasure has appeared. Many high lords and great sovereigns had gathered at the entrance to the black realm. Up until now, no ultimate gods had appeared yet. However, the activity in the black domain made everyone curious. Exactly what sort of treasures would appear in the abandoned black domain? Under the temptation, many high lords and great venerables rushed in. No matter how dangerous the black domain was, they were confident that they had some strength. If they were lucky enough to come across a treasure, it might be a chance for them to stand out. Later on, more high lords and great venerables, and even ultimate god experts entered the black domain one after another. More than 100 experts had entered the black domain for the treasures inside. Because of the primordial sect, they had all retreated from the black domain. The experts outside did not dare to enter rashly. Who knew if there would be any danger? Everyone was very protective of their own lives, especially after that terrifying attack. Even until now, the Saint Spirit domain's top experts had been very low-key. Up until now, no one had figured out who had attacked them. With such a terrifying expert around, everyone was much more restrained. Who knew what would happen if they encountered him? If that happened, they would not even know how they died. This situation lasted for 10 years. There were about a few thousand experts who had entered. Until one day, 10 years later, a group of people ran out from the black domain. They were in a sorry state, and their faces were abnormally pale. They looked back from time to time as if something terrifying was chasing them. They are not the first batch to enter. What happened? This is not normal. During the 10 years, there were several movements in the black domain. Each time, the movements became louder and louder. However, until now, no one knew what exactly had happened in the black domain. Save us. He's catching up. We don't want to die. The people who ran out were overjoyed when they saw the people at the black domain's entrance. Pft. 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 But at this moment, a black shadow pierced through these experts like a ghost. In an instant, the experts who had escaped were all killed. Not a single one survived. Be careful. The experts at the black domain's entrance were all shocked when they saw this scene. Most of these experts were high lords. Among them, there were a few peak great venerables. However, they could not withstand the power of the other party's attack. They were all dead. What is that thing? It's so fast. This sudden scene gave everyone quite a fright. After those people died, the black light did not stop. Instead, it charged toward them. Wherever the black light passed, the black domain's entrance was littered with corpses. A high lord died in one move. A great venerate died in one move. Even a peak great venerate died in one move. The experts at the black domain's entrance scattered like birds and beasts. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not compare to that black light. None of them could leave the black domain's entrance alive. 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. In the past 10 years, the black domain's entrance had been surrounded by a large number of experts. But now, they had all become extremely weak. Too weak, too weak. The black flowing light condensed into a human figure. This figure was shrouded in black mist. Endless black mist surged out from the dark domain behind the figure, condensing into a pair of illusory wings behind the figure. Soon, the first pair of wings was formed. More and more dense black energy surged. This black energy soared into the sky, covering the sky above the black domain. The huge amount of black energy made everyone aware of the changes that had occurred here. Everyone saw a figure standing in the void. Huge amounts of black energy surged into the figure's body. The illusory wings also became more solid. A pair of wings. 2 pairs of wings. 3 pairs of wings. Ever since this day began, endless black energy swirled at the black domain's entrance. This figure remained in the sky, absorbing the endless black energy. This matter shocked the entire Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, they were all shocked. He's out. The primeval sex experts looked at the figure and trembled. Too fast. It's much earlier than expected. He has evolved 3 pairs of wings. Damn it. We must destroy him. Chapter 3205. At the entrance of the black domain. A huge amount of black gas penetrated the entrance of the black domain and turned into a huge black area. In this area, there was nothing but darkness. In this region, a violent black aura pervaded the air. Once a heavenly god stepped into it, he would instantly turn into a pile of dust. This was the rhythm of death no matter how many entered. For a time, the area became a forbidden area. No one knew who that person was. It was not that no one attacked during this period, but everyone's attack could not land on the mysterious person. The black mist in the sky was all blocked. A layer was blasted open, and a second layer immediately filled in, forming an endless defense. A few years passed, and no one could break the black gas defense. The mysterious person's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The wings on his back turned into 7 pairs, and the 8th pair was also constantly condensing. It was still very weak at the moment. Even so, the 7 pairs of black wings spread out, and a terrifying and endless prestige spread out majestically. The person seemed to have become a god fiend, an ancient god fiend. Sacred Body Mountain. What's the origin of that thing? In just a little more than 10 years, his strength has actually increased to this level. What the hell? Lin Fei had been paying attention to the mysterious expert through the system. This guy was definitely someone with a great background. He should be a special life form born in the black domain. Little Fiend said. Master doesn't have to worry about anything. As long as he doesn't provoke Master, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. More than 10 years passed. Lin Fei gained almost 200 billion prestige. Including the previous one, it was almost 300 billion prestige. I just don't know what that guy is going to do. Master, the surveillance just showed that all the top forces in the black domain have made a move. It seems like they want to stop the other party from growing stronger. An image was transferred over. It turned out that the ultimate gods from the top forces in the black domain had come out in full force to attack the mysterious figure in the black mist. They're really going. Lin Fei was not interested in dealing with the mysterious black shadow. What a joke. It was a powerful existence born from a special life form. It would not end well for him to deal with it. The system could say that the thing was powerful and ordinary people could not kill it. The black gas was the strongest protection. This was what the little fiend had said. Unless all the black gas in the entire black domain was exhausted, no one would be able to take down this mysterious person. There was nothing these people could do even if they went. It was just as Lin Fei had guessed. The top forces in the black domain had joined forces with countless ultimate god experts. However, no matter how hard they attacked, they could not threaten the mysterious man from the black domain. The Divine Venerables lineup was powerful, but they were unable to force the other party out. The siege lasted for a year. The joint attack ended in failure. All kinds of means and enchantment treasures were unable to break through the mysterious person in the black fog. This outcome was beyond the expectations of many people. Where did that mysterious figure come from? It was as if nothing had happened even when the ultimate gods were besieging him. He continued to absorb the black gas leisurely without opening his eyes or showing any signs of movement. Scary, really scary. It's really impossible to break the defense. Lin Fei already knew this would happen. Looks like this mysterious person won't come out until he absorbs the black gas in the black domain. Master is right. Once this person comes out, he'll definitely have 8 pairs of divine wings and will be very powerful. He'll at least be a grade 8 or grade 9 ultimate god. His strength was top-notch. Lin Fei learned a lot of news from his trip to Luofu City. There were very few top-notch experts. Not counting those in Yuan Mia world, the strongest ultimate god in the Saint Spirit world would not exceed grade 5 ultimate god and could only be a mid-level ultimate god. The Luofu City could easily grab a bunch of peak intermediate ultimate gods from there. That was the difference. The Saint Spirit world will be even more lively. The top forces in the Saint Spirit world could not stop the mysterious person and fell silent again. There were all kinds of speculations about the mysterious person. Unfortunately, up until now, no one had been able to tell the origin of the mysterious man. Many people suspected that the forces in the black domain knew something, but they could not do anything if they did not say anything. Everyone was wary of the mysterious person. It could not be helped as the mysterious person was too terrifying. Even though the Heavenly Feather race had wings, they were worlds apart from the Heavenly Feather race. There was no comparison in any aspect. Everyone knew that the mysterious person would be a terrifying existence in the Saint Spirit world once he woke up. Lin Fei's life was still as carefree as ever. He sold enchanted equipment one by one. A large number of ores were sent to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter how big the commotion outside was, Lin Fei could not be bothered as long as they did not harass him to earn prestige. As for the rest, who cared? The Sacred Body Mountain had also become a rather unique existence. Those top forces who were worried about the Sacred Body Mountain's continuous expansion secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain did not expand, they did not have to worry too much. As for enchanted equipment, they could not stop it, so they let it spread. With that in mind, everyone realized that it was not that troublesome. Holy Lord Lin Fei did not seem to have much desire for it. Why did such an expert attack in the first place? In the end, they were defeated. When the Demon 33 Lord and the Demon King came together, Lin Fei was a little surprised. These two fellows had suffered many losses in his hands, but they actually swaggered in. Ever since the passive skills were set up, they could no longer sneak in quietly. Two important people, what brings you here? If you want enchanted equipment, everything is negotiable. They were guests, so Lin Fei still received them politely. The Demon Monarch and the Demon Ruler no longer dared to put on airs in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had suffered a lot in the past. When the Spacetime Temple Master joined forces with the Hierarch to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, the Demon Ruler already had the idea of being the fisherman who reaped the benefits. In the end, the moment Lin Fei made a move, he defeated a Hierarch expert and was so scared that he immediately ran away. Holy Lord Lin, we are really here for enchanted equipment. The Demon 33 Lord said. We have also brought our sincerity. This is a small gift from us. More than 10 storage rings were taken out. Gifts? Lin Fei glanced at them. They were all kinds of ores. These storage rings were large ones. This small gift was not bad. He thought the Demon King and the Demon 33 Lord came to put on airs. He did not mind sucking them dry. As long as he wanted, no one could stop him within a certain range. How many enchanted equipment do you want? With a large amount of materials, the enchanted equipment had become an assembly line. Chapter 3206. Buying enchanted equipment was just one of the reasons why the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers visited. We need 10,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Sagely damage-resistant battle armor, sagely divine weapons, exactly 20,000 pieces. The Demon 33 country rulers said what they wanted. No way, you only want 10,000 pieces, not more? Lin Fei raised his eyelids. 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment was really not a big number. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers vomited blood. 10,000 pieces per person was not a small number. Now in the Saint Spirit domain, all kinds of mines were controlled by others. It was not an easy task to get the extra ores. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers wanted to get more enchanted equipment to prepare for a rainy day. But the mines were almost divided up, and they had no choice. Holy Lord Lin, you really know how to joke. 10,000 pieces of enchanted equipment is not a small number. The Demon King laughed dryly. Yes, we are very satisfied. Lin Fei gave up on them. They had no ambition at all. You guys, if I were you, I would be embarrassed if I did not get 40 to 50,000 pieces back. Lin Fei laughed. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers were speechless again. Today, they really did not dare to fight with Lin Fei. Even a hierarch would not be able to. This was a well-known fact in the Saint Spirit domain, especially now that the Saint Spirit domain was in troubled times. If there are no mines, you can actually rob them. Lin Fei laughed. There are fewer mines now, but the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land have many experts. You can totally work together and wipe out the mines that are controlled by the small factions. Lin Fei encouraged them. All these years, whether they were owned or not, they were all controlled by the big and small factions. If you are willing, I can give you 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment for free. Lin Fei said generously. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers looked at each other. Good people. We need to consider this. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers looked at each other and suppressed the excitement in their hearts. 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. We agree. They did indeed have the thought of attacking, but with the spread of enchanted equipment, heavenly gods were not so easy to deal with. Their demon country's demon soldiers did not dare to attack easily. Up until now, they did not have any advantage. Lin Fei's words moved them. As long as you use the various mines to trade, the enchanted equipment you want will be continuously supplied to you. Building a powerful enchanted army will not be a problem. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings were naturally fond of causing destruction. They realized that the Saint Body Mountain that Lin Fei controlled did not affect their destruction of the Saint Spirit domain at all. As long as they did not provoke Lin Fei, everyone would be fine. Why would they want to offend such a person? The Demon King and the Demon 33 Kings no longer had any hatred for Lin Fei. With 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment on hand, they could easily form an elite army. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings left behind the storage ring and took away 70,000 enchanted equipment, happily preparing to do something big. Lin Fei really didn't care about tens of thousands of enchanted equipment. Check to see if there are any special ores. No problem. Search and check immediately. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings left the Saint Body Mountain. Looking back at the various illusions of the Saint Body Mountain, the two of them felt like they had just had a dream. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so easy to talk to. He gave us 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment just like that. The Demon 33 Kings were still excited and had not fully recovered. With these 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment, we can deploy a group of elites to occupy more mines and use them to arm our army. The Demon Monarch was also full of excitement at this time, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Fortunately, we did not offend Lin Fei again. He is not someone we can afford to offend. The Demon 33 King said. The Demon Monarch now fully agreed. That's right, he is not someone we can afford to offend. Master, we are in luck. We found a special ore that can extract a certain substance. After fusing it with another substance, we can create a new substance, Thunderstorm. You said that we can create a large-scale enchanted treasure, Thunderstorm? He had been purchasing all kinds of ores. Lin Fei had a large number of substances in his possession. Individually, these substances were not very powerful, but once they were fused, their power would increase exponentially, and it would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Thunderstorm was one of the large-scale enchanted treasures. Yes. Lin Fei laughed. Good, Good, the Saint Body Mountain will finally have a large-scale enchanted treasure. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings climbed the Saint Body Mountain. This news was quickly spread to the top forces. Ever since the barrier was built, experts who wanted to go to the Saint Body Mountain had to do so openly. As for sneaking in, so far, no one could do it. None of the various stealth techniques worked. After a long time, everyone lost their temper with this special existence. Therefore, all the big shots who went to the Saint Body Mountain basically could not hide from the eyes of those who wanted to. Although the top forces did not look for trouble with the Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei, they were still secretly monitoring him. Once such an existence caused a commotion, it would not be a small matter. Until now, no one knew how many enchanted methods Lin Fei had mastered, but after so many years, they were all very jealous of the various enchanted equipment that had been circulated. The visit of the demon monarch and the demon 33 kings was definitely not a good thing. They must have gone to look for Lin Fei to buy enchanted equipment. They really know how to lower their heads. I wonder if they succeeded or not. The top forces all began to speculate. Although they did not make a move against the demon palace and the demon ancestral land, they had never let down their guard. This time, when they appeared at the Saint Body Mountain, the first thing they thought of was enchanted equipment. But they said that they wanted to rope in Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei? For the time being, no one had such confidence. Now, everyone knew that the Saint Body Mountain was a special place. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and the other forces that produced enchanted equipment were having a hard time now. No one would buy their products. Even if the price went down, compared to those cheap ores, they would be in tears. If the demon monarch and the demon 33 kings obtained a large number of enchanted treasures, it would not be a good thing. One by one, the scouts were mobilized to investigate. Soon, the demon palace and the demon ancestral land formed an army of 50,000, no, 70,000 enchanted soldiers. They attacked like lightning, attacking more than 10 mines outside, and a large number of demon soldiers and generals went to dig. Chapter 3207. When the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers worked together, the 70,000 enchanted soldiers seized hundreds of mines. These mines were backed by various forces, big or small. However, at this moment, they ignored all of them. After seizing the mines, they immediately emptied them. Where did they get the enchanted equipment? They must have gotten it from the Sacred Body Mountain. How generous! 70,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Is this the prelude to a war over the mines? The tens of thousands of enchanted soldiers were equipped with sagely invulnerable armor and sagely divine weapons. Their physical bodies were already strong, and now that they were armed, they could sweep away thousands of enemies. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers personally oversaw the mines. Soon, the 70,000 enchanted soldiers were armed to 100,000 enchanted soldiers, and then 150,000 enchanted soldiers. It took him less than a year to complete the task. In the Saint Spirit domain, the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers frantically seized the mines. With the enchanted equipment, their momentum soared again. The top factions of the Saint Spirit domain could no longer sit still. Lin Fei is too shameless. How can he sell so many enchanted equipment to the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land? We can't let them continue. 150,000 enchanted soldiers. Who could stop those mine guards? They were annihilated in a single move. That's right. We must stop them. Ever since their defeat at the Sacred Body Mountain, the top factions did not dare to underestimate the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. It was an existence that they could not destroy. Even if they went all out, they might not be able to take down the Sacred Body Mountain. The top factions that joined forces would not fight to the death. That kind of loss was unbearable. After that, the series of changes at the Sacred Body Mountain was seen by everyone. They also realized that Lin Fei had mastered many high-level enchanted methods. Back then, they could not do anything about it, let alone now. No one dared to go to the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. As for the enchanted equipment, they could only arrange for people to bid for it in private. As for doing it openly? Who told the Sacred Body Mountain to disqualify them? Don't be so angry. A siege against the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land began. The top-tier powers had quite a few mines in their hands, and the powers attached to them also controlled mines. Now that the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 monarchs were shamelessly trying to snatch them, it was tantamount to touching their bottom line. Without the mines and ores, it would not be easy to obtain enchanted equipment from the Holy Body Mountain. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lord took advantage of them, it would not be a good thing. A small-scale skirmish had begun. The top forces all stood up. First, they told them not to take things too far and that they could choose not to take action. Come and fight if you can. These were the intentions of the Demon Lord and the Demon 33 kings. An army of 150,000 enchanted equipment was a force to be reckoned with. From the beginning of the encirclement battle, the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 monarch side displayed a huge advantage. Those below the hierarch realm could hardly withstand their attacks. After a few encirclement battles, they suffered a crushing defeat and suffered heavy losses. Welcome to battle. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords were extremely excited. Holy Lord Lin Fei is such a good person. Originally, their subordinates were already strong. Now that they were armed, the 150,000 strong army was not inferior to them at all. We still have to continue. The Demon Monarch's vision was far-sighted. We must rob them all and dig them clean. The 150,000 strong army is just the beginning. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords. The benefits of 50,000 enchanted equipment were too much. Last time, they discovered a special material that allowed them to create a large-scale enchanted equipment, the Thundercloud Storm. This time, they discovered another special material that could be used to refine another high-end enchanted material, Petrification. Although the name did not seem like much, it was actually extremely powerful. Almost no one could withstand it. Lin Fei was especially fond of them. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords led the 150,000 enchanted army and contributed a lot of prestige to Lin Fei every day. Who asked them to start worshipping Lin Fei? They suddenly rushed up from a disadvantageous position. An enchanted army of 100,000 plus powerful heavenly deities. How can they fight against them? Lin Fei already knew the outcome of the encirclement of the top forces. As long as the hierarch realm did not appear, who could compete with them? This was not a joke. Since the last time, the top forces had been blacklisted by Lin Fei. They could not go to the auction for a long time and could only use other means. However, they did not dare to buy too much. The enchanted army that they could pull out could not reach the 150,000 enchanted army that the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords could pull out. Should the divinities join the battle? That would be too embarrassing. Without the help of the divinities, the 150,000 enchanted army was almost wiped out. Robbing the mines became more domineering. The mines in everyone's hands were constantly losing control. After the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords finished mining, they immediately exchanged for more enchanted equipment. As for the subordinates? That was simple. The Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestors' Land did not have much, but they had a lot of subordinates. With a little equipment, they would immediately catch up. In comparison, no one could catch up. Master, actually, you can try to build the Prestige Divine Tower. The little devil suddenly said. Lin Fei was confused. Prestige Divine Pagoda? What's that? This is a good thing. It is a masterpiece made by the system. Little Devil began to praise himself and began to introduce this thing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. Bragging about a product of the system, Little Devil, do you have any shame? After listening for a while, Lin Fei became interested. According to Little Devil, this thing was actually a treasure to collect prestige in disguise. Anything related to Lin Fei, this treasure would collect it and form a certain proportion of prestige. Damn, isn't this similar to faith? The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was faith. It seemed that only faith was the most suitable word. No, no, no. How can faith be compared to the prestige divine tower? Little Devil sneered. Faith is something that many people do not want to see. However, the prestige divine tower is different. As long as it is erected, there will be no effect at all. There is no need for people to believe in it. A prestige divine tower only needs 30 billion prestige. At the same time, it can also reduce the loss rate of prestige. 30 billion reputation points was still a shock. Loss rate? It can't be. Prestige can be lost? Little Devil said. Yes, the system collects prestige. During this process, a portion of prestige will be lost. For example, right now, each time it loses about 40% of prestige. 40%? Don't be so wasteful. Chapter 3208. Exchanging 30 billion reputation for a reputation divine pagoda would increase his reputation by 40%? Lin Fei was truly tempted. At the same time, he also looked down on the system. How could such a loophole appear? Was it deliberately ruining his reputation? The powerful and invincible system actually had such an irresponsible side. He had lost 40% of his reputation for nothing. Lin Fei only felt that a large amount of reputation had disappeared right under his nose. Those were all killing moves. If he didn't lose these prestige points, wouldn't he have gained even more prestige points? 400 billion prestige points or 500 billion prestige points? Or even more? 30 billion reputation for a reputation divine pagoda was indeed not cheap. Especially now that his reputation had stabilized every day, the reputation divine pagoda seemed to have become useless. When would he be able to regain his reputation? A reputation divine pagoda was far from enough. This was the key. Lin Fei still exchanged for a reputation divine pagoda and built it on the Sage Body Mountain. He planned to see how his reputation would change. He would not know if he did not use it, but after using it, he immediately realized that his reputation had increased. Master, how is it? Are you satisfied? The Little Devil made a list. This is a comparison of the reputation contributed by the Sage Body Mountain region and the reputation contributed by the outside world. In comparison, the Sage Body Mountain's reputation had increased by a large margin. The reputation divine pagoda was finally showing its effects. Master, 30 billion reputation is already very cheap. Once the reputation divine pagoda is built, no one will be able to see any problems. Master can rest assured. Another one. Lin Fei's 200 billion reputation sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was really not much. He exchanged for 2 reputation divine pagoda consecutively. Lin Fei's reputation immediately shrunk. The demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords were currently in high spirits, flushed with success. The 150,000 strong enchantment army was about to become a 200,000 strong enchantment army. They had been continuously sweeping the mines of the various major factions. Robbing and excavating the mines had become their greatest passion. When they heard that Lin Fei wanted to build a divine pagoda in their territory, the Demon Lord and the Demon 33 Kings agreed without any hesitation. If it was built in their core area, they might have some ideas. Now that it was built anywhere in their territory, they naturally did not have any ideas. Especially if it was built without people and without anything. What else could they think? That was 100 cents. Refuse? Only a fool would do such a thing. Didn't they see that they were rising again? 200,000 enchanted soldiers, 500,000 enchanted soldiers, this was just the beginning. Lin Fei arranged for one of the 10 elders to build the prestige divine tower. The demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords were also curious, so they came as soon as the construction was completed. It was a black divine pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. Compared to the other pagodas, this pagoda was very ordinary. There was nothing eye-catching about it. It was empty inside. The demon lord and the demon 33 country lords inspected it several times, but they did not discover anything. This was really just an ordinary divine tower. Anyway, there's nothing, and it's not a teleportation formation. We don't need to care so much. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings relaxed. They were secretly glad that they did not reject Lin Fei's offer. Otherwise, if Lin Fei got angry and refused to supply them with enchanted equipment, they would be the unlucky ones. The harvest from the second prestige divine tower is not bad. The demon palace and the demon ancestral land have another stable place to contribute prestige. The 2 prestige divine towers cost him 60 billion prestige. Although it was a huge number, it also made Lin Fei realize that it was necessary to cover the prestige divine tower. Where else could he find such a good thing to increase his prestige by 40%? If I want the Saint Spirit world to cover the divine towers, it will be a long and arduous task. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought about how to increase his prestige. The primordial sect is here? After listening to the elder's report, Lin Fei smiled. Finally, they can't sit still anymore. From the commotion caused by the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords, Lin Fei believed that those top forces would not sit still, especially after the encirclement failed. This scene was destined from the beginning. Without a godly venerable, who could stop the attack of the enchanted army? The primordial sect sent the primordial sect master, a powerful godly venerable, the glorious sun sect master. Primordial sect master, your presence brings light to our humble sacred body mountain. Lin Fei came out with a smile. The glorious sun sect master's face flashed a trace of awkwardness, but he also felt relieved. It seemed like he was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. After exchanging greetings, the glorious sun sect master took out a gift. It was a total of 50 storage rings. It's my first time visiting, so I didn't have anything good to give you. I heard that Sacred Lord Lin likes all kinds of ores, so I took the liberty to bring some for you. You're too kind. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. The glorious sun sect master breathed a sigh of relief again. It was good that he had accepted the gift. Ever since the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords obtained enchanted equipment, their strength had increased tremendously. The primordial sect could not sit still anymore. If they could go to the sacred body mountain, why couldn't the primordial sect? Everyone knew the current situation of the sacred body mountain. In the Saint Spirit domain, it was a special existence. No one could deny that. A large number of enchanted equipment of high quality had beaten the Heavenly Feather clan and the others. Now, everyone wanted to buy enchanted equipment, so they went to the sacred body mountain. No one had the confidence to besiege the sacred body mountain. A fallen ultimate god was no laughing matter. Although it was only a clone, it was still an ultimate god expert. An ultimate god could still show off in the outside world, but in the sacred body mountain, a group of guards could fight against an ultimate god. It would be embarrassing if they won, and even more embarrassing if they lost. Moreover, the sacred body mountain had been sealed off for 1 billion miles. Who knew what other big moves were waiting for them? No big moves. Who would believe that? No one would go to the sacred body mountain to be tortured. However, this time, the top forces could not sit still anymore. No one wanted to lower their heads. The glorious sun sect master of the primordial sect had really lowered his head. Wasn't it just a loss? There was no conflict of interest, so he was completely fooled. The glorious sun sect master came to visit. Sacred Lord Lin, the primordial sect would like to buy a batch of enchanted equipment. Is that possible? The glorious sun sect master asked. We can get whatever ores you want. The glorious sun sect master was not confident. A threat? Who would dare? The primordial sect was not the only one who had ores. They did not have any advantage. Especially now that the demonic king and the 33 lords of the demonic world had joined forces with 200,000 enchanted soldiers to supply ores to the sacred body mountain, they were even less confident. I'm afraid this is a little difficult. Lin Fei frowned seriously. The primordial sect can pay a high price. The glorious sun sect master did not dare to get angry. It doesn't matter if it's 10% or 20% as long as Sacred Lord Lin is willing to sell it to us. In the future, the Primordial Sect and the Sacred Body Mountain can even form an alliance to fight against that divine demon. Chapter 3209. The mysterious black figure at the entrance of the Black Domain. Lin Fei had inquired about it, but there was no news about it. The top forces of the Black Domain were all tight-lipped, as if it was a terrifying existence. Divine demon? Master, if what the Brilliant Sun Sect Master said is true, then that guy really has a powerful background. This is a secret from an ancient book, and it happens to be related to divine demons. A large amount of information came pouring in. All of it was related to divine demons. Lin Fei quickly browsed through it and understood everything. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, "What a powerful background." Divine demons indeed had a powerful background. At the same time, they were one of the most powerful races. Divine demons were special life forms that were born in special environments. The birth of any divine demon was abnormally powerful. It was said that in ancient times, divine demons controlled the world and established a supreme era, leaving behind all kinds of legends. Later, for some unknown reason, the number of divine demons began to decrease. Later on, divine demons almost disappeared, and no traces of them could be found anymore. However, every time a divine demon appeared, it would become an outstanding figure of an era. It was because they were too powerful. With a strong body and terrifying strength, no one was a match for a divine demon. Divine demon, you must be joking. Lin Fei pretended to not believe it, but in fact, he believed that it was a divine demon. Didn't divine demons go extinct long ago? The Brilliant Sun Sect Master smiled bitterly. Holy Lord Lin, that is indeed a divine demon. He was residing in the Black Domain, and we only found out about it when he woke up. This is also the reason why we had to leave the Black Domain. We can't fight against any divine demon. If it was not a divine demon, who would be willing to come out? It was an existence that could not be killed. Especially with the help of the Black Domain, if they wanted to kill a divine demon, they had to destroy the Black Domain. However, did they have the strength to do so? Absolutely not, so what was the point of fighting? They had accepted their fate. This was an existence that they could not defeat for the time being. Once a divine demon appears, those hidden divine demons will also appear one by one. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. The Brilliant Sun Sect Master continued. We can talk about the alliance later. I can also sell you enchanted equipment. Lin Fei said. As long as your primordial sect allows me to build a divine pagoda in your territory, everything will be negotiable. Divine pagoda? The Glorious Sun Sect Master knew that the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Country Kings had built the God Pagoda. According to the information that was sent back later, that thing did not pose any threat and was completely ordinary. Sure. It was just a divine pagoda. What was there to worry about? I can give you at most 50,000 enchanted equipment. The Brilliant Sun Sect Master of the Primordial Sect left. When the other top-notch factions found out about this, they secretly cursed the Brilliant Sun Sect Master for being so shameless. They immediately rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter what, they had to obtain a batch of enchanted equipment. It was the age of enchantment. This was something that everyone had to admit. The Sacred Body Mountain was the first. The age of enchantment had just begun. No one could ignore the increase in strength brought by the age of enchantment. A difference of one level didn't matter. They could make up for it with enchantment equipment. Enchanting equipment became a shortcut. From then on, everyone was competing for enchanted equipment. Even though this wasn't a good thing, for some Empyrean gods, it was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Now that the Primordial Sect had obtained a batch of enchanted equipment, everyone was very attentive. Wasn't it just a gift? Who didn't know how to say good words? As for building a god tower, that was even less of a problem. The gifts from these top-notch factions were getting thicker and thicker. Lin Fei didn't reject any of them. He accepted as many as he could. When he really discovered some special ores, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Tens of thousands of enchanted equipment fell into the hands of these factions. Lin Fei was simply too easy to talk to. He let bygones be bygones and took out enchanted equipment for them. Where else could they find such a good deal? When the demon monarch and the demon 33 country rulers heard the news, they weren't surprised. The Sacred Body Mountain was an independent existence that specialized in creating enchanted equipment. It was very normal for them to sell enchanted equipment. The only fortunate thing was that they had taken a big step forward and obtained a large number of enchanted equipment. They were temporarily ahead of the others. The top-notch factions shamelessly left one after another. Once they obtained the enchanted equipment, they immediately formed an enchanted army. They also learned from the methods of the demon monarch and the demon 33 country rulers and fought for the mines. At this time, no one believed that they could still defend the mines. In front of the enchanted army, everything was too weak. In the beginning, the top-notch factions that came out of the Black Domain obtained a large number of enchanted equipment and formed an enchanted army of tens of thousands. Although they couldn't contend against the demon monarch and the others, they at least had an enchanted army of tens of thousands. This was not a small improvement. Looking at the top-notch factions that created enchanted armies, some people began to panic. For example, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect. They had always strived for perfection and monopolized the sale of enchanted equipment. With Lin Fei's tens of thousands of enchanted equipment and the previous enchanted equipment, it created a huge impact. The enchanted equipment of these two factions suffered a huge impact. Sell? Use ores? That would be a huge loss. We need to change our method. The Imperial Treasure Sect was the first to make a choice. Why don't we rely on the Sacred Body Mountain? The higher-ups of the Imperial Treasure Sect fell silent. Were they really going to rely on them? If we don't secretly rely on them, our Imperial Treasure Sect will soon decline. Are we going to rely on our manual crafting? With these words, everyone suffered a huge blow. They were actually very clear about the situation in the future. The era of enchantment was unstoppable. Didn't they see that the top-notch factions had begun to form enchanted armies? If they continued to persevere, after 10,000 years, or even 50,000 years, the Imperial Treasure Sect would be nothing. The Temporal Temple's side also began to panic. They grasped the great sacred art of time and space. If it was one-on-one, or one against many, they would still be able to suppress their opponents. But now, the era of enchantment had begun. Those heavenly gods with enchanted equipment were all very difficult to deal with. For example, the overall strength of the Sacred Body Mountain's guards. They were extremely tyrannical, and anyone who went against them would be unlucky. Although the Sacred Body Mountain had yet to develop a treasure of time and space, who could guarantee that they wouldn't develop one in the future? When that time came, the Temporal Temple would no longer have any advantage. Let's not talk about anything else. The top-notch factions of the Black Domain had joined hands to snatch the mines controlled by the Temporal Temple. In a short period of time, they had lost 10 to 20% of the mines. This was just the beginning. The Temporal Temple also needed to form an enchanted army. Everyone else had it, but they didn't. They couldn't possibly arrange for their disciples to go, right? That would be one less disciple. With enchanted equipment, no one would be able to stop it. Chapter 32:10. In the Saint Spirit world, all the top-notch forces had started to build enchantment armies. Tens of thousands of enchantment armies were sent out at once. Otherwise, they would be too embarrassed to say that they wanted to build an enchantment army. The Spacetime Temple Master once again arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. Unlike the previous time, the Spacetime Temple Master could not help but sigh at Lin Fei's methods. Not a spatial technique, but it's better than spatial techniques. What a good technique. There's also an illusion technique similar to the illusory Heart Island, but it's even more powerful. It's going to be even harder to attack the Sacred Body Mountain now. The Spacetime Temple Master thought to himself. Back then, it was a declining sect, but now, it had completely changed. It was something he could not have imagined. He did not come here personally just to obtain a batch of enchantment equipment so that he could catch up with the top-notch forces. Let's go and visit Sacred Lord Lin Fei. He seems to be the space-time temple master. It's really him. Sacred Lord Lin is so awesome. I think most of the top-notch forces are here. Amazing, truly amazing. Many heavenly gods recognized the space-time temple master. Back then, this person had besieged the sacred body mountain. In the end, he had suffered a great loss. Everyone remembered this clearly. Everyone started cheering. Your sacred lord is not here? The space-time temple master wanted to see Lin Fei, but he was not here. What was going on? How is this possible? A trusted peak great venerable expert beside the space-time temple master said. Our sacred lord is not here. You can come another day. The guard said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. It did not matter if it was the space-time temple master or a hierarch expert. No one dared to act presumptuously in the sacred body mountain. Whoever dared to act presumptuously would die. The guards were the enemy's nightmare. Let's go. The space-time temple master's face was expressionless. Hall master, he, Lin Fei, has gone too far. He doesn't take our temporal temple seriously at all. The trusted peak great venerable expert beside him said angrily. Sacred body mountain, in a restaurant and inn. He's definitely not meeting us on purpose. No matter where they went, everyone would worship the space-time temple master like they were. But now, the sacred body mountain actually ignored them. They were furious. The space-time hall master was already prepared for this. He shook his head slightly in his heart and said, it's normal that they don't want to see us. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, who would dare to think that the sacred body mountain is easy to deal with? Putting everything else aside, just the enchantment army alone is enough to show that the sacred body mountain's foundation is unimaginable. The confidant opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. It seemed like the sacred body mountain's imperial guards could kill him 10,000 times over. Palace master, what should we do? Wait. The temporal temple master said, help me deliver the gift. If I don't see him for a day, then I'll deliver the gift for a day. Our temporal temple needs a batch of enchanted equipment. Currently, this batch of enchanted equipment was extremely important to the temporal temple. Saint Master, wouldn't our actions provoke the temporal temple? After all, their foundation is. The great old ancestor said worriedly. Lin Fei said disdainfully, foundation? So what if they have a strong foundation? Isn't it just time and spatial energy? I'll soon refine the enchanted spatial and temporal treasures. By then, they'll no longer be a threat. Lin Fei hated the temporal temple a lot as they instigated him to cause trouble behind his back. How could he vent his anger if he didn't teach them a lesson? That's great. Our imperial guards can be armed immediately. The three old ancestors' eyes lit up. Currently, each of them controlled a unit of imperial guards. Each unit had more than 100,000 soldiers. The three of them controlled a total of 300,000 imperial guards. Elites, real elites. No one knew the true strength of the three units of imperial guards. The imperial guards that could be seen on the sacred body mountain were all ordinary imperial guards. Spacetime Temple Master, you'll be in charge. It's not impossible for them to obtain the enchanted equipment, but we'll have to make them pay a huge price. They'll be willing to pay anyway. The three old ancestors were no longer ordinary peak great venerables. Although they had yet to break through to the ultimate god realm, the enchanted equipment on them allowed them to easily grasp the combat power of an ultimate god. Even first-class or second-class ultimate gods were no match for them. The three old ancestors were full of confidence even if they were to face the Spacetime Temple Master. Lin Fei did not have time to deal with the Spacetime Temple Master. If he wanted enchanted equipment, he could just talk to the Grand Ancestor. As long as he was willing to pay the price, it would not be a problem to buy enchanted equipment. The entrance to the Black Domain. Lin Fei hid himself and looked at the divine demon who was constantly absorbing the black aura. The eighth pair of wings gradually became clearer. Strong, it's really strong. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and admired it for a while. He was secretly shocked. If it wasn't for my prestige and my perfect level 8 physical body, I wouldn't be a match for this divine demon. After learning about the mysterious person's origin from the primordial sect's glorious Sun Gate Master, Lin Fei repeatedly checked and finally confirmed that the mysterious person was the divine demon. Master, this divine demon is really strong. Once the 8th pair of wings is condensed, it won't be any weaker than you. Little Devil said, it'll probably cause a big commotion in the Saint Spirit domain. The bigger the commotion, the better. Lin Fei was actually quite shocked that a black domain could give birth to a special life form like the divine demon. That's true. The bigger the commotion the divine demon makes, the more invincible Master defeats the divine demon, the more prestige you'll gain. Little Devil chuckled. That was indeed what Lin Fei was thinking. No matter how strong the divine demon was, how could it be stronger than a prestige killer move? Oh yes, I want to know how many billions of prestige I need to kill the divine demon. Lin Fei asked Little Devil. At least 300 billion prestige. Hearing this number, Lin Fei could not help but take a deep breath. Damn it, I only have 100 billion prestige, but I can only defeat the other party. I still have to work hard to collect more prestige. Lin Fei looked at the divine demon inside. Master, you can totally start the Great Enchantment Era. Lin Fei nodded. It's also time to collect another batch of prestige. When Lin Fei quietly left, Lin Fei's expression changed. The mysterious divine demon, who was protected by the black aura, suddenly opened its eyes and looked at where Lin Fei was before slowly closing them again. However, a strong battle intent flashed in its eyes. Lin Fei did not know that the divine demon could sense his departure. At this moment, Lin Fei arrived outside the sealed continent. The seal's power was getting weaker and weaker. Even across the sealed continent, he seemed to be able to sense a powerful and invincible aura. This is the place where I'm going to collect prestige next. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and almost drooled. The current Saint Spirit domain's prestige increase was limited. If he started the Great Enchantment Era, he would gain another batch of prestige. After that, it would probably be very difficult. According to the information he received, the Saint Spirit domain was the smallest continent and had the weakest influence. There were only a few big cats. Little Devil, how many more years do I have to prepare? Chapter 32:11. The news of the Temporal Temple's Hall Master being rejected by the Saint Body Mountain spread like wildfire. As for who spread the news, no one knew. The Spacetime Hall Master actually didn't have any complaints about being refused at all. He obediently stayed in the Sacred Body Mountain for 3 months. And in these 3 months, another piece of news spread. The Imperial Treasure Sect Master came to beg for forgiveness and expressed his willingness to join the Saint Body Mountain and become a part of it. Countless people were dumbfounded when this news came out. The Imperial Treasure Sect was truly determined. Who didn't know of their influence in the Saint Spirit world? They actually wanted to join the Saint Body Mountain. Saint Master, are we really going to recruit them? The Grand Old Ancestor was in a good mood recently. The Temporal Temple's side had always been stuck. The conditions that he proposed were too much, but the Temporal Temple Hall Master did not say anything. A deal was inevitable. Those peak powers were frantically plundering all sorts of ores. If they were late by a day, the ores would be snatched away, and the enchanted equipment would be far away from them. Why not? Lin Fei laughed. This is the first power that took the initiative to join us. Lin Fei was not surprised that the Imperial Treasure Sect joined them. It was only a matter of time, and they came much earlier than expected. They were quite bold. What if they are here to steal our technology? Lin Fei laughed. Technology? That was the core of enchantment. No one could learn it. Only the imps had the necessary equipment in this world. Don't worry, they won't be able to grasp the core technology. Lin Fei laughed. If they join the Saint Body Mountain, I will set up an enchantment attack in defense. Their Imperial Treasure Sect will be able to enchant. Lin Fei personally summoned the Imperial Treasure Sex Hall Master. The Imperial Treasure Sex Hall Master was a wise middle-aged man called Mu Yiwen. It was a very genteel name, and one could not tell that he was a martial artist. Imperial Treasure Sex Mu Yiwen greets Saint Master Lin. Mu Yiwen had spent a lot of effort to get the Imperial Treasure Sect to join the Saint Body Mountain. He was very clear that only by joining the Saint Body Mountain would the Imperial Treasure Sect have the chance to continue existing. Resist? The Imperial Treasure Sect did not have that kind of strength. The price of the Saint Body Mountain was too high. The Imperial Treasure Sect could not sell any enchanted equipment, no matter how cheap they were. Compared to the enchanted equipment that could be exchanged with ores, the cheap price was nowhere near as cheap. This kind of price was no different from picking it up for free. Mu Yiwen was actually very nervous. This young man, who was not very old and had not cultivated for as long as them, was now a top-notch existence in the Saint Spirit domain. He was also someone that they had to look up to. Our Imperial Treasure Sect is willing to join the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to join? Once you join the Saint Body Mountain, maybe your Imperial Treasure Sect will no longer exist. After so many years of inheritance, are you willing to part with it?" Of course. The Imperial Treasure Sect, which had been passed down for so many years, was unable to stop the enchantment techniques of your Saint Body Mountain. There was nothing to be proud of. This was Mu Yiwen's inner voice. My Sacred Body Mountain wants to establish a workshop. Your Imperial Treasure Sect will become an independent workshop from now on. The name will be Imperial Treasure Workshop. What do you think? Many thanks for the Holy Lord's help. Our Imperial Treasure Workshop will definitely not disappoint the Holy Lord. His worried heart finally calmed down. As long as he could join. The name of the Imperial Treasure Workshop also made Mu Yiwen very grateful to Lin Fei. Holy Lord, this is simply a miracle. After Lin Fei brought Mu Yiwen to see the enchantment techniques of the Saint Body Mountain, he immediately worshipped Lin Fei 10,000 times. It was too unbelievable. Their Imperial Treasure Sect was very careful when it came to enchantment equipment. However, it was impossible to enchantment equipment like the Saint Body Mountain. Yet, the Saint Body Mountain did it perfectly. This was a huge blow to Mu Yiwen, who had always been very proud. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he chose to come here. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, no one could stop the large-scale production of enchantment equipment. Mere enchantment is nothing. Your Imperial Treasure Workshop's next mission is to enchantment equipment. Soon, I am preparing to promote enchantment equipment in the Saint Spirit domain. I need a large amount of enchantment equipment. Mu Yiwen involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Mass enchantment equipment. If this was before, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. In the outside world, the number of enchanted equipment sold over the years was probably the Holy Body Mountain's limit. However, it seemed that this wasn't the limit. Rather, it was just a minuscule amount. I vow to complete the mission with my life. Mu Yiwen understood that this was a test given to him by Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. This matter must be done properly. Heavenly Feather Race, your pride and dignity will soon cease to exist. Thinking that he had chosen the right path, he couldn't help but mourn for the Heavenly Feather Race. No one could stop the great age of enchantment. The Spacetime Palace Master had finally obtained 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. The price was enough to make him vomit blood. Even so, the Spacetime Temple Master still gritted his teeth and agreed to the Sacred Body Mountain's conditions. It couldn't be helped. Hall Master, when the seal of the new continent is broken, the Sacred Body Mountain will not have a good ending. The confidant said with a murderous look. The Spacetime Palace Master said faintly, no one can control enchanted equipment forever. Sooner or later, he will become the target of everyone's attack. He broke the rules. 5 years later, in the Saint Spirit world, large and small forces were fighting over ores, causing a huge ruckus. The Sacred Body Mountain released a huge piece of news. The moment this news came out, countless people were dumbfounded. Our chance is here. This is great. Enchanted equipment can be sold. Enchantment merchant house, ha ha ha, my saintly damage immune armor. Our small family can also become stronger. Lin Fei is such a good person. That's right, he's selling enchanted equipment. Everyone can buy it. The Sacred Body Mountain established an enchantment merchant house. This enchantment merchant house sold all sorts of enchanted equipment without any restrictions. The currency used was still ores, and it was much cheaper than the previous auction. The moment this news came out, everyone couldn't sit still. The news spread like the wind throughout the Saint Spirit world. Everyone rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain. A great era had begun with a bang. The Space-Time Temple, which had spent a huge amount of money to purchase enchanted equipment, immediately vomited a mouthful of blood when they heard this news. Lin Fei, you tricked me. The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to kill someone. The Great Age of Enchantment had officially begun. The Sacred Body Mountain became overcrowded, and everyone was there to purchase enchanted equipment. I want 100 saintly weapons. Chapter 32:12. The mighty enchantment era began with the Sacred Body Mountain's actions. The enchantment storm swept the entire Saint Spirit domain. Enchantment equipment, which was originally extremely expensive in everyone's eyes, became cheap items from then on. Everyone could own them and arm themselves. Their strength also increased rapidly. To the heavenly gods who were adventuring everywhere, this was the happiest thing in their lives. Everyone wholeheartedly acknowledged sacred leader Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain, and a large amount of prestige was once again contributed. Regardless of whether they liked or disliked Lin Fei, they all contributed their prestige this time, which was a rare sight. Thus, the Saint Spirit domain was filled with all kinds of enchantment equipment. 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. This time, the great enchantment era had truly begun. Prestige flooded into the system like a tidal wave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes every day. He was simply too happy and excited. The commotion was too great. Universal, truly universal enchantment equipment. The factions that were struggling to survive were directly crushed as the enchantment equipment became more widespread. For example, when the Heavenly Feather clan heard that the Imperial Treasure sect had sided with Lin Fei, they were full of disdain and ridicule. Who knew how long it would take for the Sacred Body Mountain to truly influence the various factions? But this time, the Heavenly Feather clan suffered a heavy blow. The entire upper echelon was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that this was true. Universal enchantment equipment? How many pieces of enchantment equipment would that require? That piece of enchantment equipment was not carefully made. It was so comprehensive that it was as if it didn't cost anything. It completely crushed their pride. The Sacred Body Mountain had unknowingly reached the peak that everyone had to look up to. They had been so proud before, but now it seemed like they were the fools. What should we do? The Heavenly Feather clan was gloomy. It was the same for the other factions. Thus, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain started to change. One by one, the factions that controlled a large number of minds started to erupt. This time, they were especially elated and high-spirited. It was time for them to rise. Master, do you want a few prestige divine towers? The little devil was egging them on again. The enchantment great era had begun. In the 100 years that followed, Lin Fei had gained a total of 800 billion prestige points. At this point, the Saint Spirit domain's prestige points had almost been wiped clean. I'm not pretending now. Lin Fei was not a fool. Prestige was something that could only be gained once. If he wanted to gain a second wave, he would need people, a large number of people. Once the enchantment great era had begun, it was equivalent to sweeping through the entire Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, no one could resist the temptation of enchantment equipment. They had contributed a huge wave of prestige. With 800 billion reputation points added to his previous reputation points, he now had close to 900 billion reputation points. The first thing Lin Fei did was to spend a large amount of reputation points to upgrade his perfect physical body level 8 to level 9 and finally reach the pinnacle. With his perfect body at the peak, Lin Fei's strength soared. Even though he had spent hundreds of billions of reputation points, it was still a good deal. As for the remaining several hundred billion reputation points, Lin Fei did not use them for the time being. He planned to keep them just in case. In the short term, there was a limit to how much reputation he could gain unless a new continent was opened. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, time passed year after year. The situation in the Saint Spirit domain was also changing. First of all, the influence brought about by the enchantment equipment had strengthened countless forces. These forces began to unite and break away from the top forces' control to form their own alliance. Ultimate gods. The threat of low-level ultimate gods also began to be ignored. All kinds of enchantment equipment and the enchantment army began to show their prowess and set off a protracted war over the mines in the Saint Spirit domain. Everyone wanted to expand their forces and control more enchantment equipment. The Saint Spirit domain was caught in a chaotic war. Even the top forces could not suppress it. Who asked the enchantment equipment to be so helpful? Other than fighting for mines, there was still more fighting for mines. As the Sacred Body Mountain, it had never expanded its territory, but the enchantment equipment continued to be sold. In the Millennium Era, the Sacred Body Mountain launched a brand new enchantment equipment. It was a set of enchantment equipment that had the combat power of a first-class ultimate god. It was called the First Holy Body Armor. Its reputation was very ordinary, but its power was not to be underestimated. As soon as the set of enchantment equipment was released, the Saint Spirit domain went crazy again. Unfortunately, it did not bring much reputation points to Lin Fei. However, it was a big deal for all the heavenly gods. The ultimate gods had lost their deterrent power from then on. A first holy body armor was enough to make countless heavenly gods fight for it. This time, the Sacred Body Mountain took out 1,000 sets. In other words, there would be 1,000 experts who were comparable to ultimate gods. It was enough to change the situation in the Saint Spirit domain. No one thought of fighting for those sets. Everyone went to the auction and brought enough ores with them. The competition for the divine equipment was extremely fierce. All the big forces in the Saint Spirit domain came to fight for the divine equipment. There was an enchantment army, but if there was a set of divine equipment, each of them would be comparable to an ultimate god. Once an ultimate god wore it, their strength would increase by 2 or 3 times. This time, everyone went all out. Most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had also been swept clean, all for the sake of building up their confidence for the auction. Who had more mines and who had fewer would have to fight over them. That was especially true in the past 1,000 years. Mines had become top-notch items in everyone's eyes. Even an ordinary mine would become priceless. The exchange of enchantment equipment from mines was also very popular. Other things had become useless at the moment. Money? It was difficult to buy a piece of enchantment equipment. That thing was useless. If one wanted to enchant equipment, they needed ores. 1,000 sets of divine equipment were divided up. There were dozens of sets for you, dozens for me, or a few, or hundreds of sets. The division was very thorough. The top forces did not have much of an advantage in this auction. They only got a few dozen sets of divine equipment, which was considered a lot. Once the divine equipment appeared, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain changed again. In the next 400 years, the forces in the Saint Spirit domain were divided into 15 groups. The top forces and the alliance forces were all among them. At that time, the Saint Spirit domain was like a warring state. In less than 1,500 years, most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had been excavated. There was not much left. Everyone had their eyes on the sealed continent. That was their new target. Only in the unsealed continent could they get more ores and more powerful enchantment equipment. Everyone had guessed that the Sacred Body Mountain had studied the enchantment equipment to a very deep level. There were things that they could not imagine. If they had attacked the Sacred Body Mountain, they would have died. It would have been normal for them to be wiped out. Everyone agreed with that. Chapter 32:13. Saint Spirit Domain. Almost 1,500 years had passed. The sealed continent had almost revealed its true face. Through the thin layer of seal, one could see the boundless scenery of the continent. There were only a few decades left before the seal would completely lose its effectiveness. Whoosh! 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 When there were still a few decades left before the seal lost its effectiveness, beams of light shot out from the thin layer of seal. These beams of light were entirely green. The spies who had been monitoring the area discovered it immediately. Some of the spies caught a green beam of light. It was actually a rich energy that surpassed the heaven and earth energy produced in the Saint Spirit domain. The Saint Spirit domain was in an uproar. All the major factions sent out their enchanted armies and godly venerable experts to fight for the energy. Such rich heaven and earth energy. The Saint Spirit domain was really the smallest continent in the past. Lin Fei hid in the void, holding a beam of green energy in his hand. This energy kept struggling, but it soon became obedient in Lin Fei's hand. This energy is similar to a primordial stone. Does this mean that there will be a large number of primordial stones in this continent? Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. In 1,500 years, the Saint Spirit domain's prestige had almost been taken away. Lin Fei was more eager than anyone else for the appearance of the new continent. The population there would soon provide him with a large amount of prestige. The Saint Spirit domain's local factions were also tempted by the enchanted equipment. After using the enchanted equipment, no one could give up on the speed of improvement. They would fight for more mines. As for the new continent also having enchanted equipment, would there be competition? Lin Fei did not care at all. He did not believe that the people in the new continent could also develop the substance fusion provided by the system. That was a huge difference in technology. Even if there were really enchanted equipment, Lin Fei could still beat them to a pulp. Who was afraid of who in terms of enchanted equipment? Just the price of the enchanted equipment on the Sacred Body Mountain alone would be enough to sweep away all the major and minor factions. With enchanted equipment, who was afraid of the Sacred Body Mountain? Master, we just detected that foreign experts have entered the Saint Spirit domain. They should be from the big cities in the elemental destruction realm. Lin Fei looked into the distance. They're finally here. On this day, Lin Fei was not surprised. From the moment he knew that they would come, they would come. The unsealing of the continents was no secret. In fact, the unsealing of the 4 continents would involve some big secrets. How many are there in total? Currently, there are 5 factions. Among them are Yellow Spring City, Xianxia City, and Luofu City that Master is familiar with, the little devil reported. Lin Fei smiled, I'm really fated with them. Keep an eye on their every move. Oh right, also the Beast Alliance Holy Land. Father, this is the Saint Spirit domain. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is too ordinary. A group of people suddenly appeared in the void in the Saint Spirit domain. The leader of this group of people was a middle-aged man, the city lord of Luofu City. He had 3 sons by his side, and one of them was Luo Lai. Why are there so many sinkholes in this place? What the hell? What's going on? Why are they everywhere? Everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Not far from them, there was a huge mountain range filled with sinkholes of all sizes. Anyone who saw that would be surprised. City Lord Luofu was not interested in the Saint Spirit domain and usually did not pay much attention to it. If not for the fact that the seal on the continent was unsealing, he would not have come. Interesting, really interesting. Very quickly, the sinkholes in the Saint Spirit domain were everywhere. They could finally see that the Saint Spirit domain was completely different from what they had imagined. The other city lords brought people in and were shocked by the current Saint Spirit domain. Ever since the era of enchanted equipment started, the mines became a place of contention. Hence, sinkholes appeared everywhere, forming a special feature of the Saint Spirit domain. Bury it? No one had the time to do such insignificant things. That was why the scene before him had appeared. How did the Saint Spirit domain become like this? This was the biggest thought that everyone had when they saw the Saint Spirit domain. It had completely changed. The seal on the new continent was about to fail. Wave after wave of forces began to enter the Saint Spirit domain. They were very secretive and did not swagger about. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. Logically speaking, they should have swaggered in and occupied a place to set up a temporary camp. Lin Fei now had hundreds of billions of reputation points and all kinds of killing techniques. Hence, he was not worried about their appearance at all. Before the new continent appeared, Lin Fei did not want to do anything. There were still 20 years left until the countdown. The mysterious god fiend that had been absorbing the black aura finally formed its 8th pair of wings. The god fiend that had been protected by the black aura also opened its eyes. 2 beams of black light pierced through the Saint Spirit domain and crashed into the seal on the continent. This attack was unbelievably ferocious. A huge amount of heaven and earth energy leaked out from the continent. The god fiend turned and walked into the endless black aura. The huge black domain kept rolling, and a huge palace formed and appeared in the Saint Spirit domain. God Fiend Palace. Once the palace appeared, it shocked everyone. The palace disappeared with a whoosh, and no one knew where it went. The place where the black domain was originally located was covered by endless destructive energy. Another top-notch force had appeared. Although that top-notch force only had one divine demon, the power of that blow was seen by the ultimate god experts. They secretly shuddered. It was so strong that it was a complete mess. Even if the seal was weak now, an ultimate god might not be able to cause such a huge commotion. Is that a god fiend? The city lords all revealed solemn expressions. It's indeed a god fiend. I didn't expect another god fiend to be born. Moreover, it has 8 pairs of wings and refined a god fiend palace. We're going to be under a lot of pressure. The city lords did not dare to let their guard down. A god fiend had actually appeared. It was an ancient being that had always been thought to have disappeared in the long river of time. The appearance of a god fiend expert was not a good thing for the city lords. The only fortunate thing was that the god fiend only had 8 pairs of wings at the moment. The god fiend with 8 pairs of wings was stronger than them, but it was not a top-notch ultimate god expert. God fiend experts had always been conceited. They would fight the world with their bare hands and would not cooperate with others. This was also one thing that they did not have to worry about. One person was always easier to deal with than a group of people. As soon as the God Fiend Palace appeared, everyone also figured out the other party's identity from the clues. It was an ancient God Fiend clan. The 2 sightings left a deep impression on everyone. If he went all out, which God Fiend could resist him? He's really powerful. That attack just now has the combat power of a peak high-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was also paying attention. Is he trying to take us down a notch? Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Chapter 32:14. In a certain mansion in the Saint Spirit domain. It was one of the Luofu city's secret hideouts in the Saint Spirit domain. The Saint Spirit domain has really undergone earth-shattering changes. The Luofu city governor could not remain calm as he listened to the person in charge explain the changes in the Saint Spirit domain. In their eyes, the sacred spirit domain, which did not have any experts, suddenly had a large number of enchantment troops that could threaten the ultimate gods. All of this was brought about by the sacred body mountain, which had started a comprehensive enchantment era. The Luofu city governor was shocked by this. Although the enchantment equipment could only threaten ordinary low-level ultimate gods, no one dared to ignore the sacred body mountain's huge production numbers. Father, it's just a sacred body mountain. It's just some enchantment equipment with average power. It won't amount to much. The eldest son, Luo Wu, said disdainfully. Any enchantment equipment he had could block the attack of an enchantment army. This place was too backward. Father, I think this sacred body mountain should be worth our attention. I've done some calculations. To start the enchantment era with their own strength would require a huge amount of enchantment equipment. I think they might be able to master high-level enchantment equipment. The third son, Luo Lai, said. The Luofu city governor was more far-sighted. Mere enchantment equipment was not worth it, but it was different if it could start an era. This sacred body mountain indeed needs to be contacted, but not now, but after the new continent is opened. The Luofu city governor was not the only one who paid attention to the sacred body mountain. Those city governors from the elemental destruction world were not very interested in enchantment equipment as they were only ordinary ones. However, the sacred body mountain was different. Such speed and efficiency meant that they must have mastered a special refining method. That was what everyone was concerned about. It was easy to refine ordinary enchantment equipment, but it was not so easy to mass-produce them. Everyone had to pay attention to the sacred body mountain. As for Holy Lord Lin Fei's tyrannical strength and ability to suppress the ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain, they did not pay much attention to him. He was merely an ultimate god, with the strongest being a mid-level ultimate god. Their current target was the new continent. While they were learning about the sacred body mountain, Lin Fei used some prestige to monitor the Saint Spirit domain's movements, such as foreign experts, which was something he was very interested in. The system would report the situation every day. One had to admit that the sacred spirit domain had many experts who were much stronger than the ultimate gods in the sacred spirit domain. The more people there were, the happier Lin Fei was. The more people there were, the more prestige he could gain. In the surveillance, the God-fiend palace had disappeared. It seemed to have left the Saint Spirit domain and entered the dangerous You and Me world. This made Lin Fei very curious. Could it be that the God-fiend had gone to find some helpers? Lin Fei was secretly astonished that a God-fiend with 10% of its wings had nearly broken through the seal's powers. Life forms like God-fiends were indeed terrifyingly powerful. This also filled Lin Fei with anticipation for the new continent. There was nothing much to excavate in the Saint Spirit world now. Under the stimulation of the enchanted equipment, the mines and other resources had been completely emptied. It was the same for secret realms. In the face of the temptation of absolute benefits, a mere dangerous situation was nothing. The Saint Spirit domain was very peaceful. The top forces also knew about the invasion of foreign experts. They kept a low profile. As locals, they had more or less heard some secrets that others did not know. They would not foolishly touch them. That would definitely be a thankless task. 30 years, 20 years, 10 years. The time was getting closer. The heaven and earth energy that emerged also became denser and denser. No matter who it was, they could sense the changes in heaven and earth. It was a kind of invisible improvement. There were still 7 to 8 years left before the seal broke. On this day, a strong force came across the sky and punched the seal. It affected the entire seal, causing it to emit large streams of light. The punch was earth-shattering. The ultimate god experts were alarmed and looked over. Who attacked? The ultimate gods were shocked. It's here again. The vigorous punch came again. Compared to before, it was much more powerful. Every punch seemed to land on everyone's hearts, terrifying and terrifying. Boom! 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 The seal released more and more heaven and earth energy. Could it be that the God-fiend is here? It seemed like only the God-fiend from the divine demon palace possessed such power. It's here, it's here. After dozens of punches, a black palace passed through space and descended. A stalwart figure walked out of the divine demon palace. It was not very tall but was filled with boundless power at that moment. 8 pairs of wings spread out and black gas shrouded hundreds of millions of miles, covering the sky and the sun. Compared to the last time, the God-fiend's aura was much stronger this time and made people feel fearful. That was the combat power of a high-level ultimate god. It was even more powerful. After the God-fiend appeared, it stared at the sealed continent and made a grabbing motion in the air. A huge black hammer appeared without any warning and slammed into the seal of the new continent. Crack! After a loud noise, the seal completely collapsed. The seal formation that was supposed to completely collapse in a few years had collapsed prematurely under the God-fiend's attack. As soon as the seal collapsed, a white line appeared. The white line appeared without warning. Boom! 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 The sacred spirit world began to shake violently and engulf the entire sacred spirit world. The white line began to disappear and the sacred spirit world began to move. All the heavenly gods could sense that the sacred spirit world was gradually approaching the new continent. Boom! When the white line completely disappeared, a loud noise spread throughout the sacred spirit world and the new continent. The two continents had actually reorganized and merged at that moment. A mysterious aura rose in everyone's heart. It could not be resisted or shielded. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The continents have reorganized and merged. How is this possible? They really merged and reorganized. This is the rhythm of merging. The heavenly gods realized that the merging of continents was not a trivial matter. Lin Fei was also shocked. No wonder they came early. It must be because the merging of continents will bring about all kinds of benefits. Lin Fei had read many secrets in the secret manual and immediately realized the benefits of the merging of continents. That god-fiend wants to reap great benefits. The continents merged. A light rose in the middle. The light lasted for a long time. 1 year, 2 years. A full 5 years. The white light disappeared completely. The moment it disappeared, an endless amount of energy swept out. Everywhere it passed, everyone felt as if they were bathed in holy light. Ha ha ha, I actually broke through. I also broke through. That's great, I'm also a supremacy. I'm an ultimate god. The energy spread. That day became a day of celebration for everyone. Chapter 32:15. The two continents had merged. Many of the Saint Spirit Domain's local forces did not know about the situation. Even though they did not know, the benefits brought by the merger had swept across the Saint Spirit Domain. All the heavenly gods were overjoyed and no longer cared about it. The heavenly gods had broken through one by one. Whether they were weak or powerful, all of them had received great help and had broken through to unimaginable realms in the past. This was a grand breakthrough event, and the entire breakthrough lasted for half a month. I can't believe there are such benefits from the merger of the continents. Yeah, I have a friend who improved by 3 small realms. What's 3 small realms? There's a third-order heavenly god kid in my big city who directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. Isn't that amazing? It's so scary. What's so scary about it? With the help of heaven and earth energy, talented experts have been greatly improved. This is the first time I've felt the benefits of the merger of the continents. The continents had merged. Everyone in the Saint Spirit Domain was excited. Their breakthroughs were too fast. Those with poor talent had broken through 2 or 3 small realms while those with good talent had broken through 5 or 6 small realms. Their strength had skyrocketed. On the Sacred Body Mountain, many physique cultivation experts had broken through. For example, the 3 great ancestors had directly broken through to the 3rd-class ultimate god realm while the 10 elders had all become 1st-class ultimate gods. As for other breakthroughs, there were countless. As a sacred lord, Lin Fei could not get any improvement. Lin Fei's perfect physical body level 10 was no longer something that could be improved by mere heaven and earth energy. Ever since the prestige assist was activated, he knew that his cultivation path was no longer the same as others. He needed a massive amount of prestige assist to improve his strength. The massive amount of heaven and earth energy was directly blocked by Lin Fei's perfect physical body. The heaven and earth energy wisely left. Lin Fei was speechless. The energy of the heaven and earth was way too cunning. Didn't it just bump into a wall once? Why did it run away like that? Master, the continents have merged and the heavenly gods have broken through. Your enchanted equipment needs to be upgraded. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei thought so too. Originally, he had planned to take it slow, but the changes brought about by the continents' merger really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Ordinary enchanted equipment also seemed outdated. Master, that god fiend has condensed the 9th pair of wings. I reckon that he will be able to condense the 9th complete pair of god fiend wings if he fuses them again. So fast. A 3-dimensional image appeared. It was still the same place. After the god fiend's 8th pair of wings, a 9th pair of wings appeared. They appeared very illusory, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. No wonder he would personally take action. Lin Fei finally understood the reason. A month after the continents merged, the white light also completely disappeared. The Saint Spirit domain, which had seemed to have reached its end, now appeared a boundless continent. One could not even see the end of it. What was completely different from the Saint Spirit domain was that this continent seemed to be an ancient world. The mighty and massive essence beasts that were flying in unison made the formidable martial artists from the Saint Spirit domain suck in a cold breath. Essence beasts, complete big essence beasts. Standing at the border, they looked at those essence beasts, not knowing what to say. This sealed continent was too terrifying. Even though their strength had increased by a large margin, they could not help but feel a trace of uneasiness. How strong would the natives of this new continent be? Roar! A roar rang out. Everyone saw more than 10 robust figures running toward the Saint Spirit domain. Yes, they were running, not flying. When they got close, they were surprised to see that those were also essence beasts. Their eyes were scarlet, full of a predatory aura. Swoosh! An ape-like essence beast leaped into the air, pouncing on a 5th-order heavenly god expert. With one bite, it bit off the heavenly god's head, grabbed the headless corpse, and ate it in big bites. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left. Be careful, they will eat people. The heavenly god expert was frightened. More than 10 ape-like fellows kept pouncing. These ape-like fellows were shockingly strong, and their defense was also terrifying. The heavenly god expert's attack could not cause much damage. The essence beasts of the new continent immediately left a deep impression on everyone. Chirp! A large swarm of flying beasts appeared in the sky. They were like a dark cloud. Arriving above the heavenly god experts, they spread their wings and spat out fireballs like a meteor shower. As the fireballs fell, they smashed into the heavenly god experts. Green smoke rose, and they quickly turned into flaming men. In an instant, they were burned to ashes. It was unbelievably terrifying. This scene caused the heavenly god experts in the distance to tremble in fear. A group of heavenly gods actually could not block the fireballs. Traces of coldness spread through their bodies. Run! The heavenly god experts who had been watching suddenly screamed and immediately turned to run. In front of them, a large group of black shadows approached menacingly. They were all kinds of essence beasts. The moment the mighty essence beasts appeared, the heavenly god experts of the Saint Spirit world panicked. Everyone had clearly seen the scene just now. In the Saint Spirit world, there were not many essence beasts, and their strength could be suppressed. However, these essence beasts that came to their new continent were full of ferocious auras, causing them to shiver. If they still did not know how powerful they were, they deserved to die. Activate the array formation immediately. Don't go out first. Wait and see. Before figuring out the situation, everyone chose to be conservative and wait. The number of essence beasts was far beyond everyone's imagination. They were vast and boundless, covering the sky and covering half of the sky. After these essence beasts came to the new continent, they began to wreak havoc. Those heavenly gods who were slow were quickly targeted. After a wave of essence beasts, the heavenly gods were gone, leaving only a pile of bones. Cities were breached one after another. The Saint Spirit world experts tried to stop the counterattack, but it was to little avail. These essence beasts were very powerful, and after a siege, they suffered heavy losses. This situation lasted for 5 years. The essence beasts ran amok. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The new continent's situation was still unknown, but it was already surrounded by the essence beasts. It was really unbelievable. The ultimate gods were no longer powerful at that moment. Among these essence beasts, some of them were extremely powerful and had the combat power of a high-level ultimate god. They had killed 3 low-level ultimate gods in one go and did not take the Saint Spirit world expert seriously. The only place that was not attacked was the Beast Alliance's sacred ground. While those essence beasts were wreaking havoc in the Saint Spirit world, the new continent's experts also began to appear in the Saint Spirit world. Chapter 32:16. The meta beasts had invaded the Xingling continent. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The new continent was actually a place where the meta beasts gathered. When the continents merged, the meta beasts swarmed in. In a short period of time, the huge Xingling continent was in the claws of the meta beasts. Even heavenly gods would die if they went up. They could hold on for a longer period of time with enchanted equipment, but it wasn't much better. Even ultimate gods couldn't fight against the meta beasts and had to retreat as they didn't have the strength to fight them. An ultimate god didn't just have to face a few meta beasts, but a huge group of them. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. In less than 10 years, the Xingling continent had become a paradise for the meta beasts. There were meta beasts everywhere and they were terrifyingly powerful. They kept attacking the big cities and destroyed the power of the formation, causing the big cities to fall one after another. The Xingling continent was miserable and desolate. Beast Alliance Sanctuary, a place that everyone was terrified of. As the meta beasts invaded the Xingling continent, the 3 experts from the Beast Alliance Sanctuary took the initiative to join the meta beasts. A huge palace stood in the Xingling continent. As soon as the palace appeared, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Palace. 2 very ordinary names. But under these ordinary names, there were essence beasts gathered together. What was even more unbelievable was that after the Yuan Palace was built, they released the news. Those who surrender to Yuan Palace can be spared from death. Those who don't will be killed. The time limit is 20 years. After 20 years, Yuan Palace will encircle and annihilate all the top forces. Once the news came out, everyone couldn't stay calm. Yuan Palace's tone was too overbearing. They really didn't treat the top forces in the Xingling continent as anything. Xingling continent, Yuan Palace. The 3 of you, it's been hard on you. In the huge palace, there were many statues of meta beasts. If anyone recognized them, they would definitely be shocked by the origin of these meta beasts. Each of these meta beasts was a terrifying expert with a great reputation, even after they died. It's not hard at all. This is what we should do. It's a pity that we let you down. The 3 essence beast powerhouses of the Beast Alliance sacred grounds were standing respectfully below the throne at this moment. Sitting on the throne was an essence beast with a human head and a beast body. This essence beast's entire body was golden. Even his hair and eyes were the same. The Jingguang was shining and dazzling. It was the golden war god of the elemental beasts. The Golden Battle God clan was one of the top 10 royal clans among the elemental beast clans. Although there was a certain gap between them and the 3 great elemental beast clans, they were still in existence that couldn't be ignored. The 3 essence beasts from the Saint Spirit continent didn't dare to move in front of the Golden Battle God race's royal family. A place like the Saint Spirit continent is indeed outdated. However, you guys have nurtured quite a number of juniors. You guys should still be rewarded. The Golden War God powerhouse on the throne waved his hand, and the sky full of Jingguang sprinkled down and landed on the 3 of them. The color of their skin changed and was filled with traces of gold. Their pupils also turned golden. The entire process lasted for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Thank you, my lord. The 3 of them said gratefully. At this moment, they were completely different from before. They looked completely different. Now, they were half members of the Golden Battle God race. Their bloodline had also become noble. Tell me, in the current Saint Spirit continent, is there any human power that is worthy of us recruiting? The person on the throne raised his voice. Currently, in the entire Saint Spirit continent, the most worthy of recruiting is the Sacred Body Mountain. This is because that Holy Lord Lin Fei has mastered the craftsmanship of high-end enchanted equipment. Moreover, he can mass-produce them, which is very helpful to my lord. What about the human race's enchanted equipment? They don't have any power at all. I don't think we need to rope in the Sacred Body Mountain. They only forge some ordinary enchanted equipment. They don't have the qualifications to forge high-end enchanted equipment for us. Below the throne, it wasn't just the three of them. There were also essence beasts of different races. All of them were arrogant and didn't treat the sacred body mountain or the enchanted equipment as anything. These were all the various essence beast warriors that had attached themselves to the royal family. You guys look down on enchanted equipment, but high-level enchanted equipment isn't that easy to break through. The expert from the Golden Battle God race slammed his palm on the throne and a ripple spread out. All the essence beast warriors on the scene had a drastic change in expression. They lowered their heads and wiped their sweat continuously. Now that our divine beast continent and Saint Spirit continent have merged, the remaining three continents are the most important. In the face of the terrifying pressure of the royal family expert, everyone was well behaved. The three of you, go and get in touch with that Lin Fei. If he is willing to join our Hall of Yuan, we can give him the qualifications to be a warrior. If he isn't willing, destroy the sacred body mountain. If our Hall of Yuan can't get it, no one else can. At this moment, the eyes of the Golden Battle God race expert were filled with coldness, like a cold wind blowing on the warriors. Besides the sacred body mountain, talk to the others. Our Hall of Yuan needs to replenish our strength. The Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent had merged for 30 years. Currently, the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit continent were living sullenly. They could only hide in the big cities and didn't dare to go out easily. Those essence beasts wandered everywhere. Every time, it wasn't just one, but a large group of them. The living conditions in the Saint Spirit continent had also become very bad. It was something that no one had expected. A moment ago, everyone was still cheering. The next moment, there was a huge change. The Saint Spirit continent was no longer the same as before. The powerful humans were suppressed by the essence beasts. Holy Lord, there are many essence beasts appearing outside. The third old ancestor had advanced to become an ultimate god. His temper was still so bad and his tone was extremely sullen. Yes, it was sullen. Originally, they had planned to bring the Imperial Guard army to kill their way into the new continent and show off their skills, but the sudden scene gave everyone quite a fright. From the clues they had gathered, everyone knew that the new continent was called the Divine Beast Continent. It was a continent controlled by the essence beasts. The humans were mercilessly suppressed and enslaved, living a life worse than death. This news had also spread throughout the Saint Spirit continent through the essence beasts. With such propaganda, the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit continent began to panic. They were afraid of being captured and enslaved. That was an unimaginable nightmare. Should we teach them a memorable lesson? The 3 old ancestors and the 10 elders were all present. It wasn't easy for them to rise up and they didn't want to continue being sullen. In fact, Lin Fei was also caught unprepared by the situation in the Divine Beast Continent. Chapter 32:17. Saint Spirit Continent. After the merger of the two places, Saint Spirit Continent became Saint Spirit Continent. The name was different. But compared to the past, Saint Spirit Continent's overall strength was weak compared to Beast Divine Continent. The difference was huge. Beast Divine Continent's strength was superior. On a mountain peak. 2 rays of light landed on the mountain peak at almost the same time. Billions of miles away from the mountain peak was a big city. That was Palace Yuan. The 2 were dressed in human attire and looked around cautiously. After landing on the mountain peak, they retracted their aura and looked no different from ordinary people. One of the one-eyed middle-aged man waved his hand and the surrounding space fluctuated, hiding the 2 within. Looking from above, there was no one there. But in fact, the 2 were standing still. This was a high-level formation. Brother Gao, your techniques are getting stronger. The middle-aged man beside him said. The one called Brother Gao was the one-eyed middle-aged man. He laughed bitterly. Forget about my methods. Even if I had improved them, I would still be hunted down by the 10 royal clans and the 3 god clans. If I were really powerful, I would have killed them all long ago. Boundless hatred shot out from the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes. Saint Spirit Continent is too weak. everyone is going to be completely disappointed. The other middle-aged man laughed bitterly too. Originally, everyone was looking forward to joining forces with Saint Spirit Continent. But now, how are we going to fight against Beast Divine Continent? Bitterly, still bitterly. To the people of Beast Divine Continent, the merger of the two continents would bring about huge changes. But now, they were going to be disappointed. Saint Spirit Continent's resistance was even weaker. Compared to them in the past, how could they defend against the attacks of the meta beasts? No one knew better than them how terrifying the meta beasts were. They could see what the future would be like. But they were unwilling. No matter what, we still have to rope them in to fight against the 10 king races and 3 celestial races. Only then will we have a chance to breathe. The one-eyed expert said. Palace Yuan has spread the news. I believe many forces are going to rely on Palace Yuan. With them leading the way, the humans of Saint Spirit Continent are going to be in trouble. That's their fate. Now that we are visiting those top forces, this place will be our safe haven. Once their forces invade, we won't have any more chances. It's good to rope in some of them. The two of them nodded, sighed, and left with a whoosh. But from the words they left behind, it was clear that they were in a very bad situation. We can't rush this matter. As the soul beasts appeared in large numbers, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Fei realized that he had to increase the power and defense of his enchanted equipment. After all, meta beasts had the ability to greatly suppress human powerhouses in terms of defense and power. He had no choice but to improve. Fortunately, the ores of the Saint Spirit Continent were all in his hands. It was not a big problem for Lin Fei to craft a large number of enchanted equipment. You guys can hold back your anger. You can hunt meta beasts outside the Saint Body Mountain, but don't go up there for the time being. Also, tell the guards not to worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike. After the 3 old ancestors and the elder left, Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My prestige will probably have to stop for a period of time. The origin beasts probably won't contribute much prestige to me. Through the system, Lin Fei could clearly see that these meta beasts were all bloodthirsty existences. Collecting prestige? What kind of joke was this? It would not be good if he could not collect prestige. Master, who said that the meta beasts can't give you prestige? As long as you are stronger than them and kill them until their blood flows like a river, I believe you will still have prestige. The little devil encouraged him with words of encouragement. This matter has to be done step by step. Lin Fei said. The meta beasts are not simple. They have thick skin and flesh. I have to craft new enchanted equipment. Imperial Workshop, as the person in charge here, Imuan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing about the meta beast's rampage. Currently, the Saint Body Mountain should be safe. Those meta beasts did not have the strength to attack. Until Lin Fei came over and left behind a blueprint. This is your mission. The continents have merged, and our Saint Spirit Continent is weak. I have decided to craft high-level enchanted equipment. I will definitely complete this mission. Now, Mu Yiwen was full of respect and worship for Lin Fei. This time, I will craft an enchanted weapon and an enchanted battle armor. Lin Fei's main focus. He was clear about how strong the meta beasts were. To get rid of them, the first thing he needed was a suitable weapon. It had to be sharp. That was the key. The second was the battle armor. It had to be an invulnerable battle armor. Only then would it be able to block attacks. Heaven gods were annihilated in one move because they could not block the attacks of the meta beasts. They were terrifyingly strong. How many could block them? The 3 old ancestors brought the guards to kill the meta beasts in the vicinity every day. Within the 2 billion radius, the Saint Body Mountain had killed countless meta beasts. At the start, they were not used to it and there were some casualties. But now, they were basically suppressing them. More or less, they had vented a lot of their anger. At the Saint Body Mountain, they could still vent their anger. Every day, many heaven god experts came to the Saint Body Mountain to seek refuge. After Hall of Yuan released the news, other forces released the same news. They were all from the major forces of the Divine Beast continent. They all said the same thing. They wanted to take in the human forces. The forces of the Saint Spirit continent were not stupid. They had heard about the situation in the Divine Beast continent. The human forces there had been wiped out. The remaining human experts were hiding and struggling to survive. As for those who joined them, they did not have a good ending. They all became slaves. These days, they had been killing enthusiastically. If not for Lin Fei's orders, they would not have minded killing further to teach those fellows a lesson. 3 old ancestors, how have you been? There was a loud explosion. The void exploded. 3 essence beast experts with powerful auras descended from the sky, and the 3 old ancestors immediately sensed danger. Who are you? Who we are is not important. You just need to know that we are here for no harm. It will only benefit your Saint Body Mountain. Please lead the way to your Saint Lord Lin Fei. The 3 meta beasts were the 3 old ancestors. They were here to persuade Lin Fei. Their mission was not simple. Others might not know the strength of the Saint Body Mountain, but the 3 of them did. If Hall of Yuan and other forces underestimated Lin Fei and the Saint Body Mountain, they would end up in a miserable state. This was also why they said that the Saint Body Mountain was the most valuable. Unfortunately, those people did not believe it was true. Lin Fei had started the enchantment era. The future was the same. This could not be stopped. Recruiting was a must. If you want to see the Saint Lord, you have to get through us first. Chapter 32:18. As soon as the 3 meta beasts appeared, their powerful auras came crashing down like waves. The Sacred Body Mountain's 3 ancestors had broken through to the Ultimate God realm and were at the peak of low-level Ultimate God. However, they seemed very small in front of the 3 meta beasts. High-level Ultimate God. The 3 ancestors' hearts skipped a beat as they knew about the 3 of them. It was said that they had joined a meta beast force called Yuan Palace. Who else could give them such an aura other than a high-level Ultimate God? Let them in. Sacred Lord Lin Fei's voice sounded in his ears at this moment. Follow us. The Grand Ancestor said in a neutral tone. Sacred Body Mountain, the highest level. That was where the Sacred Lord lived. Every level of the Sacred Body Mountain had been developed and the people who lived on each level had different statuses. The 3 meta beasts swaggered up to the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain and checked the layout of the Sacred Body Mountain. However, they could not see anything nor did they sense any strong aura. They were relieved. At least for now, no one could subdue the Sacred Body Mountain. There was still hope for the 3 of them to represent Yuan Palace. Yuan Palace needed Sacred Lord Lin Fei's enchantment skills as well as the method of mass production because the meta beasts also needed enchantment equipment. Who did not want to become stronger? Yuan Palace was the same. They must recruit Lin Fei this time. The 3 meta beasts walked into the palace of the Sacred Body Mountain. They saw Lin Fei sitting in the seat of honor. Lin Fei's aura was not strong and was almost the same as before. There was not even a dangerous aura. The 3 meta beasts secretly felt relieved. In fact, they did not treat Lin Fei as an opponent on the same level as them. The fact that the 3 of them came to the Sacred Body Mountain meant that they thought highly of Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, we are representing Yuan Palace to invite you to join us. As long as you're willing, Yuan Palace will give you a position as a general, said one of the meta beasts with a lion's body and a human face. He went straight to the point. Maybe you don't know how powerful Palace Yuan is. I can explain it to you. Another white tiger meta beast expert said, Yuan Palace was established by the Golden War God clan, one of the top 10 royal clans. In the Beast God continent, there are only 10 royal clans. Each of them is an overlord. If you join Yuan Palace, you will have the support of the royal clans. That's right. Right now, it's the world of the soul beasts, and the human race is on the decline. Holy Lord Lin Fei, you should know what to choose. You only have one chance like this. If you miss it, you won't have another chance like this. You might even be turned to ashes. The last soul beast expert with a dragon head said. Two of them were talking about their backgrounds, while the other was threatening him in disguise. In order to get Lin Fei to bring the sacred body mountain into the alliance, they were finally willing to negotiate. He was just a sacred lord. They would not have come if not for the sacred body mountain's importance. Defeating an ordinary low-level ultimate god was not a good idea. They could kill low-level ultimate gods as easily as killing chickens and ducks. The two continents merged. Although Lin Fei had yet to go out, he still knew some things such as the top 10 royal clans and the 3 great holy lords. Palace Yuan was established by the Golden War God clan of the top 10 royal clans and had a powerful background. You want me to join just like that? You must be dreaming. That's it? No more benefits? I'll pass. Lin Fei shook his head in a serious manner. Benefits? The 3 meta beasts seemed to have heard the most ridiculous sentence in their lives. The meaning of the Golden Battle God clan, one of the 10 royal clans, could only be described as benefits. They really felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. You want benefits? The White Tiger Meta Beast expert said in a deep voice as boundless coercion swept out. He stared straight at Lin Fei. Who do you think you are? The White Tiger Meta Beast expert had a bad temper. Asking for benefits? I really don't know what you're thinking. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Holy Lord Lin Fei, we're here because we think highly of you. I hope you can consider it carefully. There are only benefits for you to join Palace Yuan. The dragon-headed Meta Beast expert said with a smile. If I were you, I'd definitely choose to join Palace Yuan. The 3 of them looked as though they had already defeated Lin Fei. In such a place, no one had the ability to compete with them. Lin Fei? He relied on enchantment treasures and his strength was only so-so. Even a special plundering technique would not be able to affect their life energy. They had reached an extremely deep level of control over their life energy. Anyone who wanted to plunder their energy would not be able to absorb it as easily as they wanted to. Lin Fei laughed. There's no benefit. You want Saint Body Mountain to rely on Palace Yuan? What a joke. If Palace Yuan is willing to rely on Saint Body Mountain, I can give him an elder position. What do you think? At that moment, the 3 Meta Beast experts were furious. Looking down on Hall Yuan was also looking down on them. The 3 of them were high-level ultimate gods. They were here because they thought highly of Lin Fei. Although Sacred Body Mountain had previously set off an enchantment era in the Saint Spirit domain. In just 1,000 years, they had improved the human clan's strength. However, in the eyes of the 3 of them, it was just child's play. Even with enchantment treasures, the human clan experts were as vulnerable as ants in front of the merged Divine Beast continent. The human clan in the Divine Spirit continent would soon have to flee or even become slaves. It was only a matter of time. Lin Fei's disregard for the 3 of them naturally made the 3 Meta Beast experts uncomfortable. Moreover, it was time for the Meta Beast clan to rule the world. In that case, you're going to reject Palace Yuan's good intentions. The 3 of them had a murderous look in their eyes. Lin Fei was completely unaffected by the high-level ultimate god's pressure. Why, do you want to fight? Lin Fei stood up. He did not have a tall body, but for some reason, he looked very tall and talked with a smile on his face. The 3 Meta Beast experts also laughed. Lin Fei dared to talk to them like that. He really did not know his place. Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, we're not laughing at you. I can poke you to death with just one finger. The White Tiger Meta Beast expert laughed. Lin Fei had a lot of resentment towards the 3 of them. Coming to recruit me? Lin Fei would not take it seriously. Moreover, it was not the time for the human clan to be in charge. Is that so? Come and try. Lin Fei smiled. However, that smile was full of mockery in the eyes of the 3 Meta Beast experts. Now that his perfect physical body had reached the perfect realm, Lin Fei did not take a mere high-level ultimate god seriously. Since the 3 of them finally came, he did not want to miss the opportunity. What if you can't poke me to death? Lin Fei smiled. Impossible. You're just a little guy and you want to scare me? The white tiger meta beast expert said angrily. If I can't poke you to death, I'll promise you one thing. Deal. Chapter 32:19. Lin Fei wanted to recruit these 3 meta beast experts. The Sacred Body Mountain needed experts. Although there were all kinds of enchanted equipment and the grand old ancestors' strength had improved rapidly, they were still far behind the mainstream meta beast experts. Lin Fei planned to recruit a few experts to hold the fort. The 3 in front of him were undoubtedly suitable. With the meta beast experts, Lin Fei could leave the Sacred Body Mountain and head to the Beast Divine continent to explore this mysterious continent to find out what was so powerful about it. For example, the powerful royal clan and divine clan could actually suppress the human clan, which had always been known for producing experts. That was definitely something to be curious about. Lin Fei wanted to go out and see it no matter what. He originally planned to go, but since the 3 meta beast experts were there, Lin Fei would not stand on ceremony. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you said that. What if you lose? The white tiger meta beast expert laughed. I'll do whatever you want me to do. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled. Are you satisfied now? The 3 meta beast experts laughed when they heard that. Defeating Lin Fei was just a piece of cake. Losing to Lin Fei? That was impossible. He could still defeat Lin Fei even with his eyes closed. That was his confidence as a high-level ultimate god. I'll go first. The white tiger meta beast expert could not wait to teach Lin Fei a lesson. No problem. Lin Fei smiled and pointed at his chest. Come here. Let me see what a high-level ultimate god strength is like. Keep bragging. The white tiger meta beast expert had never seen such an arrogant guy. He threw a punch straight at him. Tiger silhouettes filled the sky with a punch. Each of them was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. That was the strength of a high-level ultimate god. That punch was not an ordinary attack. Roar. Roar. The void in front of Lin Fei kept collapsing. Waves of tiger roars hit his body and crushed his flesh and cells on the spot. It was extremely overbearing. Lin Fei quietly felt the power of a high-level ultimate god. Not bad at all. If he didn't have a perfect physical body, his heaven-defying 12th-layer tyrant body would have completely collapsed under his opponent's attack. The huge fist shadow instantly landed on Lin Fei's body. An overbearing devouring power erupted from the fist light. Humph, you know how to devour, I also know how to devour. Ha ha ha, you don't know, right? The white tiger essence beast expert laughed and said, I just don't know who is stronger. Lin Fei said lazily, a high-level ultimate god isn't as powerful as I thought. What a failure. With a light flick of his finger, the surrounding white tiger phantoms all disappeared with a buzz. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. You've lost. At that moment, Lin Fei's physical body was in perfect condition and did not look injured at all. That was a punch from a high-level ultimate god. You're fine. The white tiger essence beast expert's eyes widened. He did not manage to kill his opponent. His opponent had taken his punch head-on and he could even feel his power invading his opponent's body and destroying it. However, his opponent managed to block it. Of course I'm fine, but you've lost. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. A jingguang appeared in the void with the word slave flashing in the jingguang. Now, fulfill your promise. The white tiger essence beast expert sensed something bad was about to happen as soon as the jingguang appeared. You're courting death. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen punches were thrown out and turned into a series of afterimages as they all landed on Lin Fei's body. The space around him instantly collapsed and turned into a black hole. A large amount of primordial destruction force poured in. A high-level ultimate god could use primordial destruction force to deal with the enemy. The white tiger essence beast was able to do that. Under the double attack, Lin Fei would not be able to withstand it. After the initial shock, the dragon-headed and lion-headed elemental beasts returned to normal. He must have used some kind of enchanted treasure to block the attack. So what? Could he block the white tiger's attack when it was enraged? The white tiger essence beast was in its original form. Unfortunately, it was not a holy beast and only had a trace of its bloodline. The primordial destruction force and the white tiger essence beast's power interweaved together. The power that could tear apart any attack was instantly rendered useless. A jingguang flew out. Don't come over. The jingguang turned into a stream of light as soon as it came out. A large number of white tigers appeared around the white tiger essence beast and formed a barrier. However, it still could not stop the jingguang's invasion, which directly invaded its mind. In an instant, it could not move at all. Lin Fei, what did you do to Brother White? The lion-headed essence beast was shocked. It couldn't even block the jingguang. What kind of evil thing was that? I didn't do anything. It's just a taming talisman. You guys have one too. Don't be anxious. Lin Fei came out from the primordial destruction force. With a flick of his finger, 2 jingguang flew over. The 2 essence beasts were about to vomit blood. We didn't bet with you. Please don't implicate us. The 2 jingguang flew over. Their attacks were unable to stop it. They could only watch helplessly as it flew into the center of their eyebrows. They were also unable to move. 2 billion reputation for one. It really isn't cheap. This was exchanged from the reputation store. It was specially used to tame essence beasts. Both the main body and the clone could control it together. 2 billion reputation wasn't a small amount. For them, Lin Fei had put in a lot of money. Now, it seemed that his gains were not bad. In less than 10 breaths of time, they opened their eyes again. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, they took the initiative to shout, "Master." These 2 words made them go crazy. They knew they were being controlled by the other party. They couldn't even commit suicide. There's no need to struggle. Work hard for me and you'll be rewarded. Of course, you can choose not to work for me and I'll immediately destroy you. Oh yes, and your main body too. Lin Fei said with a smile. Main body? The 3 essence beasts' expressions immediately changed. Their main body was also in the same situation. It was far beyond their imagination to be controlled just like that. Now, are you willing to give it a try? Lin Fei smiled. The 3 of them shook their heads desperately. As high-level ultimate god experts, they had seen all kinds of danger. However, it was their first time encountering something like Lin Fei's method. It was terrifying. If they had known that Lin Fei was so terrifying, they would not have come even if they were beaten to death. Now, he had been dragged into this. His life and death were no longer in his hands. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Would they be destroyed together? That would really be death. Both their main body and clone would be destroyed. How many people had such a killer move? Perhaps only the 3 celestial clans had mastered it. Even the royal clans might not have the ability to do so. However, Lin Fei had it. That was the most terrifying enemy.
Chapter 35-30. A short while later, Yi Xian and Chanaz arrived at the outer industrial circle. They saw Sha Baofeng's ship, Baofeng, in the star dock of a huge industrial star. Yi Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, so he entered this huge fortress without any hindrance. He immediately copied all the performance data of this huge fortress and entered it into the database of the devouring system. Through the devouring system, it was transmitted to the star dock. The Wild Fortress. However, even with these performance data, the Wild Star Dock could not directly transform into Baofeng's appearance. The size of the Wild Star Dock was a shortcoming. The Wild Star Dock had to increase its size from its current diameter of 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible to accomplish in a single night. However, Yi Xian still had a Master Life Crystal. If he reluctantly used it, he could still accomplish this. Previously, when he won the system competition mission against Fairy Xianxia, the prize that Yi Xian obtained from the exchange store was a Master Life Crystal. The reason why he wanted this Master Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect on the evil spirit slimes. This way, the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would definitely be of a higher quality. This was an important problem that had always been troubling him. One of them. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This crystal was one of the natural life energies that the world bugs could absorb. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji race in the first universe, this race was an extremely disliked existence. Yi Xian had discovered this by accident. The crystal in their bodies was one of the energies that the world bugs needed to grow. After the Master Life Crystal was used, the world bugs' evolution slimes grew crazily. Countless micromolecules erupted, and in the end, the wild star dock grew into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After that, Yi Xian won 3 competitive quests from the system. His targets were the Unfettered One, the Fallen Demon Child, and the Witch Dust Lady. Among them, he didn't find any Master Life Crystals from the system exchange store of the Carefree Master and the Demon Dust Maiden, so he chose other treasures that were also extremely precious. However, Yi Xian found a second Master Life Crystal in the exchange shop of the Fallen Demon's Son and chose it immediately. And now, this Mother Life Crystal had come in handy. Yi Xian immediately retrieved this Mother Life Crystal from his undying world and threw it to the devouring system. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Mother Life Crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect, Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it now? The system notification sounded in his mind very quickly. Following which, a golden crystal the size of a baby's fist was directly absorbed by the devouring system and injected into Yi Xian's undying world, the Wild Star Fort. Shaw shaw shaw, rumble. Soon, low and continuous muffled sounds rang out from within Yi Xian's body, accompanied by a dense amount of weak rustling sounds. It gave off the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry leaves. The Wild Star Fort floating in his undying world was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the exterior of the battleship was also changing. Yi Xian quickly ordered the devouring system in his body to connect to the AI of the Wild Star Fort. This time, the growth of the battleship was limited to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the battleship would immediately stop, and all the micromolecules that were multiplying after that would all be thrown into strengthening the battleship's performance and internal and external structure, striving for perfection. All of this unknowingly happened. In a short 10 minutes, the starfield stronghold within Yi Xian's body finally grew to a diameter of 100,000 meters. From then on, it stopped growing. However, the change in the life level of the evil spirit slime race caused by the energy of the second life crystal was still there. Continue. All of the subsequent energy was used to strengthen the interior of the Wild Star Fort. This way, it would inherit its greatest feature from before. On the surface, it looked like a huge fort with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but in reality, its performance was much better. In the end, everything ended after more than half an hour. The energy of the second prime life crystal was finally depleted, and the evolution of the vengeful slime group stopped. The massive increase in reproduction energy provided to the worldworm spawn group stabilized, and the evolution of the Starfield Fortress came to an end. Complete. At this time, after devouring the mysterious energy of the 2 Mother of Life crystals, the evil spirit slime's life level had been raised to a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail, and it was a whole line. There were also specks of gold on both of their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned into a faint golden color. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. After everything was completed, Yi Xian gave the order to transform the Wild Star Fort into a perfect replica of the treasure maple. All of this happened very quickly, but no one knew about it. Everything was completed in his undying world. Following which, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the treasure maple into his body. At this moment, if someone was in his undying world, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. The two identical forts were lined up side by side, floating in the air of Yi Xian's undying world. With a thought, the real treasure maple was searched by Yi Xian with Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. All of the important resources and materials were taken out and stored in the undying world. They didn't stay in the treasure maple. This was because Yi Xian had a feeling that as he's shown in the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical grand competition, he might not be able to take this treasure maple away. DE might be interested in it. Of course, what it was interested in was the fake treasure maple, which was the Starfield Life stronghold. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to hand over the Starfield ship. He could only use the real treasure maple ship to make up the numbers. Chapter 35-31. In this Heaven's Legacy Races Machinery Grand Tournament, although the gimmick on the surface was only the position of commander and vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, in truth, all the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were well aware that this was a secret early selection of the new young patriarch. The winner would very likely become the next Heaven's Legacy race. The young tribe leader. Of course, this had to wait until the news of the current young tribe leader Di Xiaofeng's death was confirmed. The grand competition of machinery was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. Patriarch De only opened this ability to his direct subordinates. Therefore, it was destined that many of the younger generation of the Tianji clan would not be able to participate in this competition. Not all Tianji tribe members had the qualifications to become the tribe leader's trusted subordinates. This was closely related to talent. The mechanical grand tournament was a test of one's ability to fuse machines, and those who could obtain this sort of ultimate secret art from Patriarch De were only his trusted subordinates. Even amongst the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, such existences were all upper echelons. Therefore, their mounts were small fortresses with diameters of at least 50,000 meters. Most of them were large fortresses with diameters of at least 100,000 meters. As such, the grand competition of machinery's venue could not be too small. It was a vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles. It was in the star sector outside the industrial area of Tianji City. The next morning, when Yi Xian rushed over with Chanas, this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles was already filled with fortresses of various sizes. There were even some large and small fortresses. Other than the millions of Tianji tribe members watching the battle, there were also many intelligent robots that had the privilege of watching the battle. The members of the Heaven's Legacy race had developed their own consciousness from these sentient robots and gained intelligence. Thus, within the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race would consciously guide the countless sentient robots under their command. For example, when watching the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race display their ability to fuse machines together, there was a chance that some of the AI robots would mutate and gain self-awareness. This meant that a new member of the Heaven's Legacy race had been born. In addition, there were also some fortresses that carried the hostages sent to Tianji City by the slaves of the Tianji clan. They were originally imprisoned in the imperial prison in the depths of the inner city of Tianji City. However, De obviously would not let go of this opportunity to show the power of the Tianji clan. He had personally ordered the Heaven's Legacy race's imperial prison guards to escort them over so that they could witness the power of the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate secret art. Patriarch De had yet to appear, but there was no doubt that there were many of his clones in the countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. In this mechanical grand city, DE, as the ancestor of the heavenly legacy race, could be said to be everywhere. The grand tournament of mechs was about to begin. The rules were simple, so simple that there were no rules at all. Therefore, the candidates could enter the arena to challenge at any time. When they were defeated and withdrew, it meant that they had lost their qualifications. If you were strong enough, you could stand firmly in the center of this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles from the beginning. You could accept everyone's continuous challenges and stand until the end, with everyone's attention on you. Yi Xian was not impulsive. Although he was confident that he could do this, it would be too eye-catching. This was Tianji City. Yi Xian was not afraid of other existences, but he could not help but be afraid of the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De. Although De was only an intelligent life form created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, he had proven his ruthlessness by killing Xing Bo. Moreover, as a newly born mechanical intelligent life, De was able to lead a large group of intelligent robots to gradually grow stronger and guide them step by step. From them, more mechanical intelligent life forms were born, and he successfully dominated a universe for hundreds of thousands of years. This in itself was already very impressive. This already showed how terrifying his methods were. Not to mention an extremely intelligent mechanical intelligent life form, even a pig, after living for hundreds of thousands of years, could become a powerful figure in the pig world. Yi Xian knew that he could not defeat such an existence at the moment. Therefore, there was no need to attract too much attention. He had to win the machinery grand competition, but at most, he would be like a dark horse, appearing at the crucial moment and giving people the impression that he had won by luck. Otherwise, if the tree stood out from the forest and attracted De's suspicion, it would be really troublesome. The battle quickly unfolded. The two core members of the younger generation of the Tianji clan fought each other in this void with a radius of 100,000 miles. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds of thunder, and a large part of the void was disturbed. These two high-level members of the younger generation were not weak. Their mounts were large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Moreover, because the competition was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion technique, these two fellows directly began to fully integrate with their mounts as soon as they entered the arena. Both of the mechanical battle insects looked extraordinary. One turned into a mechanical knife puppet, similar to Sha Baofeng's original form, but more powerful, and walked the path of strengthening close combat. The other one turned into a starry sandworm. Its entire body was covered with dense barbs and soft tubes that looked like mouthparts. Each soft tube was actually a cannon muzzle. It walked the path of long-range combat strength enhancement. Although the mechanical battle insects transformed from the two fellows' machinery fusion technique were nothing new, at least Yi Xian did not find any highlight. As the battle unfolded, he gradually felt that he was rather inspired. The Tianji clan was indeed full of talents. When it came to the cultivation of the human race's cultivation methods, the cultivation of the demon's mental power, and the cultivation of the bloodline talents of the various races of the Second Universe Federation, the Tianji clan was nothing, and definitely was not outstanding. However, in the field of machinery and electronics, every member of the Tianji clan definitely had a unique talent. And the core members of the younger generation who were able to become the trusted aides of clan leader D were naturally the best of the best. The degree of transformation of these two mechanical battle insects was not amazing, and Yi Xian even felt that they were a little too conservative and backward. However, as the battle unfolded, Yi Xian opened his eyes in terms of the battle skills of these two fellows after they had fully integrated with their mounts. Yi Xian did not miss any of this. He directly transmitted the images to the life fortress that had transformed into the Baofeng through the devouring system in his body. Chapter 35-32. In the previous battle, the two core members of the Tianji clan's younger generation had transformed into a mechanical blade mantis and a space sandworm after activating their mechanical fusion ability with their mounts. One was strengthened for close combat, while the other was strengthened for long-range attacks. In the end, the one who emerged victorious was the one with the strengthened close combat. The Blade Mantis. It had to be said that among all the members of the Tianji clan who had comprehended mechanical fusion, there were quite a few who preferred the Blade Mantis. In Emperor Xiaofeng's impression, about 40% of them preferred the Blade Mantis. For example, Emperor Xiaofeng's own Blade Mantis was a Blade Mantis. Even Sha Baofeng, who had fought against the Life Fortress at the beginning of the battle, was the same. The Blade Mantis was a space bug with an advantage among all the bug forms. It belonged to the combat bug race, especially in close combat. Its pair of giant blade-like mantis arms were extremely eye-catching, so it was very popular. Although more than half of the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race had fused with their mounts and transformed into mechanical war insects called Blade Mantis, each person's transformation was different in minute detail. No two Blade Mantis were exactly the same. These subtle changes had their own special effects and attack effects. For example, the Blade Mantis that had defeated the other sand bug in the first battle had a beehive-like mechanical jet port on its tail. It was densely packed with jet holes. These holes were packed together like a beehive. Not only could they shoot out super alloy spikes, but they could also shoot out mini death ray cannon energy beams. Because the interior must have been specially processed, it was extremely fast and impossible to guard against. While the praying mantis waved its gigantic mantis arms to engage in close combat, its tail suddenly shot out a wave of super alloy spikes, followed by a wave of concentrated mini death ray cannons, the effect of which was absolutely fatal. Even Yi Xian was inspired. The guy who had won the first battle was called Sanas. In Sha Baofeng's memory, this guy's cultivation was above Sha Baofeng's. Although his talent was not as good as the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng's, the difference was not too big. This time, he had entered the battle at the beginning and was domineering. It was clear that he wanted to dominate the competition from the very beginning and seize the first place with an absolute advantage. There were almost no rules in the grand competition. As long as you had the ability, you could go up the stage from the beginning. What you would face would be one battle after another. This seemed to be a huge disadvantage, but in reality, as long as you displayed enough strength, you would be able to scare off many competitors. However, the allure of the Vanguard Fleet Commander truly wasn't small, and the allure of the future young patriarch was even greater. No matter how strong Sanas was, the core members of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't all give up without a fight. The second challenger quickly went up. This battle was even more intense and lasted for almost an hour. Finally, Sanas won by a narrow margin. However, he was still brimming with vigor, not at all tired after fighting 2 battles in a row. This was related to the special characteristics of the Tianji race mechanical life form. The total amount of cultivation power of the human race experts was limited, and it was continuously depleted in battle. Moreover, there was no time to replenish it. This was the same for the experts of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. This was because no matter how boundless one's physical strength was, it would still be depleted in an intense battle. However, the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't do this. After activating their mechanical fusion ability, as long as the energy in the kinetic energy cabin of the stronghold didn't run out, any member of the Heaven's Legacy race could always maintain their vigorous energy and strongest battle state. To put it bluntly, as long as the electricity didn't run out, they would always be full of energy. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? He had defeated 2 opponents in a row, especially the second one. Amongst the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, he had a very high reputation. At this moment, Sanas was in high spirits. His 100,000-meter-long mechanical blade hovered in the air, exuding a domineering aura as he loudly roared. Perhaps they were scared off by his previous battles in extraordinary might, but for a moment, the surrounding void was filled with discussions. However, no one stepped up to accept the challenge again. Yi Xian frowned. Just as he was about to step forward and prepare to enter the arena, a cold laugh sounded out from the left side of the void. His figure flashed as he entered the large competition space. This was a purple-haired young man who looked quite demonic. His temperament and aura were both cold and gloomy. The aura he exuded was at the 11th stage of the mystic light realm, the same as Yi Xian. As for Saina's, he was at the 12th stage of the void realm, the peak of the 9th stage of the void realm. On the surface, it seemed that Saina's had the upper hand in this battle. This was because although the battle between mechanical life forms depended on the comprehension of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race in terms of mechanical fusion, as well as the basic capabilities of the stronghold, the cultivation of the person fusing with it was also a factor. Saina's cultivation was a whole realm higher than that purple-haired young man. After fully fusing with the mechanical life forms, he could control them much more smoothly. However, in reality, after seeing this purple-haired young man enter the arena, Saina's expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. On the other hand, that purple-haired young man had a calm expression, as if he didn't put Saina's in his eyes at all. "Yi Luo, when did you return? How come I didn't know?" With a gloomy expression, Saina's asked, calling out the purple-haired young man's name. His tone was filled with obvious fear. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat as he immediately remembered who this person was. Yi Luo, in the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, his talent in electronics was second only to the young patriarch, Di Xiaofeng. Back when Di Xiaofeng wasn't the young patriarch yet, only this person had the strength to compete with him. Although the position of young patriarch eventually landed on Di Xiaofeng's head, Yi Luo's electronics talent wasn't erased. Among the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, his electronics talent was still publicly recognized as one of the best, second only to the young patriarch, Di Xiaofeng. However, Yi Luo had been sent out to carry out a secret mission 2 years ago and wasn't in the race. It was precisely because of this that Saina's and the other younger generation experts of the Heaven's Legacy race, who were weaker than him in terms of electronics, were moved and wanted to seize this opportunity to fight. What Saina's didn't expect was that Yi Luo had actually returned and appeared in today's competition. This made him feel uneasy because he didn't have much confidence in fighting against Yi Luo. Yi Luo's electronics talent was very strong, and his comprehension of mechanical fusion was even stronger. He had surpassed Saina's. Chapter 35-33. Each one of them is more arrogant than the other. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He already felt that Saina's was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Yi Luo to be even more pretentious than him. It seemed that the core members of the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race were all like this. He flipped through the mechanical intelligence cores of young Emperor, Bao Fengsha, and the other 8 and found that this was indeed the case. Bao Fengsha was also a very arrogant person. Yi Xian had thought that it would be best to win this battle by a narrow margin and keep a low profile, but now it seemed that this wasn't possible. Bao Fengsha was arrogant to begin with, and if he kept a low profile, it would instead arouse suspicion. Just as he was muttering to himself, in front of him, in the void with a radius of 100,000 square kilometers, came a large number of mechanical grinding sounds, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. After Yi Luo stepped into that light purple illusory fortress, he immediately started the mechanical fusion. The fortress with a diameter of 100,000 square meters immediately began to change shape and actually began to shrink inward. Once the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability was fully unleashed, the largest size of the mecha battle bug would be the diameter of the stronghold itself. As for the smallest size, it would depend on the mecha race clansman's comprehension of this ultimate secret technique. For example, young Emperor Xiaofeng's fortress was 100,000 square meters in diameter, so after fully activating the mechanical fusion, the mechanical battle insect that young Emperor Xiaofeng and his fortress transformed into could be 100,000 square meters in length at most. This was related to the original performance of the fortress, so it was a hard limit. As for the smallest, it could reach 5,000 meters. This was already an extremely impressive comprehension ability. Among the 8 Heavenly Legacy clan members that Yi Xian killed in the Origin of All Evil Star region, there was also a fellow who had a large stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter. His smallest limit was 7,000 meters. This person's talent in electronics was only second to young Emperor Xiaofeng and Yi Luo, and he was ranked third among the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race. However, in general, unless it was in a special environment like the root of all evil, which was filled with countless void cracks, the Heavenly Legacy race members would fight in their largest form after performing mechanical fusion with their fortress. At this moment, Yi Luo was doing the opposite. He could clearly transform into a giant battle insect with a diameter of 100,000 square meters, but after activating the mechanical fusion ability, this light purple illusory fortress kept shrinking in size. What surprised Yi Xian even more was that upon seeing this, Sana's expression became more solemn. He frowned and muttered, "Rapid insect again." Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the fortress that was suspended in the void beside him. After the last battle, he had temporarily dispelled the fusion. The creaking sounds of machinery grinding could be heard, and soon, the mechanical blade puppet that had won 2 battles appeared once again. At this time, Yero's light purple fantasy fortress had basically completed its transformation. The loud grinding sounds of machinery gradually weakened, and in the end, they could no longer be heard. What appeared before them was a very strange mechanical battle insect. It was only 5,000 square meters in size, which immediately drew cries of surprise from the surrounding void. Heavens, 5,000 square meters? Yi Luo's comprehension of the mechanical fusion ability actually broke through again. A fortress of 100,000 meters. His previous limit was 6,000 meters. In the entire Heaven's Legacy race, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng was able to reach 5,000 meters. I didn't think that Yi Luo would be able to do the same. Without a doubt, Sanas will definitely lose this battle. In terms of talent in electronics, he is still far inferior to Yi Luo. That's right. Yi Luo transformed into a rapid insect. He is most proficient in the speed domain. Unlike other battle insects, the smaller the size of the rapid insect, the faster its speed. Sanas fought with Yi Luo once at 6,000 square meters and was slightly at a disadvantage. Now, Yi Luo has broken through again. The rapid insect has shrunk to 5,000 square meters. Sanas will definitely lose. As these cries of surprise sounded out, a strange expression couldn't help but flash across Yi Xian's face. He was not surprised by Yi Luo's mechanical fusion ability. He was not surprised that Yi Luo could actually shrink a fortress from 100,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. This was nothing. Young Emperor Xiaofeng could also do it, but didn't he still lose to Yi Xian? What truly surprised Yi Xian was that the mechanical battle insect that Yi Luo and his fortress had transformed into was actually a rapid insect with all-around enhanced speed. Rapid insect, a type of space insect race. Like the space blade mantis, it was a battle insect race with an extremely violent temperament. The biggest characteristic of the swift bugs was their speed. Their whole body was covered with layers of sharp carapace blades, densely packed and stacked on top of each other. Under the extremely fast movement state of the swift worm, these carapace blades that covered the surface of its body were simply indestructible. Even a starry sky battleship could only flee in the face of the swift worm's charge. If it was enveloped, the final result would be that the entire huge battleship would be cut into pieces and directly dismembered. Countless pieces. At this moment, there was such a mechanical rapid insect across from the mechanical space blade mantis. Its entire body was covered in purple super alloy blades. Furthermore, it had clearly been strengthened. The battleship's diameter of 100,000 square meters had shrunk to 5,000 square meters, and the density of the alloy had increased countless times. However, if these blades touched a space fortress, even if it was also made of super alloy, it would definitely be cut open easily like a thin piece of paper. Coupled with the rapid insect speed, these countless purple alloy blades were simply a nightmare. It should be known that at a certain speed, even a thin piece of paper could cut through metal and stone. Seeing all of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, it was sharp. No wonder even the previously arrogant Senas had become serious. This alloy swift bug, which looked dozens of times smaller than the saber mantis, was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Hum. A low rumble sounded in the void, and the 5,000-meter-long swift insect shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the praying blade. It did not stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It just directly crashed into the praying blade. Yi Luo, you sneak attack. The other party attacked without saying a word and arrived in front of the blade mantis in the blink of an eye. Senas screamed in horror. The blade mantis's strong legs bent slightly, indicating that it was about to bounce up. With the blade mantis's super jumping ability, this bounce would be at least a few hundred to 1,000 kilometers away. Unfortunately, he did not have this opportunity because the speedy worm had already made contact with his body. The speedy worm, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly passed under Dao Qi's abdomen. It did not have any other means of attack because it did not need to. Countless superpowers covered its entire body. Strong alloy blades were the rapid insect's best and most powerful weapon. Whoosh. Chapter 35-34. The dense layer of sharp blades on the surface of the swiftworm's body was too powerful. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was forcibly compressed to a length of 5,000 meters. The density of the material increased by many times, and coupled with its terrifying speed, it was simply unstoppable. In just one exchange, Senna's mechanical blade puppet was split open, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long wounds appeared under the mechanical battle bug's abdomen. Sparks flickered, and even the rumbling of thunder could be heard. This kind of injury might not be much to a mechanical blade puppet with a length of 100,000 meters, but this was only the first round. With such an outcome, it was hard to imagine how this battle would continue. The swiftworm did not need any other means of attack. It was a peerless weapon by itself. The high-density superalloy covering its body completely turned into a nightmare for the enemy under its extreme speed. Cries of surprise could be heard from all around. Heavens, this is too shocking. Senas was injured in the first round. Yero is indeed stronger. What terrifying speed. Furthermore, after the swiftworm shrunk to a length of 5,000 meters, the superalloy is even denser. It's simply incomparably sharp. The mechanical blade puppet simply cannot block it. There is no suspense in this battle. Yero is definitely going to win. Sigh, after young Emperor Feng, among the entire Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, only Yero is the strongest. Senas is not his match. Will the next young patriarch be him? Crackle. Boom. Ah, as the discussions in the surrounding void rang out, the rumbling of thunder and the crackling of sparks rang out once again in the central battlefield of the grand competition within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was followed by Senna's frenzied howl of hatred and fury. He was injured once again. He was originally full of himself and was certain that he would win first place this time. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the throne of the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. He did not expect that after just 2 victories, he would suffer such a setback and be on the verge of dying. However, Senas did not intend to admit defeat just like that. He continued to persevere. In the face of this scene, a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race immediately stood up. This was a supreme being of the Heaven's Legacy race whose strength was equivalent to the 15th great realm expert of the human race. He immediately announced the end of this battle. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Hiero won, while Senna's lost miserably. After all, this was just an internal competition of the race, not a battle to the death between friends and foes. There was no need for any deaths. The Heaven's Legacy race did not have many people in the first place, and the younger generation that had the mechanical fusion ability activated by Patriarch De were all true geniuses of the race. It would be disastrous. The disappearance of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 8 core members of the Tian's legacy race had cast a heavy shadow over the hearts of the older generation. They couldn't allow any real casualties to appear in this grand competition. Senna's was very unwilling, but in the end, he still retreated. In just 2 rounds of contact, he had suffered heavy injuries. There were cracks and gashes on the mechanical puppet's abdomen and back. Fortunately, that senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race spoke up to stop the battle. Otherwise, in the end, it was very likely that his flying fortress would have been destroyed, and its electronic consciousness would have been severely damaged. It would take a long time for it to recover. As Senna's left, only the purple-haired Hiero was left standing in the void of this grand competition battlefield. He had already removed the mechanical fusion state with his flying fortress, and that light purple illusory fortress was floating beside him. Hiero stood there with his hands behind his back. In the void, sighs and laments could be heard again. Sigh, the dust has settled. The vanguard fleet commander of this battle is none other than Hiero. This is an indisputable fact. It's just that we all thought that Hiero had not returned to the race. Perhaps even the Patriarch did not know. Otherwise, there would be no need for this mechanical grand competition to continue. That's right. Among all the geniuses of the younger generation in the race, other than the young Patriarch, Di Xiaofeng, who else can defeat Hiero? The speedy bug is too scary. Furthermore, Hiero's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability has reached such a level. He could actually shrink a huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to only 5,000 meters. This way, the power of the speedy bug has skyrocketed again. It's simply invincible. What do you mean by simply invincible? It's already invincible, okay? Now, in the race, other than the experts of the older generation, who else in the younger generation can be Hiero's match? Even Senna's lost miserably in just 2 moves. Sigh, this mechanical grand competition should be over. Senna's will be the vice commander of the vanguard fleet. To him, this is even more of a humiliation. With the 2 of them working together, I'm afraid there will be many unexpected episodes. In the surrounding void, some of the spectators had already started to leave. The huge black fortress that carried a large number of slaves and hostages from the imperial prison had also started to move slowly in the direction of the Tianji continent. Obviously, everyone thought that this mechanical grand competition had already ended. Hiero was so powerful that no one in the younger generation would show up and jump out to be abused. Even Hiero himself thought so. With his hands behind his back, he looked around the void. After looking around, he did not even say a few polite words. He directly waved his hand and stored the light purple dreamy fortress beside him into his body. Then, his figure flashed and was about to leave. At the same time, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, beside Yi Xian, looked at Yi Xian with suspicion. Based on his understanding of Yi Xian during this period of time, he was definitely muttering and doubting in his heart. What's wrong with Sir Xia today? Why isn't he planning to interfere? In fact, in the next instant that suspicion arose in Chanasi's heart, Yi Xian's loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule was already loudly heard. Hiero, why are you in such a hurry to escape? Don't worry, this is the clan competition, not a battle between us and the enemy. I promise I won't beat you up. Silence. A deathly silence. The large and small fortresses in the surrounding void that were retreating one after another all stopped, including Hiero, who was about to leave. In the next moment, everyone's gazes converged on Yi Xian. After seeing that these words were actually spoken by Sha Baofeng, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Fate clan experts immediately became strange. The upper echelon of the older generation that had forced Senna's to retreat even frowned. Chapter 35-35. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure took a step forward and stepped into the void of the 100,000-kilometer-wide competition in front of him. The commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who was originally standing side by side in the void to watch the competition, immediately turned green and howled miserably in his heart. He knew that this guy was not someone who would rest easy. Just a moment ago, he was still muttering about why he had changed his personality, but now he was suddenly making trouble again. While smiling bitterly, Chanas suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood why Yi Xian was so determined to kill the young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, in the source of all evil star field. It turned out that he wanted to replace him. Although Yi Xian seemed powerful, Chanas had seen with his own eyes how Yi Xian tortured Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. The 8 high-ranking members of the Tianji clan were all geniuses of the younger generation. Even when they used the mechanical fusion ability, they were still no match for him. Now, Yi Xian was merely ranked behind Emperor Xiaofeng. What could Yi Xian be compared to? The moment he thought of this, Chanas's breathing quickened. The reason why he followed Sha Baofeng to the headquarters of the Tianji clan was to get promoted and become rich. If Lord Sha could become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be tantamount to reaching the heavens in a single step for him. It should be known that this journey was full of hardships, and he had been through it with Lord Sha. Didn't Lord Sha say it himself? We are grasshoppers on the same rope. Thinking of this, Chanas immediately raised his arms and shouted excitedly, as if he had just been injected with chicken blood, "Lord Sha, do your best, as long as you don't beat the shit out of him." This shout almost made the eyes of the people in the void fall to the ground. Those Tianji clan members who were still in a daze because of Yi Xian's words finally came back to their senses. All kinds of discussions instantly broke out, most of them ridiculing Yi Xian. On the one hand, Yi Xian did have a lot of supporters. On the other hand, more people believed that he would be the next young patriarch of the Tianji clan. At this moment, they deliberately shouted to show their goodwill. Heavens, it's Sha Baofeng. What's wrong with this guy? You're actually courting death. There's a good show to watch now. Yi Luo will definitely beat him to a pulp. I was just thinking that I wasn't satisfied enough just now. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. How laughable. A fellow that's ranked far out of the top 20 of the younger generation actually wants to challenge the second-ranked Yi Luo. This kind of confidence is simply unimaginable. Young Master Linghu must have damaged his brain. This guy just suffered a big loss in the heavenly battle starfield not long ago. I didn't expect him to be so forgetful and want to die as soon as he comes back. That should be it. Young Master Linghu must have damaged his brain. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Not only did he challenge Yi Luo, he even dared to boast that he would beat the shit out of him. His brain damage knows no bounds. What a pity. After this battle, Yi Luo's ranking among the younger generation will most likely fall below the top 100. This is because he was previously recognized by the Patriarch and was granted the ability to fuse machines. Otherwise, he would be at least below the top 1,000. As these one-sided discussions and evaluations spread, Yi Luo, who had stopped leaving because of Yi Xian's arrogant words, took a step forward and returned to the center of the battlefield. He looked at Yi Xian with a sneer and said, "Baofeng Sha, did you just challenge me? I'll give you one more chance. You can change your words now." "Can I change my words now?" Based on Baofeng's character, he would never keep a low profile if he had the strength to defeat Yi Luo. Therefore, even if Yi Xian didn't want to be in the limelight, he could only follow Baofeng's temperament at this moment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. In the face of Yi Luo's arrogant words, he did not show any trace of politeness. He rolled his eyes and continued, "You, on the other hand, if you change your mind and admit defeat now, I will definitely fulfill my promise and not beat the shit out of you." Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your brain would really be damaged by young Lord Linghu. In the face of Yi Xian's unyielding attitude, Yi Luo was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and brought out the light purple fortress that he had just put into his body. Before he stepped in, he looked back at Yi Xian and raised his right hand. He put his index finger across his throat and made a throat-sealing gesture. "I won't. What promise did I make? Be careful in this battle. I've been in a bad mood recently, so I can't guarantee that I won't go too far. If you die, don't blame me. If it was before, you would indeed have the qualifications to say such words in front of me." Yi Xian sneered as he replied forcefully once again. Moreover, he gave the surrounding Heavenly Legacy clan members a precaution in advance, so as to prevent them from displaying an overly powerful mechanical fusion ability and attracting unnecessary suspicion. However, ever since my battle with young Master Linghu, this kind of thing has never happened. You've already lost your qualifications. That's right. In that battle, this Great One was indeed beaten quite badly by young Lord Linghu, but I wholeheartedly accept my loss. You didn't even have the honor of fighting such a peerless genius, so what right do you have to be so arrogant here? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian shamelessly praised himself. Although this Great One lost, this Great One's gains in that battle are beyond your imagination. It's too shocking. Even now, when this Great One thinks about it, this Great One can't help but be fascinated. If this Great One had the chance, this Great One would really want to be beaten by young Lord Linghu again. Because the gains were too great, so great that this Great One only had to be beaten by him once, and this Great One's comprehension of mechanical fusion ability is enough to surpass what you have painstakingly comprehended for 100 years. This battle, this Great One will let you see, amazing. From my progress, this Great One will let you be fascinated by young Lord Linghu's peerless genius. Sigh, what a pity. No matter how fascinated you are, no matter how much you cry about wanting to die and want to be beaten up, in the end, you won't have this chance. Young Lord Linghu is a hero, and has already, as he spoke, Yi Xian gradually found the feeling. His figure stood in the void, shaking his head with a regretful expression. It was as if he deeply regretted that he couldn't have another chance to be beaten up by young Lord Linghu. This scene was too strange. Everyone was stunned. All the members of the Heavenly Legacy race in the void were dumbstruck. Even Chanaz was dumbstruck. He suddenly wasn't so sure. This Lord Shah in front of him didn't look like the kind of person who had been scheming for a long time. On the contrary, he didn't look like an old schemer. It was more like his brain had really been beaten up. With this thought, Chanaz felt unwell again. Chapter 35-36. Rumble. Kachacha, as Yi Luo stepped into the light purple fortress, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard. He once again activated his mechanical fusion ability. The light purple fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters quickly transformed into a 5,000-meter-long speedy bug. Yi Xian also waved his hand and summoned the treasured maple from his body, causing it to float in the void. Of course, this was not the real treasured maple, but a transformed version of the life fortress, the Starfield. After all, it was a life battleship, made up of countless micromolecules derived from the world bugs. It could also mimic a 100,000-meter-long space fortress at a microscopic level, including the electronic frequency. There were absolutely no flaws or omissions. Even if the patriarch of the Tianji race, DE, was here, he would not be able to see through it. Immediately after, Yi Xian turned around and stepped into the treasured maple. At the same time, he gave the order for the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. The same sound of machinery grinding could be heard. In the eyes of the many Tianji race members in the void outside, this was Sha Baofeng activating his mechanical fusion ability, causing the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. However, in reality, this was all the Starfield Fortress's own actions. Yi Xian did not participate at all. He was just leisurely waiting in a small cabin inside the treasured maple. Of course, once this transformation was completed and the fortress entered battle mode, Yi Xian would still use Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to control it. No matter how flexible the life fortress was, it did not have any battle experience. This was all up to Yi Xian. After all, the opponent now was not in existence like Sha Baofeng, but the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Tianji race. It might not be safe to leave everything to the life fortress. Previously, when he was fighting with young Emperor Feng and the others in the source of all evil, Yi Xian had used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to enter the life stronghold and used his own battle experience to control the mechanical demon insects to fight. Otherwise, if the life stronghold were to fight by itself, it definitely wouldn't have such a result. As the grinding sounds of machinery came from inside the treasure maple, the shape of the enormous ship began to change. The gazes of all the Tianji clan clansmen in the surrounding void all gathered on the ship, including more than one unknown doppelganger of clan leader De. They were all very curious about what the treasure maple would become. Based on Sha Baofeng's usual habits, he should have used a 100,000-meter-long mechanical puppet. However, considering the speed and attack characteristics of the swift bugs, Sha Baofeng should have shrunk the size of the mechanical puppet. That way, the pressure would be much less. In the past, when Sha Baofeng performed a complete mechanical fusion, the smallest size of his Baofeng could be shrunk to about 10,000. The surrounding experts didn't think that it would be the same this time. In the beginning, the surrounding experts of the Tianji clan did think that Sha Baofeng was out of his mind to provoke and even infuriate Yi Luo. However, after hearing what he said later, the experts of the Tianji clan had a different opinion. The Tianji clan had indeed received news of Sha Baofeng's recent battle in the third universe. Many of the higher-ups were shocked. The black technology possessed by young Master Linghu was still a mystery to this day. He had actually surpassed the Tianji clan, who had always possessed extraordinary talent in electronics and machinery manufacturing. The Tianji clan of the three major dimensions. In that battle, Sha Baofeng had indeed lost miserably. However, in his own words, this fiasco was not unjustified at all. Young Master Linghu's peerless demonic talent had even amazed many of the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. Medicine, artifact, and array masters. He also had the terrifying starry sky black technology. In this world, only Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, and the person who had caused an uproar in the second universe not long ago. Even now, he had provoked a Star-Lord old monster to roar and chase him all over the world, but no one could find him. Only young Master Nether Ming and the other two could be compared to him. It would be a lie to say that he had not gained any inspiration and gains from fighting such a peerless demonic talent. Therefore, when Yi Xian ridiculed Yi Luo with such words just now, not only did the latter not get angry, but he also became serious. Although he was not convinced by young Master Linghu, he was actually fascinated by the other party's demonic talent. It could be said that whether it was the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding void or Yi Luo, who was about to fight Yi Xian, at this moment, there was an inexplicable expectation in the bottom of their hearts. They were all looking forward to Sha Baofeng really gaining something from that battle and not just bragging. Yi Luo was so fascinated by young Master Linghu. Although he could not fight young Master Linghu because the other party had been proven to be exiled, if he could beat Sha Baofeng, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of young Master Linghu and had gained some inspiration and gains, he would be scared witless again. Because, at least on the surface, from a certain perspective, his demeanor was at a level comparable to young Master Linghu. At least he was not inferior. As for the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding area, their expectations were related to the entire clan. There was no doubt about Yi Luo's strength. If Xiao Baofeng could really defeat him, even if it was a tie, it would be enough to prove that there would be another peerless genius in the Tianji clan. Although this genius was trained by the peerless demonic talent of the human clan, it did not matter. Being able to constantly improve oneself in battle with the enemy was the attitude and talent that a real expert should have. If Xiao Baofeng could do it, the higher-ups of the clan would regard him more highly from now on. So what? So what? Yi Xian was completely unaware of all of this. Following his orders, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard from the inside of the Baofeng. Very quickly, the mechanical changes were completed. Yi Xian did not choose the combat form of the mechanical demon bug. The speed of the rapid bug was too fast. Although the mechanical demon bug had a strong jumping ability and 4 antimatter death ray cannon barrels, it was very likely that it would not be able to lock on to the target. Therefore, Yi Xian chose the combat form of the humanoid alloy war god this time. Of course, while the Baofeng transformed into the humanoid alloy war god, its original terrifying size of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. In the end, when the humanoid form of the alloy war god was completely revealed, its height of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. When the alloy war god was fully formed, its height had reached only 5,000 meters. This was not Yi Xian's limit. The limit he could shrink a small fortress of 50,000 meters to 1,000 meters, and a large fortress of 100,000 meters to 2,500 meters. But that was not necessary. On the one hand, it was not suitable for this battle. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not want to expose his limit. Chapter 35-37. After a series of mechanical clanking noises, Baofeng completed its mechanical transformation. A humanoid alloy war god stood in the void, and the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters shrunk to a height of only 5,000 meters. In its left hand was a huge alloy shield, in its right hand was an alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long, and behind its back was a pair of energy beams that flapped from time to time, creating ripples in the void. It looked majestic and extraordinary. This scene shocked all the spectators, and a wave of exclamations came from the surrounding void. Oh my God, what the hell is this? A humanoid. A humanoid. What is Baofeng Sha trying to do? Isn't the mechanical fusion ability only able to transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects? I've never heard of humanoid mechanical transformation before. It's indeed a little strange. The reason why the mechanical fusion ability of our race can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects is because the characteristics of these insects are suitable for combat. However, everyone's understanding is different, and the form of the mechanical combat insect may not necessarily be correct. Baofeng Sha has broken the shackles of this thought. The appearance of mechanical transformation has undoubtedly opened a bigger window for the mechanical fusion ability, opening up a new way of thinking for our people. That's right. Since mechanical transformation can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects, why can't it be humanoid or other forms of dire beasts? This is a new research direction. Just this point alone is enough to prove that he has indeed learned something in that battle. It was worth it to be beaten up. Our understanding has been completely overturned. In the past, it was a mechanical sword mantis, but now, it's a humanoid combat form. I'm really looking forward to the performance of this humanoid alloy war god. You have all overlooked a fact. Did no one notice that this humanoid alloy war god is only 5,000 meters tall? Just like the swift bug, this shows that Baofeng Sha's mechanical fusion ability has indeed improved greatly. Among the younger generation of our race, the only one who can fuse a huge fortress of 100,000 meters to a height of 5,000 meters is Baofeng Sha. Previously, there was only young Master Di Xiaofeng, and just now, there was Yarrow. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a third person would appear? That's right. Based on this point alone, Sha Baofeng is qualified to fight with Yi Luo. This is really suspenseful. Before this, no one was optimistic about him. When Yi Luo appeared, everyone said that he would be the winner. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear at the last moment? As these exclamations and discussions sounded, Yi Luo's deep voice came from the swift bug covered in sharp blades in the void ahead. Sha Baofeng, I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you before. You just made a breakthrough not long ago and have the ability to condense a 100,000-meter-long fortress into one. With my 5,000-meter-tall body, I deeply understand how difficult it is to comprehend the mechanical fusion ability to this level. I didn't expect you to be able to do it as well. Moreover, it was after you were brutally beaten up in a great battle. That young Master Linghu of the human clan is indeed amazing. It's a pity that he has been exiled. Otherwise, I would look forward to fighting him. However, although I can't fight with young Master Linghu, if I can give you a good beating today, it will more or less dispel the loneliness in my heart. If young Master Linghu can give you a good beating, then I can too. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense and low buzzing sound suddenly burst out in the void. The swift bug in the void thousands of miles away suddenly rushed out. Even the void was torn apart by the high-density super alloy covering its body. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Xian. Who doesn't know how to brag? You can't be compared to young Master Linghu because this great one will be beaten up by him. As for you, you can only be beaten up by this great one. Whoosh! Yi Xian sneered and made a bold statement. Then, a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out. The alloy battle god standing in the void suddenly shook its right hand, and the super alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long was instantly thrown out. No one could see its trajectory at all. Its speed was actually faster than the swift bug's. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the swift bug that had turned into a shadow, blocking it in the void thousands of miles away from the alloy battle god. If the swift bug hadn't stopped and dodged, this super alloy spear that was shockingly fast would have pierced through its body in the next instant, ruthlessly killing it in the void. Wang, the low, high-frequency vibrating sound rang out again. The swift bug that had turned into a starry sky shadow came to a sudden stop. It didn't stop at all and instantly retreated hundreds of miles, barely avoiding the super alloy spear that was coming for the kill. Rumble, a huge thunderous explosion rang out. The super alloy spear smashed into a large fortress in the void below and instantly exploded. The fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter turned into a fireball. Fortunately, there were no Tianji race clansmen inside. It was full of intelligent robots that were watching the battle. However, the power of this spear was still earth-shattering. This was because the void in the center of the grand competition had a radius of 100,000 miles. All the large and small fortresses that were watching the battle were 100,000 miles away. No one had expected that the humanoid alloy battle god's explosive power would be so terrifying. The power and speed of that super alloy spear. Its speed was so shocking that a large fortress 100,000 miles away couldn't dodge in time. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball together with nearly 1 million intelligent robots inside, illuminating a corner of the void. Screams rang out instantly. These were the screams of the senior generation in charge of supervising the grand competition. Retreat, retreat immediately. The grand competition's venue has been temporarily expanded from the previous 100,000 miles to 500,000 miles. All battleships, retreat immediately. No mistakes. Rumble, in the void, the roars of countless kinetic energy cabins starting up resounded everywhere. All the battleships, fortresses that were watching the battle all retreated in a panic. The power of that spear just now was too shocking. No one wanted to be the second unlucky person to be hit by it. In the large fortress that had driven over from the imperial prison and carried a large number of slaves from the first universe as hostages of the royal family of the 10,000 races, a large number of exclamations could be heard. As hostages of the royal family of the various races, the experts in this large fortress were all the true elites of their races. Their status and strength were extraordinary. Naturally, their horizons were not low, and their intelligence was even more astonishing. Everyone was well aware of the Tianji clan's intention of bringing them to the battlefield to fight Zhang Mo in this grand competition. However, although they were shocked by the Tianji clan's so-called ultimate secret technique, the machine fusion technique, they were not too shocked. The 3 battles that they had seen before were indeed amazing. However, they were not as shocking as the scene in front of them. A starry fortress could actually transform into a super alloy battle god. Moreover, this battle god had only thrown out a spear, and it had destroyed a large fortress. The latter was suspended in the void 100,000 miles away, and it didn't even have a chance to dodge. Whether it was its speed or terrifying penetrative power, it was incredible. Chapter 35-38. Stop right there. Don't run. I just said that I won't beat the shit out of you. I won't go back on my word. Yi Xian sneered when he saw the speedy bug's body suddenly stop and quickly retreat. His arrogant voice rang out from the alloy war god's body, resounding through the void and causing everyone to stare at him in awe. It's just the power of a spear. How can it be so strong? It directly blew up a 10,000-meter tall fortress. This is impossible. At this moment, Yi Luo was already shocked beyond words. He had seen clearly just now that Sha Baofeng had raised his hand and thrown out an alloy spear. Because the alloy war god was formed by the extreme condensation of a 10,000-meter wide fortress, the battleship alloy used to build the fortress was densely denser. The density of the battleship was increased countless times, just like the dark purple blades all over its body. However, no matter how dense it was still just an alloy spear. Even if it could penetrate a 10,000-meter tall fortress, it definitely wouldn't be able to blow it up completely. Even if it hit the kinetic energy cabin of the fortress, it wouldn't be able to cause such a scene. Battleships above the level of the fortress all had kinetic energy protection systems inside. Even if the kinetic energy cabin exploded, it would only affect a small part of the overall area in a short period of time. Unless it was uncontrollable, it would explode completely. There would be a time difference between this. However, a 10,000-meter tall fortress had actually turned into a fireball in an instant. This feeling was as if what had hit him was not an alloy spear at all, but a super energy cannonball that had been condensed to the extreme. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Starfield Life Fortress was formed by the evolution of the world bugs. This kind of mysterious existence between life and non-life could evolve everything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the Life Fortress. They were all evolved from their micromolecules. They were all transformed. Although the spear that Yi Xian threw out looked like an alloy spear on the surface, it was formed from countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all of the micromolecules changed shape, transforming from the super alloy into a super concentrated form of energy. Then, it exploded. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the fortress wasn't destroyed in an instant. Yi Luo wasn't an ordinary existence. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he saw the strangeness in it. Before he figured out Yi Xian's method, he didn't dare to rashly attack. At this moment, he quickly retreated and at the same time tested with words. He wanted to know himself and his enemy, and solve the doubts in his heart. He was confused, and think about it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't fooled. As the arrogant words came out of his mouth, the alloy war god pressed forward step by step. With a single step, he was already 100 miles away. His empty right hand buzzed as it once again condensed an alloy spear. At this time, the fortresses and strongholds of the battleships watching the battle in the surrounding void had already retreated to 500,000 miles away. The void in the central district was much wider, and the speed bug's speed advantage had more room to play. Yi Luo saw that the other party didn't fall for his trick and didn't reveal anything. He could only grit his teeth. The void hummed, and his body instantly turned into a starry afterimage. He circled around and shot toward the alloy war god's left arm. The alloy war god's right arm held the terrifyingly powerful alloy spear. Once it was thrown, even the speed bug could only narrowly avoid it with its terrifying speed. Yi Luo didn't dare to take the risk again. At this moment, he attacked from the left side of the alloy war god. As a result, the alloy spear in his right hand was blocked on the other side. It could be said that he was using the alloy war god's body as a shield. Of course, the alloy war god could turn around and throw again, but the speed bug needed a very short time. With its speed, it could reach the front of the alloy war god in one charge. Then, with a scratch, the super alloy blades all over the speed bug's body could easily cut off the alloy war god's left arm. In the void. Wang, with a heart-shaking buzzing sound in the void, the speed bug arrived at the left side of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye. The speed of the alloy war god's spear could match or even surpass the speed bug's, but this didn't mean that the alloy war god's original speed was the same. At this sight, some of the Celestial Legacy race members in the distant void sighed. They could almost see the alloy war god's entire body being dismembered. The speed bug was too fast. After dodging the terrifying spear in the alloy war god's right hand, it only needed to circle around the alloy war god's body a few times, and the human-shaped alloy war god would be reduced to giant pieces of alloy scrap and fall into the void. In the void. Yi Luo also thought the same. At this moment, even his heart, which had been in his throat, gradually calmed down. At this time, the alloy war god's left shoulder and left ribs suddenly burst with light. A partial energy shield was raised, protecting half of the alloy war god's left body. It seemed to want to use this to block the cutting of the dark purple alloy blades that covered the speed bug's entire body. Yi Luo laughed. His mocking voice came from the speed bug. It's useless. It's just an energy shield. It can't block it at all. Wang. Chi La. The next moment, there was a slight sound like silk being torn apart. The super alloy blades on the speed bug's back cut through the energy shield and pressed down on the alloy war god's left shoulder. If nothing unexpected happened, the alloy war god's left arm would fall into the void and be cut open in the blink of an eye. Yes, it's useless. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Within the alloy war god, Yi Xian laughed coldly. Did you forget? I still have a battle shield in my left hand. Contradictions are one. If the battle spear can make you afraid, how can this shield be simple? When he finished speaking, the alloy war god had already raised its left arm. The huge alloy battle shield protected the left side of its body, replacing the previous layer of energy light shield that had been cut open by the alloy blades in an instant. It was also at this moment that the layers of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back came crushing over Wang. The moment the two came into contact, the battle shield, which was made of super alloy material just a second ago, suddenly changed form and turned into a pitch-black antimatter death light shield. No, rip! Rip! As Yi Luo screamed in horror, there was a series of faint but dense ripping sounds. It was like boiling oil being poured into ice. The dense layer of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the black antimatter death light shield came into contact with it, it would instantly and completely disappear without a doubt. Chapter 35-39. Whoosh! Aw! A series of strange noises rang out like boiling oil splashing on ice. A small portion of the left side of the swiftness bug's back melted in an instant. At this moment, Yi Luo had fully activated the mechanical fusion ability of his warship, and he could feel the pain. The uncontrollable pain made him let out a miserable howl. Void! All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The upper echelons of the Tianji clan, who were watching the battle from 500,000 li away, only saw a blur before their eyes, and then the tide of the battle had completely turned. At this moment, the war spear in the alloy war god's right hand was raised high again, and the cold tip of the spear was aimed at the swiftness bug that had not yet retreated. In the next instant, the spear was thrown out and killed Yi Luo on the spot. It was also at this moment that several core upper echelons of the Tianji clan of the older generation flew into the void of the central domain grand competition at the same time and announced the end of this battle. The grand competition was over, and the winner was Sha Baofeng. Everything was settled at this point. Stop howling. This great uncle said that I would never beat the shit out of you. Today, this great uncle will let you live. After Yi Xian's words rang out, the alloy war god put away its shield and spear, and then ordered the Baofeng to deactivate its mechanical transformation. With a series of grinding sounds, the humanoid war god quickly returned to the original fortress form of the Baofeng. Yi Xian took a step forward and then immediately put it away with a wave of his hand. While doing all this, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He was indeed worried that one of the clones of the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, would immediately appear before he could put away the Baofeng. If that really happened, the other party would definitely find all kinds of excuses to keep Yi Xian's Baofeng for research. This would be a dead end. Yi Xian would never hand over the life fortress. If that happened, he would definitely be in big trouble. Fortunately, his movements were fast enough. He waved his hand and stored the life stronghold into his body before the other party appeared. At this time, even if one of the identities of the Heavenly Legacy race's patriarch, De, appeared again and made the same request, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid at all. Within his undying world, there were two identical treasure maple ships suspended side by side. One was transformed from the life fortress that he had just absorbed into his undying world, while the other was the real treasure maple ship. At that time, he would just have to hand over the real treasure maple. Yi Xian wouldn't feel any heartache. Now that the life fortress had grown to such a height, even a 100,000-meter-wide fortress wouldn't be able to move him. Compared to the life fortress, no fortress could compare. Stuffing them would be useless. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Very soon, Yero also deactivated his mechanical transformation state, and the swift worm returned to the appearance of a light purple fortress. Its surface was bumpy, and it looked rather pathetic. The super alloy blade that had been corroded by the black antimatter shield in the left hand of the alloy war god had been formed from the toughest part of the outer wall of the light purple fortress. That was a real corrosion, which had directly led to the terrible appearance of the light purple fortress. However, this was the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, and there were countless industrial planets in the periphery. It could be easily repaired. Moreover, Yero had also been deeply affected by this battle. Thus, when he waved his hand to absorb the light purple fortress into his body, he turned to look at Yi Xian. His expression was strangely calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of resentment. However, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. He suddenly stopped midway and stared at Yi Xian for a while before suddenly sighing. Young Master Linghu is truly a peerless genius. I didn't think that just by being beaten up by him, you would actually have such a huge change in your understanding of mechanical fusion. That antimatter shield is dead. It can ignore any attack, and there's no need to worry about close combat. In terms of long-range attacks, you have that alloy spear with terrifying explosive speed. Even the speed of the swift worm is slightly inferior. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have trump cards in both long-range and close combat. This is simply heaven-defying. You have a big brain hole, but no one can think of a way to break it. Impressive. At this point, Yero seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic, and the expression on his face became even more strange. If I'm not wrong, that alloy spear should also have another kind of transformation, right? Antimatter Death Light Spear. This is what it means to be truly invincible. In the end, he smiled bitterly and sighed again. It turns out that you were still holding back. You didn't even use your full strength in this battle. Your real trump card hasn't been used, and I've already lost. Back then, in the battle with young Master Emperor, although he won, I wasn't convinced. However, in today's battle, I'm completely convinced. It's just a pity that in this life, I have no chance to fight with that peerless genius of the human race, young Master Linghu. As these words spread, exclamations came from the surrounding void again. Oh my God, did I hear it wrong? With Yero's arrogant temperament, he actually admitted defeat in front of everyone and expressed that he was convinced of his defeat this time. This is simply unbelievable. What's even more shocking is that Sha Baofeng's speed of growth is too amazing. He easily defeated Yero without using his full strength. This is simply unimaginable. What a crazy idea. That antimatter death light shield is simply the best. It's absolutely invincible in close combat. Any kind of attack, including energy attacks, can be blocked by this black shield. The special characteristics of antimatter light energy have determined all of this. But how did he do it? How can he actually turn the antimatter light energy generator? After moving it to the hands after the mechanical transformation, can the volume of that equipment be compressed? This doesn't make sense at all. Maybe it's a guide. How thick are the arms of a 5,000-meter tall alloy war god? The antimatter light energy generator of the big fortress has a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. How can it be compressed into 2 arms? It must be a channel-channel strategy, but there are too many technical difficulties. This is a new research field. The domain has opened a new door for us. There's also that battle spear. It already has such power when it's only in its superalloy state. If it can be transformed into an antimatter death light spear like Yero said, its power will definitely increase by a large margin. It will definitely be unstoppable and invincible, even if it's a fixed super fortress. Even the Starry Sky Fortress might not be able to block it. It will be pierced through by a single spear. Monster. He's definitely a monster. Sha Baofeng was beaten up, but who would have thought that a pheasant would turn into a phoenix? It's like an undying phoenix that underwent nirvana in the flames and completely matured. How many people have this kind of terrifying talent to grow in adversity? That's right. There's a saying that there are 4 peerless monsters in the current era: Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Young Master Linghu, and Young Master Netherworld. In my opinion, we can add Sha Baofeng to the list. Our Tianji clan can finally claim a spot among the 5 peerless monsters of the current era. Chapter 3540. At the end of the grand competition, the commander and deputy commander of the vanguard fleet were immediately determined. They were Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo. Although this result had long been expected, when the several senior core members of the Tianji clan announced it in public, it still caused an uproar in the surrounding void. Quite a few people shot strange glances at Yi Luo, but his expression was calm, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. He exuded a self-cultivated temperament that would remain unperturbed by favor or humiliation. When the senior core members of the Heaven's Legacy race saw this, they immediately nodded to themselves. Obviously, Yi Luo had also gained a lot in this battle. Perhaps Sha Baofeng had been tortured by young Master Linghu, but this was the Phoenix Nirvana rebirth, which had created a miracle for him. It was unknown whether this miracle would happen again for Yi Luo. He indeed had the strength, foundation, and temperament to do so. Yi Xian also realized this point. He turned and looked the expressionless Yi Luo up and down a few times, frowning slightly, somewhat unhappy in his heart. If this battle had really helped the Tian's Legacy clan create a monstrous genius of the younger generation, then it would truly be too shocking. At the same time, in a secret room in the core area of the Tianji continent, there were no doors, windows, or passages at all. Sitting cross-legged in front of a holographic three-dimensional screen, the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing, was frowning at this moment. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. There was no one else in the entire secret room, and the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him showed the vast grand competition void in the outer star field of the Tianji city. The figures of Yi Xian and Yi Luo could be seen clearly. At this time, a quiet voice with an ethereal breath suddenly sounded in this secret room. It was unknown where it came from. How is it? Did you find anything? The person that the voice asked was obviously old devil Wenxing, and he did indeed respond immediately. Still frowning, he shook his head and said, "It's a bit strange, but I can't tell what the problem is yet. I just don't know why, but I always have a feeling that I seem to have seen it before. I don't know if it's this fortress or this person. Unfortunately, the heaven measuring technique can't be derived at all. It is forcibly interrupted at every critical moment, as if there is some kind of power blocking all of this." At this point, Wenxing did not say anything else, and the secret room fell into silence. After a short while, the voice of De, the leader of the Tianji clan, sounded again. "Since there is a problem, we must investigate further." However, Sha Baofeng's words are barely acceptable. "We can't be too reckless. It's rare for our Tianji clan to have such a monstrous genius. Outside, he will be the next young clan leader, so we can't be at odds with him because of this. So, let's start with the Baofeng first. If there is no problem with the battleship, then it must be the people's problem. Then, we'll make a decision based on the situation. At least the target range has been narrowed down. We have a clear target. Are you suspecting that the treasure maple is the life battleship that Old Ghost left behind?" Old Ghost Wenxing's voice rang out once more. The so-called life battleship was nothing more than a legend back then. Whether or not it really exists has yet to be confirmed. In these past few years, you and I have been searching for it, but to no avail. How could it appear in the hands of a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation? We can't be too careful. You've seen Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability. Even I can't use the antimatter death light spear and the antimatter death light shield, not to mention the rest. Di Yi's voice suddenly became serious. According to my analysis, even if Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability improved by leaps and bounds because of that battle, it should not have reached this level. So the problem basically lies with his battleship. It is very likely that there is something hidden in it that we don't know. If Sha Baofeng is innocent, as the leader of the Heavenly Legacy race, how can I sit back and watch a rare genius of our race fall into a trap? Besides, the disappearance of Xiaofeng and the others is too strange. The two auras detected at that time were clearly unparalleled beings beyond the Star Lord state. There must be a great secret hidden in that star zone, the source of all evil. I don't know if there's any connection between these two matters, but they've happened at the same time in a short period of time without any interval, so it can't help but arouse suspicion. If it was some sort of arrangement set up by that old bastard Xing Bo all those years ago, then it would be bad. But one thing is certain, and that is that those old bastards from the second universe suddenly launched an attack on the first universe. They didn't even care about the inquiry of the human race and the myriad Sift Federation. There must be some shocking secret behind this, and it is very likely that it is related to the mysterious arrangement in the origin of all evil. De heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, I've explored that star zone many times, but I was only able to enter the central region's buffer zone every time. All I saw were some void rifts and a lot of black beetles. Those above the Star Lord state couldn't enter the central region at all. I can make a trip there. In fact, I've always been suspicious about the source of all evil. I once went to the edge of the central region, but I almost didn't make it back, because I ran into a Star Lord Black Beetle Queen, when Xing took over the conversation and took over this matter. You also know that the hidden cultivation of this clone of mine is only at the late stage of universe realm. Facing that kind of existence, being able to come out alive is already a great fortune. However, it seems that such a low level of cultivation is actually a convenience. I can enter the central region of the source of all evil again. Speaking of this, Wen Xing, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor of the secret chamber, suddenly stood up and disappeared completely. However, his voice still reverberated in the secret chamber. As for everything in the base camp, it's all up to you. Sha Baofeng, do as you say. Investigate the battle first. Then, we'll decide whether or not to investigate himself. A long sigh was heard from the empty secret chamber after a long time. It was De, the leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Sigh. Even a clone doesn't want to stay here for too long. You found an excuse and left in a hurry, but what's the point of that? Where's your righteousness? Don't forget that your original self is still in the Heavenly Fortune City. You can't leave. You know everything, but you're still running away from reality. Am I really? Chapter 35-41. Patriarch De didn't show up in his real body. Instead, he sent a doppelganger, but his cultivation was also very high. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the void. All the intelligent robots in the void and in the warships all knelt down on the ground, while the members of the Heavenly Fate clan bowed to him. The content of the speech was very brief. First, it was an official evaluation of the competition. Then, it was announced that one day later, the Vanguard fleet would set off to the battlefield and lead the Demon Tribe star area to the other end of the wormhole leading to the second universe. They would start a war with the allied forces of the various races of the Federation from the second universe. Finally, De's doppelganger changed the topic and mentioned Baofeng Sha and Yi Luo. In the name of a reward, he asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind and hand it over to a senior core member of the Heavenly Fate clan to take it to the first star dock for upgrade and modification. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but some cold sweat appeared on his back. Fortunately, he had anticipated this in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble this time. After giving all these instructions, De's doppelganger floated away. The senior core members of the Heavenly Fate clan also turned to Yi Xian with a strange expression on their faces. Obviously, they were not fools. Everyone could see that something was wrong when the Patriarch suddenly asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind. However, they didn't think too much about it. They just wondered if Baofeng Sha's heaven-defying fusion ability was related to the first star dock. Was it related to the fortress? For a long time, everyone thought that the strength of the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical fusion ability was only related to the members of the Heavenly Fate clan who performed the fusion ability. As long as one's understanding in this aspect was deep enough, even the most ordinary warship could be fully integrated with it. Strong combat power. But now, the Patriarch's action had reminded them. Many people were thinking about the deeper meaning behind it, and some people even had a look of realization on their faces. After Sha Baofeng fused with his mount, the antimatter death ray energy form of the alloy battle god's spear and shield was indeed correct. A bug, and it was basically impossible to achieve. However, if the warship itself was modified, it was still possible. Even Yoruidu seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly recalled that when Baofeng Sha was carrying out his last mission, the Baofeng ship had been left in the clan for modification. He had only just retrieved it from the modification star dock when he returned. That must be it. Yi Luo clenched his fists with excitement on his face. He had finally discovered Sha Baofeng's secret, which opened a new door for him. He realized that the true power of mechanical fusion was not only related to the Tianji race clansman who was fusing, but also to the warship that was fusing with him. After all, whether it was the mechanical war bug or the humanoid alloy war god, it was ultimately a combination of two aspects. While the Tianji race's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability was important, as it was akin to controlling software, it was also not to be underestimated as a forceful fusion battleship. Yi Luo had decided that he would not take the illusory stronghold with him on this expedition. He would leave it in the clan and ask a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race to get in touch with him so that the first star dock could fully remodel it. Baofeng Sha, just wait and see. I will not be defeated like this next time. I will definitely make a comeback. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Luo muttered to himself with incomparable confidence. Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the treasure maple that he had already prepared in his undying world. Of course, it was the real treasure maple. Then, a few of the senior members of the Tianji race entered the treasure maple and drove it away. As for the others, they went up to Yi Xian and handed him the commander's seal of the Vanguard Fleet Commander. Of course, it was also an electronic device. It was a small black box that could be connected to the communication port of the warship. It was the size of 2 fingers. After Yi Xian received it, he put it into his body with a flip of his hand. At this moment, Genasi was already rubbing his hands in excitement. From his point of view, since Yi Xian had successfully obtained the position of commander of the Vanguard Fleet, then the future young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan would basically not be able to escape. Currently, the entire Tianji race did not know that the previous young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, had died. Although they had their suspicions, it was not confirmed. However, in Genasi's opinion, this matter would be confirmed soon. Then, it would be time for Lord Sha to take over. Because of this, seeing Yi Xian turn around and walk towards him, Genasi immediately bowed and greeted him with a smile as if he was the one who had been promoted and made a fortune. Lord Sha, congratulations. You have been promoted and made a fortune, you have been promoted and made a fortune. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow to the demon domain. You can return to the demon emperor planet then. These were not words of anger. The old man did not want to stay in the Tianji city, but Yi Xian could not always be by his side, right? He could only return to where he came from and send him back to where he came from. Upon hearing this, Genasi was stunned. After a long while, when Yi Xian had already turned around and left, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly followed him. Although he did not say much, his eyes were darting around. Clearly, he was calculating how to stay by the side of the future young patriarch. By the side, he would be able to get promoted and make a fortune by following him. The entire Vanguard fleet that had set off for the demon domain had already been readied. It was parked at the edge of the industrial circle around Tianji City. After Yi Xian arrived, he immediately entered the flagship stronghold. The scale of this Tianji race Vanguard fleet was huge. There were a total of 1,000 fortresses of varying sizes and 100 fortresses of varying sizes. In addition, there were more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and 1,000-meter-long planet-level battleships. As for all kinds of small-sized patrol ships and battleships, there were tens of thousands of them. Every fortress and fortress carried many of them. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships covered the sky and occupied a large part of the starry sky. Yi Xian had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were tens of thousands of ships of all kinds. It was simply shocking. Just this alone showed how huge the scale of this battle was. After all, this huge fleet in front of him was only the vanguard. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships was driven and controlled by intelligent robots. Countless intelligent robots were sent to the battlefield, and there were only 2 people in the upper echelon of the Tianji race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. They were Yi Xian and Yi Luo. Most of the authority was in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Luo was only his assistant. The only things he could manage were some of the intelligent robots below. All orders had to be given through the commander's seal in Yi Xian's hand, which was also an electronic black box. Chapter 35-42. The journey from Tianji City to the Demon Dweller Galaxy was a long one. Even if they didn't miss any of the small wormholes along the way, it would still take them nearly a month to reach the Demon Dweller Galaxy. The tens of thousands of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships in the fleet didn't have the ability to continuously jump through wormholes. Fortunately, the fleet had enough fortresses, so these small battleships were basically used as sub-ships to enter the large-scale battle. They jumped through the interior of the battleship. Although the fleet traveled slowly and needed nearly a month to reach the battlefield, first-hand news of the battle could be transmitted to Tianji City and the flagship of the Vanguard fleet through the First Universe's interstellar network at any time. Thus, Yi Xian knew the situation on the Demon Dweller galaxy like the back of his hand even while he was traveling. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan had more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long battleships in the Vanguard fleet. Naturally, the other fleets of the First Universe's races would be even more terrifying. Of course, the participating fleets of the slave races couldn't be dispatched to the battlefield all at once. Like the Tianji clan's forces, they would arrive in batches. The first fleet to arrive was also the Vanguard fleet. As the sole hegemon of the First Universe, the Heaven's Legacy race had always claimed that they were the servants of all races, but in reality, this was clearly an exaggeration. No matter how large a universal plane was, it was impossible for it to have more than 10,000 intelligent races. The vast majority of races were weak races. Most of the weaker races were small races with no intelligence, such as the insectoids. There were nearly 1,000 slave races under the Tianji clan. Even if each race only sent a vanguard fleet of 100 ships, there would be a total of 100,000 ships. These 100,000 ships referred to the main force ships that were at least 3,000 meters long, including the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. The Heaven's Legacy race did not open up the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters to their slaves. In addition, there were all kinds of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships. In short, if all the vanguard fleets of the slave races arrived at the Demon Dweller galaxy, Yi Xian would have a super vanguard fleet of several 100,000 ships in his hands. Furthermore, the fleet in his hands was about to launch the first interstellar battle between the two universes in this war. This showed how terrifying the authority in his hands was. In the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even have dared to dream about it. Looking back, 2 years ago, he was still a native who had just walked out of a sealed planet and arrived in the universe. He didn't know anything and had to start everything from scratch. But today, the first battle between the two universes was about to begin. 2 days after the entire Vanguard fleet left the Heavenly Fate Star region, the first wormhole jump arrived. After completing this wormhole jump, the entire fleet was already extremely far away from the Heavenly Fate Star region. Yi Xian's originally somewhat worried heart was completely relieved. The first thing he did was to go to the 100,000-meter-long fortress that housed tens of millions of Void Soldier ladles. After a round of inspection and confirming that all the Void Soldier ladles were there and that the 2 8-star Void Soldier ladles were fine, he was relieved. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian directly refined this interstellar fortress and put it into his body. At the same time, he issued an order to the devouring system to brainwash all the intelligent robots in this fortress named Cannon Fodder. He didn't plan to take this fortress out again. When he found a suitable galaxy in the future, he would find a new home for the Void Soldier ladles. But for now, they could only stay in this Cannon Fodder. They couldn't even go to the black hole of life. Otherwise, they would be captured sooner or later, or even on the spot. Exterminated. Why did you put away those cannon fodders? As soon as he returned to the flagship fortress, the vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, came over with a suspicious expression. He asked Yi Xian the reason for his actions just now. Can't this commander have other uses? Are you the commander or am I? You have a vice commander on your head and you're still not being honest. You're asking for a beating. Yi Xian didn't care at all. He rolled his eyes and scolded him. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Now, the command of the fleet will be temporarily handed over to you as the vice commander." This commander needs to go into seclusion to cultivate or something. Remember not to make decisions on your own if there are important matters. You must report to this commander. Report to this commander, or you will be punished according to military law. Chanas, you are now this commander's personal guard. Keep an eye on him. If there are any strange movements, report to me immediately. After saying that, he ignored Yi Luo, who was so angry that his nose was crooked to the side. He swung his arm and walked into a cabin. After closing the cabin door, he waved his hand and set up an isolation restriction. Only then did he relax. The journey to the Demon Dweller star field was a long one. There were still more than 20 days to almost a month's journey. Yi Xian couldn't waste this time. He decided to use this time to cultivate in seclusion. He had already refined the level 12 liquid and had it on hand. As long as the cultivation realm of the physical body and qi reached the great circle of the 9th step of this realm, he would be able to use a tube of level 12 liquid. If the first tube was not successful, there was still a second tube. In short, breaking through to the 12th great realm, the void realm, was absolutely a sure thing. Love. Although his cultivation had increased quickly during this period of time, and he was now at the 11th stage, the mystic light realm, the 3rd stage, Yi Xian would feel a lot of pressure when he thought about the zombie king, Tuobalin Feng. That fellow was a universe zombie. He could devour all flesh and blood in the universe to increase his strength. Even Yi Xian was shocked by the speed at which his cultivation advanced. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current zombie king, Tuobalin Feng, would most likely have already advanced to the 12th great realm, the void realm. Therefore, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't slack off. He had to make the best use of all the time he could to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Apart from that, the research on the level 13 liquid was also very urgent. Once Yi Xian reached the 12th stage, the void realm, this matter would become even more urgent. Otherwise, if he still couldn't refine the level 13 liquid when he reached the peak of the 9th stage, the void realm, he would be stuck at the 12th stage. If he were to stop at the 13th great realm because of this, it would be far too sullen of a loss. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian held back his energy and quickly entered a state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, when he finished cultivating and opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The body's blood qi realm has broken through. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 4. Chapter 35-43. The first universe, the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Today, the Demon Dweller Star Zone could be said to be a gathering place. Not only were the vanguard fleets of the first universe's servant races moving over, but even the enormous fleets of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were converging one after another through the plane-level wormhole that connected the two universes. The initiator of this plane-level space war was the Second Universe. The Tianji clan of the First Universe and its servant races were merely responding to the challenge. Therefore, the battlefield was destined to be in the First Universe's plane. Neither the Tianji clan nor the Demon Dweller clan had sent a large number of troops to guard or set up an ambush at the exit of this plane-level wormhole. The Tianji clan also hoped for a battle to disrupt the situation of the three universes. Therefore, guarding the exit of the wormhole and preventing the allied forces of the Second Universe from entering the First Universe was completely unnecessary. As for setting up an ambush, it was even more unnecessary for the Tianji clan. The First Universe was the headquarters of the Tianji clan, and the clan was known as the sole overlord of the First Universe. If they didn't even dare to face the allied forces of the Second Universe's races head-on and played these tricks instead, they would be a laughingstock. Because of this, in recent times, the fleets of the Second Universe race that had entered the First Universe through this dimension-level wormhole and immediately set up camp in the void near the wormhole's exit. It was simply one fleet after another. The void near the exit of the wormhole was already filled with the silhouettes of all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. They were densely packed, and the vast galaxy that stretched for tens of thousands of miles was covered with a layer of cold steel clothing. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe, besides the Nether Turtle Clan, the other 9 races, such as the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, the Warrior Lion Clan, the Inji Clan, the Barbarian Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colored Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan, all sent powerful fleets of their races. In addition, the other races of the Second Universe also sent fleets of their races. Even the Black Lion that Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao led over 10,000 members of the Yin Demon Clan to occupy had come to the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Of course, the Black Lion was now a wandering level stronghold in the universe. It was all alone and wasn't welcomed by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. Even the leader of the Yin Demon race, the Yin Emperor, didn't care about them. He had long since been angered to death. In addition, the Black Lion originally belonged to the Battle Lion tribe, but it was snatched away by the Netherworld Young Master. This was an absolute humiliation to the Battle Lion tribe. There was no doubt that as long as they saw this small fortress, the Battle Lion tribe would not be polite and would attack on the spot. Yin Emperor, who had leapt into the Star-Lord realm, had already abandoned his entire race. Right now, Yin Emperor was like a madman in the universe, roaming everywhere. Every time he appeared in a starfield, there would be a thunderous roar as he searched for young Master Netherworld everywhere. In fact, even if Yin Emperor still cared for the remaining 10,000 members of the Yin Demon Clan and the Black Lion, the Battle Lion Clan wasn't afraid at all. That was because, including the Battle Lion Clan, it was said that there was a Star Lord in each of the fleets of the top 10 races of the Second Universe. Although it was very likely that they wouldn't participate in the regular battle, there were 9 Star Lord Elders in the entire Second Universe's allied forces. The role of an eccentric overseer in stabilizing the army's morale was unparalleled. Therefore, the experts of the fleets of the various races of the Second Universe were all in high spirits. The steel battleships that stretched for 10,000 kilometers occupied a part of the void. Even the starry sky was shocked by their momentum, and the light of distant stars dimmed. Although the Black Lion Clan had sneaked over for some unknown purpose, it didn't dare to appear in the huge Allied forces fleet. It kept its concealment array active, and occasionally it wouldn't come out to take a breather. It would stay in the distant void at the edge of the Allied forces fleet. They didn't dare to approach, or the Battle Lion Clan would definitely take action. It was said that even the former leader of the Yin Demon Clan, the Yin Emperor, had gone crazy and was rushing over to the First Universe at that moment. He said that given the nature of young Master Netherworld, there was no way he would miss a planar battle of this level. He would definitely rush over to extort something. Revenge. When the news spread, the higher-ups of the vanguard fleets of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't feel good. On one hand, it was because the current Yin Emperor was not only a Star-Lord old monster, but he also seemed to be a little crazy. For him to crazily interfere in such a solemn and sacred planar space battle was truly worrying. If this old thing were to cause a ruckus, what would the final battle situation be? It was really hard to predict what would happen. Although there were super old monsters that surpassed the Star-Lord realm in the various races, including the Heavenly Fate Clan and the slave races of the First Universe, such existences wouldn't take action. It was basically impossible for such an existence to show up for a Star-Lord who was a little crazy. It was a luxury. In addition, the more important problem was young Master Netherworld. For the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, that name was definitely an eternal pain in their memory, especially for the top 3 races of the Second Universe, the Blood Wirm Clan, the Cyanping Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan. Back in the Nether Turtle Star Field, they had been suppressed by young Master Netherworld to the point that they couldn't breathe. That matter had already become the #1 laughingstock in the history of the universe. Of course, the experts of the universe who were qualified to laugh were mostly loose cultivators, and there weren't any relatively large forces. That was because more than 60% of the major forces of the three universes were involved in that scandal. It was really a big brother who didn't laugh at his second brother. However, if young Master Netherworld really came, it was really impossible to predict what would happen in the end of this planar battle that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Even now, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were still covered in sweat when they recalled the shameless methods of this freak. They were all sweating profusely. Some people sighed. It was a pity that young Master Linghu had died prematurely. Prince Xian was even more silent, as if he had disappeared. The invincible war god was still in the territory of the cultivators of the Third Universe, playing hide-and-seek with a group of old monsters from the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palaces. He had no time to come. Otherwise, any one of the three would have been able to restrain young Master Netherworld. It was also at this time that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were discussing and worrying about the news that the Mad Dogging Emperor and the unknown young Master Netherworld were about to come to the battlefield in space. Another piece of important news came from the Heavenly Fate clan, the overlord of the First Universe. The news was transmitted from the Heavenly Fate clan's base camp, Heavenly Fate City. Chapter 35-44. When Yi Xian walked out of the secret room, Chanas, who heard the commotion, immediately came forward to greet him. He nodded and bowed as he greeted him, and then discovered that Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through a small level. Now, he was already at the middle stage of the 4th level of the Profound Light Realm, so he immediately started to flatter him. Yi Luo, who was not far away, could not listen anymore and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not pay attention to him. After asking, he found out that he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion. It seemed that the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to increase one's realm. This was something he had expected. Although he was a little depressed, he felt like he was going to fall behind the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng again. There was a huge gap in the future, but there was nothing he could do. However, even though he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion, it was still a long time before they reached the Demon Dweller Star region. There were still about 20 days. Fortunately, the situation on the battlefield had not changed during this period of time. At the exit of the wormhole, the allied army of the various races from the Second Universe was becoming more and more terrifying. However, the slave races from the First Universe were also very strong. The various races' fleets were not weaker than the enemies. Yi Xian was actually looking forward to this planar war in space. After all, it had nothing to do with the human race. It was just a fight between the Tianji race and the various races from the Second Universe. Yi Xian did not have a good impression of both sides. He did not care how many Star Realm experts died. To be able to use this opportunity to enjoy his addiction of being the commander of a planar war in space was simply a great opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. In the following time, Yi Xian did not go into seclusion again. Instead, he took some netherworld furnace lotion to heal some of the hidden injuries and hidden ailments that the breakthrough this time might have left in his body. After all, the path of physical evolution had this disadvantage. It required one to break through the limits of the human body time and time again, tearing apart the invisible shackles of the human body's potential. This would definitely cause harm to the physical body of an evolver. Perhaps it would only be a small amount each time, but over time, it would explode. The consequences would definitely be severe. However, Yi Xian now had a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion, and even over 2,000 drops of all evil origin elixir. It was enough for him to consume a little every time he broke through, and put an end to the accumulation of this hidden danger in his body. In addition, he spent most of his time deriving the formula for the level 13 liquid. This was a completely new field. For the Third Universe's human science and technology camp, the top families in the field of gene fluids only had a few finished products of the level 11 liquid in their hands. For example, the Tuoba family had them. The purplish warbler and the other 2 girls also had one each. However, the formula for the level 11 liquid had always been in the hands of Yi Xian and had never been leaked. As for the level 12 liquid, there was no need to mention it. Once they reached level 13, it was simply impossible for them. The top families in the field of gene fluids might not even be able to piece together an incomplete formula. The research field of gene fluids was deduced step by step. Without the formula for the level 12 liquid, there was no way to know what the key elements of the level 13 liquid were. In fact, even the basic elements could not be determined. Although Yi Xian had not been in the field of gene fluids for a long time, he had a large amount of resources through various channels and methods. This included the communication system attached to the devouring system, the preparation manuscripts, and a large number of incomplete formulas that he had stolen from the top families and other official forces. In addition, there was the powerful deduction ability of the devouring system. Therefore, it directly led to his rapid advancement in this field. He started from the level 1 liquid all the way to the level 12 liquid. Today, Yi Xian was definitely the number one person in the field of gene fluids research. Young Master Ling, whose reputation as the three absolutes of medicine, artifact, and array was not casually called out. Even so, the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid still gave him an incomparable headache. On the way to the demon domain, Yi Xian's entire mind was immersed in the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid for the next 20 days. He even successfully concocted another level 12 liquid. However, he still did not succeed in concocting the level 13 liquid. The gene fluids that he concocted either only had 12 colors, or they were a chaotic mess of colors. They were extremely unstable and would become useless medicine. As the time drew closer, they were not very far away from the demon domain. Yi Xian became a bit anxious because once they reached the demon domain and the battle began, he might not have the time to immerse himself in the research of the gene fluids like he did now. Right now, his physical body and blood qi had reached the 11th level of the mystic light realm, level 4. After another 5 levels of breakthroughs, he would be able to use the level 12 liquid. At that time, the need for the level 13 liquid would be even more urgent and could not be delayed. In the end, seeing that they were only 3 days away from reaching the demon domain, Yi Xian made up his mind and added a small pinch of the 9-colored meat paste into the level 13 liquid that he finally deduced. He was just trying his luck. In any case, there were only 3 days left. It was basically impossible for him to deduce a new formula for the level 13 liquid. He had never added the 9-colored meat paste to the other level 13 liquid formulas because Yi Xian didn't know the characteristics of the 9-colored meat paste at all. It was true that the 9-colored meat paste was of the highest level. Even the remains of primordial creatures beyond the Star Lord state had been spat out of the netherworld cauldron as waste. It was not hard to imagine how strong the primordial creatures that had been left in the netherworld cauldron were. Even a drop of blood from their remains was more precious than any heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the 9-colored flesh paste was too complex. It was formed from the crushed flesh of all kinds of powerful desolate era creatures. Some of their blood was golden, while others were fiery red. They were all different, but now, they were all crushed and mixed together to form the 9-colored flesh paste. No matter how high the grade of this raw material was, how could it be added into the formula when its attributes and characteristics could not be determined? However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that he would simply add a pinch of the 9-colored meat paste to the last level 13 liquid formula, then carefully mix it according to the formula. 2 days later, when the result was out, he had really obtained a 9-colored meat paste. 2 days later, he had successfully obtained a level 13 liquid. It was a tube of greenish liquid, but if one examined it carefully with their spiritual sense, they would be able to see that inside every micromolecule of the liquid, there were 13 different colors that were arranged in the same way. It worked. What's going on? Yi Xian was dumbfounded as he looked at the precious level 13 liquid in his hand. He suddenly remembered a saying, "You know what you do, but you don't know why." Chapter 35-45. Although the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was something to be happy about, Yi Xian was not in the mood to celebrate. He used a small spatial box to store the level 13 gene fluid and placed it into his undying world. He immediately fell into deep thought. The current him was not even sure if the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. It was very likely that this was just a coincidence. Of course, the probability of this being a coincidence was very small. It was more likely that the success of this concoction was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. If this was really the case, then this was a great piece of news for Yi Xian. This way, when he encountered a bottleneck in the concoction of the level 14 and 15 gene fluids in the future, he could add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste to try again. If it was still effective, then the concoction of higher-level gene fluids in the future would not be too big of a problem. He only needed to deduce the basic concoction and then add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste, just like Quan An's medicine. However, there was no time to verify this point because there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain. What have you been doing these past few days? We're about to reach the battlefield, but you haven't shown yourself for a few days since you entered the inner cabin. Are you treating your role as the commander of the vanguard fleet as child's play? Yi Xian had spent a lot of effort concocting the level 13 gene fluid this time. The command of the entire fleet had been handed over to Yi Luo. After all, there was nothing else to do but to hurry along. He had buried himself in the inner cabin and basically did not show himself. Now that there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain, Yi Luo was obviously very anxious. When he saw Yi Xian finally come out of the inner cabin, he immediately threw a series of questions at him. Second brother, please watch your words. Yi Xian was immediately unhappy. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Yi Luo. The word second brother almost caused the latter to stumble. This commander is the commander of this vanguard fleet. You're just my little follower. The next time you overstep your boundaries, I'll punish you for insubordination and expel you on the spot. As for the last major task this commander is busy with. Yi Xian then changed the topic and walked into the command cabin with his hands behind his back. He directly ignored Yi Luo's angry expression and said slowly, "This commander has tens of thousands of battleships and countless AI robots under my command. I have the command of this intergalactic war, so I have to deal with it every day. I've always been thinking about strategies and strategies. What do you know as a follower? All you need to do is listen to my orders. That's your mission. Don't waste my time talking nonsense. Otherwise, you'll mess up the battle and I'll hold you responsible." Yi Xian kept calling Yi Xian commander and great lord, and from time to time, he would throw in terms of second brother or little follower. After a series of scoldings like this, Yi Xian almost coughed up blood. He was completely stunned, and his mind was in a mess. A day later, the vanguard fleet entered the demon domain. In just 2 short days, they made 6 consecutive wormholes and finally arrived at the demon domain. As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the demon domain, Yi Xian was shocked by a huge thing floating in the void. Apart from the Tianji continent in the core area of the Tianji race's headquarters, the largest intergalactic war machine he had ever seen was a large fortress with a diameter of only 100,000 meters. Even on the everlasting star of the everlasting dynasty, he had never seen a planet larger than a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. War machines. And now, he saw one of them in his field of vision. This was a giant steel ship shaped like a megaphone. The diameter of the mouth of the megaphone was a terrifying 300,000 meters. It could fit 3 large fortresses of 100,000 meters in a row through the mouth of the megaphone. To be more precise, this giant intergalactic megaphone was not a single entity. The mouth of the megaphone was composed of rings from the outside to the inside, with a total of 9 layers. The outer layer of rings was the largest, and the inner layer was the smallest, like the end of the mouth of the megaphone. And behind this smallest layer, there were 9 more layers, each smaller than the last. These 9 layers, together with the smallest layer inside the mouth of the megaphone, formed a giant megaphone tube that was gradually shrinking. Whether it was the 9 layers of the mouth of the megaphone or the 9 layers of the megaphone tube, each layer of rings had a large number of nodes, connected by some huge tube-shaped objects. These densely packed nodes were independent warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, but they were not standard warships in the shape of boats. They were more like specially built to form this giant intergalactic megaphone. Although the warships at each node were only 3,000 meters in diameter, they were all honeycomb-shaped with countless small sections. No one knew what they were used for, because Yi Xian did not have any. There were no cannons on the surface of these countless small honeycomb-shaped warships. It was as if they formed this giant intergalactic megaphone together, not for the purpose of intergalactic war, but for decoration. It was just a giant piece of art with a terrifying scale. But that was obviously impossible. Even if the Demon King Mo Wendian was out of his mind, the demon tribe would not make a useless piece of art at this time. As the vanguard fleet temporarily stopped in the void of the Demon Imperial Star area, Yi Xian and Chanaz immediately walked out of the flagship, the Expulsion, and went to the Demon Imperial Star. The deputy commander, Yarrow, was ordered by Yi Xian to stay in the fortress of the Expulsion. Obviously, Yi Xian did not want him to participate in the command of the vanguard battle. After all, the battlefield was at the edge of the Demon Imperial Star area, and it was the first battle between the vanguard fleet and the allied forces of various races in the Second Universe. The demon element was definitely an important part of the battle. The meeting between Yi Xian and the demon tribe was definitely to discuss the battle. Although Yarrow was very angry, he could do nothing. He finally realized that his so-called deputy commander of the vanguard fleet had clearly been taken over. He was completely reduced to a follower of the commander, Sha Baofeng. And he was just a small follower. There was still Chanaz before him. As soon as Yi Xian and Chanaz entered the Demon Imperial City, they saw the Demon King Mo Wendian and his 2 uncles. Chanaz was left outside the palace, and Yi Xian and the other 3 started a secret discussion. What's with that megaphone in the void outside? It looks like it doesn't have any attack power. There are many honeycomb-shaped densely packed nodes, but there are no cannons. After the isolation formation was set up, Yi Xian went straight to the point and asked the biggest question in his mind. Chapter 35-46. Ah. Spirit War Pula. Yi Xian's face was full of constipation. After a while, he mumbled, "Why do I feel like I'm in a top-class restaurant and I'm eating dark cuisine? Isn't this name too hard to pronounce? It doesn't sound like anything good. Are you sure it can really be used on the battlefield?" On the side, the Demon King Mo Wendian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even the 2 uncles rolled their eyes. In the end, Mo Qigong patiently explained to Yi Xian. His eyes gradually brightened up. It was obvious that he was very interested. Spirit War Pula was actually a battle megaphone that used spirit energy as a means of attack. The megaphone was only the outer appearance of this star combat weapon. There was obviously a reason why it was a megaphone. After some thought, one would understand that it could amplify the power of one's mental power, which was the same principle as using a megaphone to amplify sound. In this gigantic Spirit War Pula, there were thousands of honeycomb-shaped battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There were a large number of demon powerhouses. It could be said that almost all of the demon powerhouses from the 8 major tribes of the demon race would be stationed here. And in every honeycomb-shaped node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a powerhouse of the demon race who was skilled in spirit energy secret arts. Basically, in every honeycomb-shaped node battleship, there would be tens of thousands of demon powerhouses. Under the command of the high priest or royal powerhouse of the demon race, they would fully activate the demon core in their brain and unleash their spirit energy, turning it into a powerful pulse of spirit energy. Huge tubular objects made of special materials that connected the nodes would converge at the smallest inner circle of the horn. In the end, all the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 royal demonkin powerhouses who were sitting in the 9 node beehives in the smallest layer of the horn mouth. After the 9 layers of amplification of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spirit hurricane, bombarding the enemy battleships. This was a great weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, the starry sky-level spirit hurricane that was blasted out was invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against it. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless. Damn! This is good stuff. Can you get me one too? Yi Xian also had a mind power source core in his brain, so he also had mind power. Furthermore, he had mastered many secret techniques and mystic abilities that even the Demon King and the others didn't know about. Therefore, he was the one who understood the terrifying characteristics of mind power the best. Mo Qigong casually explained a few words, and he immediately understood the terror of this spirit worship. Not to mention, the devil cultivator was not proficient in the power of science and technology, and was not enthusiastic about the construction of warships, but the 4 odd beasts that they had made really had the spirit of technological innovation, and actually made the starry sky. Warship technology and the characteristics of the demonkin's mental power were mixed together and displayed to the greatest extent. It was definitely a pioneering work. Therefore, even Yi Xian was extremely tempted and immediately made a request. "Brat, are you trying to hijack the entire demon race?" Unfortunately, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others immediately rolled their eyes at his words. They glared at him and said unhappily, "Although this spirit worship with a diameter of 300,000 meters is not the limit of the demon race, if we send in the people of the Demon King planet, we can make one with a diameter of 500,000 meters. But, what do you want it for, brat? A 300,000 meter diameter spirit warship needs 70% of the demon race's experts to be stationed in it. Do you have that?" It was no wonder that the higher-ups of the demon race were dissatisfied. This spirit warship without a large number of demon experts was simply a pile of scrap metal. Yi Xian clearly wanted the warship because he wanted to take advantage of the demon experts. This brat's methods were really shameless. If they really gave the warship to him, the demon race's star region might not even have 3 more demon experts. 5 more and a large number of demon dweller experts would have disappeared in batches. Although Mo Qigong did not directly say these words, it was clearly what he meant. The Demon King Mo Wendian and the others on the side had a deep expression on their faces. Clearly, they still remembered the torment that Yi Xian had caused in the Demon Dynasty under the identity of Prince Xian. "Don't look at me like that. It's like you're guarding against a wolf. What happened to the cooperation? What happened to the friendship?" Yi Xian's face was full of awkwardness. He said sternly, "Don't worry, I've always been a person of principle. I definitely won't harm my own people. This. Alright, let's talk business. I do need this spirit worship. Although I don't have as many demon experts as you, I have the void soldier ladles." Yi Xian was precisely thinking about this. The void soldier ladles all had a unique biological frequency. Unfortunately, the individual biological frequency was too weak and did not have much destructive power. However, Yi Xian had seen the void soldier ladle's divine ability before. He had even given it names, such as stellar transposition, hitting cows through mountains, and so on. They were all terrifying divine abilities related to the laws of the void of the universe. If Yi Xian had a spirit worship, he could definitely let the tens of millions of void soldier ladles stay in it. At that time, all the soldiers would be led by some high-ranking members of the 8-star Wang ladle clan. At the same time, they would emit the mysterious biological frequency unique to the Soldier Ladle clan. They might have a chance to use the Void Soldier Ladle's divine ability. Then the divine ability would be displayed. The Void Soldier Ladle was an ancient almighty who was second only to the Primordial Supreme. Although it was like a newborn right now and had not grown up yet, how could its divine ability be weak? However, in this way, the term spirit worship was not very suitable. It could be called Void Soldier worship. It seemed that this name was more high-end and classy. Of course, Yi Xian could not explain too much to the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the others. However, he only mentioned the Void Soldier Ladle clan. Mo Wen Tian and the others could basically guess a little. After all, the Void Soldier Ladle was a mysterious life form. Although it did not have spiritual power, it had biological waves. There was still a frequency. As long as it was not a disaster for the devil cultivators, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted with the rest. However, it was impossible to directly build the spirit worship and hand it over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not expect them to do this. With the devil cultivators' technological construction ability, it was estimated that the one they were using now would have been built for many years. He could not afford to wait. Immediately, Imperial Uncle Mo Wen Tian handed all the data and blueprints for the construction of the spirit worship to Yi Xian. The latter did not study it immediately and directly threw it to the devouring system, allowing the system to make a second deduction and perfect it. As for the subsequent construction, Yi Xian had not decided yet. It would depend on the situation. Perhaps after returning to Tianji City, he would build a star dock in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. Chapter 3547. The Void Soldier Ladle clan has been rescued, but your imperial uncles are still in the imperial prison of the Tianji continent. Yi Xian spread out his hands and said helplessly, "De wants to send the entire Soldier Ladle clan to the front line as cannon fodder. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. Moreover, the Soldier Ladle clan was handed over to me before the fleet set off. When the Soldier Ladle clan arrived, I didn't have the chance to do anything for you. If we take action before then, we will definitely be discovered, and the Soldier Diao clan will be in danger. Besides, not everyone can enter Tianji City. I am currently impersonating Sha Baofeng, so I don't have the authority to do so." Yi Xian stopped talking. He couldn't reveal that the young clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di Xiaofeng, and the others had died in his hands. The Demon King Mo Wendian and the others also understood. Mo Qigong nodded and didn't take it to heart. His expression didn't change as he continued, "The situation is similar to what we expected. Therefore, this time, we gritted our teeth and took out the spiritual battle talismans that we kept secret. This way, we can numb the Tianji clan and make them less suspicious of our demon race. This will lay the foundation for you to successfully rescue the imperial uncles in the future. On the other hand, this is the first time the spiritual battle jar has appeared in the Starry Sky battlefield. It should have an unexpected effect if it is activated at a critical moment. At that time, if we win the battle and there is still no news of Di Xiaofeng's whereabouts, you will most likely become the new imperial uncles after returning to the Tianji city. You will be the next young clan leader of the Tianji clan. At that time, you will have the authority to enter the Tianji city. At that time, Di Yi's wariness towards you will be at its weakest. After all, he just gave you the title of young clan leader. He would never have thought that you would do something detrimental to the Tianji clan at this time." "I see," Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. Previously, he was still muttering that since the demon cultivator race had already decided to rebel against the Heavenly Fate clan, why would they spend so much effort in this battle? After all, it was all for the sake of the dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles who were imprisoned in the Heavenly Fate city's imperial prison. Near the wormhole at the edge of the demon race's space zone, the vanguard fleet from the second universe has almost gathered. There are about 1 million battleships. On the first universe's side, the slave races are also gathering in the void thousands of kilometers away. Their forces are equal. Seeing that Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the situation, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian's expression turned serious. He continued, "As for our demon tribe, we will only use 100 great fortresses as a cover for this battle. The real killing weapon is the spiritual battle. Of the 9 honeycomb nodes in the smallest layer of the horn, 8 are overseen by the royal uncles and the leaders of the royal family. As for the core one, it's occupied by an ancestor of our race who has been away for years. He's a Star Lord, and his mental power will be gathered at the node of the Psychic Warrior Temple. The energy pulse will be blasted out by him. Before this, the spiritual warriors will always activate the concealment formation and retreat to the back of our army. When they need to use it, they will move forward in a concealed state. When they reach a suitable position, they will attack according to your command." It's said that each of the 9 fleets of the top 10 races in the second universe is led by a Star Lord. Even though it's very likely that they won't participate in the regular battles, the 9 Star Lords will be able to stabilize the morale of the troops. At the very least, that's basically the case until the final stage of this interplanar war. Interplanar wars of such a scale usually last a dozen years. Therefore, the Star Lords won't take action for the time being. Even the fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters will only be stationed at the back of the army. They won't participate in the battle too early. The Tianji race fleet you're leading is just a vanguard fleet. Later, there will be more powerful forces coming from both the servant races and the Tianji race. The highest commander of the Tianji race will be at least a Star Lord of the older generation of the Tianji race. An expert of the Machine Clan. Therefore, it can be said that before their arrival, the battle in the Demonkin Star region would not have had the chance to reach a climax. Whether it is the vanguard commanders of our camp or the commanders of the enemy camp, they are all well aware of this and will restrain themselves. However, in that case, your battle achievements will be affected. Once the Star Lord level old monsters of the Heaven's Legacy race arrive, the value of your military authority will immediately decrease by more than half. At that time, even if you have battle achievements, you will only be able to obtain a small amount. This is not the original intention of our demon race to use the spirit battle jar. Talismans. Speaking of this, the Demon King Mo Wen Tian's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a serious tone, "Therefore, what we're saying is that the spiritual warriors will keep the concealment array active from the moment they set off for the battlefield. Apart from you, basically no experts outside the demon race will know of their existence. When the time comes, the Star Lord of our race will communicate with you directly through mental power. And our request is very simple. You can only control the spirit battle talisman, and you can't use it to consider the overall situation of the battlefield. If you want to use it, you have to use it at the most crucial moment, when you can gain the most merit. If that's the case, won't both sides be shocked when the spirit battle talisman is used? This is a rhythm that doesn't follow common sense at all. In a plane-level space war, using such a powerful weapon in a contact battle at the Vanguard fleet level, it will probably cause the Second Universe's coalition army to be thunderstruck." Yi Xian nodded. He completely understood what the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian meant and was extremely excited. He rubbed his little hands together and said, "TSK TSK TSK, there was already a Star Lord level Devil Cultivator in charge of the attack in the spiritual war. In addition, there were tens of millions of Devil Cultivator experts in the 1,000-node beehive. And the effect of this space super warrior infinitely magnifying invisible mental power. Ayaya, with such a sudden attack, don't tell me 1 or 2 of the 9 Star Lord level old monsters in the Vanguard fleet of the Second Universe's 9 races will be killed directly." Chapter 35-48. After everything was settled, Yi Xian prepared to set off again. At the edge of the Demonkin Star region ahead, 2 super starry sky armies of nearly 1 million soldiers were facing each other across millions of miles of space. There was a possibility of a misfire at any time. After all, Yi Xian was the chief commander of the vanguard. The vanguard fleet of nearly 1,000,000 battleships formed by the vanguard fleet of the first universe's servant races all listened to his command. He couldn't wait to experience the wonderful feeling of being able to judge the world. This was a rare opportunity. However, although the Demonkin spirit warriors wouldn't set off at the same time, they would wait until Yi Xian's Tianji clan vanguard fleet left before activating the concealment formation and stealthily following behind. However, the Demonkin race was one of the most powerful races of the first universe's servant races after all. If no fleet appeared, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the enemy and make them vigilant. Therefore, the Demonkin race would send out 110,000-meter large fortresses to cover up their appearance. Right now, these 110,000-meter large fortresses were sailing out of the Star Dock to gather. Then, they would set off together with the Tianji clan vanguard fleet commanded by Yi Xian. After leaving the main hall, Yi Xian, accompanied by Demon King Mo Wendian and Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, appeared in the core area of the inner city of the Demonkin Imperial City. They were greeted by a gray-robed, gray-haired Demonkin elder. Seeing this Demonkin elder, Mo Wendian and Mo Qigong both stopped in their tracks. The latter stepped forward and respectfully called him Imperial Uncle. Demon King Mo Wendian didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him, so he stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Yi Xian was stunned. Even Mo Qigong called him Imperial Uncle. This old man's seniority in the Demonkin Imperial clan was not ordinary. Immediately after, a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this gray-clothed, gray-haired old man should be the old monster who presided over the core node of the inner circle of the spirit battle. No wonder Yi Xian couldn't feel any aura of an expert from his body. Because at this level, if he wanted to conceal it, Yi Xian, who was only at the 11th realm of cultivation, couldn't sense it at all. Ha! The source core in your brain has already reached grade 7. TSK. Although you are not a devil cultivator, there is no one among the younger generation of devil cultivator who can compete with you in terms of mental strength talent. Even among the older generation of devil cultivator experts, there are only a few who can have your talent. It can be counted. The gray-robed, gray-haired old demon completely ignored Mo Qigong. As for the Devil King Mo Wendian, he didn't even look at him. His gaze landed on Yi Xian, sizing him up. Yi Xian clearly hadn't sensed any fluctuations of mind power, yet he felt as though he had been seen through. Even the grade of the source cores in his head had been seen through. Of course, regarding the devouring system in his body and the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, this gray-haired old demon clearly did not notice at all. Although the Star-Lord old monster was strong, he was far from being strong enough to be compared to the terrifying means of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, and the mysterious background of the headless infant corpse. Speed. As long as these two trump cards weren't exposed, everything else didn't matter to Yi Xian. Therefore, he didn't mind that his source core grade had been seen through at a glance. However, based on what the other party had said, it seemed like there had been quite a few older devil cultivators with grade 7 mind source cores. As soon as he thought about this, his expression changed. The fact that his opponent had been able to see through the grade of his mind source core wasn't just because his cultivation base was high. There was no doubt that the other party's mind power level had surpassed his own. This meant that his opponent had at least a grade 8 source core. Wasn't it said that only the first Devil King had a grade 8 mind source core among the entire devil race? As for the legendary grade 9, no one had ever reached it before. How could a random older devil cultivator powerhouse possess a grade 8 mind source core? Yi Xian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He suddenly started to doubt all the information he had received about the various tribes and powers of the three big plains. It turned out that the information everyone knew was basically a lie. One would be a fool to actually believe it. It was obvious that the first Devil King wasn't the only powerhouse with a grade 8 mind source core among the devil race. At the very least, there was one more in front of him right now. Plus, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher's source core had to be at least grade 8. It might even be at grade 9. Yi Xian had always believed in what the devil race said to the outside world, yet now it seemed like he had been completely fooled. Ha! You actually have a grade 8 mind imprint in your body. Was it left behind by the Mad Mosquito Butcher? An old Devil Mosquito Butcher's aura. As soon as Yi Xian thought about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the gray-haired old Devil Cultivator opposite him mentioned them. His mind source core was indeed at least grade 8. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect the protective spiritual imprint that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had left behind in Yi Xian's mind. It was the Wretched Mosquito Butcher's aura. Those two old fellas were indeed related to the devil race. Even the previous generation's imperial uncle, a Star-Lord old freak who hadn't appeared for many years, knew about their existence. This was enough to explain the problem. Yi Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This was the best opportunity to inquire about the secrets of those two old fellas. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Thus, he immediately asked, "Senior, do you know about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher? Where exactly did those two old fellas come from? What are their backgrounds?" The Mad Mosquito Emperor. Humph. How could he be worthy of being called an emperor? As for the old Devil Mosquito Butcher, he is indeed wretched. This evaluation is not wrong, but you are the first one who dared call him that. You are a newborn calf. When he heard Yi Xian's question, the gray-haired old Devil Cultivator curled his lips. Based on his tone, it seemed like he didn't have a good evaluation of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. What he cared about was the background of these two old fellas. Originally, he would be able to hear some secrets that he had always wanted to know from the gray-haired old Devil Cultivator in front of him. Who would have thought that the other party would change the topic? After changing the topic, he rolled his eyes and continued, "As for those two old fellas, this old man knows about them and has seen them before. But if you ask about their origins and background. If you ask me, who should I ask? Back then when I first met those two old fellows, this old man was still a junior of the devil race. My cultivation base was merely at the black hole realm. However, at that time, the two of them were already at the pinnacle of the universe realm. In fact, it might even be the result of concealing their cultivation bases. How could this old man have the qualifications to meet such existences? How could I investigate their background?" Chapter 35-49. Yi Xian was overjoyed to suddenly meet a Star-Lord who knew the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher in the Demon Imperial City. He thought that he finally had a chance to investigate the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. He did not expect that the result would hurt him. It would have been better if he did not investigate. Once he did, the confusion in his heart grew stronger. Yi Xian originally thought that the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were only universe realm experts in the 15th Great Realm. Now, it seemed that they were far from enough. Back then, when this Star-Lord old monster was only at the 8th realm, Black Hole realm, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were already at the 15th realm, Universe realm, Great Perfection of Rank 9 Universe realm. Furthermore, they might have been concealing their cultivation at that time. What did this mean? Yi Xian simply wanted to curse. How deep was the water of these two fellows? The more he dug, the more he could not see the bottom. Now, Yi Xian was a little suspicious that they might be Desolate Era experts who had survived since the Desolate Era. Yi Xian was challenged again and again by the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. Yi Xian was almost numb. "Kid, those two old fellows are not simple. Back then, even this old man's elders were afraid of them and did not dare to have too much contact with them. If you dare to mix with them, be careful not to lose your head in the end. In the end, the gray-haired old demon said this to Yi Xian. He looked at him deeply with a strange expression, then shook his head and sighed before leaving. Yi Xian was tongue-tied. He felt a stifling feeling in his chest that could not be released. He did not know whether it was because of the two old fellows, the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher, or because of the gray-haired old demon in front of him who turned around and left. In short, 100 claws scratched at his heart, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. As the gray-haired old demon turned around and left, Yi Xian was depressed for a while. He turned to look at the demon emperor Mo Wentian, Mo Qigong, and the other two uncles. He did not give up and asked, "Those two old fellows, do you know much about them?" The three of them looked at him strangely, shaking their heads like a rattledrum. Yi Xian was in complete despair. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had to give up on this idea in the future. He shouldn't keep thinking about investigating the origins and details of those two old men. It wasn't sad enough. As for the old gray-haired devil's warning, Yi Xian did not take it to heart at all. He had his own confidence. With the headless infant corpse, what did he have to fear? Of course, the headless infant corpse was even more mysterious than the two old guys, including the devouring system in its body. Ever since Yi Xian encountered another devouring system and passively received the first devouring system mission, he said that the devouring system was only used to select and nurture talents for the human race. Because of this, he had some doubts. However, with the strength of the headless infant corpse and the devouring system, if they were to harm Yi Xian, it would be a bomb that had been hidden in his body for a long time. With Yi Xian's strength, he wouldn't even be able to clear the mine. In the future, when his cultivation was stronger, it would be another matter. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about it. That was just groundless worry. After that, Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and returned to the flagship of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, the Expulsion. He led the entire huge fleet and rushed towards the edge of the demon domain, where the 2 million troops were facing each other in the void. The hundreds of 10,000-meter-tall fortresses of the demon race were also set off at the same time. As for the huge spirit war chariot with a diameter of 300,000 meters, it would activate the concealment array later on and quietly follow. The demon domain was incomparably vast. It would take half a month to travel from the Demon Emperor planet to the planar wormhole entrance that led to the second universe. Even though in order to deal with this planar-level starry sky war, the demon race had made preparations in advance. In addition to some natural universe wormholes along the way, they also used some stable void cracks to build some temporary jump wormholes and send a large number of troops to guard them. However, from the Demon Emperor star area to the vicinity of the wormholes, however, it would still take about 3 days to reach the void battlefield. In these 3 days, the vanguard forces assembled by both sides had basically arrived. They had even finished forming up in the void tens of thousands of miles away. They were only waiting for the right time to give the order and start the prelude battle to a planar war that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. However, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had obviously received the news. The vanguard fleet from the Tianji race had entered the demon domain and was about to arrive at the battlefield. After all, the Tianji race was the only real overlord of the first universe. The ones facing them from tens of thousands of miles away were just the slave races under the Tianji race. The higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were proud of their status. They felt that it was beneath their status to attack the slave forces under their command before the main force arrived. First of all, it would weaken their morale. Therefore, they all restrained their temper and waited patiently in the opposite void tens of thousands of miles away. Once the main force of the Tianji race arrived, this planar war in space would officially begin. However, the slave races of the first universe under the Tianji race were not good people. Moreover, not all the slave races were like the demon race, who rebelled against the Tianji race. Some of these races could even be said to have a very strong servile nature in their bones. They simply didn't consider being a servant of the heavens legacy race as a shame. On the contrary, they were proud of it. Perhaps they were even thinking of using this space war to curry favor with their masters. Therefore, when the battle power of both camps was in place and the formation was set up in the void tens of thousands of miles away, the allied forces of various races in the second universe were silent for only one day, while the slave races in the first universe could not wait any longer. From time to time, some experts of the slave races would rush out of the camp and clamor at the allied forces of the second universe. They said all kinds of unpleasant words. In short, they ridiculed and belittled the other side, showing that their side was completely fearless and openly challenging the other side. Of course, before the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, Lord Sha Baofeng, arrived, they would not dare to fight. In fact, these guys did not really want to fight. They just wanted to show off before Lord Sha arrived, hoping to use this opportunity to impress Lord Sha. They just wanted to earn some impression points. At first, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe did not pay attention. After all, they were all proud of their status and were too lazy to bother with these slaves of the Tianji race. As soon as Baofeng arrived, they would directly beat them up. However, the slave races were almost all monsters. Seeing that the other side did not say anything, their arrogance immediately became more and more intense. Their words became more and more unpleasant. In the end, hundreds of fortresses and strongholds even activated the Starry Sky loudspeaker system and cursed loudly. The entire void was stirred up into a black smoke barrier. Chi. Chapter 3550. On the third day of the confrontation between the 2 million troops, the slave races of the first universe had basically all quieted down. They only wanted to show their faces in front of the Tianji clan to curry favor and earn some impression points. If they really started a war in advance and disrupted Lord Sha's overall strategy, they were afraid that they would be punished if they turned around. Therefore, even though they were really angry, the experts of these slave races all suppressed their anger and did not respond. As a result, the allied races of the second universe became even more arrogant. The other party started the fight first, and now that they responded, they immediately stopped. This greatly boosted their morale. The higher-ups were also happy to see this, so they no longer restrained them and allowed the experts of their fleets to fight across the void thousands of miles away. They were clamoring incessantly. Anyway, Sha Baofeng was about to arrive. They could use this as a morale boost before the official battle and brew their fighting spirit. Because of this, when Yi Xian arrived with the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet on the evening of the third day, he saw this extremely contrasting scene. In the opposite void, a large number of experts of the second universe's allied forces were like valiant shrews, cursing and swearing across the void thousands of miles away. On their own side, the allied forces of the first universe were like little girls who had encountered a stinky hooligan. They cowered and did not dare to make a sound, trembling. Such a scene stunned both Chanas and Yiluo. As for the other existences in the fleet, they were all intelligent robots. They did not have self-awareness, nor did they have any emotions. As for Yi Xian, he was furious on the spot. Under his command, the flagship of the vanguard fleet immediately crossed the line of their own camp and arrived at the forefront. Then, his thunderous roar could be heard from the interstellar sound transmission system of the Expeller Fortress. It resounded through the void. Fierce girls from the second universe, didn't you want to start a war? Come on, believe it or not, this uncle and these stinky women behind me can beat you up. Tell your commanders to come out and speak. Line up in a row and stick your butts up high first. This uncle will favor you one by one and take turns to explode your buttocks. F***CK. F***CK. Explode your buttocks in the starry sky. And it's the commanders of the allied forces of the second universe. As soon as Yi Xian's words came out, the surrounding void instantly exploded. The commanders of the first universe's slave races were all regretting their actions. If they had known that Lord Xia was such a cold and indifferent person, they would not have pretended to be weak before. He could just directly scold the other party and leave a good impression on them. Now, in the eyes of Sir Xia, all the slave clans had become useless bitches that could be bullied by others. Just now, when he was shouting, he deliberately mentioned this word. It could be seen how deep his criticism was. Thinking of this, the commanders and higher-ups of the first universe's servant races were immediately embarrassed and ashamed. They all felt that they had lost face for Sir Xia and the Tianji race. When they returned, they would definitely make up for it in the Star Wars. They had to atone for their sins with merits and recover the lost impression points. As for the allied forces of the various races in the second universe, they were completely turned upside down. Previously, no matter how much the slave races of the first universe hooted and cursed for a whole day, no one dared to mention the commanders of the fleets of the various races because they were at least powerful beings of the 15th realm. Even the flagships of the 9 races had the old monsters of the Star Lords of the 9 races. If they had really mentioned the existence of this level in their hooting, not to mention the fact that the other party would really start a war in anger, even if a powerful being of the universe rushed out and angrily slapped them, they would be able to kill the hooting offenders on the spot. But this master who had suddenly appeared was really fierce. He had asked the commanders of the second universe's allied forces to line up in the void, take off their pants, stick out their buttocks, and let him take turns to favor them and explode their buttocks one by one. He had even scolded the entire second universe, saying that they were tough women who only knew how to curse. This was simply too much. They were the ones who started the cursing first, but in the end, it was their fault. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The experts of the second universe's allied forces had a sullen feeling that the other party had dug a hole and tricked them into jumping into it to have fun. In particular, the fleet commanders of the various races felt their buttocks tighten, and then their hearts burned with anger. The commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, a golden-haired old battle lion with a cultivation base of the 14th realm of the cosmic light realm, even impulsively stepped out of the Battle Lion race's fleet. The flagship of the Battle Lion race revealed its bloodline true body in the void. It turned into a golden battle lion that was more than 10,000 feet in size and roared at the flagship of the expulsion, where Yi Xian was. Roar! Where did this little brat come from? Come out for me. I am the commander of the Battle Lion race, Sherdingting. If you dare to insult me, I will definitely eat you alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's lazy voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but because it was said through the Starry Sky sound transmission system, the entire void could hear it. Countless experts from both sides heard it clearly. Lion Qi hurts. F***CK. You're the first to jump out if it hurts. In my opinion, you should be itching for a lion, right? Are you looking for a stab? As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xian's imagination. This was Lord Xia. This was the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Xia Baofeng. The peerless monster that recently appeared in the Battle Lion race. One of the 5 peerless monsters that was known to be on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young master Linghu, and the Netherworld young master. What the F***CK? This level of shamelessness could be compared to the Netherworld young master, but in other aspects, they really could not see it. Without waiting for the experts from both sides to recover from this thunderous state, the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Sherdingting, who had revealed his bloodline true body in the void in front of them, spoke again. The old man was indeed an old man. His brain was not very bright for a moment, and he actually did not hear the problem in Yi Xian's words. He even foolishly replied, "Brat, are you deaf? This old man is Sherdingting, not Sherdingyang." As soon as these words came out, more than 80% of the battle lion race experts in the battle lion race's allied fleet raised their hands to cover their faces, and their faces turned green. This time, they did not have the face to see anyone. It was really a misfortune for the race to have an old antique who could not keep up with the younger generation. It was also at this time that a muffled voice came from the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon race's fleet. There was a hint of monstrous anger. "Old lion, come back quickly. This brat should be that Sha Baofeng. You are not his opponent in this game. Besides, he's just a yellow-haired junior. He doesn't have the qualifications. Speaking to you, Humph, we have people of the same generation under us to fight and teach him how to be a human. Bah, they are not even human yet. You are already praising them. Ha! Chapter 35-51. Who was the one who spoke just now? Which old woman had a hole in her pants and let you crawl out of it? Damn it, you don't know how to pick the right time. You just happened to drill a hole and escape during the full moon. Look at the yin blood all over your body. It disgusts me even from 100,000 miles away. Yi Xian was furious, and his cold words were heard again. This time, he actually called the Blood Flood Dragon clan little loaches, and the blood all over their bodies. It was simply disgusting. What was even stranger was that the old golden war lion of the Battle Lion clan, who could not keep up with the times, did not know what was wrong with him. He did not understand Yi Xian's words just now, but now, his brain was smarter than anyone else's. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the old man turned to look in the direction of the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. He went over. He roared, "Old Blood Flood Dragon, this brat is scolding you for crawling into a woman's pants. He's even stained with blood. Don't think I can't hear it." This time, not only the members of the Battle Lion clan, but even the members of the Blood Flood Dragon clan raised their hands to cover their faces. The intelligence of this old golden war lion of the Battle Lion clan was really too horrible to look at. "Old lion, come back quickly. We are all seniors. Let's not argue with this little bastard." The commander of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's vanguard fleet was about to vomit blood. His words revealed a hint of gnashing his teeth. In the end, he roared, "Overlord Flood Dragon, go to battle immediately. Capture that little one for me. I will personally stuff him into the crotch of this old woman. A little blood loach probably won't be able to withstand a beating, right? Aren't you the Alliance army of the Second Universe? Since you want to fight one-on-one, then send out one from each race." Yi Xian sneered and said boldly, "I'll fight you one-on-one." The word "nest" was too insulting. Including the Blood Flood Dragon clan, angry roars came from all the flagships of the Alliance army of the Second Universe. "I can't stand it." In just a few words, the two elders were mocked by this brat. "That's right, I'm too angry. I have to suppress him. He actually dares to challenge our nest alone. Bah, it should be a group of us. He's simply too arrogant. Why do I feel like I'm seeing the Netherworld young master again? Where was the previous patriarch of the Yin Devil race? Why haven't you shown yourself yet? We found a counterfeit Netherworld young master here. All of you, don't move. Let me do it. I'll definitely suppress him." As the roars and roars rang out, figures immediately rushed out of the flagships of the Second Universe's allied forces. As soon as they appeared in space, they activated their bloodlines and manifested their bloodline true bodies. Dozens of gigantic intelligent ferocious beasts were hovering in the air. Their murderous aura attracted the attention of countless experts from both camps. In the end, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe stood in front of the opposing camp. Each and every one of them revealed their bloodline true bodies. Among them, a battle lion expert with mixed fur stepped out from the crowd and raised its enormous lion claw to point at Yi Xian. "You're Sha Baofeng, right? Come out and die." It's your lion overlord who's going to kill you today. Overlord, your mother. Yi Xian opened his mouth and cursed. He rolled his eyes and sized up the lion overlord. In the end, he shook his head in disdain. With mixed fur, you must be a bastard. I'm not interested. Second brother, go. Pooh! In the Vanguard fleet's flagship, Yarrow spurted out blood. Others might not understand the words second brother, but he was very sensitive. He knew immediately that Yarrow was talking about him. Why? You don't want to go, bastard. No matter what, I'm still the second-ranked genius of the younger generation of the Tianji race. Why should I only deal with this kind of mixed-fur bastard? Unfortunately, even though he was unwilling, he was intimidated by Yi Xian's despotic power. To be precise, he was intimidated by his shamelessness. In the end, Yarrow's voice came from the expulsion. It's just a mixed-fur bastard. I'll teach him how to be a human in a few minutes. Oh, no, these guys are not human at all. Immediately after, Chana's figure tumbled out of the expulsion. It was obvious that he had been kicked out by Yarrow to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Yi Xian completely ignored him and pretended not to see. Chana stabilized himself with great difficulty. With a face full of resentment, he ran behind Yi Xian and refused to leave. He finally realized that he was someone only when he followed Lord Shaw. Otherwise, he was nothing. Even Yarrow, who usually did not dare to speak loudly in front of him, kicked him. In the void opposite, the battle lion race's younger generation was furious. He roared, Baofeng Shaw, are you looking down on me? Send second brother out to fight. What's with your filthy mouth? What do you mean by not human? Could it be that your Tianji race is human? In my opinion, you're not human at all. You're not human at all. Something. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll beat you to a pulp. Baofeng Shaw was furious. He immediately started the mechanical fusion, and it was a complete fusion. Although he did not bring his fortress out of Tianji City, the fusion with the expulsion had the same effect. It was also a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was no difference in its basic performance. Ka-cha-cha, rumble. A series of thunderous sounds were heard. Accompanied by the dense sounds of machinery breaking in like rain, the huge expulsion began to change shape. At the same time, the various large facilities inside were also shifting positions. The molecular structure of the alloy material was changing, and its density was increasing. The size of the expulsion was shrinking. In just a short minute, it had shrunk from the previous 100,000 meters to the current 5,000 meters. An alloy speedy bug with silver blades all over its body was born in the blink of an eye. Its whole body exuded a kind of sharpness and extreme speed, making people look askance and treat it with solemn eyes. It had to be said that this scene was really shocking. Although the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the second universe were all thousands of feet tall, which was about 4 to 5,000 meters tall, just like the swift bug, they had also activated their bloodline true bodies after roaring. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely powerful. They manifested such a huge body. However, compared to this, the mechanical fusion ability of the Tianji race was obviously more amazing. After all, this was originally an ice-cold alloy fortress. It was 100,000 meters tall, but it was forcibly condensed to 5,000 meters. Had it not been for the first battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu, where this amazing mechanical fusion ability had already appeared in the world, the powerhouses in the fleets of both sides would have already cried out in surprise. But even though they already knew that the Heaven's Legacy race had this ability, when they saw Yi Luo use it with their own eyes, gasps of surprise could be heard from the fleet of the first universe's slave races. Some words that were clearly laced with flattery echoed through the void. This was because Yi Luo was here. Chapter 3552. Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion Third Transformation. Facing the incomparably arrogant Yi Luo, the lion overlord was enraged. It immediately roared. This roar clearly used its clan's battle lion roar innate divine ability. As the roar rang out, a large area of the void surged. Unexpectedly, a faint echo could be heard in the void, shocking the hearts of the people. The Sky Empyrean experts felt their hearts tremble, and some of the weaker ones almost fell to the ground. The shocking lion roar resounded through this side of the world. Behind the lion overlord, who was already 10,000 feet in size, suddenly appeared the phantom of a 10,000 feet long berserk lion. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the void to tremble slightly. Along with this violent roar, a majestic cosmic wind instantly blew in the surrounding cosmic void. The invisible cosmic energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center, and this energy vortex was located at Qian's Hangxing, beside the entrance of the Lion's Blood Basin Pavilion. After being swallowed by the lion overlord in one gulp, the huge berserk lion blood shadow entered the body of the fluttering lion overlord. Its body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it revealed the third form of the bloodline true body. 100,000 feet long blood-colored berserk lion. A pair of bloody eyes that were as huge as mountains surged with ferocious flames, staring intently at the swift worm that was only 5,000 meters long, and its aura had already been firmly locked onto. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the blood slaughter mad lion erupts with a new transformation, the bloodline true body of the battle lion clan will increase tenfold. Even if the cultivation aura does not change, the difference in the power of the blood slaughter mad lion's 9 transformations is like the difference between heaven and earth. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying level of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the same level as the void giant turtle, and with a raise of its claws, it would be a star domain. However, no war lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the war lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion. Only the previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Bafeng, had just cultivated to the 4th transformation. Once he activated it and entered the 4th form of the Battle Lion clan's bloodline true body, his body would reach a terrifying height of 100,000 zhang after devouring the Battle Lion phantom behind him. That was the true power of swallowing mountains and rivers. Its body was so large that it was comparable to the demon race's spiritual battle Pula. Unfortunately, when Lion Bafeng fought with Yi Xian, who had the identity of the young master of the netherworld, he didn't even have the time to use the true 4th transformation of the blood slaughter lion before he was killed. Moreover, he was made into a braised lion's head and eaten heartily by the latter. To the Battle Lion clan, this was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After the fall of Lion Zhanfeng, the lion overlord, who was ranked 2nd in terms of talent in his clan, became the new young clan leader. Although he didn't dare to fight against the netherworld young master, he was incomparably confident in facing the Heaven's Legacy clan. At this moment, he revealed the 10,000 zhang bloodline true body of the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion. He would use this battle to wash away his shame and prove himself in front of the elders of the clan. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Even Chanas, who was behind him, shook his head and sighed. It seemed that Lion Overlord hadn't done any research on Yi Luo at all. He didn't understand where the advantage of the rapid mechanical insect lay. He actually directly activated the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan, turning into a 10,000 zhang bloodline mixed lion. This was simply thinking that this target wasn't big enough. It wasn't comfortable enough to be abused. Even Yi Luo himself couldn't stand it anymore. From within the 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect, he sneered, "What a brain-dead person. You're obviously courting death, but you're still howling so happily. Other than you, there's really no one else." Wang Xiao. As the voice fell, a low trembling sound rang out. The 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Luo. It didn't stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It directly slammed into Yi Luo's abdomen. Go! Roar! Such extreme speed shocked the lion overlord. It roared fiercely, and its body trembled as it tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he didn't have this opportunity, because the rapid mechanical insect had already touched its body at the first moment. The rapid mechanical insect, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly swept under the lion overlord's abdomen. It didn't have any other means of attack, because it didn't need those. The countless super-strong alloy blades on its body were the rapid mechanical insect's best and most powerful weapon. All of this couldn't be more familiar to Yi Xian and Chenasi. They had seen it many times not long ago. This was the attack method of the rapid mechanical insect. It was simple and not fancy, but it was extremely violent. Puff! Walala! A muffled sound came from the lion overlord's abdomen, and lion blood poured down like a majestic rain, dyeing the void red. Then, an incomparably mournful howl sounded. Awu, you're clearly a lion overlord, why are you howling like a wolf? Do you think the deputy commander will let you go just because you're a specimen? It's useless to trick me. Today, I'll beat you until Mother Lion can't recognize you. With one successful attack, Yi Luo's spirit was greatly boosted. His cold and arrogant voice came from the rapid mechanical insect, and the Starry Sky loudspeaker system of the Expel flagship fortress was used. The experts of both camps heard it. Deputy Commander Yi Luo is mighty. Smash his dog head. It's best to cut it off. We can learn from young Master Netherworld and young Master Linghu and stew it directly, or steam it. It'll definitely be delicious, ha ha ha. Is this the young master of one of the top 10 races in the second universe? It's too unbearable. A big hole has been cut in his stomach before he even made a move. His stomach is rotten, and his intestines are flowing. A large part of the void is filled with the stench, polluting the Starry Sky environment. On this side, laughter and all kinds of provocative words came from the fleet of various races of the first universe from time to time. Previously, they had been scolded by the experts of the various races of the second universe until they didn't dare to respond. Coincidentally, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji race had arrived. Inadvertently, they had left a bad impression of cowardice. Now, Deputy Commander Yi Luo had shown his prowess with one attack, which was simply very satisfying. For the experts of the various races of the servant races, this was a rare opportunity to change their image and gain some impression points. Naturally, they wouldn't let it go. Chapter 3553. Xiao. Pu, Owo. The sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out again. The swift insect circled around in a small circle in the air and attacked again. Its body, which was covered with sharp superalloys, casually rubbed against the left rib of the 10,000 feet lion. Another rain of blood sprayed out on the spot, accompanied by the mournful howl of the lion overlord. The corner of the void began to tremble. Its body was simply too huge. It was 100,000 feet long, a full 30,000 meters long, while the swift worm was only 5,000 meters long. The difference was too big. It was like a small dot circling around a huge monster, but its speed was extremely fast. Its attack was so easy that it made people's hair stand on end. Just scratch any part of its body, and a rain of blood instantly sprinkled into the void. In less than a minute, as the swift worms continued to circle at an extremely fast speed, there were already more than 10 frightening wounds all over the body of the giant lion with mixed fur. A small half of its body was dyed red by its own blood. During this process, it was not that the lion overlord did not counterattack. It raised its claws and slapped fiercely, or it turned around and angrily devoured. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. It was not that it was not strong enough, but its strategic direction was wrong from the beginning. No matter how powerful it was, facing a mosquito that was so fast that even its eyes were dazzled, it was simply useless. What was the use of not being able to capture it? Facing all of this, many experts on the side of the Second Universe's allied forces were so shocked that their expressions had changed. Some of them finally came back to their senses and cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, what kind of speed is this? It's too fast. Who is this guy? He used the ultimate secret technique of the Heavenly Legacy race." What he transformed into was not a mechanical blade, but an alloy swift insect. He is Yi Luo, recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race, second only to young patriarch Di Xiaofeng. No wonder he is so powerful. His attack methods are too old. His entire body is covered with layers of blades condensed from superdense starship alloys. There is no need for any fancy attack methods. He can just crash into it. Whoever gets hit will die. It's simply heaven-defying. The Lion Overlord was too careless, and we also misunderstood the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability, believing that they could only transform into mechanical puppets. Actually, during the battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu had already warned us. Don't forget that young Master Linghu transformed into a mechanical bug. We should have realized then that this mechanical transformation ability was ever-changing. It's really depressing. Lion Overlord's 10,000 Shanghai Blood Lion true form is perfectly countered. Not only is his opponent small, his speed is also fast. Lion Overlord's powerful strength is completely useless. His huge body has become a target. As these words spread, the dozens of young prodigies in front of the huge fleet in the First Universe finally came back to their senses. After this group of people flew out from their respective races, they all showed their bloodline true bodies at the first moment. They turned into giant beasts that were thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and lined up in front of the coalition army of the various races in the Second Universe. At first glance, they were really imposing and eye-catching. But at this moment, when they saw the Lion Overlord being so miserably abused, they saw that he had a powerful bloodline power, but he was facing a large mosquito with extreme speed. He had no power to use his martial arts at all. It was simply fighting to the point of wanting to die. As their expressions changed, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe who had revealed their bloodline true bodies seemed to have been enlightened. Although they didn't leave the state of their bloodline true bodies, they had already shrunk their bodies. They were originally 10,000 feet tall, which was 3,000 meters tall, but now they shrank to about 1,000 meters. In this way, in the face of a 5,000-meter-long swift insect, no matter how fast the opponent was, they had nothing to fear. After all, the target was too small. The comparison of the size advantage had been reversed, and the head had turned. Lion Overlord, you retreat first. Your condition is not good, and you need to adjust. I will help you deal with this big insect full of sharp blades. After shrinking his body, the young prodigy of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Flood Dragon Overlord, was full of confidence. As he roared, his body had already rushed out and rushed toward the battlefield in the void in front of him. As he stretched out his claws, he threw a punch. Then, an energy blood flood dragon of the same size roared out and instantly arrived in front of the swift insect. Flood Dragon Overlord had obviously learned to be smart. This swift insect's entire body was made of high-density superstar alloy, and they were all in the form of incomparably sharp blades. Layers of them covered his entire body. This was impossible to fight in close combat. Even if he threw a punch, in the end, only his own iron fist would bleed. Facing this kind of enemy, he had to avoid close combat and could only attack from a distance. The Blood Flood Dragon clan's Blood Flood Dragon demonic Blood Flood Dragon fist happened to have this kind of attack form. When he threw a punch, only a giant energy Blood Flood Dragon roared out and blocked the opponent from a distance. Even if he did not hit the opponent, he would be unharmed. Facing Flood Dragon Overlord, the small size advantage of the swift insect had disappeared. It was 5,000 meters long, but Flood Dragon Overlord had condensed his bloodline true body to the size of 1,000 meters. Although the swift insect speed advantage was still there, Flood Dragon Overlord's speed was not slow either. As the energy blood Flood Dragon of demonic blood Flood Dragon fist punched out, more than a dozen energy blood Flood Dragons circled the void battlefield in the blink of an eye, restricting the swift insect's space of movement. The scales of the battle had already tilted to the other side. And Lion Overlord, who was already covered in wounds, took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He retreated and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, among the dozens of Second Universe's younger generation geniuses behind him, another figure rushed out. It was the young Rock Overlord from the Green Rock clan. Like Flood Dragon Overlord and Lion Overlord, he was ranked second among the younger generation of the clan, so he was named Overlord. At this time, Rock Overlord also showed his might. His 1,000-meter-long bloodline true body, the red-eyed Green Rock, flapped its wings crazily, and the void trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, countless feather-shaped arrows appeared in the void of the universe. They were like green goose feathers, snow fluttering, covering the sky, and the sun, covering a part of the sky. It was one of the innate divine abilities of the Green Sky Rock bloodline. Demonic rock seals the sky, one of the killing methods. Moreover, it directly displayed the killing power of this innate divine ability. The azure-feathered arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth instantly moved, whistling endlessly. Other than the Flood Dragon Overlord, who the Rock Overlord had specially taken care of, all the other existences in this sealed world would be listed as targets of attack. Chapter 3554. Puff puff puff, boom. In the void, as the Tyrant Dragon King and the Tyrant Rock King rushed into the battlefield at the same time and replaced the seriously injured Lion Overlord, the battle situation that was originally in Yi Luo's favor was instantly reversed. After the scene of Yi Luo attacking the Lion Overlord, the two of them had a comprehensive understanding of the advantages of the swift worm. At this moment, they didn't approach it at all and didn't fight it at all. Instead, they directly launched a long-range attack from the distant void. The Tyrant Dragon King punched out one punch after another. Each time, an energy blood dragon would appear in the sky, and it wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time. Instead, it seemed to have spirituality, circling in the void. More than a dozen 1,000-meter-long energy blood dragons covered a corner of the void, restricting the swift worm's range of activity. At the same time, the Tyrant Rock's Demon Rock Heaven-sealing bloodline ability stirred up a dense rain of energy feathers as it flapped its wings, covering the sky and earth as it fell on the swift worm. Muffled sounds rang out, followed by thunderous booms. In an instant, the swift insect was bombarded repeatedly. Although its entire body was made of high-density starry sky alloy, it still could not resist. Just the shock waves from this kind of energy bombardment had already made Yi Luo dizzy. In the dense chaos, one could clearly hear one or two muffled groans from time to time. It was the reaction of him being at a disadvantage but holding back his words. He had completely fallen into an embarrassing situation. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was also angry. How shameless! Not only did they take turns to fight, but they also ganged up on him. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Wild Star Fortress. Of course, it appeared in the form of the Devil Battle Fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Because his treasure maple was left in Tianji City, he could only appear in this form now. The Life Fortress, which had already grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters, was hard. It was restricted to appear in the state of 50,000 meters in diameter. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian stepped into the Devil Battle Fortress. His angry roar resounded through the void. "You two little bastards, just you wait. This commander will fight the two of you alone. Second brother, come back. Rumble. Kachacha," as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. The commander of the demon royal guards, Xianxia, who was originally standing behind him, immediately retreated to the back to prevent himself from being attacked. Without Lord Sha by his side, he always lacked a sense of security. With a loud roar, the sound of machinery grinding, the Devil Battle Fortress, which was completely black and 50,000 meters in diameter, began to change shape. In everyone's eyes, this was the Devil Battle Fortress's Battle Fortress Vanguard Fleet's commander, but in fact, Ye's original body's body was in the inner cabin of the Devil Battle Fortress. But in fact, it was In's body. His was the Battle Fortress. A human mecha battle. That's right, it was a humanoid mecha. This time, Yi Xian chose to transform into a humanoid alloy war god. However, the transformation wasn't complete yet, and the mighty image of the alloy war god was quickly appearing. Although Yi Luo was indignant, he was once again called Second Brother. After this battle, the name of the second commander of the Tianji clan would spread throughout the 3 dimensions. But now, he was in a disadvantageous position. He was facing the joint forces of the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King from the 2 strongest clans in the second universe. Moreover, the other party had seen through his advantage and launched a targeted attack. He couldn't turn the situation around in a short time. If the battle dragged on, serious injuries were inevitable. Under such circumstances, no matter how angry Yi Luo was, he could only retreat. Seeing this, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King were immediately invigorated. A minute ago, the deputy commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was still attacking the Lion Overlord Rock Dragon King, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced to retreat. What could be more exciting than this? However, the guy named Sha Baofeng didn't know what was good for him. He called the 2 overlords of the Blood Flood Dragon Tribe and the Cyan Rock Tribe 2 little bastards. This was definitely intentional. The Overlord Flood Dragon Tribe and the Overlord Rock Tribe were furious. Enraged, the 1,000-meter-tall 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock immediately let out earth-shattering roars. They roared in human language, and their arrogance was unparalleled. "You're Rock Dragon King, right? How dare you call yourself one of the 5 peerless monsters in the world? Bah, did you forget the battle where young Master Linghu beat you to a pulp? You're really shameless. Even if you want to be famous, you don't have to be like this, right? Come. Young Master Linghu beat you into a pig's head back then. Today, Lord Dragon King can do the same." Roar. Screech. In the end, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King each let out an earth-shattering roar and a long roar. Their figures soared into the air and rushed toward the demon battle cry in the void. In that battle, this commander was indeed defeated, but it was worth it. Because the harvest was great, it was no different from a fire phoenix undergoing nirvana. How can you 2 little bastards have this kind of talent and temperament that can grow terrifyingly in adversity? You actually dare to compare yourself to young Master Linghu? You really don't know how big your face is. In this commander's opinion, you don't even have the qualifications to carry young Master Linghu's shoes. Today, you are destined to kill this commander in this void. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded out from within the devil battle horn that was undergoing mechanical changes. Not only did he say that he wanted to kill the Flood Dragon Overlord and the Rock Overlord, but even his tone was incomparably relaxed and indifferent. It was as if he was mentioning a trivial matter, making him seem very confident. He believed it incomparably. Almost in the next instant, the demon battle cry's mechanical changes were finally completed. This time, Yi Xian did not shrink his size. At this moment, what appeared in the void was a giant alloy war god that was 50,000 meters tall. The giant shield in his left hand was incomparably thick. At a glance, one could tell that it had an incomparably terrifying defensive power. Just a glance could bring a reliable sense of security to people's hearts. The spear in his right hand was more than 100,000 meters long, 3 times the height of the alloy war god. At this moment, it was held in the middle of the spear with one hand. At the first moment, it was raised high above its shoulder. Then, as the alloy war god's broad shoulders turned and its waist twisted, the huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long was instantly ruthlessly thrown. It was thrown out. Whoosh! Chi-la-la, a sharp sound of breaking through the air that caused one's eardrums to tremble violently rang out. A black arrow that was many times faster than lightning shot out from the void. There was actually an incomparably clear sound of tearing silk. The void seemed to have been split into 2. Chapter 35:55. Oh my god, what the hell is this? The rock overlord, who had just charged forward with him, was completely blasted into a bloody mist in less than half a breath of time. And that terrifying giant spear, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was only a small part of the tip of the spear that touched his bloodline true body. It was obvious that the spear still had power left, and its power was far greater than that. The overlord flood dragon trembled in fear, and his 1,000-meter-long 9-headed blood dragon body instantly came to a halt in the void. Then, as he screamed, the 9-headed blood dragon turned around and fled. In just half a second, he was so scared that even his gallbladder cracked. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The alloy spear that Yi Xian threw out was not an ordinary starship alloy. Instead, it was condensed from the countless molecules of the self-derived world worms. It was no exaggeration to say that this battle spear was actually alive. Of course, even if he could do it, Yi Xian could not make the battle spear move as flexibly as the magic treasures of human cultivators, such as suddenly changing directions in the void and attacking another target. That was inconsistent with the technological system of the Tianji race, and it would attract a lot of suspicion. Even if he wanted to use this kind of transformation, he could only reveal it when he encountered a powerful enemy in private. At most, he could just kill the enemy to silence them. At this moment, even if the battle spear was thrown out by the alloy battle god, Yi Xian could not let it continue to exist. Just like in the battle with Yi Luo in the Machinery Grand Tournament, the thrown battle spear would definitely explode in the end. Otherwise, once someone found it and studied it, they might be able to find out the problem with the material of this battle spear. That would cause a lot of trouble for Yi Xian. It should be known that this kind of explosion was not just self-destruction in the ordinary sense. It was the self-derived molecules of the countless world worms that condensed into this alloy spear exploding at the same time from the microscopic level. Boom! Just as the tyrant dragon king screamed and turned around, fleeing in a sorry state without the slightest hesitation, the huge battle spear that had crushed the tyrant rock king into a rain of blood completely exploded. A deafening boom shook the heavens and earth, and an invisible energy shockwave instantly swept out, covering a large area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Tyrant Dragon King, who hadn't had time to escape, happened to be in this area, and was destined to be affected by the shockwave. A whoa! A mournful howl similar to the lion overlord's was heard. Then, a majestic rain of blood fell from the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the Jiao overlord did not die. At the most critical moment, the 9-headed blood Jiao's bloodline true body rapidly recovered and was activated to the extreme. His body rapidly expanded, and in the end, the first half of the rapidly expanding 9-headed blood Jiao's body finally exceeded the area where the energy of the explosion was wreaking havoc. Only the second half of his body was affected and blown up. Before the mournful howl fell, the Jiao overlord, who only had half of his body left, turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed into the camp of dozens of bloodline true bodies formed by the young geniuses of the various races in the second universe. He directly fled to the back, not showing his head even if he was beaten to death. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just a few breaths. For the powerhouses of the two camps facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, they had just seen the Jiao Overlord and the Rock Overlord roar and rush toward the demon battle horn, which was undergoing mechanical transformation. In the next moment, the demon battle horn, which had completed its mechanical transformation, raised its hand and threw out a spear. In less than half a breath, it dealt with the Rock Overlord. Then, the huge spear exploded, and the Jiao Overlord instantly destroyed half of his bloodline true body. Dragging his seriously injured body, he plunged into the crowd and disappeared completely. It was not until this moment that the exclamation suddenly sounded in the void. Regardless of camp, except for the fleets of the slave races in the first universe, even the powerhouses of the various races in the second universe on the opposite side subconsciously screamed. Oh my God, what happened? The Rock Overlord is gone. Half of the Jiao Overlord is gone. Is this a dream? He's too powerful. Is this still the Sha Baofeng who was tortured by young Master Ling Hu? It's as if he has been reborn and completely changed. I didn't expect that battle to bring him such a terrifying advancement. Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability transformed into a mechanical blade mantis. Was it because he was inspired by that battle? This time, he transformed into a humanoid alloy war god. The speed of the spear throw is so terrifying. Moreover, there is a follow-up self-explosion change. This is simply unbreakable. With the speed of this spear, even if he can avoid it, it will definitely shoot to his side. At that time, before he can react, it will suddenly explode. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. No wonder the Tianji clan dared to boast that they had a peerless genius who could match up to Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, young Master Ling Hu, and young Master Netherworld. Now, it seems that they were right. That's right. Not long ago, he was tortured like a dead dog by young Master Ling Hu. In a short time, he was reborn like a phoenix. Whether it is cultivation or talent, the extent of his advancement is so terrifying. This kind of temperament and talent that becomes more courageous in the face of adversity is indeed terrifying. He can be considered a peerless monster of the younger generation. After this battle, the fact that there are 5 peerless monsters of the younger generation in the 3 universes has finally been confirmed. As these exclamations sounded, the alloy war god took a step forward and directly crossed hundreds of miles of the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the huge group of ferocious beasts manifested by the dozens of queens of the second universe's various races in front of the enemy camp, which had already become a mess. His aura looked down on the world as he laughed loudly and said, I said before that I would fight all of you alone. Now, I will destroy one, cripple one, and the rest, come at me together. I will teach you how to be human one by one. Bah, wrong, you are not human at all. Pooh. Pooh, pu. As soon as he said that, strange muffled sounds came from the flagships of the Second Universe Coalition Army. Clearly, some of the old monsters could not hold it in anymore. They were so angry that they coughed up blood. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the crushing defeat and death of the 3 overlords one after another, or angered by Yi Xian's harsh words. This scene fell into the eyes of the many experts of the human clan and the Federation's 2 major observation groups in the void far behind the second universe's huge fleet. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Amongst them, 2 figures instinctively exchanged glances with each other, and then they muttered softly while revealing a wisp of dense bewilderment and suspicion. Chapter 3556. Currently, only the Tianji clan and its many servant clans, as well as the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, had gathered their forces on the battlefield at the edge of the First Universe in this planar space war. However, it was impossible for the human clan of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation to stay out of this war. It could be said that although this war was a confrontation between the First Universe and the Second Universe, the final result of this war would have an impact on the overall situation of the 3 universes. Once the Tianji clan, the overlord of the First Universe, led its many servant clans to victory, then besides the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, the Third Universe, where the human clan was located, would also be affected. The entire Wanluo Federation would fall into an awkward state of imminent danger, and it might even completely collapse because of this war. Therefore, although the various clans of the Second Universe had already announced in advance that this war was a personal grudge between the various clans of the Second Universe and the First Universe, and had nothing to do with the Federation or the human clan, the two human clans and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation were still facing a formidable enemy. Not only had they gathered a certain amount of troops in the Third Universe, but they were also waiting for the moment when the situation here was not good and the allied forces of the various clans of the Second Universe could not hold on. They would be able to rush over to save the situation and save the situation. Even the two human clans and the headquarters of the Federation of the Three Universes had each sent an observation team composed of several high-level officials. Of course, these three observation teams from the Third Universe, in addition to closely monitoring the progress of the war at the front of the battlefield, obviously had another mission, and that was to investigate the real reason why the various clans of the Second Universe suddenly went crazy and wanted to start a full-scale war with the First Universe. At this moment, the observation teams sent by the three universes were in the void far away from the battlefield, looking at the armies of the two clans that were confronting each other from afar. The observation team sent by the three universes only had one 10,000-meter-tall fortress. After all, they were here to gather information and observe the situation of the war, not to participate in the war, so there was no need to make a big fuss. It was more convenient for them to hide in the dark and carry out their operations. However, at this time, all three of these 10,000-meter-tall fortresses had activated their concealment arrays and were closely monitoring the situation in the void far away. All of them were high-level leaders of the three universes. After all, the matter this time was too big. It concerned the future of the three major planes. Even the big shots couldn't sit still and personally came. Within the 10,000-meter large fortress that represented the Wanluo Federation, overseeing it was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Hui. His deputy, the first deputy, Hong Do Liefeng, also came along. Representing the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction was the elder of the residents, Long Ziwen, and some of the higher-ups of the royal family, including the second prince, Long Shao, also known as Long Shuming. The latter was the name he had used during the royal family's ultimate trial. Other than that, Long Tianba, who had always supported Long Shao, was also present. Among them were a few of the three great empires' upper echelons and their guards. As for the human cultivator camp, it was a deputy palace master of the Diju Palace, named Gong Xingtian. The last disciple of the palace master of the Diju Palace, Gong Wuxin, was also in the entourage. In addition, there were some powerful cultivators from small sections. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, the Heavenly War Empire's upper echelon was Jean Tuesday. In addition, his old friend, the eyebrowless ancestor, also came. The two figures who had whispered suspiciously earlier were the two of them. Moreover, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru were now in old ghost Zhang Tu's storage bag. That day, after the Netherworld young master had caused a ruckus in the Second Universe and mysteriously disappeared, the two old fellows had set their eyes on the purplish warbler three women. Although the three women had left with the powerhouses of the clan, Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor were two supreme beings of the universe in the 15th Great Realm after all. There was no reason for them not to get a little girl who had not even reached the Grotto Heaven realm. The three girls were all troublesome people. After returning to the clan, they all sneaked out and were captured by Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were lurking in the dark. Then, they were imprisoned together and put into a special storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, which was controlled by old ghost John Tuesday. After the two old fellows captured the three women, they originally wanted to find a secluded place to search the souls of the three women, and then hand them over to the eyebrowless old ghost to play with. They had basically figured out the fact that the Netherworld young master was the Linghu young master, but they didn't know anything else. They wanted to get more secret information from the three women so that they could target them. However, at this time, there happened to be news that the Federation of the Second Universe would start a planar starry sky war with the Tianji clan. The Immortal Dynasty also ordered the three empires under its rule to send a supreme being of the universe to follow the observation team for orders. There were only two supreme beings of the universe in the Heavenly War Empire. Jianghu had no choice but to temporarily put the soul search matter aside and rush to the immortal star with the eyebrowless ancestor. Then, they followed the royal family's Long Ziwen to the second universe. The above was the reason why these two old fellows appeared in the second universe. At this moment, the two old fellows suddenly became suspicious. Their eyes met again, and they started to communicate with each other through divine sense. They secretly talked. "Old Ghost John, in your opinion, how confident are we?" "I'm not sure. The style is indeed too familiar, but that's the Tianji clan. How can the electronic consciousness be fake? Moreover, this Sha Baofeng is the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet. How can the Tianji clan's leader, De, not lock him up? If this guy is really the Netherworld young master, how can he hide from him? But don't forget about Prince Xian. Isn't that guy also a human?" In the end, he came to the first universe and wandered around, and even the entire demon race was deceived. In the blink of an eye, he had become the genius holy son of a large demon race tribe. Since he could do it, why couldn't young Master Linghu do it? To be honest, the Linghu young master's methods are more mysterious than Prince Xian's. Hey, now that you mention it, it's really possible. Why do I have a feeling of fear? Thinking back, it seemed that Prince Xian had indeed disappeared for a period of time. It was only after that other monstrous geniuses appeared one after another. They all had similar styles and were more shameless. Now that you mention him, I'm surprised. Now that you mention him, I have a bold guess. Prince Xian was able to create the mental power of the demon race, so he should be able to create the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. In that case, if this Sha Baofeng is the Linghu young master and the Netherworld young master, then he's more likely to be Prince Xian. Chapter 3557. Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young master Linghu, young master Yosuan, and Baofeng Sha. He was actually the same person. After a secret discussion, Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows inadvertently discovered this shocking secret that was very likely to be the truth. Immediately, they looked at each other in horror, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. If this guess and inference were true, then this guy was more than just a peerless monster. He was simply... well, it was impossible to describe. It was too shocking. A single person had stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes. Prince Xian and Baofeng Sha had caused chaos in the first universe one after another, or perhaps all eyes were on them. Young Master Linghu and the invincible war god had even stirred up the two major camps of the entire human race in the third universe. Young Master Yuming was also abnormal. In the second universe, he had toyed with more than half of the experts of the top forces of the three universes in the three universes. Not only were the Almighties fooled, but the entire Demon clan was also destroyed by him. Now, there was still an old monster, a Star Lord, roaring all over the world like a mad dog. Like thunder, he swore to find him and let him bleed to vent his anger. Everything, one by one, flashed through the minds of Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows, like a movie rewinding. Gradually, the backs of the two old guys were full of cold sweat. What kind of freak was this? What kind of astounding freak was this? For the first time, their confidence in secretly scheming against the other party began to waver. Could they really successfully capture such an existence that stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes? Even though the two of them were almighties of the universe, at this moment, Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows suddenly felt a little timid about this. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows soon burst out with a burning light, but they concealed it very well. However, the hearts of the two old fellows started to thump. Previously, when they realized that young Master Yuming should be young Master Linghu, they were already very excited. This was because young Master Linghu alone had shown all kinds of benefits that were already very tempting. As for the Netherworld young master, there were also many benefits. Just the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld claw, and the primordial treasure, the smoke net, were enough to make the two old fellows drool. But now, when they realized that the person they were scheming against not only had the first two identities, but also the other three identities that were not weak at all. Each of them represented great fortune and benefits, so naturally, their excitement was instantly magnified. Furthermore, other than the benefits of the 5 identities of Prince Xian and the others that had already been revealed, the two old men were even more certain that the other party definitely had an even more shocking secret treasure, or secret technique on him. Otherwise, how could he have stirred up such a huge commotion and stirred up a storm in the 3 planes of the universe? Thinking about it carefully, if they were to arrange it according to the time, they should be able to discover that in less than a year, from the time of Prince Xian to the current appearance of Sha Baofeng, the cultivation realm of this young junior that they were plotting against had soared by several levels like a rocket. Level. It wasn't something that could be achieved by having a lot of cultivation resources, powerful techniques, or techniques. No matter how abundant the cultivation resources were, it would take time to collect them and refine them. No matter how many resources one had, it would be useless if they couldn't be transformed into one's own strength. It was obvious that the young man had some kind of unbelievable secret technique that could quickly improve his level. They didn't know about the absorption system, so they could only describe it as unbelievable. All in all, the young man had a great fortune. He would definitely soar to the sky once he got it. Reaching the Star Lord state was the greatest dream for any universe expert. Many of them were stuck at that level for the rest of their lives. No matter how long their lifespan was, it was inevitable that they would reach their limit. If they could get the young man's secret technique, both Jianghu and the old man were absolutely certain that they would be able to become Star Lords. It wouldn't take long either. Also, it wouldn't be as simple as becoming a Star Lord. It wouldn't be a dream to surpass the Star Lord state. Thinking of this, old ghost Jianghu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect exchanged glances again. Both of them could see an extremely strong desire in each other's eyes. Crazy desire. They talked to each other telepathically again. It's just a guess, but it's basically the truth if I'm not mistaken. We didn't come here in vain this time. We've gained a lot. In any case, we've discovered a shocking secret. It seems that we need to change our strategy. This guy isn't easy to deal with. We can't be hasty, or we might fail miserably. Don't forget that he's tricked a lot of universe experts, including Star Lords. That's right. Let's put all our other strategies on hold for now. What we need to do now is to observe in secret and think of countermeasures. Either we don't have an opportunity, or we'll destroy him once it does. Ha ha ha. At the same time, on the other side of the 3 observation groups, inside the 10,000-meter tall fortress that belonged to the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, Long Huai, the chief of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, was frowning and gazing at the holographic screen in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the humanoid alloy god that had been transformed by mechanical transformations on Wild Star. He mumbled to himself worriedly, since when did the Heavenly Legacy clan's mechanical fusion ability become so strong? According to our information, wasn't this so-called ultimate secret skill of the Tianji clan created by DE not long ago? It shouldn't be so mature right now. This is because even the younger generation of the Celestials' legacy race has reached such a high level of comprehension in this domain. First, there was Yi Luo's rapid bugs, and now there's Sha Baofeng's humanoid alloy god. What happened to the Heavenly Legacy clan? Did young geniuses suddenly appear like a geyser? It's really worrying. Long Hui shook his head and sighed. He then turned to look at the deputy chief of the Overwatch Council, Hongdou Laifeng, and ordered in a deep voice, "Think of a way to send the news to Tianji City. Let the few spies we've planted there stop their other work and investigate this matter clearly first. Hand in a report. We'll talk about it after the investigation report comes in." Chapter 3558. In the same area, inside the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the human race's cultivator camp, Vice Palace Master Gong Xingtian of the Earth Extinction Palace also gave orders to the experts behind him. His meaning was basically the same, to investigate Yi Luo and Xiao Baofeng with all their might. These two heavenly geniuses of the Tianji clan had displayed extraordinary talent. Their mechanical and electronic talents were too shocking, and they could become a real threat in the future. All of this was just an interlude. While the undercurrent was surging in the three observation fortresses from the third universe, in the central area of the starry sky, confrontation between the two camps in front of them, as Overlord Zhao, who had half of his bloodline true body blown up, fled in panic, the situation of the battle changed again in an instant. Pooh! Oh whoa! A dull sound rang out, followed by an incomparably mournful howl. After the previous giant spear was thrown, the alloy battle god flipped his wrist and extended another spear from his palm. This spear was more than 100,000 meters long. He strode forward and swung it in the opposite direction, directly cutting off one of the heavenly geniuses. The heavenly geniuses of the second universe with the bloodline of the heavenly geniuses of the flying heaven-winged tiger were cut open, and their intestines were dragged out for thousands of meters in the void. The scene was so terrifying that it shocked countless experts of both camps. The alloy battle god's attack succeeded once again. His figure flickered slightly as he chased after the second target. At the same time, Yi Xian's hearty laughter and disdainful mockery rang out one after another. Are these the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation? No matter how I look at them, they're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Using the word nest to describe them is too apparent. It's even a bit of an insult to this word. The previous three overlords at least dared to fight, but I didn't expect the nest behind them to be so weak. When they saw me, they were like little girls who were about to be raped. They turned around and ran away, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. This is so disappointing. In my opinion, if the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation are like this, then they should just not come out and make a fool of themselves. I'll let you go back and find your mother to drink milk. What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, phew. Oh whoa, with a hearty laugh, the alloy war god flicked the spear in its right hand again, piercing through the tail of a mixed-blood WIRM and nailing it to the void. Then, as he let out a miserable howl, the alloy war god shook the giant spear in its right hand as if it was disgusted. The mixed-blood flood dragon with a hole in its tail was instantly flung to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. How disgusting. Little Loach, you're learning how to howl like a wolf. Does your mother know that you're so afraid of death? His words were too cruel. It was as if he was looking down on the Second Universe Federation, but that was the truth. The elites of the Second Universe's allied forces were furious. They were all gnashing their teeth and clenching their fists, but no one dared to say anything. The feeling of being insulted by a single person in an entire universe was too sullen. Many of the elites from the Second Universe were so angry that they were about to explode. Finally, some of the elders of the various races who were sitting in the flagship of the various fleets could no longer sit still. Although they resisted the urge to fight the alloy war god personally, because that would only make them more laughingstocks and bully the weak, they still shouted angrily. All juniors of the various races, if you retreat again, you will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of young prodigies of various races who had followed the three overlords out of the array immediately howled. The meaning of the elder who spoke was very clear. Since they wanted to fight and had already gone out, there was no reason to turn back. It didn't matter if they couldn't win, but even if they had to crawl, they had to finish this battle. For the sake of the dignity of the various races of the second universe, this elder gritted his teeth and put in a lot of effort. The elders sitting in the flagship of the other races didn't say anything. Obviously, they all had the same intention. Of course, even a fool knew that it was impossible for them to really leave these dozens of young prodigies of various races behind. After all, those who could stand out in the previous situation and fight together with the three overlords were definitely not ordinary people in their respective races. The elders sitting in the flagship of the various races said such words. Other than deliberately maintaining their reputation, what they needed to do was actually just pretend. As the battle unfolded, if dozens of people joined forces and fought together, they could really suppress the alloy war god. Naturally, it would be good. If they were still not a match for the alloy war god and suffered heavy casualties, then it would be impossible for them to win. These old fellows would definitely have other backup plans. It was impossible for them to really watch all of them die on the spot. Regarding this, the dozens of young prodigies of the various races of the second universe, who had already revealed their bloodline true bodies, quickly understood after a few moments of panic. Then, they stopped and exchanged glances with each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and no longer retreated. At the same time, they roared and turned around to attack. The Golden War God charged forward. Roar! Roar! Screech, angry, or even sorrowful, roars and howls resounded through the void. Dozens of space beasts, all of which were about 10,000 feet in size, turned around at the same time, covering a large area of the void, and roared as they rushed toward the alloy war god. This scene was too shocking. Compared to the previous battle between the alloy war god, the Overlord Flood Dragon, and the Overlord Rock, its power had increased by countless times. After all, these were dozens of space beasts that were 10,000 feet in size. Basically, all the races of the Second Universe Federation had powerful primordial creatures flowing in their bodies. Once the bloodline true body was activated, it was really not much different from the ferocious beasts in the starry sky. Dozens of ferocious beasts rushed toward a 50,000-meter-tall alloy war god. This scene was like a mechanical expert moving through the void and hunting in the galaxy. It gave people an almost dreamy sense of déjà vu. Little girls of the second universe, aren't you running away? Did the crying come back? Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll teach you how to be a person today. I'll show you what it means to be invincible under the starry sky. In this battle, Yi Xian didn't care about which side would win. He was only the commander of the vanguard fleet of the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan. What he cared about was how many eyeballs he could attract in this battle. When he returned to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, he would return to the Tianji clan. Only after reaching the Tianji city could he successfully become the young patriarch of the clan and then have greater authority. In order to rescue the dozen or so generations of imperial uncles of the demon race, it would be more convenient. As the commander of the vanguard fleet, if he wanted to establish battle achievements, he could buy time before the main reinforcements from the rear arrived. Chapter 3559. As the alloy war god leapt up and took a large stride forward, two high-frequency humming noises rang out from its gigantic hands. Immediately after that, the huge shield in its left hand and the terrifying spear in its right hand began to change forms at the same time. Previously, they were in the alloy form, but now they were in the second form, turning into the black antimatter Death Light Shield and Death Light Spear. In any case, this ability had already been exposed in the previous Grand Mechanical competition, so there was no need for Yi Xian to keep it to himself. Yi Xian could completely use them to create even more shocking results for himself in this battle. That's right. Just as he decided to activate the second energy form of the shield and spear in his hands, Yi Xian had already secretly made a judgment in advance for the dozens of young prodigies of the second universe who had manifested their bloodline true bodies. These guys, if they did not die, they would be injured. None of them could escape, and they would become stepping stones for him to establish his shocking battle achievements. Yi Xian was not stupid. On the contrary, his thoughts were quite sharp and flexible. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to quietly create such a shocking scene in the three universes in just 2 years or so after entering the starry sky environment. Just now, when the clan elder in charge of a certain race's flagship in the second universe said those words to support his reputation, he had roughly guessed what the other party was planning. There was no doubt that these dozens of young prodigies from the various races of the second universe would not really give up. The reason why the clan elder did so was partly to support his reputation, and partly because he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to try. Of course, it would be better if they swarmed and suppressed Yi Xian. All the problems would be solved, and their reputation would be completely restored. If not, after Yi Xian seriously injured and killed a few of them, the insidious old monsters in the opposite camp would definitely make other moves. Moreover, Yi Xian basically knew what the follow-up measures they might take would be. Therefore, he had to kill these 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts at lightning speed. At the very least, he had to severely injure them in order to establish his own victory. At the same time, Yi Xian quietly gave orders to the vanguard commanders of the servant race behind him. It was the order to prepare for battle. Buzz! A high-frequency rumble rang out as the alloy war god took a large stride forward, traversing hundreds of miles of space to appear directly in front of the 30-odd roaring dire beasts. Then, with a shake of its right hand, a black radiance tore through the air as the tip of a gigantic energy spear over 100,000 meters long pierced towards a dire beast. The head of the golden iron-horned rhinoceros. Moo! Is there something wrong with your IQ? Don't you know that the skull and horns of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros are one of the hardest biological materials in space? Even the alloy of the big fortress can't compare to it, and you want to pierce it with a spear. What a joke. The 2,000-meter-tall fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros let out a roar, its words full of ridicule. Even the other bloodline ferocious beasts in the surroundings let out soft mockery. Clearly, they all supported the words of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, believing that the power of Yi Xian's spear was not enough to penetrate the skull, which was said to be harder than the turtle shell on the back of the abyss turtle. In the next moment, another muffled sound rang out. The spear and the alloy war god's hand pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros without any suspense. The sharp tip of the spear drilled out of its lower jaw and directly pierced through its brain. Without a doubt, the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros was instantly killed. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it was completely dead. I don't know how the rhinoceros meat tastes, but the cartilage of this skull is like tofu. It pierced through with one stab, and I didn't even use any force. At least the meat should be quite soft. After the spear pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian's light voice immediately rang out from within the alloy war god's body as if he had just done something insignificant. Well, if that's the case, just put it away. It has some tasting value, but if it doesn't taste right, just throw it away. Just feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, the alloy war god gently raised its right arm and easily pulled out the pitch-black spear. Then, with a flash of dark light, the huge corpse of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros completely disappeared, directly absorbed into the Shanong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. This scene was too horrifying and unexpected. From the huge fleets of both camps watching the battle from afar, there were a lot of gasps at the same time. And the other 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts that had just formed a siege around the alloy war god were all stunned in the void in an instant. They only felt a chill all over their bodies, completely scared out of their wits. Isn't this too cruel? piercing through the head of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros so easily with a spear. Is it really made of tofu? What's more, not only did he kill the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, but he even took away its corpse. His mouth was even entangled with whether the rhinoceros meat was soft and delicious. If it wasn't delicious, he would throw it away and feed it to the dogs. If there were no precedents of Linghu young master and Netherworld young master, these words were very likely to be regarded as deliberately pretentious. However, with the precedent of those two unprecedented foodies, the various races of the second universe had long been extremely sensitive and disgusted by this kind of abnormal starry sky gluttony. So at this moment, when Yi Xian's words reached their ears, no one had the slightest doubt about it. In the three 10,000-meter-tall fortresses from the third universe outside the battlefield in the distance, in the starry sky fortress that represented the human race's science and technology camp, Jianghu and the ancestor of the eyebrow subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged glances, understanding each other tacitly. This time, it was definitely Linghu young master and Netherworld young master. As for whether it was the mysterious Prince Xian or not, this still needed to be verified, but there was basically no suspense. Poof! Just as the more than 30 bloodline beasts were shocked by Yi Xian's cruelty and terrifying means, and were stunned for a moment in the void, the former took advantage of this opportunity and once again swung his spear, cutting open the huge body of a bloodline beast without any suspense. This time, there wasn't even a sound. After the poof, a faint light flashed, and the corpse that was cut into two disappeared directly with its flesh and blood. It was taken into the Shannon cauldron in his body. It was not until this time that the other bloodline beasts trembled all over. After trembling, they collectively came back to their senses. Then, horrified screams resounded in this void again. Oh my God, it's too cruel. This is clearly the rhythm of killing all of us. Elder, save me. Chapter 3560. Along with the exclamations, the 30 or so guys finally understood why the skull of the fine gold iron-horn rhinoceros was so fragile. It was so easy for the enemy to penetrate its skull and kill it on the spot. It turned out that this battle spear was actually condensed from antimatter light energy. Just like the energy beam of the death ray cannon fired by a stronghold with a diameter of more than 50,000 meters, it was completely indestructible. Its property determined that all matter, regardless of whether it was in the form of matter or energy, would be destroyed as long as it had contact with it. When they came into contact with each other, they would immediately cancel each other out. There was no exception. This was simply too terrifying, and it was simply unacceptable. In fact, in the Tianji clan's machinery competition held not long ago in the star field near Tianji City, when Yi Xian's antimatter light spear appeared, even the Tianji clan, which was known for its first-rate mechanical and electronic capabilities, was greatly shocked. Not to mention the powerhouses of the various races of the second universe who were not proficient in the field of science and technology. Even in the two camps in the distant void, exclamations could be heard at this moment, and comments were made regarding this point. Some people shouted that star sky black technology had reappeared, and they associated it with young Master Linghu, who had first demonstrated several types of star sky black technology. They said that it was no wonder that Baofeng Xia had advanced so quickly. It must be that young Master Linghu had not been truly exiled, or he had quietly returned safely. Moreover, he had become acquainted with Baofeng Xia through a fight. The two had previously communicated with each other. Only in this way could the fact that Baofeng Xia had become so monstrous after that battle be more acceptable. This was the only way to explain the new star sky black technology that he had displayed today. Although this statement was shocking, it had to be said that it did make some sense. Many people echoed and expressed their agreement. After all, antimatter light energy had always been very difficult to control. Even for a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the antimatter light energy generator inside the ship could only directly blast out the death ray cannon's energy beam after charging. It could not achieve more precise and in-depth control. But for the alloy battle god to be able to completely and stably condense the antimatter light energy into a battle spear and a battle shield, and to hold them in his hand and use them as weapons, this was simply inconceivable. Even the Heaven's Legacy race would need to overcome several technical difficulties in order to achieve this. Isn't this star sky black technology? Yi Xian didn't actually know about this. Although he had some understanding of the current state of technology, he wasn't familiar with the specific levels of technology and the technical difficulties that had been unsolvable. After all, there were too many things at hand, one after another. He had no time to study these useless things. Otherwise, he definitely would not have revealed his antimatter Death Light Spear and Death Light Shield in the Tianji race's machinery grand competition. In fact, what he didn't know was that the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De, and old ghost Wen Xing, were suspicious of him precisely because of this. Of course, the main focus of this suspicion was still on the Bao Feng that he had already handed over. However, as De could not find any problems with the Bao Feng, the spearhead of suspicion was undoubtedly on Yi Xian. Not only De and Wen Xing, but at this moment, even Yi Luo was suspicious of Yi Xian. He was also shocked by the terrifying means displayed by Sha Baofeng before. Later, he thought it through and suspected that it was because his fortress, the Baofeng, had been specially modified. But now, it seemed that things were clearly not so. Sha Baofeng could casually pick a small fortress of the demon race and transform it at will. He could easily create the antimatter Death Light Spear and Death Light Shield, shocking the entire starry sky. This was definitely not the so-called machinery fusion heaven. What he could do involved too many technical difficulties. He's getting more and more mysterious. What did Sha Baofeng experience? Staring blankly at the battlefield in front of him, Yi Luo muttered to himself, but his eyes flickered with suspicion. At the same time, in the void battlefield in front of him, after the alloy battle god swung his spear and killed the second bloodline dire beast, he did not delay any longer and immediately launched the final attack. This was because he knew that with the appearance of the antimatter Death Light Spear and Death Light Shield, there was basically no hope for the more than 30 young elites of the various races of the Second Universe to besiege him. Under such circumstances, the elders of the various races of the Second Universe in the fleet flagships of the rear camp would definitely not continue to allow this kind of meaningless sacrifice to continue. If there were no accidents, the first large-scale battle of this planar-level Starry Sky War was about to begin. At that time, Yi Xian would no longer have the chance to display his invincible demeanor. This was a confrontation between two enormous fleets. Moreover, this kind of battle in the void wouldn't have too high of a requirement for the commander's commanding arts, and there wouldn't be much left for him to be amazed by. There was still room to play. To put it bluntly, it was just you and me attacking each other and injuring each other. It was gorgeous but direct, a bloody hand-to-hand battle. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to gain more military merits and establish a more solid personal reputation in this battle, this was his last chance and time before the first full-scale Starry Sky War began. Puff! A whoosh, with this iron-blooded mentality, under the control of Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, the alloy war god immediately swung the terrifying energy spear that was more than 100,000 meters long. Even the huge antimatter Death Light Shield in his left hand was swung around like a giant round blade. In the blink of an eye, the alloy war god rushed into the midst of the more than 30 bloodline dire beasts. The spear danced and the shield rumbled. It used the simplest and most direct method of attack, either slamming down hard or gently lifting up. What made people feel a chill down their backs was that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as the spear and shield in Yi Xian's hand came into contact with a scale or a corner of the opponent, it would instantly cause a strong killing power, triggering a puff sound and the sound of fabric tearing. As for the mournful howls, they rose and fell one after another. These more than 30 bloodline dire beasts were completely terrified. They gave up on resisting and became desperate soldiers. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to turn around and run, but no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the alloy war god that was more than 50,000 meters tall? Moreover, the alloy war god still had a huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long in his hand. He would often close in with a large stride and then slam down with his shield. If there was still some distance between them, he would lift up the spear in his right hand. With a length of more than 100,000 meters, even if only the tip of the spear touched the opponent, it would still be a problem. Chapter 3561. Inside the Shenong Cauldron, in the depths of the ring-shaped volcano in the central district. The Yinji clan's young patriarch Ji Jinghong, the Barbarian Bull clan's young protagonist Ri Tian, the Golden Eagle clan's young master Jin Haoyan, and the Greedy Wolf clan's young descendant Lang Ganglai, were all locked up in this sealed cage. During this period of time, the great demon young master Linghu had not come for a long time. Ji Jinghong and the others had gone through their initial anger, especially after seeing Yi Xian throw in the Battle Lion clan's young master Sherbafeng's huge lion head for a meal and immediately take it away. Now, they were completely dejected. They had a feeling of accepting their fate. They had long lost the sharp and unyielding spirit they had when they were first caught by Yi Xian. In this space inside the cauldron, all kinds of spiritual energy were abundant. After all, the area around the ring-shaped volcano was planted with all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Although they were not ripe yet, they were basically rare in the outside world. Therefore, the spiritual energy produced was still very abundant. In addition, all the spiritual energy was sealed inside the cauldron and did not leak out. Over time, this place was not inferior to some of the famous cultivation holy lands in the universe. Ji Jinghong and the others had nothing to do during this period of time. In addition to healing their own injuries, they diligently cultivated. At first, they still had the idea of taking advantage of the great demon young master Linghu's absence to break through their cultivation and then think of a way to break out of the cage. Once the great demon young master Linghu's true body came, they would attack together and take the opportunity to escape. However, when the four of them had all broken through a small level not long ago, they still found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move the cage at the bottom of the volcano at all. They couldn't even leave a scratch on the black walls of the cage. The four of them finally lost all hope. This was a precious treasure from the primordial era. Now that it had been refined by young Master Linghu, it had become an object with an owner. With the support of his cultivation base, it was not impossible to break the restrictions of this cage from the inside. However, the four of them estimated that they would need to have at least the cultivation base of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, to do so. How long would they have to wait? Even if young Master Linghu was a corpse outside, he would not give them such a long time to slowly break through one level at a time. Once he came in and found them diligently cultivating, how could he not see through their thoughts? At that time, they would definitely be on guard. In short, this path was unworkable. It was simply unrealistic. As such, the four of them were dejected for a period of time. Just as they were in a dilemma and didn't know what to do next, a huge iron-horned rhinoceros corpse suddenly fell from the crater above. Its entire head was pierced through, from the top of its skull to its chin, leaving a huge round hole. Ji Jinghong and the others were extremely shocked, because they recognized that this was one of the younger generation of the iron-horned rhinoceros clan. His talent was only a level lower than the four of them. In the clan, he was definitely a genius-level figure, and his cultivation was not weak either. Furthermore, the skull of the iron-horned rhinoceros was famous for its toughness. It was even more reliable than the shell of the abyss tortoise. Its hardness was even greater than the super alloy used to construct the main structure of the interstellar fortress. But now, it had been directly pierced through by someone. Looking at the neat and smooth cut, it was clearly like cutting through tofu. Without waiting for the four of them to recover from their shock, another huge bloodline true body fell from the top of the crater. It was also a bloodline true body that was cut in half. It was also a bloodline true body of a clan in the second universe. Then, after a while, the crater of the crater fell one after another like dumplings. They were all elites of the younger generation of the Federation of the Second Universe. Not only did Ji Jinghong and the others recognize some of them, but they even recognized some of their clansmen. Seeing this scene, Ji Jinghong and the others were frightened. They secretly thought that this young Master Linghu was really a great demon. Looking at the clansmen of the nearly 20 unlucky fellows who were thrown in, it was clear that they were directly attacking the Second Universe. A truly valiant life didn't need to be explained. Only he could do this kind of thing. What surprised the four of them was that the nearly 20 unlucky fellows who were also thrown into the Shenong cauldron were all seriously injured except for 4 or 5 corpses or mutilated corpses. They wouldn't die at all. With the abundant spiritual energy in the Shenong cauldron, they would be able to recover soon. Unfortunately, all the newcomers, whether they were alive or dead, were all like the four of them. They were locked in cages that appeared spontaneously along the walls at the bottom of the crater. It was basically hopeless to want to escape. In reality, Ji Jinghong and the other 3 had no hopes of escaping at all. However, after such a long time in GMO, a dozen or so new recruits had finally arrived with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, they were still alive, and more than half of them hadn't fainted. At this moment, they were looking around with incomparable terror. The 4 of them were immediately interested. They all greeted them, looking very excited. There was no other way. They had been locked up for too long. Their original arrogant temperament had long been worn down. Now, their excited appearance was a little suspicious of them going crazy. As the 4 of them took the initiative to stand up, shouted loudly, and called out the names of some of them. The dozen or so guys who weren't dead but were only seriously injured finally saw the existence of Ji Jinghong and the others. Then, they all exclaimed, "Huh! Ji Jinghong! Jiao Ri Tian! Aren't these guys all dead? They were roasted and eaten by young Master Linghu. Heavens, are we going to die like this? But it shouldn't be." Before the world turned upside down, I clearly remember that my injuries were far from being enough to kill me on the spot. Stop dreaming, brother. We saw Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian. How can it be fake? I didn't expect the legendary hell prison to be like this. But it's a little similar. At least it's underground. These words made Ji Jinghong and the others furious. What did it mean? Seeing the 4 of them proved that they were in hell prison. This was clearly cursing them in a roundabout way. No, it wasn't a roundabout way at all. It was too obvious. There was no disguise at all. In anger, the 4 of them immediately cursed. After all, they were the young masters of the top 10 clans. In the circle of the younger generation of the clans in the Second Universe, their status and identity were obviously higher than this group of new recruits. They were fully qualified to be cursed. After some chaos, both sides figured out what had happened, and then they all exclaimed in horror. For a time, the vast plain at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano was completely shrouded in a frenzied aura. What? You didn't die that day. You were just imprisoned by young Master Linghu. This is actually young Master Linghu's King Medicine Cauldron. Sha Baofeng, the 5th great genius of the Tianji clan. How is this possible? How could young Master Linghu's King Medicine Cauldron be with him? You know, this cauldron has long been refined by young Master Linghu. If this cauldron changed owners and fell into Sha Baofeng's hands and was refined again, what would happen to us in the cauldron? Chapter 3562. In the first universe, at the edge of the demon territory, the battlefield where the 2 great universes were fighting in the starry sky. In less than a minute, the alloy battle god had unleashed its might and killed or captured more than 30 young prodigies from various races in the Second Universe. In short, in the blink of an eye, the center of the void where the armies of the 2 factions stood off against each other had become deserted. Apart from the alloy battle god, who was as tall as a mountain and looked like an invincible Vajra. There was no one else. At this time, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of intense panic and chaos he had caused after the nearly 20 unlucky fellows, who were either dead or injured, were thrown into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron by him. He had no time to care about that at all, because Yi Xian knew that the real Starry Sky War was about to come. The powerhouses from both camps, who were facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, had long been stunned by the means of the alloy battle god. Everyone was shocked and could hardly believe the facts in front of them. Previously, Yi Xian had said that he was invincible among his generation under the starry sky. At that time, no one believed this at all, but now it seemed that it was very likely to be the truth. Even if it was a little exaggerated, it was definitely not much. This guy was definitely on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young Master Linghu, and young Master Netherworld. He was known as one of the 5 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Just the battle just now was enough to prove it. Only old Ghost Shan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect sneered and exchanged a look. They muttered to themselves, "What 5 peerless geniuses? He's just one person." In a short period of time, he had suppressed dozens of young geniuses from various races in the Second Universe's allied forces. Some were killed, some were injured, and some were captured alive. This battle record made all the powerhouses of the younger generation of the two camps feel extremely ashamed. The second prince of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Shao, the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, and the other side. Although they were unwilling, they could not muster up any temper. Even Yi Luo, who was already suspicious of Yi Xian, couldn't help but secretly admire him after seeing the results of this battle. Regardless of whether there was a problem with this guy's identity or not, just his appearance as a war god was indeed enough to make people sigh. Meanwhile, Chanas, who had already retreated to his own camp and entered a 10,000-meter-tall castle, was so excited that he jumped up and down as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline. No one was more excited than him. He had accompanied Lord Shah through thick and thin to get to where he was today. The two of them even shared a shocking secret. This was definitely a comrade in arms. Through the battle just now, Lord Shah's foundation had been completely solidified. As long as he returned to Tianji City, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would immediately take up the position and become the young clan leader of the entire Tianji clan. That was the future clan leader position. With his monstrous talent, how could he be like that cowardly young emperor, halfway through? Die Young. If that was the case, then in the future, he would be the favorite of the Tianji clan's patriarch. He would be second only to the Tianji clan's patriarch. Thinking of this, Chanas felt as if he was floating in the air. In stark contrast, the Second Universe's United Army camp formed a sharp contrast 100,000 kilometers away. Almost as soon as Yi Xian put the last unlucky guy who was severely injured into the Shenong cauldron, the crazy roars of the elders in charge of the various races' United Army camp immediately sounded from the flagships of the huge fleets of the Second Universe's United Army camp. Roar! Bao Feng Sha, you shameless brat! How dare you take away the remains of our Battle Death clan members and try to roast them? Do you want to anger everyone? Immediately hand over all the captives, dead or alive. Don't leave a single one behind. Otherwise, we'll start a war immediately. We'll definitely flatten the First Universe and topple the Tianji clan. Roar! The roars and roars were all from the elders of the Qinquan clan, who were in the 15th realm of the 9 races. The 9 Star Lords who were in charge of the 9 races' flagships didn't express their opinions, nor would they say anything. Such a conflict wasn't enough to alarm them. But even so, the anger of more than 10 universe masters was enough to be shocking. As these furious roars rang out, the powerful consciousnesses of more than a dozen universe gods all swept out from their respective fortresses, bombarding the alloy war god's peerless and independent imposing figure at the center of the confrontation between the two factions. They were obviously planning to take advantage of the chaos and kill Yi Xian on the spot. At the very least, they would be able to vent their anger. Not only would they save the dignity of the races of the second universe, but they would also make the huge vanguard fleet of the enemy camp lose their commander and fall into chaos temporarily. Then, in the face of the United Army camp of the second universe's United Army camp, the first battle of the plane-level space war would most likely end with the victory of the invaders of the second universe. It would greatly boost morale, which would have an immeasurable impact on the following battles. That was the ultimate plan of the universe grandmasters of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. As for the lives of the dozens of seniors, although they were concerned about them, they couldn't be too concerned. They would save them if they could, but if they couldn't, they would just let them die. After all, although there were more than 30 of them, if they were divided among the races, each race would only lose one junior at most. It didn't matter at all. Yi Xian had already seen through the old guy's plan. At that moment, when he heard the roars from the enemy camp, which made the void tremble, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately turned around and retreated, turning into a stream of light and rushing to his own camp. At the same time, he also used Sha Baofeng's lightning. Sha Baofeng subconsciousness to all the flagships of the slave races in his camp to immediately launch a full-scale bombardment in unison. In less than an instant, his figure was already far away. The dozen or so Universe Grandmasters' consciousness storms that wanted to leave Yi Xian on the battlefield were all one step too slow, and Yi Xian escaped ahead of time. At the same time, in the camp of the million soldiers of the First Universe, all the battleships, whether it was the 3,000-meter-long stellar level, the 5,000-meter-long, 10,000-meter-long, the 50,000-meter-long, 100,000-meter-long, all the cannons on the battleships opened almost at the same time. All the cannons on the battleships opened with a rumble. Immediately after, before the fleets of the Second Universe's United Army that were 100,000 kilometers away could react, nearly 1,000,000 battleships, fortresses of various sizes launched a round of bombardment. In the starry sky, it was as if fireworks had been set off. The vast galaxy of millions of kilometers was illuminated at this moment. It was incomparably brilliant. Chapter 3563. Boom. Rumble. Boom, almost half of the demonic star system was alarmed, and the rumbling of thunder shook the void. Before the enemy could even react, Yi Xian had already decisively given the order to launch an all-out attack. The entire vanguard fleet, together with the fleet of the servants in the First Universe, gave the order to fire in unison. 1,000 meters of planet level, 3,000 meters of star level, 5,000 meters of small fortresses, and 10,000 meters of large fortresses. In addition, there were more than 350,000 meters of small fortresses, especially the antimatter death ray cannons of the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Each energy beam had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this time, the sky was covered, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the sky was lit up. This was nearly 1,000,000 battleships of various types firing at the same time. The scene was too magnificent. Not only were the powerhouses of the various fleets of the Federation from the First Universe unfamiliar with this scene, but the powerhouses of the slave army from the First Universe were also unfamiliar with this scene. After all, the last time this kind of planar war broke out was tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone was shocked by this scene. For a moment, the fleet of the Federation fleet from the Second Universe didn't have time to react properly. Although the two camps were separated by 100,000 kilometers of space, for the energy beams of the various battleship cannons, this short distance really didn't take much time to cross. The time spent was almost negligible. Therefore, in the opposing camp 100,000 kilometers away, some battleships were damaged or even destroyed in an instant. Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion came from the opposing camp. Some of the battleships bearing the brunt of the attack didn't even have time to put up their energy shields before they were hit by the whistling energy beams. Especially the hundreds of battleships that were hit by the energy beams from the main cannon of the large fortress, they were immediately met with tragic ends. This was the antimatter death ray cannon of the large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The energy beam of the death ray cannon had a diameter of 20,000 meters. If it hit a 10,000-meter large fortress, it would directly vaporize, causing it to disappear in an instant. If a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was hit, it would leave behind a huge hole that took up half of the entire battleship, instantly losing its combat power and exploding on the spot. Even if a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was struck, it would still be severely injured even if it didn't die. A huge roar echoed endlessly. In just a few breaths, among the nearly 1 million ships from the various races of the Second Universe Federation, hundreds of battleships at the front had exploded. The various types of battleships that were more or less damaged and affected their combat strength numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire space had been completely illuminated. The dark space of the universe was as bright as day. There was no smoke, but it was filled with an extremely tragic aura. Immediately afterward, in the flagship of the fleet of the Second Universe Federation, the exasperated roars of the elders of the various races rang out. Very soon, the enemy camp was in chaos. A large number of spaceships were agitated, moving their positions to avoid the energy beams that were still blasting towards them, at the same time doing their best to activate their energy shields. Before this, they had already finished accumulating energy, but it wasn't the spaceship's energy shields, but the spaceship's artillery system. This was because according to the plan of the elders of the various races, once a dozen or so supreme beings roared and took advantage of the chaos to kill the commander of the enemy fleet, Alloy War God. Then, in the next moment, this huge vanguard fleet from the various races of the Second Universe Federation would immediately bombard and launch a salvo, just like the fleet of the servants of the First Universe. Unfortunately, although they were ready, in the end, they still couldn't seize the opportunity. Alloy War God was too sinister. On this side, he was tormenting the younger generation of the various races of the Second Universe, killing and capturing them. On the other side, he had already let the large fleet behind him finish accumulating energy. Without a word, he immediately launched a salvo. The entire fleet launched a salvo. The fleet of the Second Universe's various races of the Alliance fleet, which also had the same plan but didn't decisively attack, was killed. Decisive in killing, vicious in his heart. This guy was simply poisonous. He was too shrewd. A group of elders of the various races of the Second Universe Federation had been schemed against. In a moment of carelessness, they had lost the initiative. In a starry sky battle of this level, the opportunity could be said to be fleeting. It often had an immeasurable impact on the final outcome of the battle. For example, although all the battleships of the various races of the Second Universe Federation had long finished accumulating energy, in the face of the overall salvo of the enemy, the commanders on their side couldn't react within 2 or 3 breaths, so they were completely in a passive position. Even if the old guys finally roared at this time, some of the battleships and fortresses of the various races of the Second Universe also launched a counterattack according to the orders at the first moment. However, this kind of sporadic and scattered attack, compared to the simultaneous and rhythmic firing of millions of battleships of the opposite side, was lethality. How could the effects of deterrence, suppression, and so on be the same? Moreover, due to the explosion and destruction of a large number of battleships and fortresses around them, some of the battleship's commanders subconsciously ordered the battleship's defensive system to fully accumulate energy and put up the energy shields as soon as possible. They didn't have time to immediately counterattack. It was precisely under the influence of these various factors that, as soon as the battle began, the situation on the battlefield had already become extremely polarized. On this side, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the First Universe's servant races, a total of nearly 1 million, were firmly maintaining their formation. Not only were they holding up their energy shields, but they were also continuously launching wave after wave of rhythmic overall salvo. The firepower was too fierce, and they had been maintaining pressure. The suppression effect. As for the Alliance army from the Second Universe, although there were also nearly 1 million battleships of various types, at this moment, they were in a mess. The command level had issued the order, but before the order for a comprehensive counterattack and simultaneous salvo was issued, hundreds of battleships had already exploded. Tens of thousands of battleships had been destroyed. More than half of the battleships had subconsciously begun to fully charge the battleship's defensive system, so there was no time to attack. Therefore, the millions of battleships, at this moment, were only scattered chaotic bombardments when they launched a counterattack. Although the giant antimatter energy death ray cannons fired from some of the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters also caused casualties on the side of the fleet of the First Universe's servant races, that was only a small number. After all, it couldn't affect the overall situation at all. The battle situation had been one-sided from the beginning. However, the other side's millions of battleships were firing at the same time. Among them, there were even 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships with a range of less than 100,000 kilometers. They were also maintaining a rhythmic bombardment. Chapter 3564. As the first great battle finally began, the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe behind the allied forces of various races in the Second Universe were filled with curses. Regardless of whether it was Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's president who represented the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, Long Ziwen, the imperial family's resident elder who represented the Immortal Dynasty, Gong Xingtian, the deputy palace master of the Dijua Palace who represented the Shijua Celestial Palace, or even Zhan Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, and the others, all of them cursed loudly. After all, they did not want to see the Second Universe lose this battle. More importantly, if that happened, it would make Sha Baofeng, the heaven-defying monster who had become the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, even more powerful. Once he became the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be even more troublesome. He would be even more difficult to deal with. With his ability and means, if he really became the deputy patriarch of the Tianji clan, wouldn't the clan's foundation and resources all be reduced to resources for his growth? Damn it! Are the elders of the various races in the Second Universe's federation full of sh*t? They actually let the enemy take the initiative like this. They're too stupid. Can't they see how slippery that guy is? Previously, he had nibbled away more than 30 young geniuses of various races step by step. The rhythm was too obvious. It was clearly deliberate. At first, he was just luring the enemy in. The situation is not good. A huge fleet of millions has been turned into such a situation in the hands of these old guys. If it were in the dynasty, the commander would be executed on the spot. Roar! I'm so angry. A group of guys who don't understand the art of command. A good overall camp has now been turned into a mob. This side is bombarding the other side's defense. What happened to the agreed unified command and dispatch? Their minds are full of sh*t. The opportunity has been lost, and the situation has just been settled. What we can do now is to try to stabilize the rhythm as much as possible and then find a way to disrupt the enemy's camp. Otherwise, there will be no chance to reverse the situation. Let's see how they deal with it. Presumably, in terms of creating chaos, that group of brainless elders of various races should have some unique means. Otherwise, there is really no need to continue this battle. As the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe roared, the huge coalition army of the Second Universe finally stabilized after the initial chaos and the destruction of 70,000 to 80,000 battleships of various models. All the warships had successfully raised their energy shields. This way, the number of casualties would be reduced. It was no longer possible for hundreds or thousands of people to die. After all, with the energy shield of the shipboard defense system, as long as it was not the antimatter death ray, the other shipboard energy cannons would have a certain amount of defensive buffering ability. Even if the ship was damaged, it would be extremely limited. This was also why planar-level space battles would often last several years or even decades once they started. On one hand, there were too many battleships participating in the battle. On the other hand, the Tsong clan had defensive light shields. As long as it was not a sneak attack, the damage ratio was very small. Both sides had very powerful weapons. The ability to fight for a long time. After the problem of casualties and battle damage was alleviated, the counterattack of the allied forces of the various races in the Second Universe quickly returned to normal. At first, it was chaos. Scattered energy light pillars were shot out one after another. Later, they finally formed a rhythm with the opposing camp, and they fired in unison. One wave. Then, the battle between the two sides was in full swing. The entire vast void was never quiet, and it was always roaring. Then, from the two corners of the huge coalition army of the Second Universe, some small fortresses with special functions and even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters began to rush out from the two corners into the battlefield. They wanted to get close to the opposing camp and carry out some kind of war plan. After all, although both sides had stabilized their attacks, in terms of the overall situation, the coalition army of the Second Universe was basically being suppressed. They had to break this unfavorable situation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not blind. He quickly saw through the opponent's plan and immediately mobilized dozens of large fortresses to focus on these assault battleships. Soon, all of them were beaten back, and no one dared to show up again. Although 100,000 kilometers of the void was not too far away, it was obviously not easy to cross over and appear in the enemy camp to create chaos in such a large void battlefield where the light beams of battleship cannons were as dense as rain. After this plan was aborted, the coalition army of the Second Universe quickly launched a second wave of secret small-scale operations. More than 10,000-meter large fortresses directly performed a space jump, traversing 100,000 kilometers of the void and suddenly appearing in the camp of the coalition army of the First Universe. Then, they immediately launched a full-scale self-detonation. Although there were a few large fortresses that were discovered in time by the large fortresses nearby, they were directly wiped out by the energy light beams of the antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters, and the crisis of self-detonation was averted. However, there were still 4 large fortresses that succeeded in the sneak attack. Boom! 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 There was a huge roar as 4 massive fireballs instantly exploded in the massive camp of the First Universe's slave race coalition army. These suicidal fortresses carried a large amount of high-yield explosive energy, and when they suddenly exploded, a small region of the star field around them was affected. In an instant, thousands of fortresses of various types of battleships were damaged around these 4 massive fireballs that soared into the sky. Fortunately, they were supported by energy shields, or else they would have been blown up on the spot. Yi Xian was immediately frightened. He had not expected the opponent to have such a move. This was practically a terrorist attack. Were these fellows from the Second Universe all crazy? They were completely suicidal. And this was only the first wave of 10 fortresses. If there were a few more waves, the entire First Universe fleet would be completely disrupted. In the midst of the chaos, Yi Xian immediately issued new orders. Immediately mobilize 110,000-meter large fortresses of the Tianji clan and perform a space jump with the same method. Enter the enemy camp and self-detonate. Damn it, you want to see who is more ruthless. There are no humans in my fortresses at all. They are all intelligent robots. Let's see who is better. Of course, there was one thing he did not dare to say. That was, even if all of them were humans, he would not feel any heartache. More deaths would be more satisfying. Anyway, the 2 camps that were fighting and tormenting each other were all his enemies. It would be best if they all perished together. Hum. Hum. A series of buzzing sounds that shook the void rang out. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses that were filled with a large amount of explosive energy and were completely controlled by intelligent robots disappeared from their own camp at the first moment. When they reappeared, they were already in the enemy camp 100,000 kilometers away, and they immediately launched their own self-defense. They exploded. Chapter 3565. Boom! Rumble. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses directly jumped, traversing 100,000 miles of void space, and appeared among the allied forces of various races in the second universe. Then, they began to self-destruct. The rumbling sounds of explosions rang out endlessly, and 100 fireballs exploded. Even though all the battleships of the allied forces of various races in the second universe had already put up energy shields, there were too many 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that had jumped over. For a moment, many battleships were affected and directly exploded. The number of battleships and fortresses that were destroyed reached thousands. It could be said that the losses were heavy. This scene shocked the elders of various races in the flagship. They were preparing to order a second round of suicidal attacks, but they did not expect the other party to be even more decisive. It was fine if they just followed suit, but they actually went from bad to worse. One time, they threw out 110,000-meter-tall fortresses, completely disrupting their rhythm. Behind the camp, in the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe, the angry curses of Long Huai and the others from the Federation's Overwatch Council rang out again. Pig! You actually want to compete with the Tianji clan in terms of suicidal jumps and self-destruction. Can you compare the number of battleships to the Tianji clan? All of their people are born experts in battleship construction. In addition, all of their suicidal fortresses are filled with intelligent robots, which do not harm their foundation at all. This is using the lives of our people to compete with their resources. It's not worth it. Why don't you make something more ruthless? If you send 1,000 suicidal fortresses over at once, you can basically determine the outcome of the battle. Yet, you feel the pinch. Do you think you're playing house by sending 10? Now, you're being checkmated. This round, we lost again. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end, we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. The other side is obviously a unified command. After all, the Heaven's Legacy race is the only overlord in the first universe. All the other slave races have to bow down and listen to their orders. A decisive vanguard commander of the Heaven's Legacy race who killed without hesitation. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end, we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. This way, we can ensure the unity of the entire faction's offense and defense. On the contrary, everyone in the second universe's alliance army is an equal race. Even the 9 races participating in the war are restraining and restricting each other. It is impossible for them to form a unified command. Just like the jump self-destruct sneak attack just now, it is obvious that none of the races want to lose their people. In the end, there were only 10 suicide castles in the first round. If there were more, not to mention 1,000, even if there were 300 or 500 suicide castles, the overall situation would basically be determined. What a pity, at the same time, on the battlefield where the two sides were fighting, as the 100 suicidal 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that the Heaven's Legacy race had thrown and exploded, the Second Universe Alliance army, which had suffered heavy losses, immediately had some 50,000-meter-tall and 100,000-meter-tall fortresses activate their spaceships. A formless void tremor zone was formed in front of it, preventing the other party from making a suicidal jump and descending again. But at the same time, this also cut off the possibility of them using this method to launch a sneak attack again. All in all, in this wave of sneak attack, the Second Universe Alliance army had completely failed. Not only did they not cause chaos to the other party, but they had also shot themselves in the foot. This made the situation that the Second Universe Alliance army was facing even more unfavorable. Vaguely, it had even affected their morale. Facing this situation, in the flagship of the various fleets of the Second Universal Alliance Army, the elders of the various races calmed down and did not carry out any follow-up actions. However, it was obvious that they would not give up just like that. In this battle, they had to achieve a certain degree of success. At the very least, they had to push their huge fleet to the other side of the demon domain. In other words, it was equivalent to occupying the entire demon domain. This was also a death order given to them by the old monsters of the various races. Only in this way could they gain a certain advantage when the main forces of the various races arrived. Only in this way could they ensure that in the following battles, their fleet could slowly advance step by step until they reached the source of all evil star field near the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters. That was the final goal of the Second Universal Alliance Army's planar war. Not the so-called headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, Heaven's Legacy City. Of course, not many people knew about this at the moment. Apart from the 9-star Lord Old monsters in the flagship of the 9 races of the Second Universal Alliance Army, even the elders of the various races who were in charge of commanding the fleets of the various races did not know. Although they did not know the final goal of this battle, they were very clear about their mission. Faced with this unfavorable situation, the elders of the various races had no other choice. No matter what, they had to turn the situation around. In this first battle between the vanguards of both parties, even if they could not severely injure the enemy, they had to at least reverse the current unfavorable situation so that they could temporarily stop the war. After adjusting their strategy, they would continue with the second battle. However, judging from the current situation, this goal could not be achieved through conventional means. At this critical moment, the elders of the various races of the Second Universal Alliance Army gritted their teeth and reached a consensus immediately. Launch a surprise attack at the level of the Universal Alliance Army. The enemy's vanguard fleet has more than 100,000 meter-long fortresses. If we send out 20 Universal Alliance Army experts and each of us take down 2 fortresses, we will be able to reduce the enemy's high-end forces by half. That's right. This is equivalent to turning the situation around. We can use this breakthrough as the end of this first battle. As long as we succeed, we will have a suppressive advantage in the second battle after some adjustments. Although it's a 100,000 meter long fortress, if we send out 20 Universal Alliance Army experts and catch them off guard, they won't be able to launch effective targeted attacks. The mission of each of us taking down 2 fortresses is very likely to be completed, more than 50%. This is worth the risk. The Blood WIRM clan will send out 2 people. 2 from the Cyan Rock clan. A Jianghu elder from the Battle Lion clan is treating the Lion Overlord. We can only send out 1. 1 from my clan. Soon, these old guys reached a comprehensive consensus, and the quota of 20 Universal Alliance Army experts was quickly filled. Chapter 3566. Regarding Yi Xian's orders, the fleet commanders of the First Universe's servant races in the central region of the camp were very confused. Their camp's formation was very stable, and their offense and defense were orderly. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of the first battle of this battle could basically be determined. However, now that such a large area had suddenly been vacated in the central region, the ships of several races had all stopped attacking and jumped to the 2 wings. It was bound to affect the favorable situation to a certain extent. It was truly an unwise move. However, they did not dare to question anything. In this regard, as the only overlord of the First Universe, once the Heavenly Legacy race organized a fleet to launch a Starry Sky battle of this level, the absolute advantage of the command level was displayed. Of course, although the fleet commanders of the servant races did not know what Yi Xian was up to, they could basically guess that he must have a new arrangement, and it would definitely not be small. The order was passed down immediately. The fleet of the servant races stopped attacking and launched a full space jump, moving to the 2 wings of their own camp. In the blink of an eye, a vast passageway hundreds of kilometers long appeared in the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. It was empty, but in fact, the demon race's spirit warlords, who had been activating the concealment array and guarding the void behind the camp, were slowly advancing into the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. They were slowly advancing into this newly vacated area. All of this was clearly seen by the fleet commanders of the Second Universe's various races in the opposing camp. Of course, what they saw was only the fleet of the servant races jumping and moving out of a huge starry sky passageway. However, they did not know about the entry of the spirit warlords. They knew. Originally, when such a huge creature entered the battlefield, no matter how careful it was, no matter how much it hid its energy fluctuations, it would still be able to detect some clues. However, at this moment, there was a spatial vibration barrier in front of the Second Universe's camp that prevented suicidal jumping castles from approaching. This was also cut off. The possibility of the warships in their camp monitoring the energy fluctuations on Yi Xian's side was also cut off. That was why its existence was not exposed even after the spirit battle cry entered the void passage in a short dozen seconds and was already in place. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a dozen breaths of time. At this moment, the 20 figures that had rushed out from the Second Universe Alliance army had all entered the void battlefield. While they were rapidly approaching, they still had to dodge the dense rain of ship cannons. Due to the quantity of the light beam, the speed was affected. Otherwise, how could it take more than 10 breaths of time for a universe master to cover a distance of 100,000 miles at full speed? The 20 supreme experts had also noticed the abnormal behavior of Yi Xian's camp. They didn't know why, but all of them had an inexplicably bad premonition. Their scalps were faintly numb. Subconsciously, they slowed down slightly while communicating with each other using their divine senses. What's the situation? This is a bit like the rhythm of a big move. If we go over like this, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Indeed, something is wrong. I have a bad feeling. The commander of the enemy camp, Sha Baofeng, is definitely not simple. He is so decisive at such a young age. I'm afraid he really has some powerful backup plan. We have to be careful. Don't hesitate. Don't forget that we are the supreme experts of the 15th realm. No matter how powerful his methods are, he can just retreat. It's just that he can't complete the mission. Does he want to keep us here? That's right. The enemy is like this because he saw us attack. It's very likely that he has no choice but to use the empty fort strategy. He's just trying to trick us. Let's do it. Each of us will take 2 large fortresses. After that, we'll retreat immediately in case of any changes. After some communication, the 20 elders of the universe race from the Second Universe made up their minds and suddenly sped up. They were about to split up and launch a surprise attack on the vast camp line of the fleet of the slave races of the First Universe. If they were really allowed to close in and split up to charge at the more than 100,000 meter long space fortresses of their camp, then the result of this battle would be obvious. Although there were supreme experts of the universe race among the slave races of the First Universe, not many races would send supreme experts over like this vanguard fleet. Even if they did, it would be the main fleet in the rear. Moreover, Yi Xian didn't have this intention at all. At this moment, seeing that the 20 figures were about to split up, a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered to himself, "Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This feeling is really amazing. Controlling the life and death of supreme experts. Tsk, tsk, tsk. This time, it's too big." As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately used his mental energy to contact the Demon Dweller race's great killing weapon that was already in the central region of the camp. He sent a signal to the Demon Dweller race's Star Lord, who was guarding the core node of the great killing weapon, to immediately attack. The other party didn't reply, but they gave the best response with their actions. Suddenly, a dense amount of weak void trembling sounds rang out. The effect far exceeded the commotion that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. Yi Xian even had the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon domain was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before he could react, a terrifying behemoth suddenly appeared in the vast passage that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide in the central domain of their camp. It was a super-cosmic megaphone with a maximum diameter of 300,000 meters, which was 600 miles long. More than two-thirds of the entire central domain was occupied by this megaphone. Of course, this was only the trumpet mouth. It extended backward along the trumpet mouth and became smaller and smaller. It extended layer by layer, and each layer was a large circle formed by countless beehive nodes. They were connected by strange pipes made of some special material. Although Yi Xian had already seen this spiritual war of the demonic tribe, he still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock when he suddenly saw it again. If even he was like this, there was no need to say much about other existences. Exclamations came from the fleets of the First Universe's slaves in their camp. It was even more so among the fleets of the Second Universe's allied forces. The only difference was their tone. The exclamations from their camp were filled with ecstasy because this big thing must be very powerful at a glance. Cries of surprise rang out from the opposing camp, but they were filled with shock, because they had also realized this point. Chapter 3567. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? What a huge megaphone. It's right in the central region of our camp, look over there. Senior Shaw really has a backup plan. Although this thing's shape is a bit deceptive, it's huge. One look and you can tell it must be a starry sky great killing weapon level existence. There is no doubt that the outcome of the battle has been decided. Lord Shaw has taken out all of his hidden weapons. He is going to end the battle with one strike. What happened? What the hell is that big guy? Not good, something big is going to happen. With such a strange shape and such a huge body, this megaphone is definitely not simple. Stop attacking immediately and activate the energy shield at full power. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Old fogies, cancel the mission and come back immediately. As soon as the demonic race's spiritual battle talisman appeared, both sides instantly went into an uproar. Everyone cried out in alarm, and the entire void was in chaos. As for the 20 elders of the Jianghu race from the Second Universe, it was as if they had made an agreement. Their bodies froze, and their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the giant megaphone that had suddenly appeared. If it was said that they had only vaguely had a bad premonition before, then at this moment, these 20 supreme beings of the 15th realm, without exception, all of their scalps were numb, and their backs were cold. Among the top forces in the three universes, except for the Tianji clan and the human race, which had super fortresses more than 100,000 meters in diameter, only the 10 extreme heavenly palaces of the human race was said to have one or two non-technological products, but they were also enormous in size. A battleship with a diameter of over 100,000 meters. All the other forces, including all the races in the Federation of the Second Universe, had never seen the largest war machine, whether it was a technological battleship or a magical equipment battleship of the Cultivator system, which had a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. However, there was such a huge creature in front of them. With a diameter of 300,000 meters, it was simply terrifying. Just its mouth alone could swallow 3 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. How could a terrifying war machine of this level be weak? After realizing this, the 20 powerful figures instantly dispelled the idea of continuing to carry out the surprise mission. With a flash of their figures, they immediately wanted to leave. Some people tried to teleport. Although it was risky, because the void was filled with interweaving beams of energy from the airship cannons. If they teleported and appeared, they would be directly hit by an energy beam from the antimatter death ray cannons, and they would probably die on the spot. But at the very least, this would allow them to escape from the void that the terrifying megaphone was aiming at as soon as possible. There were also some who chose to retreat in a more conservative and safe way. They did not use teleportation but instead sped up and danced in the interweaving energy beams of the battleship cannons like rain, trying to leave as quickly as possible. However, it was all in vain. Because at this moment, the spiritual battle cry finally roared. There were a total of 18 rings in different sizes in the front and back of the spiritual battle tower. Each ring was connected by strange pipes made of special materials. The number of beehive nodes on each ring was also different. In total, there were over 1,000 beehive nodes on each ring. Tens of thousands of powerful demons were sitting cross-legged in every 3,000-meter-wide beehive node. Then, they opened their eyes and activated the mental power source cores in their brains. Under the guidance of the commanding demons in every beehive node, the surging mental power was transmitted out. Thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of rivers of spiritual power flowed along the pipes and surged toward the core node of the core ring. Then, under the sudden roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, it instantly collapsed like a tsunami roar. The huge roar was deafening, and there was even an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky that leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer rings of the spiritual battle cry and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it faced the huge spiritual battle cry. The huge void of the mouth of the spiritual battle cry completely collapsed. Whoosh, boom, rumble. A clear sound of tearing silk that was as dense as rain resounded in the sky and earth. The void that was hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void vortex that was like a black hole. Vortex. There were a total of 3 such void vortexes, all of which were located in the void in front of the huge mouth of the spiritual battle cry. They were separated by a certain distance from each other. The moment they suddenly appeared, these 3 terrifying void vortexes swallowed countless energy beams of light from the ship cannons. At the same time, 6 or 7 figures of the supreme beings of the universe were sucked in by a terrifying force that even they couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 void vortexes. In the vortexes, they completely disappeared. In less than half an instant, more than half of the 20 supreme beings of the universe had fallen. Such terrifying power scared countless experts from both sides. Even Yi Xian was so shocked by this scene that his back was dripping with white sweat. Originally, he thought that this starry sky killing weapon from the demon race could help him kill 1 or 2 supreme beings of the universe. After all, the supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm were basically the strongest forces of all the top forces in the 3 universes. It was impossible for a large number of supreme beings of this level to fall. That would cause a great earthquake in the 3 universes, and the endless void of the universe would tremble because of it. However, not only did this terrifying scene appear, but it was also so easy to destroy. 6 or 7 supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm didn't even have the ability or opportunity to resist, and they were completely wiped out. Of course, this was not all the power of the spiritual battle cry. The key was the 3 void vortexes. That kind of power belonged to the void of the universe. It belonged to the natural power of the way of heaven that couldn't be resisted by humans. How could the supreme beings of the universe resist it? This was also the reason why some of the starry sky dangerous places in the 3 universes, even the supreme beings of the universe didn't dare to easily set foot in. The supreme beings of the universe were powerful, but in the face of the natural power of the way of heaven, they were only ants. In less than half an instant, the spiritual battle cry had obtained a terrifying result that was far beyond Yi Xian's expectation. Perhaps even the Star Master of the demon race who was guarding the core node of the spiritual battle cry didn't expect such power. After all, this was the first time the entire demon race used this kind of spiritual battle cry. Chapter 3568. What's going on? Where did the turbulence vortex come from? Oh my God, several people have been swallowed. Are the universe state experts going to die? What terrifying power! Even the space within a radius of several 100,000 li is being torn apart. Countless turbulent streams of space are surging about, forming 3 vortexes that can devour everything. Is this the newest technological achievement of the Heaven's Legacy clan? No, it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Fate clan. There are no visible pillars of light. It's not an energy attack, nor is it a frequency attack similar to the void oscillators. It's invisible, but it's terrifyingly fast and penetrating. It's the mental power of the demons. I understand the function of the megaphone now. It can be magnified infinitely. No demon expert's mental power can be so horrifying, not even the super old monsters beyond the Star Lord state. That's the power of the entire race. There must be countless demons gathered in the countless beehives of the megaphone. Experts. Trickling streams converge into an ocean, roaring and collapsing the void. Just as the spiritual battle cry roared, all the attacks from the battleships, fortresses of the 2 camps had basically stopped. This was because the experts controlling the battleships had been completely stunned and had forgotten to continue the work at hand. Of course, the Heavenly Fate clan's vanguard fleet, which was controlled by smart robots, was an exception. They simply ignored everything and continued firing rhythmically in an orderly manner. However, all of this was really not important. It could even be said that it was not important. This was because with the death of the 6 or 7 powerful beings of the 15th realm of the enemy camp, this invisible but terrifying majestic spiritual shock wave, after ravaging the vast void between the 2 camps, and after that, it became even more terrifying. It had already charged into the enemy's side as soon as possible. Crack, boom. Boom. The defense line, which had been established by dozens of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters by activating the void oscillators on the warships, collapsed almost instantly. Then, there were deafening explosions that felt like the sky was collapsing. What happened next was too gory. This vast and terrifying invisible spiritual power, which was like a tsunami in space, instantly rushed into the huge enemy camp. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were hundreds of thousands of warships of various types. Only a few small fortresses and large fortresses had time to perform a space jump, dodging further behind or not being affected by the giant spiritual tsunami. Almost all the ships outside of the 2 sides of the camp were affected. In an instant, more than 100,000 warships of various types were like paper. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they did not even last half an instant before they all collapsed and broke into pieces. However, this was not the end of it. Although the formless spiritual hurricane had reached this place and its power had basically passed the most powerful period of eruption, its remnant power still remained. After destroying the hundreds of thousands of battleships, fortresses, the remnant power of the psychic hurricane spread out. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more battleships that did not manage to escape in time. Although not many battleships were destroyed this time, they were more or less damaged. It was unavoidable. At this point, the power of this wave of mental hurricane was basically exhausted. The price of the allied forces of the Second Universe was the death of 7 supreme beings, as well as more than 100,000 warships, fortresses of all kinds. Of course, there was also the invisible fighting spirit and morale. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been a dozen seconds since the roar of the war cry had been completely exhausted. A dozen seconds, but the change seemed to have been a lifetime ago. Before, the entire void was filled with all kinds of battleships, but now, countless battleship wrecks were flying in the air. The vast void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had collapsed, filled with countless different-sized space cracks. In every void crack, there were some terrifying void turbulence surging out. The densest area had already formed 3 chilling void turbulence vortexes that looked like black holes. Moreover, the three turbulence vortexes were obviously expanding outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, a large number of warship wreckages were already moving toward the three turbulence vortexes. At first, Yi Xian didn't react to this, but the other side had already jumped and hid in the large fortresses on both sides of the camp. At this moment, the roars of several Star Lords echoed, which made him realize what was going on. He immediately shrank his neck, feeling as if he had made a big mistake. The realization. Not good. This corner of the void is about to collapse. The three turbulence vortexes are expanding. Once they reach a certain scale, they won't be able to be stopped. At that time, an enormous void black hole will form here, slowly devouring the plane of the first universe. No matter how vast it is, there is no need to fear it in the short term. However, the plane-level natural wormhole behind us will fall. In the future, it will be impossible to jump directly from the second universe to the wormhole. This plane. Stop it. We have to find a way to stop it. The consequences are too serious. Our races can't bear it. The losses are too heavy. If that's the case, the races of the second universe will be completely suppressed by the humans of the third universe. If they want to enter the first universe, they can only jump from another wormhole like borrowing someone else's land. That's too passive. There's nothing more to say. Old friends, let's attack together. In this situation, only when the 9 of us join forces and use all our strength to stimulate the power of the laws of the universe that we each control to form a large net of laws to stabilize this collapsing void. Only then can it be under the power of the laws of the universe. Next, self-repair and avoid complete collapse. As these words that revealed boundless anger spread out, 9 extremely dazzling pillars of light suddenly rushed out from the countless battleships in the opposite camp that were in chaos. They soared into the sky. Although their colors were different, their speed was extremely fast. Even Yi Xian, who was as strong as he was, couldn't do anything. Following their trajectory, these 9 pillars of light rushed out from 9 large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They went straight to the sky. After reaching a height of 1,000,000 miles, they all exploded, turning into countless light threads of different colors that scattered in all directions. They quickly intertwined and slowly moved down toward the countless cracks of various sizes. The void pressed down.